In the 15 days preceding the apocalypse, Yunsi inadvertently bound a fragrant orchid necklace around her neck, which subsequently melded into her skin, transforming into a birthmark. Utilizing this mark, she cultivated her abilities, successfully navigating the tumultuous early days of the impending cataclysm that in this lifetime. She awakened her extraordinary powers, no longer the victimized Yunsi. Driven by a relentless pursuit of strength, she attracted numerous romantic interests. However, her heart, not made of stone, could not resist forming genuine connections with those who genuinely cared for her. Chapter 1. Rebirth. As the mingled scent of disinfectant and perfume invaded her nostrils, Yunsi became aware of her surroundings. The sharp pain in her wrist felt alarmingly vivid. Upon suddenly opening her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar ceiling of a KTV booth, not the damp and dark basement from the third year of the apocalypse, nor the desolate ruins of the city where she had once taken her own life. Awake? A greasy male voice echoed in her ears as Wang Chong, the manager, loomed over her, his fingers maliciously tracing her collarbone. You little wench, still pretending to be unconscious? Boss Lee has summoned you thrice. If you refuse to entertain clients tonight, I'll sell you off to a brothel on the outskirts. Yunsi's pupils constricted sharply. Wang Chong's face, she recognized it that on the day the apocalypse erupted, this man had been bitten in the neck by the first mutated server, his hot blood splattering onto the cake she had purchased for her 19th birthday, which also marked the day the world began to crumble. But now, she gazed down at her hands, which, while not particularly beautiful, were slender and unblemished, devoid of the scars and calluses that would later characterize her existence in the apocalypse. There were no chains on her wrists, merely a faint mark from the belt Wang Chong had used when she had attempted to escape last week. The electronic clock on the wall clearly displayed the date, July 1st. There were still a full 2 weeks until the apocalypse would unfold. She had been reborn. Reborn in this hell that had consumed 3 years of her youth. Reborn at a juncture where she was merely 15 days away from liberation, yet equally 15 days from the collapse of societal order. Memories from her past life surged like a tidal wave. After the apocalypse arrived, she had scurried through the ruins like a rat, witnessing those who awaken their powers elevate themselves above others, treating the powerless as mere food and playthings. Refusing to accept her fate, she had desperately sought to awaken her own powers, even going so far as to allow a wounded zombie to bite her. Yet, she neither fell ill with fever nor awakened any abilities. Only dark, creeping veins spread from the wound. She vividly recalled the terror of that experience, the sensation of countless insects crawling beneath her skin, her consciousness gradually eroding, engulfed by the bloodthirsty howls that surrounded her. Faced with the choice of becoming an unthinking monster or ending her own life, she had chosen the latter. The memory of the cold blade gliding across her wrist lingered, yet now, she was alive. What are you daydreaming about? Wang Chong, noticing her vacant stare, impatiently tugged at her collar. The drug I gave you is wearing off. If you're smart, you'll undress yourself to save me the trouble. Drug? Only then did Yunsi become aware of the weakness coursing through her limbs, her throat parched and painful, her skin flushed, and certain areas of her body feeling oddly different. That it was evident she had been drugged. Her return was ill-timed, coinciding with Wang Chong's insistence that she entertain clients rather than being sent away. On this very day in her previous life, she had also been drugged, yet had clung fiercely to Wang Chong's ear in a half-daze, resulting in a brutal beating and violation. However, she had employed the same tactic, and after she had torn off one of his ears, no one dared approach her again. But what difference did it make? It was merely a few extra days of torment before the apocalypse arrived. Get away from me. Yunsi's voice was hoarse and dry, yet it carried a chilling resolve. Wang Chong paused momentarily, then sneered, "Oh, still trying to act tough?" His robust hand seized her hair, slamming her against the sofa. "Don't blame me for not warning you. If tonight doesn't go well, your ransom money." The words ransom money pierced her heart like needles. She had nearly forgotten that to scrape together enough funds to escape this place, she had lived frugally and even taken on the burden of another's crime. In just 15 days, she could finally break free. Yet in her previous life, she had never reached that day. The apocalypse had struck, rendering her savings worthless. No, she could not repeat that fate. Yunsi dug her nails deep into her palm, the pain sharpening her focus, She had to survive. She had to leave this place before the end, and she had to find a way to gain strength, no matter the cost. Her gaze fell to her chest. There, she wore the orchid necklace close to her heart, a keepsake from her parents, given to her by the orphanage director on the day she was sent away. For 3 years, she had never removed it, no matter how arduous life became in her previous life. Just before her death, the necklace had suddenly burned with an intense heat, as if her skin would ignite. Bang! Wang Chang's fist crashed against the armrest of the sofa beside her ear, ringing in her eardrums. "You little wench, you're asking for it." He cackled as he unbuckled his belt. "Since you refuse to serve Bosley, you can serve me instead." "What a damned misfortune. I intended to send you out, but it seems they were completely uninterested." His foul-smelling, beer-soaked body descended upon her. Yanxi instinctively turned her head, evading his encroaching lips. The instinct for survival overpowered the drug-induced haze, and she fought with all her might, just as she had in the ruins when scavenging for food against wild dogs. "Let go of me." Her voice trembled with fury and fear, yet it bore a fierce determination. "If you dare touch me, I swear I'll kill you." "Kill me?" Wang Chang laughed lewdly. "I'm eager to see how you plan to do that." His hands violently tore at her collar, the cold air shocking her and causing her to shiver. At that moment, the necklace against her chest radiated an intense heat, as if it intended to brand her skin. Yanxi instinctively clutched her chest, but Wang Chang misconstrued her actions as an attempt to conceal something valuable. He seized the necklace and yanked it forcefully. Snap! The chain broke, yet the pendant did not fall. Instead, it seemed to possess a will of its own, sliding against her skin toward a small cut on her collarbone, precisely where a shard of glass had grazed her the previous day. The sharp tip of the pendant pierced the wound. Ugh! Yanxi gasped in pain. Wang Chang stood momentarily stunned, watching as the silver orchid pendant appeared to draw blood, its petals gradually tinged with an eerie crimson hue. "What the hell is this?" He reached out to remove the pendant, the moment his fingers brushed against it. Yanxi felt a warm surge coursing through her body from the wound, revitalizing her weakened limbs. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth and bit down on Wang Chang's arm with all her strength. Wang Chang screamed, violently pushing her away. Yanxi fell to the ground, using the opportunity to curl into a ball. She could feel the pendant still radiating heat against her chest, even more intense than before, as if it sought to embed itself within her very bones. Her vision began to blur. The drug in this sudden turn of events left her dizzy and disoriented. Wang Chang clutched his bleeding arm, staring at her with a mix of shock and rage. "You've lost your mind." Yanxi lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with a fierce light. She did not understand the true nature of the necklace, nor did she comprehend what this newfound warmth signified, yet she recognized that this was her singular opportunity to go away. She pronounced each word deliberately, her voice soft yet inexplicably sending a chill down Wang Chang's spine. Wang Chang's gaze fell upon the deep crimson ylang-ylang pendant resting against her chest, then shifted to his own bleeding arm. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. He spat contemptuously and declared, "You just wait," before turning and leaving the private room in a flustered manner. The door slammed shut, and at last, silence enveloped the room. Yanxi collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. The burning sensation in her chest persisted as she trembled and tugged at her collar, squinting to see in the dim light. In the instant Wang Chang turned away, the silver ylang-ylang pendant had vanished, replaced by a vivid tattoo of an ylang-ylang flower, etched just below her collarbone. Its petals a red so deep it resembled blood. The wound beneath was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Yanxi's heart raced wildly. She realized that from this moment onward, everything had irrevocably changed. With 15 days remaining until the apocalypse, she had time. This time, not only would she survive, but she would thrive more fiercely than anyone else. She would ensure that those who had once trampled upon her dignity would pay dearly. She would claim her rightful place in this world, which had already descended into chaos. Chapter 2. The choice. At the moment the compartment door swung open, the dim light from the corridor flooded in, casting mottled shadows upon Yanxi's sweat-drenched collarbone. She was curled up on the carpet, her teeth digging into her lower lip. The tattoo of an orchid on her chest felt like a searing iron, its intense heat spreading through her veins to every limb, as if her skin were enveloped in molten lava. The potency of the drugs was exacerbated by this burning sensation, her rationality fraying like a spider's web caught in a tempest, on the verge of snapping at any moment. "Mr. Shun, please," came Wang Chang's obsequious voice from the doorway, laced with an exaggerated deference. Yunxi's pupils constricted abruptly. Shinziki. In her previous life, she had only glimpsed this man from afar a few times. He was the shadowy proprietor of this place, the true emperor of the underground realm in City A. At that time, he donned a perfectly tailored black suit, a watch peeking from his cuff that was worth more than the combined ransom of all the women here for a month. After the apocalypse erupted, he harnessed his extraordinary abilities and vast underground influence to become one of the earliest founders of safe zones, his ruthless methods instilling fear in all capable of wielding powers. How could he possibly be here? Wang Chang, that despicable wretch. Yunxi's nails dug deep into the fibers of the carpet, her knuckles blanching. She understood now that this was not a spur-of-the-moment violation. Wang Chang had long intended to present her as an offering, not just to Mr. Shun, but also to Boss Li and Boss Wang. Was she simply a pawn? A deep male voice resonated, like the lowest notes of a cello, imbued with an innate sense of dominance. Yunxi forced herself to lift her gaze. Shunziki stood merely 3 paces away, the collar of his black shirt unbuttoned, revealing sharply defined collarbones, sleeves rolled to his elbows, the veins in his forearms faintly visible. Unlike Wang Chang, he did not regard her with leering eyes, but observed her with an inscrutable expression, his gaze as fathomless as a cold, bottomless pool. 2 bodyguards clad in black suits flanked him, their faces devoid of emotion, their presence so potent that it seemed to render the air itself immobile. Wang Chang approached, rubbing his hands together, his eyes lingering on the torn neckline of Yunxi's attire, his lewd tone nearly overflowing. "Mr. Shun, your discerning eye is commendable. This young lady may appear slender, but she is quite substantial. Though she is quite the wild spirit, she even dared to bite me earlier." He deliberately raised his arm, wrapped in a napkin, exposing the bloodied bite marks, adding, "But rest assured, she's untouched, remarkably pure, for you to enjoy at your leisure." The word enjoy pierced Yunxi's ears like a needle. The effects of the drugs blurred her vision. The heat within her body intertwined with the burning pain in her chest, threatening to consume her sanity entirely. She could feel the orchid tattoo on her chest radiating heat, the petals seemingly twitching, as if imbued with life. No, she could not allow this to happen. Yunxi bit down hard on her tongue, the sharp pain bringing a fleeting clarity. The humiliations of her past life were still vivid. She could not allow herself to become a mere plaything once more. Even if her captor was Shinziki, she struggled to rise, yet her limbs felt as though they were devoid of bones. As she managed to prop herself up, she staggered and nearly collapsed. A hand suddenly reached out, firmly cradling her arm. Yunxi stiffened, her gaze colliding with Shinziki's eyes. His fingers were icy, contrasting sharply with her feverish skin, yet strangely, they momentarily calmed her frayed nerves. There was no desire in his gaze, only a scrutinizing examination, as if appraising the worth of an object. Seeing this, Wang Chang's smile grew even more ingratiating. "Look at her figure." Silence. Shinziki did not turn his head, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Wang Chang's words were lodged in his throat, his complexion shifting from green to pale, but he dared not utter another syllable. Shunziki's gaze returned to Yunxi's face, his eyes sweeping over the faint outline of her orchid tattoo on her chest, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. "Did you drug her?" Wang Chang quickly nodded. "Just a little, afraid she wouldn't behave." "Take her away." Shinziki's tone remained steady. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, seizing the still-dazed Wang Chang and dragging him out. "President Shun, please spare me. I was wrong." Wang Chang's cries faded into the distance, ultimately silenced by the heavy thud of the private room door closing. Only the 2 of them remained inside the room. The atmosphere was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Yunxi's heart raced wildly. She could still feel Shinziki's fingers resting on her arm, the icy sensation penetrating her skin, alleviating the heat within her body somewhat. "What is your name?" Shinziki inquired. "Yunxi," she replied, her voice hoarse from the effects of the drug, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Shinziki's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, as if savoring the name. He slowly released his grip and stepped back, creating distance between them. "Can you stand?" Yunxi gritted her teeth, grasping the edge of the sofa as she slowly straightened her body. The dual effects of the drug and the tattoo made her tremble, her vision blurred. Yet she endeavored to straighten her spine, meeting Shinziki's gaze. She was acutely aware of how disheveled she appeared, her hair a mess, her clothes torn, traces of tears on her face, but she refused to lower her head. Shinziki regarded her defiant expression, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curl into the faintest smile, so fleeting one might mistake it for an illusion. Wang Chong said you were a virgin? Yunxi's face instantly flushed crimson, humiliation washing over her like a tidal wave. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. President Shun is joking. People who make a living in a place like this have no purity to speak of. She deliberately spoke coarsely, hoping to diminish his interest. She would rather be seen as a wilted flower than be scrutinized with that appraising gaze. Yet Shinziki appeared oblivious to her insinuations, merely stating, "Follow me." He turned and walked toward a small door at the inner side of the room, which led to a suite for guests to rest in. Yunxi hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Should she go or stay? Following him might temporarily liberate her from Wang Chong's grasp. Perhaps even allow her to leverage his influence to escape this place before the impending apocalypse. But at what cost? As Shinziki, I would never offer assistance to a stranger without cause. The orchid tattoo on my chest began to burn once more intensely than before. I could sense a peculiar energy coursing through my body, seemingly contending with the effects of the drug, as if it were catalyzing something within me. My gaze fell upon Shinziki's tall silhouette. This man, in a past life, commanded the winds and rains amid the apocalypse, ruthless in his methods. Yet he had established the largest safe zone in City A. Yunxi's cheeks flushed suddenly, uncertain whether it was the drug or this audacious thought that provoked such heat. Shinziki appeared to notice her lagging behind, halting to glance back at her with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Yunxi took a deep breath. She was gambling, having perished once in her previous life. What more did she have to lose? Rather than being sold to an unknown individual by Wang Chong, she would seize this seemingly perilous lifeline before her. She lifted her chin, meeting Shinziki's gaze, and gradually followed him. The door to the inner room closed, isolating them from the external clamor. The suite was dimly lit, illuminated only by a standing lamp, and the air was suffused with a faint scent of cedar, identical to the fragrance that clung to Shinziki. Approaching the bar, he poured himself a glass of whiskey, his back turned to her. Do you know why I kept you? Yunxi shook her head, palms clammy with sweat. Wang Chong sent you to me to forge connections. Shinziki turned, swirling the amber liquid in his glass, but I have little interest in what he offers. Yunxi's heart sank. However, his gaze landed on the orchid tattoo on her chest. There is something about you that piques my curiosity. Yunxi instinctively clutched her chest, her complexion paling. Had he seen it? Shinziki refrained from probing further, merely extending the glass toward her. Drink this, it may ease your discomfort. The liquid within exuded a sharp aroma. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquor coursed down her throat, igniting a burning sensation, yet paradoxically subdued the heat within her body. Thank you, Mr. Shun. She set the empty glass on the bar, her voice steadier now. Shinziki regarded her, a sudden smile gracing his lips. It was a subtle smile, akin to the first thaw of winter. Imbued with a dangerous allure, you are unlike other women. Yunxi refrained from responding. She understood that any words spoken now would be superfluous. Do you wish to leave this place? Shinziki inquired abruptly. Yunxi's head jerked up, surprise flashing in her eyes. Shinziki stepped closer, peering down at her with an enigmatic intensity. I can assist you. Her heart skipped a beat. What is the cost? What do you think? His gaze roamed her face before settling on her lips, his tone laced with amusement. Or perhaps, you could propose your own terms. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Yunxi could feel the orchid tattoo on her chest burning, her body seemingly yearning for something more. She gazed into the face of Shinziki, mere inches away, observing the unfathomable desire and calculation in his eyes, and suddenly made a decision. She rose onto her toes, her hand gracefully encircling his neck, and leaned in to press her lips against his. Rather than passively waiting, she chose to take the initiative. Shinziki was evidently unprepared for her boldness. His body stiffened momentarily before he swiftly turned the tables, deepening the kiss. His kiss bore the sharpness of fine liquor and the coolness of cedar, forceful and domineering, yet strangely did not evoke any sense of repulsion in Yunxi. She felt the stunning warmth of her orchid tattoo blazing against her chest, a surge of heat flowing where their lips met, intertwining with Shinziki's breath. The potency of the drug seemed to peak at that moment, yet it appeared to be subdued by this warmth. Yunxi's consciousness wavered between clarity and chaos, leaving her with a singular thought. Regardless of the cost, she longed to escape this place. Chapter 3. Tattoo. Chapter 6. Departure. Feigning a slow awakening. Yunxi gradually opened her eyes, the lingering dizziness of a hangover not yet fully dissipated, yet her body felt remarkably light, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. She moved her fingers, their tips gliding over the smooth sheets, as memories of the previous night surged forth like a tide, accompanied by a surreal sense of disorientation. The space beside her was already cold, clearly indicating that Shinziki had departed long ago. She sat up, adjusting the thin blanket around her, her gaze instinctively sweeping across her chest. The color of her orchid tattoo stood out vividly against her fair skin, a deep crimson as though soaked in blood. Glistening in the morning light. Life energy, 512. Current usable abilities. Basic self-healing, emitting a rich orchid fragrance when emotionally aroused. Progress on the Hahuan delusion cultivation. Level 1. 15 complete. 5 more to reach level 2. Storage space. 100 cubic meters. A faint smile graced Yunxi's lips. In just one night, her life energy had surged so dramatically. Observing the increase, she mused that it indeed surpassed the benefits of mere kisses. She threw off the covers and stepped out of bed, her steps somewhat unsteady. Approaching the bathroom, her reflection in the mirror revealed a radiant visage. Her skin so fair it seemed capable of yielding water, the fatigue in her eyes replaced by an unusual brilliance. After a quick shower, she donned a clean bathrobe, then opened the wardrobe door to discover several brand-new outfits, still adorned with tags, evidently freshly prepared. Selecting a simple white shirt and jeans, she found the pants fit perfectly, though the shirt was somewhat ill-fitting, prompting her to choose a men's shirt instead. Just as she fastened the last button, the door swung open. Shinziki entered, clad in a well-tailored black suit, a finely knotted tie at his collar, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of aloof elegance that commanded distance. Standing at 190 centimeters, he created a striking visual contrast against Yunxi's 165 centimeter stature, an invisible pressure enveloping her. Awake? It seems my measurements were somewhat inaccurate. Shinziki's gaze swept over her, carrying a profound meaning, imbued with playful mockery and subtle admiration. The men's white shirt, concealing her ample and upright figure, paired with simple jeans, bestowed upon her a graceful maturity that belied her mere 18 years. He had never fathomed that a girl could exude such an essence in a shirt. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes, clear and unyielding, hinted at an obsession with something, as if the previous night's fervent demeanor had been naught but a fleeting dream. Yunxi nodded slightly, her tone tranquil. Mr. Shun. Shinziki acknowledged with a brief reply, taking a seat on the sofa, legs crossed in a languid and casual manner. You may leave. No one will dare to stop you. From today onwards, you are no longer a part of Tianshang Renjian. Yunxi felt a surge of joy within, though her exterior remained composed. Thank you, Mr. Shun. Shinziki replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards a bank card on the table. That is your salary for the past 3 years. Yunxi's gaze fell upon the card, and she paused in silence. Having spent 3 years at Tianshang Renjian, with a pitifully low salary, frequently subjected to various deductions by Wang Chong, she had received little. Yet it was still a paycheck. Surely, there must be a considerable sum in the card Shinziki provided? Was this the reward for last night? She raised her head, locking eyes with Shinziki, her tone light, yet her eyes sparkling with delight, unmistakably revealing her cheerful mood. Shinziki's expression instantly turned cold, as though he had been struck at a sensitive spot, his voice tinged with annoyance. You are my first woman. Consider yourself fortunate. Yunxi was taken aback. The first woman? She could hardly believe that the skilled, relentless man from the previous night could be a novice. Contemplating this, she found herself asking involuntarily, Mr. Shun, are you certain? You certainly did not appear to be a novice last night. Shinziki raised an eyebrow, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. It seems you are quite pleased with my skills. Yunxi's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripened apple, and she cast her gaze downward, falling silent. Observing the blush creeping to her ears, Shinziki's amusement deepened. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious tone. In light of your satisfactory performance last night, I shall share a piece of information with you. In approximately 15 days, The world's landscape is set to undergo significant changes. Yun-si abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with shock. 15 days? How could he possibly know? Did those in power possess foreknowledge of an impending apocalypse? Shinziki seemed to perceive her thoughts, yet offered no explanation, merely continuing. Money may prove worthless by then. You should accept it now, while you can still purchase some essentials. Otherwise, in a few days, you may find yourself with no means to buy anything. Yun-si gazed at the bank card on the table, then into Shinziki's profound eyes, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was uncertain whether Shinziki's mention of significant changes referred to the apocalypse, but his warning undeniably validated her suspicions. Without further hesitation, Yun-si picked up the card from the table and tucked it into her pocket. Thank you for the reminder, President Shin. She raised her head, her gaze resolute. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Shinziki waved his hand, a gesture that resembled a farewell. Yet he seemed to grapple with the words he wished to convey, caught in a restless silence. As Yun-si turned and approached the door, she paused with her hand on the doorknob, not looking back, but softly uttered, President Shun, until we meet again. With that, she opened the door and exited without hesitation. Watching her figure vanish at the end of the corridor, Shinziki lifted the coffee cup from the table, taking a sip, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. This girl was indeed more intriguing than he had anticipated. Setting the cup down, he picked up his phone and dialed a number, looking to Yun-si. I want her complete profile, the more detailed, the better. After hanging up, Shinziki moved to the window, observing Yun-si as she appeared downstairs. Hailing a taxi that whisked her away. A knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. 15 days, is it? My anticipation grows. In the back of the taxi, Yun-si clutched the card in her pocket, her heart racing. Shinziki's words had solidified her conviction that the apocalypse was imminent. She glanced at her palm, as if still feeling Shinziki's warmth lingering there. 15 days, she repeated silently, her resolve hardening. I must be prepared. The taxi traversed the bustling streets, and Yun-si found herself at a loss for direction for a brief moment before her voice rang out with determination. Driver, to Yuntingbi Yuan. All right. Yun-si recalled Yuntingbi Yuan, which in her previous life was renowned as the largest base in City A, unparalleled in its stature. Situated on the outskirts of City A, it was rumored that a museum would be constructed there. Those privy to this information had invested lavishly in nearby properties, aspiring to create an affluent community. However, years had passed without a whisper of progress. Additionally, its distance from the city center led many to purchase homes for their mistresses. Despite the unsavory reputation, Yun-si remained indifferent. In her previous life, even the shanty town of Yuntingbi Yuan demanded a monthly rent of 30 crystal cores, a sum beyond her means. A small portion of people, driven by exorbitant city rents and cramped living conditions, sought refuge in Yuntingbi Yuan, where, despite higher rental costs, it still proved more economical than the city. With the apocalypse approaching, this segment of renters had not been evicted. Rather, they were prioritized for leasing at reduced rates. Once the base was established, gaining access would become a challenge. In her former life, she had never heard of anyone purchasing property at Yuntingbi Yuan. It was evident that the prices would be exorbitantly out of her reach. Moreover, most of the properties were held by high-ranking officials and affluent individuals, making the prospect of acquisition akin to chasing a mirage. Chapter 7. Yuntingbi Yuan. The taxi came to a halt in front of the grand entrance of Yuntingbi Yuan, the meter displaying a fare of 48 yuan. Yun-si retrieved a bank card from her pocket and handed it to the driver. Please charge it. The driver took the card, swiped it on the POS machine, and handed her the printed receipt. Yun-si signed with composure, retrieving her bank card, and quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. As she gazed out at the cityscape, she silently calculated her finances. A typical server at Tianshang Renjian earns around 5,000 a month, but she, lured into this life, ostensibly a waitress, yet covertly catering to the affluent and powerful, essentially providing special services. Had she been older, Wang Chong would have forced her into more direct engagements long ago. Over the past 3 years, she had scrimped and saved, and with the funds provided by Shinziki, her bank account totaled a mere 1.5 million, far from the amount needed to purchase a villa. Yet, she had no alternative. Yuntingbi Yuan was the safest haven in this desolate world, and securing a residence here was imperative. The driver glanced at her twice as he accepted the signed receipt. The girl, clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, exuded an unusually cool demeanor, not fitting the profile of someone who frequented such establishments. Yunting's reputation in a city was not particularly stellar. Though labeled a luxury community, it resembled more of a refuge for the affluent and their mistresses. He shook his head and pressed the accelerator, departing. Yunsi stood before the entrance, looking up at the walled enclave. The fountain sparkled under the sun. The meticulously trimmed lawns adorned with exquisite sculptures, and the villa clusters nestled among the greenery truly appeared to be a high-end neighborhood. Yet, only those who had weathered the apocalypse understood that this seemingly glamorous locale would become a city's most formidable fortress and, ultimately, a brutal battleground. Taking a deep breath, she strode toward the nearby sales hall. Inside, the air conditioning was ample and the decor was opulent. A few saleswomen in professional attire chatted idly at the front desk. Upon noticing Yunsi's entrance, they merely cast a fleeting glance before averting their eyes, clearly dismissing her as a potential client. After all, who would believe that a girl dressed in a white shirt and jeans could afford a property here? Unfazed by their condescension, Yunsi approached the model display, her gaze settling on the layout of the community. Yunting indeed occupied a prime location, flanked by green mountains and guarded by a moat, presenting a strategic stronghold, which explained its allure as the largest base post-apocalypse. Her eyes lingered on several villas near the perimeter wall before ultimately fixating on one tucked away in the corner. This villa was the most secluded, distanced from the community's center and adjacent to the dense forest of the back mountain, making it an excellent choice for concealment and surveillance during the apocalypse. "Miss, are you here to view properties?" A saleswoman in a black suit finally approached, her face adorned with a practiced smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of indifference. "Yes," Yunsi nodded, pointing at the villa on the model. "I would like that one." The saleswoman followed her gesture, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she regained her composure. That villa was the least expensive in the community, situated in a remote area with poor lighting, and had lingered on the market for 6 months without a buyer. She scrutinized Yunsi with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. "Miss, are you certain you wish to purchase this property? What is the price of this villa?" Yunsi, eager to avoid any unnecessary delays, interjected, "The price is a flat 5 million. The saleswoman, while voicing the price, mused internally that given the girl's attire, she likely could not afford even the down payment. 5 million. Yunsi's heart skipped a beat. She possessed merely 1.5 million in her bank account, leaving her over 3 million short. Yet, her demeanor remained composed. She had already formulated a plan. She would resort to online loans. With the apocalypse looming, such loans would likely never require repayment. Thus, now was the opportune moment to borrow. The saleswoman, noting Yunsi's calm expression, felt a flicker of doubt, but dismissed it, preparing to show her out. Just then, Yunsi's voice rang out. "I can pay in full, but I have a condition." "In full?" The saleswoman was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. This girl appeared to be no more than 18 or 19. How could she possibly produce 5 million in cash to buy a home? She scanned Yunsi for any sign of affluence, but aside from those remarkably resolute eyes, she found no other clues. "Yes, in full," Yunsi asserted, her tone leaving no room for debate. "However, I must receive the keys today and expedite the transfer process." She understood the urgency. Everything needed to be arranged before the impending end of the world. The saleswoman hesitated but ultimately dialed the manager's number, reasoning that regardless of the truth of the girl's claims, it was best to leave such matters to the manager. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached, a shrewd smile adorning his face. "Miss, I am the manager here, Mr. Liu. I hear you wish to purchase that villa outright?" "Yes," Yunsi nodded. "But I need the keys today and the transfer completed swiftly." Mr. Liu scrutinized Yunsi, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Despite her youth, she articulated her thoughts clearly, her gaze unwavering, indicating she was not jesting. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Miss, purchasing the property outright is feasible, and I can assure you the keys will be ready today. However, the transfer process is rather intricate. The quickest it can be finalized is 3 days." 3 days? Yunsi furrowed her brow, feeling pressed for time. "Indeed, that is the protocol, and there is little we can do," Mr. Liu said, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Yunsi fell silent for a moment before responding, "I can add an additional 100,000, provided you complete all procedures by noon tomorrow." She recognized that in the realm of finance, regulations often crumbled before the might of money. Mr. Liu's eyes lit up at the mention of 100,000, It was no trifling sum. You are indeed straightforward, miss. I shall arrange this immediately, ensuring you receive your property certificate and keys by noon tomorrow. Very well, Yinsi nodded. This is 100,000 deposit, which I will transfer to you now. The remaining balance will be settled in full upon completion of the procedures tomorrow. As she spoke, she retrieved her bank card. Manager Liu's smile brightened further. No problem, Mississippi. Please wait here for a moment while I attend to the formalities. As Yinsi observed his hurried departure, she exhaled in relief. The first step had finally succeeded. Now, she needed to gather the funds. She took out her phone and began searching various online lending platforms, contemplating how she could procure 4 million in the shortest possible time. Approaching the window, she gazed at the sunlight outside, her heart brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in Shun Ziki's office, a subordinate's voice resonated through the phone. President Shun. Miss Yun has alighted at Yuntingbi Yuan and entered the sales hall. The tone carried a hint of uncertainty, suggesting that she was there to view properties. Shun Ziki paused in his review of documents, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuntingbi Yuan? I am familiar with that place. Its reputation is rather lackluster, yet the prices are exorbitantly high. Viewing properties? He scoffed, a trace of disdain lacing his voice. Can she afford it? That girl just emerged from Tianshang Renjian. Even if she has some savings, there is no way she could purchase a villa there. I refuse to believe she possesses such wealth. I'm not certain. The subordinate's voice wavered, but upon entering, the sales manager personally attended to her. And it seems they are having a fruitful discussion. Shinziki raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Could it be that the girl harbored secrets unbeknownst to him? After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, continue to monitor the situation and report any developments immediately. Understood, President Shun. Once the call ended, Shunziki reclined in his chair, his fingers gently tapping the desk's surface. This girl, Yunsi, was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. He had initially presumed she would seek a place to settle down or indulge in clothing and jewelry after acquiring the funds. But he never anticipated her intentions to purchase property at Yuntingbi Yuan. Was it an endeavor to escape her past, or did she have ulterior motives? His gaze deepened with contemplation. He recalled his words from the previous night. In 15 days, the world would change. Did she possess some knowledge of this? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion as improbable. How could a girl emerging from the nightlife scene possibly grasp such confidential matters? Perhaps she merely sought a place to call home. Nevertheless, a knowing smile graced Shinziki's lips. That location might hold a certain intrigue in the future. He picked up his phone and dialed another number. Hello. Could you please investigate the recent sales situation at Yuntingbi Yuan, particularly concerning the villa positioned in the far corner? After hanging up, he returned his attention to the documents on his desk, though his thoughts wandered. He felt a surge of anticipation regarding whether that girl could indeed afford a property at Yuntingbi Yuan. If she could, it would undoubtedly be quite fascinating. Meanwhile, in the sales hall, Yunsi sat on a sofa, engrossed in the information displayed on her phone screen, her fingers deftly maneuvering through various online lending platforms. She was acutely aware that her actions bore significant risk, yet in the face of an apocalyptic world, she found herself with no alternative. Gathering resources, honing her physical strength, and enhancing her skills were all arduous tasks, but she held on to a flicker of confidence. If she could secure a home in the Yuntingbi Yuan, her existence would be far superior to her previous life. Chapter 8. Online loans. The sofa in the sales hall was plush. Yet Yunsi felt only anxiety and an almost uncontrollable tremor in her heart, uncertain whether it stemmed from excitement or something else entirely. Her fingertips danced swiftly across her phone's screen, opening and closing the icons of various loan applications, their limits ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Akin to scattered coins, she endeavored to assemble into a fortress. Ding! Another notification signaled the arrival of 50,000. Yunsi fixated on the numbers in the message, her fingertips turning white with tension. In a span of 3 hours, she had applied to every platform she could find, from legitimate bank consumer loans to those teetering on the fringes of legality, and even the high-interest platforms that required photos of her ID. Ultimately, the total amount deposited reached 3,700,000. The phone's screen reflected her pale visage, the barrage of repayment reminders in the messages ensnaring her like a spider's web. Borrowed 100,000, principal and interest totaling 130,000 in 15 days. Borrowed 50,000, with a daily penalty of 3 for overdue payments. The interest rates were exorbitant, and the repayment dates were ominously set just before and after the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, Yunxi's gaze remained remarkably tranquil. 15 days? By then, currency would have become worthless paper, and these debts would vanish with the echoes of the undead. What she needed to do now was seize this fleeting moment and firmly grasp the villa in Yuntingbi Yuan. Miss Yun, the paperwork is complete. Manager Liu approached with a temporary agreement in hand, a courteous smile plastered on his face. Here are the keys to the villa. You may hold on to them for now. Just come by tomorrow afternoon to sign the official contract. Yunxi accepted the weighty keys, their icy touch sending a shiver through her fingertips. The keychain bore the villa number 2008, like a searing brand that extinguished her last flicker of hesitation. Thank you. She stowed her phone into her bag, and turned towards the door. Sunlight streamed through the glass facade, casting a long shadow upon the ground. With 370,000 in online loans and 150,000 in her bank account, she had enough to cover the 5 million for the property and a 10,000 urgent fee, leaving her with a mere 100,000. It was a high-stakes gamble, with her future hanging in the balance, and she had to emerge victorious. In the office of Shun Ziki, a subordinate reported with a tone tinged with disbelief, President Shun. Miss Yun has borrowed from dozens of online loan platforms, totaling 370,000. The interest rates are terrifying, and the repayment dates are all set for 15 days from now. Clack. The pen in Shun Ziki's fingers fell onto the desk with a crisp sound. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before morphing into derision. Does this girl intend to forfeit her life? With 370,000 in high-interest loans, in 15 days, the total amount, principal and interest, is likely to double. Even if she possesses extraordinary skills, it is implausible for her to repay this sum within a fortnight. After a moment's hesitation, a subordinate murmured, "Shall I instruct the team to have those platforms retract the loans?" The Shun family ostensibly dominates the financial sphere of City A, yet clandestinely. They wield control over all manner of gray industries. Terminating the loans from online lending platforms is merely a matter of words. Shinziki furrowed his brow, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the pen in his hand, as if weighing his options. Moments later, he relaxed his expression, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There is no need. Let her borrow. He reclined against the chair's back, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest in a slow rhythm, imbued with an undeniable sense of coercion. If she cannot repay in 15 days, without any intervention from them, simply bring her before me. Pausing, he gazed up at the azure sky, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, reminiscent of a cat poised to pounce on its prey. This time, I am eager to see how she intends to repay. As his words echoed, a chill seemed to sweep through the office. Shun Ziki's smile lacked warmth, revealing only the coldness of a scheme poised for success, causing his subordinate to involuntarily shudder. This master was not merely intent on having Miss Yun repay her debt. He was clearly awaiting the moment when he could fully seize control of her fate in 15 days. The subordinate bowed his head, hesitant to speak further, yet silently worried for Yunxi, realizing that having provoked Shinziki while owing such a substantial debt would render her quest for freedom increasingly arduous. Unbeknownst to Yunxi, who remained oblivious to Shun Ziki's machinations, she stood before the entrance of Villa 17, inserting her key and turning it. With a click, the lock disengaged, and a cloud of dust rushed forth. The villa, though exquisitely furnished, had been vacant for too long, a fine layer of dust blanketing the furniture. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the floating particles in the air. She stepped into the heart of the living room, surveying her surroundings. The first floor comprised a living room, kitchen, dining area, and a guest room, while the second floor housed 3 bedrooms and a terrace. The backyard connected to a dense forest on the hillside, offering a broad vista, a perfect sanctuary. Yunxi approached the terrace and pushed open the glass door. A gentle breeze from the mountains carried the fragrant scent of grass and trees, tousling the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. She gazed at the distant skyline of the city and began to compile a list on her phone. Supply list: food, compressed biscuits, canned goods, rice, cooking oil. The more, the better. The longer the shelf life, the better. Water, bottled water, large water storage barrels, water purification equipment, medicines, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, pain relievers, bandages, iodine weapons, machetes, fire axes, crossbows. Regulated knives are difficult to obtain, Alternative methods must be devised, others, lighters, candles, batteries, solar power banks, sleeping bags. Warm clothing. Having drafted such an extensive list, Yunsi found her funds limited to only 100,000, constraining her purchasing options. Ultimately, she planned to acquire large water storage barrels to collect tap water for her supplies, reserving the remaining funds to familiarize herself with the map over the next 10 days. Preparing for a future of zero-cost living in a post-apocalyptic world, it is advisable to commit to memory the locations of large supermarkets, pharmacies, and antique shops. Suddenly, the screen of her phone illuminated, revealing a message from an unfamiliar number. Miss Yun, Mr. Shin mentioned that should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to him. Yun Si stared at the message for 3 seconds, her fingertips deftly tapping out 2 words, no need. She then dismissed it. Her relationship with Shun Ziki was purely transactional. She needed money but wished to sever any further ties with him. After all, he owed her nothing. Having already provided her with 1 million yuan, a sum sufficient for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a while, had the apocalypse not arrived. With her thoughts set, she tucked her phone back into her pocket and descended the stairs. She needed to procure several large water storage containers before embarking on a shopping spree at the supermarket. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to waste a moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the villa, casting her shadow long and solitary, accentuating her desolate and cool demeanor. With nearly half a month remaining, she must devise a plan to earn some money. She had heard of an underground fighting arena in City A. She sought to ascertain how her current skills in the Heavenly Harmony Delusion technique, now at level 1, measured against those of professional fighters. Chapter 9. The fighting arena. Yun Si expended considerable effort to glean the precise location of the underground fighting arena from a street thug. The venue was well concealed, nestled deep within an abandoned industrial district, and without guidance, outsiders would be utterly lost in their search for the entrance. The following noon, she arrived punctually at the sales office of Yun Tingbi Yuan, where she signed the final document, promptly securing her property deed in her spatial storage. Gazing down at her space, a faint smile graced her lips. Such a significant possession as a property deed was best safeguarded in her spatial realm. A warmth blossomed in her chest, seemingly rejoicing at having secured a stable place to call home. Spatial storage, 100 cubic meters, occupied, 005. She glanced at her attribute panel, a smile still lingering. Subsequently, she ventured to the mall to purchase an oversized tracksuit, featuring a hoodie long enough to cover her hips and baggy sweatpants. After changing into her new attire, she examined herself in the mirror. Although the loose clothing did not completely conceal her alluring figure, with curves still evident, it was certainly preferable to being exposed, as it would afford her a degree of protection in a tumultuous environment. With everything prepared, Yun Si made her way to the underground fighting arena. Upon reaching the abandoned factory district, she located a discreet entrance, as per the information she had gathered. 2 imposing bouncers stood guard at the entrance. After explaining her purpose and providing a 5,000 yuan deposit, she was escorted inside. As she entered through the heavy iron door, a cacophony of noise and heat enveloped her. The main hall was alive with the clamor of voices, shrouded in smoke, the air thick with the sense of sweat, alcohol, and blood. At the center stood a fighting ring, encircled by barbed wire, where 2 men battled fiercely, their struggle drawing fervent cheers and shouts from the spectators. The atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. "Miss, are you here to watch the match or to place a bet?" The waiter halted in his tracks and turned to Yun Si, his gaze lingering on her for a few extra seconds. The girl was clad in loose-fitting attire, yet her curvaceous figure was still discernible. The exposed skin was fair and delicate, standing in stark contrast to the coarse and clamorous surroundings. The waiter silently scoffed. Pondering how someone with such an appearance could possibly be here to fight, she resembled a wealthy young lady who had inadvertently wandered into this place. Yun Si scanned the fighting arena and inquired of the waiter, "How may I enter the competition?" Startled by her question, the waiter quickly replied, "It can be arranged, but only starting from level C." "Very well," Yun Si nodded gently. "Oh, by the way, may I ask your name, miss?" The waiter asked as he produced a registration form. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Si casually responded, "Let us go with Wuyo." Once her information was recorded, the waiter went off to arrange her entry. Yun Si quietly moved to the betting area, observing the matchups displayed on the electronic screen, and placed a substantial wager on herself. Soon, it was her turn to step into the arena. Her opponent was a seemingly frail man, slight of build and slow in movement, which explained why he was relegated to the sea-level matches. As Yun-Si entered the fighting ring, the entire hall erupted with excitement. In this predominantly male environment, the sudden appearance of a delicate girl heightened the fervor among the crowd. "Is this little girl here to serve as a punching bag?" They jeered. "She looks so fragile. A single punch could take her down. I wager she won't last more than 30 seconds." The cacophony of mockery and derision filled the air, yet Yun-Si remained unfazed. She flexed her limbs, harnessing the strength bestowed upon her by the heavenly harmony delusion technique, her gaze sharpening with intensity. As the starting whistle blew, the man lunged at her with a menacing grin, his fists slicing through the air with considerable force. However, to Yun-Si, his movements appeared as if they were played in slow motion. She deftly sidestepped his punch and, with a swift kick, struck his knee. The sound of a sickening crack echoed through the arena as the man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling in pain. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Yun-Si in disbelief, as if they could scarcely comprehend what they had just witnessed. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted, far more fervent than before. Yun-Si had claimed an effortless victory. She descended from the fighting platform to collect her winnings and the prize money, a considerable sum indeed. After securing her earnings, she turned to leave. "Miss, please wait." A portly middle-aged man approached her briskly, blocking her path. Yun-Si turned, her expression darkening as she coldly queried, "What is it? Am I allowed to come, but not to leave?" The man hastily waved his hands in explanation. "You misunderstand, Mississippi. I am the manager here. My name is Wang Tao. I merely wish to inquire if Miss Wuyo will be returning tomorrow. If so, I can inform our regular patrons in advance to come and watch your match." Yun-Si understood immediately. It was rare for women to compete in such venues, and Wang Tao clearly intended to use her as a gimmick to attract more customers. She nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation, and turned to leave. Upon exiting the underground fighting arena, the chilly air outside invigorated Yun-Si considerably. She felt the money in her pocket, mentally calculating that she could continue to fight until the arrival of the apocalypse, earning money while having sparring partners. The night was deep, and Yun-Si's silhouette vanished into the darkness, leaving only the sound of her determined footsteps as she headed towards the Yun-Tingbi Yuan. At the Shun Corporation, a knock echoed, and Shun Ziki's cold, magnetic voice emerged from his lips. "Come in." Assistant Shung, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "Miss Yun has gone to the underground fighting arena and even defeated a sea-level fighter. She plans to return tomorrow. Should we intervene, boss?" Shun Ziki pondered momentarily before inquiring, "What did she say in response to your message?" Assistant Chung thought to himself, who would have imagined that the esteemed assistant of Shin Corporation, earning a six-figure salary, would have to monitor his boss's woman's daily activities. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he responded, "Miss Yun only has 100,000 left after purchasing the Yun-Tingbi Yuan, and she needs to repay the loan in half a month. If it were me, I would go as well. After all, the earnings come quickly there." Shinziki rubbed his nose, remaining silent. The image of the little girl, her delicate eyes tinged with red, surfaced in his mind, her soft moans when he was too rough, and her playful scratching. He decided to let her be, instructing to ensure she was not harmed. "All right, boss," Assistant Chung replied before stepping out. After a moment of contemplation, Shunziki dialed Yun-Si's number. When her phone rang, she was still asleep, having returned at 3 in the morning and feeling utterly exhausted. "Hello, who is this?" The girl's hoarse yet melodious voice came through the line. Shinziki felt a slight itch in his ears but restrained himself, saying, "It's me." Yun-Si instantly perked up, pausing before responding, "Oh, Mr. Shun. Is there something you need? You are in dire need of money." Yun-Si did not deny it. "How about coming to be my assistant? With a salary equivalent to assistant Shun? Is this a legitimate assistant position?" Yun-Si teased. "Perhaps it's best to decline. Things are quite satisfactory as they are." Shinziki, slightly vexed, retorted, "Do as you wish." Yun-Si then heard the sound of the call disconnecting. Shaking her head, she found no inclination to return to sleep. Reflecting on her progress with the He Huan Wang Qing Ju, which had stalled at 155, she realized that her own meditation was progressing too slowly. Perhaps it was time to seek Shinziki's assistance for another nap. She had also achieved a certain level of understanding that day, and she could absorb that kind of energy for her cultivation. She would think about it later. Stepping out, she decided to grab a bite to eat and browse for any antique shops nearby. Chapter 10. The curved moon and the blade Yun-Si summoned a taxi via a mobile app, waiting at the entrance of Yunting Biyuan for her ride to arrive. Once inside, she provided the most bustling address in the city center, Jingming Street. As the scenery outside the window whizzed by, she leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest, yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of purchasing weapons. In the impending apocalypse, a reliable weapon would prove more essential than anything else. Although machetes and fire axes are easily obtainable, they ultimately pale in comparison to genuine weapons in terms of sharpness and durability. She recalled witnessing someone in her previous life cleave a zombie's skull with a tang sword, an image that left a profound impression on her. "Master, just stop at the intersection ahead," Yun-Si instructed. After paying, she alighted from the vehicle and entered a noodle shop that appeared clean and tidy. It was mealtime, and the establishment was bustling with patrons. She chose a seat by the window and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. While waiting for her meal, she observed the owner diligently wiping down the tables. "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" Yun-Si began. The owner, a man in his 40s, smiled and replied, "What can I do for you, young lady? Do you know if there are any antique shops nearby? Preferably one that sells tang swords." Yun-Si spoke vaguely, wary of drawing unnecessary attention. The owner paused momentarily, scrutinizing her with a hint of surprise in his eyes, yet he responded truthfully, "As it happens, I do know a friend who owns an antique shop. He has all sorts of peculiar items. Perhaps he has what you seek." "Really?" Yun-Si's eyes lit up. "Could you possibly take me there? I'll cover your travel expenses." "Oh, there's no need for that. We're acquaintances," the owner waved dismissively. "Once you finish your noodles, I'll take you over. I'm not busy." Yun-Si felt a wave of joy and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much." Soon, the beef noodles arrived, steaming and fragrant. Famished, Yun-Si lowered her head and devoured the dish. After finishing, the owner removed his apron and said to her, "Let us go. I'll show you the way." Nodding, Yun-Si followed him out of the noodle shop. They traversed 2 streets and arrived at a relatively secluded alley. On either side stood charming, antiquated buildings, and at the end was a shop adorned with a sign reading Treasured Artifacts Pavilion, which exuded an air of age. "This is it," the owner indicated. Just as they reached the entrance, a resounding voice emerged from within the shop. "Ah, Laoli, what brings you here today?" A stout man stepped out. The owner of the antique shop, Lao Wu. "Hey, Lao Wu," the restaurant owner greeted with a smile. "I brought you some business. This young lady is in search of a tang sword, so don't try to deceive her with inferior goods." Lao Wu laughed heartily. "Since she is brought by you, I will certainly give her my utmost respect. Rest assured, I would not tarnish my own reputation." With that, the restaurant owner gestured towards Yun-Si, assuring her of Lao Wu's reliability before turning to leave. Lao Wu warmly welcomed Yun-Si. "Come in, young lady. What kind of tang sword are you looking for?" As she stepped into the shop, her gaze swept across the myriad of antiques displayed on the shelves, including porcelain, jade, paintings, and some weapons that appeared quite ancient. Casually, she inquired, "Do you have a variety of items here?" Puffing out his chest proudly, Lao Wu replied, "Indeed. Our Treasured Artifacts Pavilion boasts the most comprehensive collection in the entire A city, with the most reasonable prices. Regardless of whether it is the bronze wares from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the exquisite paintings from the Ming and Qing dynasties, or the ancient cold weapons used by martial families, I can procure almost anything you desire." Yun-Si nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to wander through the shop. Her gaze lingered longest on the weapons, scrutinizing them one by one. There were long swords, axes, spears, and tang knives, but none seemed to satisfy her. Just as she was nearing the end of her exploration, her eyes suddenly fixated on a curved saber resembling a crescent moon tucked away in a corner. The weapon, entirely black and uniquely designed, radiated a chilling aura akin to a slender crescent moon, captivating her interest. Old Wu, having noticed her fascination, approached and remarked, "Young lady, you possess an excellent eye. This is a round moon saber, measuring 3 feet in length and weighing 2 jin and 7 liang, forged from a millennium-old cold mountain dark iron." He gestured to the blade, where tiny inscriptions read, "In the east wind of the night, flowers bloom on 1,000 trees," prominently etched into its surface. He paused briefly before continuing. "However, this blade is imbued with an intense malevolence that ordinary individuals cannot wield. It easily affects the mind, leading one astray. Nevertheless, its edge is remarkably sharp, capable of severing hair and slicing through iron as though it were mud. Yun-Si reached for the saber. Its cool surface felt just right in her grip, evoking an inexplicable sense of harmony. A faint chill emanated from the blade, likely the malevolence Old Wu spoke of. Yet she did not feel the overwhelming negativity he described. Instead, a gentle warmth blossomed in her chest, as if the ylang flower within her responded to the weapon, resonating with an innate connection. Detected a special weapon capable of resonating with the ylang flower mark. Would you like to bind? A mechanical voice echoed in her mind, and Yun-Si felt a surge of excitement, promptly affirming in her thoughts, bind. Binding successful. Please store it in your spatial inventory for nurturing. Elated, she looked up at Old Wu and inquired, Boss, I'll take it. How much? Old Wu was taken aback by her decisive response and hesitated for a moment before stating, This round moon saber is a rare treasure. Given my friendship with Old Li, I can offer you a fair price, 800,000. 800,000. Yun-Si frowned. Her total funds barely amounted to 200,000, insufficient even for this saber, let alone for additional supplies. Yet, she was reluctant to part with the weapon. The sense of affinity it provided was undeniable, and she was certain that if she missed this opportunity, she would never encounter such a compatible companion again. Old Wu, perceiving her hesitation, said, Young lady, this price is truly reasonable. If you find it too steep, we can negotiate further. After a moment of contemplation, Yun-Si replied, Boss Wu, I currently do not have that much cash on hand. Would it be possible for me to pay a portion now and settle the remainder tomorrow? Fearing his refusal, she quickly added, I possess a property at Yuntingbi Yuan that I can use as collateral. Pretending to retrieve the property deed from her backpack, she hoped to persuade him. Old Wu deliberated, gritting his teeth before conceding. All right, in light of my friendship with Old Li, I will trust you this once. But I do not require the property deed as collateral. Yun-Si hastily retrieved her bank card from her bag, swiping a deposit of 200,000, and arranged with Old Wu to return the following day to settle the remaining balance. With the curved moon blade in hand, she turned and exited the antique shop. Once she stepped out of the alley, a long sigh of relief escaped her lips. Although the expenditure was considerable, acquiring this blade felt worthwhile. With it, her chances of survival in the apocalyptic world had notably increased. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already afternoon, compelling her to earn some money swiftly. Hailing a taxi, she provided the address of the largest wholesale market, mentally strategizing to scout the area while she was there. Meanwhile, at the Shin Group, Shinziki was reading a message from Assistant Chung, his brow slightly furrowed. She purchased a blade? Shinziki was taken aback. Indeed, boss, Assistant Chung affirmed. It is said to be an antique blade known as the curved moon blade, costing 800,000. Shinziki's fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze inscrutable. This girl spent 800,000 on a blade. It seemed she was genuinely preparing for the future. He picked up his phone and dialed Yun-Si. Hello, President Shun. What brings you to call? Yun-Si's voice came through the line, tinged with a hint of impatience. I heard you bought a blade. Shinziki inquired. Yes. What of it? Yun-Si responded, puzzled. If you are short on funds, you needn't resort to such measures. There's no need to engage in fights or purchase a blade at such expense. Shinziki's tone bore a subtle note of concern. Yun-Si paused momentarily before replying. I'm fine, President Shun. I can manage my own affairs. With that, she abruptly ended the call, denying Shinziki any further opportunity to speak. Listening to the dial tone, Shinziki shook his head in resignation. This girl was certainly stubborn. Turning to Assistant Chung, he instructed, investigate Old Wu from the Baochi Pavilion. See if he has any more valuable items and acquire them all for me. Understood, boss, Assistant Chung responded before departing. Shinziki gazed out the window, his expression contemplative. Chapter 11 S-Class, Jiangche. The wholesale market buzzed with activity, a cacophony of vendors shouting their wares. Yun-Si navigated through the throngs of people, her eyes swiftly scanning the shelves as she diligently noted items in her small notebook. Rice, flour, compressed biscuits, canned goods, she jotted down long-lasting, easily stored food supplies as she walked. Upon reaching the daily necessities section, she recorded essential items such as toilet paper, soap, and candles. Spotting large water storage barrels piled in a corner, she made sure to note their dimensions and prices. After completing her circuit, her notebook was filled with densely packed entries. Closing it, Yun-Si assessed her findings. The total cost of these supplies would be substantial, far beyond her current financial means. Perhaps it would be wise to wait and consider a zero-cost acquisition later. Yet, first, she needed to engage in boxing to earn some money. Sighing, she exited the wholesale market and hailed a taxi back to Yunting Villa. Upon returning to the villa, she placed the curved moon blade into her storage space for nurturing, following the guidance in her mind. Just as she completed this task, the doorbell rang. Yunsi was somewhat perplexed. At this hour, who could it possibly be? She approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to be greeted by an unexpected visitor. Upon opening the door, she found Shinziki standing at her threshold, her brows furrowing slightly. "Mr. Shun, what brings you here?" Shinziki raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. "What? Am I not welcome? I thought perhaps you were here to collect a debt," Yunsi retorted casually. Shinziki's lips twitched. "The debt collectors will be coming in a few days. I'm here to deliver something to you. Are you not going to let me in? Please. Come in." Yunsi hastily stepped aside. "There's no need for such formality," Shinziki remarked, gesturing to the car parked by the roadside. Assistant Chung promptly exited the vehicle, carrying several boxes, and swiftly approached the entrance. He placed the items on the floor of Yunsi's living room, bowed respectfully to Shinziki, and then departed. Yunsi observed Assistant Cheng's seamless actions, unable to suppress a smirk as she glanced at Shinziki. "Your assistant left without waiting for you?" Hearing this, Shinziki felt a twinge of frustration. "You ungrateful person, I paid for that knife." "Well, thank you, Mr. Shun," Yunsi replied nonchalantly. However, Shinziki insisted with an air of authority. "I prefer to hear you call me Shinziki or Brother Ziki. And how do you intend to repay me?" Yunsi's ears flushed a deep crimson, and she shot him a glare, defiantly replying, "With my body." Shinziki, captivated by the woman before him, whose anger seemed to possess an enticing quality, could not help but swallow hard. He stepped closer, grasping her chin, his voice laden with suggestive undertones. "You did say that." Startled by his sudden advance, Yunsi instinctively tried to pull away, only to find his grip tightening. The crisp scent of cedar wafted from him, mingling with the unabashed possessiveness in his gaze. "I was just joking," Yunsi stammered, flustered. Shinziki chuckled softly and released her. "Just teasing you." He walked over to the boxes, inspecting their contents. "See if there is anything here that you might find useful." Only then did Yunsi notice the boxes. She approached and opened one, revealing a finely crafted crossbow, alongside several bundles of bolts. Intrigued, she opened another box, discovering an assortment of medical supplies and first aid items. These, she looked at Shinziki in surprise. Assistant Chung procured them from the Bowie Pavilion. They are said to be sharp and possess a certain legendary quality. "I thought you might find them useful, so I brought them over," Shinziki explained casually, realizing the significance of the numerous boxes Assistant Chung had carried. Yunsi felt a swirl of complex emotions. She did not wish to feel indebted to Shinziki, yet these items were undeniably essential for her at this moment. "Thank you," Yunsi expressed sincerely. "No need for gratitude," Shinziki replied, studying her. "But do you truly intend to continue fighting in that underground arena for money? Is there another option?" Yunsi countered. "I am in dire need of funds. I once mentioned that you could assist me," Shinziki reiterated. Yunsi shook her head. "Perhaps not. I cherish my freedom." Shinziki did not press the issue. Instead, he approached the window, gazing at the scenery beyond. "In just over 10 days. Do you plan to remain here indefinitely?" he inquired. "What else is there?" Yunsi retorted. "I know of a place where one can acquire some contraband," Shinziki replied, turning to face her. "Would you care to join me tomorrow night to take a look?" Yunsi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What kind of place? Is it firearms?" "You'll find out in due time," Shinziki teased. "Just tell me whether you will accompany me or not." After a moment's hesitation, Yunsi, uncertain of the nature of the place Shinziki mentioned, yet intrigued by the prospect of weapons, finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, I'll go." Shinziki's smile radiated satisfaction. "Excellent. I shall pick you up at 7 tomorrow evening." With that, he turned and departed. As she watched Shinziki's retreating figure, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within Yunsi. She moved towards the boxes nearby, beginning to organize their contents: crossbows, medical supplies, and various weapons whose names she could not recall. These items would undoubtedly provide her with an added layer of security in the impending apocalypse. "What exactly are you up to, Shinziki?" Yunsi murmured to herself. Unbeknownst to her, Assistant Chung, who had already left, was now retracing his steps. Seated in the car, Shinziki gazed intently in the direction of the villa, his expression contemplative. Boss, where to next? Assistant Chung inquired. Back to the company. Shinziki replied coolly. As Assistant Chung started the vehicle, he couldn't help but wonder about Shinziki's intentions. What is the boss scheming this time? Delivering gifts and extending invitations. Why not stay the night with Miss Yun? It appears he is quite taken with her. Meanwhile, in the treasure pavilion, Old Wu surveyed the empty shelves, his heart brimming with joy. He had assumed these items were purchased through Yun-Si's introductions, particularly since a single crescent moon blade could fetch 800,000, a trivial sum for true aficionados of blades. To his surprise, the buyer not only settled the price for the blade, but also claimed that Yun-Si had directed him to do so, adding an extra 200,000 to the total. What a windfall! Old Wu chuckled, contemplating how to cultivate a closer relationship with this young lady. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the Yuntingbi Yuan. Yun-Si remained resolute in her intention to visit the fighting arena. Upon her arrival, she found the venue still sparsely populated. So she took a seat and fixated her gaze on the fighters warming up, meticulously observing their movements and techniques, eager to learn any useful maneuvers. Having taken up combat on a whim, she lacked formal training and relied on a ruthless approach, striking to injure, often at her own expense. If only I had the means, I would surely hire an S-class fighter to teach me, particularly that one named Jiang Che, she pondered. Jiang Che, renowned for his exceptional skill and extensive experience, would undoubtedly elevate her abilities. Chapter 12. Falling stars. The clamor of the underground fighting arena was more pronounced than the previous night. As Yun-Si stepped into the hall, she was enveloped by an electric atmosphere. The highlight of the evening was the match featuring the S-class fighter, Jiang Che. Spectators roared while brandishing their betting slips, and the air was thick with the scent of adrenaline. Miss Wu Yu, you've arrived. Wang Tao greeted her with a beaming smile, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. With Jiang Che fighting tonight, would you care to test your luck? Following his gaze to the fighting ring, Yun-Si observed a man in a black tank top, stretching his limbs. He had a well-proportioned physique, his muscles smooth yet not overly bulging, and his gaze was as cold as ice. It was Jiang Che. Who is his opponent? Yun-Si inquired. Also an S-class, Kong Su. However, I doubt he stands a chance, Wang Tao whispered. Jiang Che's skills are top tier among the S-class fighters. Yun-Si remained silent and walked towards the betting area. She had only 8,000 yuan left, her entire remaining fortune. Glancing at the odds displayed on the electronic screen, Jiang Che's winning probability stood at a staggering 1-2, a clear advantage. All on Jiang Che, she stated calmly, pushing her money forward. The staff member glanced at her twice as he entered the information. This seemingly delicate girl had won a substantial amount just yesterday. As the starting whistle blew, Jiang Che sprang into action. His movements were swift, almost like a fleeting shadow. As he dodged Kong Su's heavy punch, his elbow had already connected with his opponent's ribs. A dull thud resonated as Kong Su doubled over, and Jiang Che swiftly locked his neck. 3 seconds later, the referee rang the bell to signal the end. The entire sequence was executed with precision, lasting less than 10 seconds. The stands erupted in deafening cheers, yet Yun-Si calmly made her way to the payout counter. With the initial 8,000 yuan, after deducting fees, she would receive 90,000. Though not a fortune, it was sufficient to cover her forthcoming expenses. Wang Tao. Yun-Si approached him backstage, cash in hand. I intend to fight twice tonight. Wang Tao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Miss Wu Yu plans to ride the wave of victory? Not a problem. I'll make the arrangements right away. He glanced at the match list. Shall we start with a B-class warm-up? That works, Yun-Si nodded. She could sense her inner strength steadily increasing. The progress of the Hehuan Wang Qingju had reached 51, making it feasible to confront a B-class opponent. While waiting for her turn, she overheard 2 fighters nearby discussing her. Is that girl out of her mind? She just fought a C-class and now dares to challenge a B-class? Perhaps she's gone mad for money. Didn't you see her bet on Jiang Che? If she wins, she'll be floating on air. Yun-Si paid them no heed, simply closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. During the hours she had spent nurturing the crescent moon blade within her, a faint energy seemed to pulse through her veins, allowing her formerly fragile body to gradually acclimatize to the burgeoning strength within, enhancing her reaction speed. B-class match, Wu Yu versus Yi Go. The referee's voice rang out. Yun-Si pulled the hood of her sweatshirt over her head and strode onto the fighting stage. The opponent was a burly man with a face full of flesh, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth, and his gaze fixated on her, as if she were a delectable piece of meat already within reach. "Little lady, just wait. I shall show you my prowess," he taunted, rubbing his hands together. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and bets on him piled high like a small mountain. With odds on Yunsi reaching an astonishing 5-1, Yunsi remained silent, merely bending her knees slightly to assume a defensive stance. The moment the whistle blew, the man lunged at her with the ferocity his name suggested, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtling toward her face. Yunsi sidestepped, simultaneously executing a whip kick aimed at his knee, a technique she had learned from Jiang Che. "Ah!" he cried out, collapsing to one knee. Before he could rise, Yunsi's elbow struck the back of his neck with precision. 3 seconds later, when the referee's bell rang again, an eerie silence enveloped the arena for a full 5 seconds before erupting into frenzied cheers. "This woman is formidable. Damn my money." As Yunsi stepped off the stage, Wang Tao's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. "Miss Wuyo, your skills are exceptional." The A-level opponent was now ready. Should she proceed? Yunsi took a towel to wipe the sweat from her brow, feeling the power within her flowing ever more smoothly through the rigors of combat. Unprecedented excitement and exhilaration surged within her, causing the orchid tattoo on her chest to tingle with warmth. The A-level adversary was a man trained in Sanzhou, his punches executed with clarity and significantly more challenging than the previous opponent. They sparred for several rounds, during which Yunsi deliberately feigned a weakness. At the moment he struck, she sidestepped, her elbow crashing heavily into his ribs. The unmistakable crack echoed once more. When the referee announced Wuyo as the victor, Yunsi heard a chorus of lamentations, indicating that the majority had placed their bets incorrectly. Time to collect. She slapped 2 winning tickets on the counter, her voice tinged with fatigue, yet unable to conceal her excitement. The B-level victory earned her 40,000, while the A-level's odds were even higher, yielding a 20-fold return. The staff's fingers trembled as they counted the cash, ultimately presenting her with a thick wad of bills, a total of 1,600,000. Yunsi stuffed the money into her backpack, its weight pressed down on her shoulders, yet her heart felt light. With the previous 90,000 added, she now had 1,690,000, sufficient to procure a substantial supply of resources. "Wang Tao, I shall return tomorrow," she declared before turning to exit the fighting arena. Dawn had begun to break, the sky lightening to a pale hue. Yunsi savored a bowl of steaming soy milk and fried dough by the roadside. Upon returning to the Yunting-Bun, the morning light filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow at the villa's entrance. She stored the cash in her safe space and stepped into the bathroom. The hot water cascaded over her body, washing away fatigue and the scent of blood. The reflection in the mirror revealed dark circles under her eyes, yet her gaze sparkled with a remarkable brightness. 1,600,000, she murmured to herself, tracing her fingers over the orchid tattoo beneath her collarbone. "Still too little. I can scarcely buy a few firearms. Nevertheless, I have my companions, and the crescent moon blade awaits." As she dried her hair and lay down on her bed, the chirping of birds outside harmonized perfectly with the moment. Yunsi closed her eyes, and her consciousness swiftly sank into darkness. This time, she did not experience nightmares of the apocalypse. As the sun crept to the head of her bed, Yunsi remained in deep slumber, a subtle smile gracing her lips. A stark contrast to her previously frosty demeanor. With just that slight upward curve, her exquisite face radiated an even more vibrant brilliance. When not smiling, she resembled a celestial maiden fallen to the mortal realm, untouched by the trivialities of the world. In the office of the president of the Shun Corporation, Assistant Chung pushed a document toward Shinziki. "Boss, this is Miss Wuyo's competition record from last night." He gazed at the battle video on the screen, unable to suppress his astonishment. She had won against both B and A grade opponents, with odds multiplying 20-fold, yielding a profit of 1,600,000. Shunziki tapped his fingers on the document, his gaze fixed on the moment Yunsi executed a kick in the video. The movement was clean and decisive, imbued with a reckless ferocity, a stark contrast to her softness when cradled in his arms. "She is certainly becoming increasingly formidable," he murmured, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. "Is everything prepared for tomorrow night?" "Everything is in order. The black market dares not play tricks," Assistant Chung nodded. "But is it appropriate to take her there? That place is rife with dangers. What if she gets hurt?" Shinziki glanced at him. "Do you think she needs protection?" Recalling the decisive elbow strike in the video, Assistant Chung silently closed his mouth, suddenly feeling that he was the one who needed protection. After all, a person who could win 2 matches in the fighting arena was likely far more capable than he was. Shinziki turned his attention back to the screen, watching Yunxi's silhouette as she turned and left after her victory, elongated in the morning light, tenacious like a rose growing against the wind. Intriguing, he chuckled softly, picking up his phone to send Yunxi a message. "I will pick you up at 7 tonight." As the message sent successfully, he could almost envision her arching an eyebrow and pouting upon reading it. Truly, she was becoming increasingly captivating. Chapter 13. The Never-Setting Sun. The orange glow seeping through the curtain's gap fell upon Yunxi's eyelids, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes. Outside, the sky had already taken on the warm hues of dusk. She reached for her phone on the bedside table when the screen illuminated. It revealed the time to be 5 o'clock, with a message from Shunziki time-stamped at noon. "I will pick you up at 7 tonight." With her fingertips tapping the screen, she replied, "All right. I have 1,600,000. I wonder how many rounds I can secure with that." After hitting send, she tossed her phone back onto the bedside table and sluggishly propped herself up. The remnants of a hangover-induced fatigue lingered in her limbs. Yet the thought of the weapons soon to be in her possession banished all weariness, invigorating her spirit instead. In the conference room of the Shun Corporation, the vibrating hum of a phone shattered the solemn atmosphere. Shunziki glanced at the message preview that popped up on the screen. The hands of his Patek Philippe had just passed 5:10. Today's meeting concludes here. He closed the folder, rising with the hem of his suit cutting a sharp arc, leaving a room full of executives exchanging glances as he strode out of the conference room. Upon returning to the office, he opened Yunxi's message and typed 2 words on the screen: "Enough." At that moment, Yunxi was hesitating over a food delivery app, the icons for spicy hot pot and braised chicken rice flashing alternately on the screen when her phone vibrated again. "I'll come pick you up now. Let us go have a meal together." As she read the message, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. This person was becoming increasingly direct, exhibiting a charming blend of assertiveness and an inexplicable adorableness. All right. While changing her clothes, Yunxi rummaged through her wardrobe for a considerable time. A loose-fitting tracksuit lay discarded in the corner. Ultimately, she opted for a sleek black windbreaker over a burgundy camisole, pairing it with high-waisted jeans and Martin boots. Standing in front of the mirror, the hem of her jeans just revealing a hint of her ankle, her already long legs appeared even more elongated. She styled her long hair into a high ponytail, with a few strands falling gracefully by her ears. The girl in the mirror had sharp, striking features, shedding the icy demeanor and fierce intensity of the past, now radiating a vibrant confidence. Just as she packed the 1.6 million she had won the previous night into her suitcase, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Yunxi grabbed her backpack, slinging it over her shoulder. And as she opened the door, she collided with Shunziki, who was leaning against the car door, his gaze fixed on her. Dressed in a deep gray suit with a loosely knotted tie, his eyes revealed a fleeting glimmer of astonishment upon seeing her. Was this truly the same girl? Once disheveled and stubborn during their first encounter, now she resembled a phoenix unshackled, exuding a radiant allure. Even the evening breeze seemed to pause for her. The twilight light draped her in a carefree elegance, making her appear more beautiful than ever. Taken aback, Yunxi opened the car door, teasingly raising an eyebrow. Assistant Chung helped her load the suitcase into the car, internally pondering, what a live ancestor. Who taught you to carry so much cash outside? It's not just cumbersome. It's unsafe. Shinziki snapped back to reality, his throat moving slightly as he replied, "No." He settled into the back seat, his gaze lingering on her face. Did she truly feel secure carrying such money with her? Given Shun's wealth, could he even be interested in her modest means? Yunxi rolled her eyes and placed her backpack on her lap. Assistant Chung, seated in the driver's seat, stole a glance at the back through the rearview mirror. Miss Yun's outfit, combined with her assertive demeanor, made her appear like an entirely different person compared to her look in the fighting arena yesterday. Indeed, money has a way of transforming one's appearance. Silence enveloped them as the car stopped in front of a private dining establishment, clearly a regular at this venue. Shinziki was led directly to a private room on the top floor, where they could admire the sunset illuminating half the city through the window. "Try this," he said, serving her a piece of squirrel fish, prepared with a traditional sweet and sour sauce. Yunxi took a bite, the sweet and tangy sauce enveloping the crispy yet tender fish, instantly awakening her taste buds. She was indeed famished, having slept until dusk, her stomach growling in protest. At that moment, she couldn't bother with manners and devoured her meal rapidly. Shinziki watched her cheeks puffed with food, unable to conceal the amusement in his eyes. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Yunsi responded ambiguously, deftly picking up a piece of shrimp steamed egg. The meal unfolded in an unexpectedly serene atmosphere, devoid of any awkwardness. Outside the window, the glow of the sunset was gradually consumed by the encroaching night, while the warm light within the private room illuminated the profiles of the two, creating a strangely comforting ambience. After the meal, Assistant Chung drove directly onto the highway. Yunsi leaned against the window, watching as the streetlights cast long trails of light on the glass. Occasionally, Shinziki would engage her in conversation about the rules of the black market, but for the most part, silence enveloped them. We're almost there. Assistant Cheng's voice shattered the tranquility as they exited the highway, entering a brightly lit urban area. Despite the late hour, the neon lights here were blinding, and the shop fronts along the street had their roll-up doors wide open, with the aroma of barbecued food mingling with the scent of perfume wafting through the car window. The pedestrians on the street moved hurriedly, their faces reflecting a blend of caution and excitement. This was the lawless zone at the intersection of two cities. Shinziki explained that during the day it resembled a ghost town, yet at night, it was more bustling than the CBD of City A. The car finally came to a halt in front of a building adorned with the sign of the Never-Setting Sun Hotel, its neon lights flickering. Assistant Chung turned off the engine and announced, "We've arrived." As Yunsi opened the car door, a sudden chill ran through her. The night breeze carried not only the clamor of the city but also a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood, instantly heightening her senses. Shinziki approached her side, noticing her grip tighten on her backpack strap. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Who is afraid?" Yunsi retorted defiantly, yet instinctively took a half-step closer to him. The three entered the hotel lobby, where a provocatively dressed server was jesting with a burly man. Upon spotting Shinziki, the server's eyes lit up. But before he could approach, he was halted by Assistant Chung. "We're looking for Brother Leopard." Assistant Chung revealed a solid gold token embossed with a fierce beast's head. The server's smile faltered, and he quickly nodded and bowed. "Brother Leopard is waiting for you upstairs. I'll take you right away." The elevator stopped at the top floor, and as the doors opened, a heavy scent of cigars wafted in. A bald man in a floral shirt was seated on a sofa, engaged in a card game. Upon seeing Shinziki, he pushed his cards aside and rose with a grin. "Young Master Shun, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Shinziki bypassed pleasantries and inquired directly, "Where are the goods?" "All prepared." Brother Leopard rubbed his hands together, signaling to a nearby subordinate to promptly bring forth the items for young Master Shun's inspection. Several men in black suits swiftly brought over elongated boxes, and as they opened them, the cold metallic glint beneath the crystal chandelier was blinding. Yunsi's breath caught in her throat. Inside the boxes lay an array of firearms, compact Browning handguns suitable for close-range defense, AK-47 assault rifles exuding an unrefined, cold hardness, and even a Barrett sniper rifle, its dark muzzle radiating a menacing aura. Her fingertips trembled slightly. In her past life, she had only seen firearms in the hands of powerful individuals with abilities, never expecting to witness such a collection all at once. "Which one do you fancy?" The voice of Shinziki resonated beside her, laced with a hint of amusement. "Feel free to choose." Beside him, Brother Bao ingratiatingly added, "Friends brought by young Master Shun are treated as family, all at cost price. A pistol is 31,000, a rifle 100,000, and the Barrett is a bit pricier, costing 300,000. Yunsi's gaze flitted over the firearms, eventually settling on a Glock 17. Its compact build and minimal recoil made it suitable for a novice like her. "I'll take 2 of these," she said, pointing to the Glock and then to the AK-47. "I'll need 3 rifles and a larger quantity of ammunition." "Certainly." Brother Bao immediately instructed his underlings to pack the items. With ammunition calculated by the box, 5,000 rounds per box for 10,000. Just as Yunsi was about to nod in agreement, Shinziki interjected, "I'll also take a Barrett with armor-piercing rounds." "Young Master Shun." Brother Bao hesitated. "Armor-piercing rounds are heavily regulated and will incur additional costs." Shinziki interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for debate. Brother Bao's eyes darted, and he quickly responded, "Of course. How could I forget? We have them." Yunsi furrowed her brow. I can't afford that much. A Barrett with armor-piercing rounds costs at least 500,000. I'll gift it to you, Shinziki replied, his gaze earnest. You will need it in the future. Long-range weaponry is crucial. Yunsi opened her mouth to decline, but swallowed her words upon encountering the determination in his eyes. She understood that this was not the time for stubbornness. Thank you. I will repay you later. A cryptic smile curved Shinziki's lips. A payment in kind could also suffice. Yunsi's cheeks flushed crimson as she seized the box containing the firearms and strode towards the exit. Assistant Chung, please settle the bill. Assistant Chung suppressed a laugh, verifying the prices with Brother Bao. 2 pistols for 60,000, 3 rifles for 300,000, 5 boxes of ammunition for 50,000, plus the Barrett and armor-piercing rounds for 500,000, totaling 920,000. Yunsi counted out the cash and handed over 920,000, feeling a sense of relief with the remaining 770,000. This amount would be sufficient to procure a supply of food and medicine. Younger Master Shun, won't you stay a while longer? Brother Bao inquired, eager to retain them. No. Shinziki glanced at his watch. We have matters to attend to. As they exited the hotel, the night enveloped them in its deep embrace. Yunsi cradled the box of firearms, its weight providing her with an immense sense of security. Where to next? She asked. To the warehouse, Shinziki replied. Opening the car door. I've had some supplies prepared to take back. As Assistant Chung started the car, he couldn't resist glancing in the rearview mirror. The two in the back seat sat side by side, Yunsi intently examining the Glock, while Shinziki's gaze rested on her focused profile. The interplay of light and shadow from the street lamps danced in his eyes, revealing a gentleness that contrasted sharply with his usual decisive demeanor. Assistant Chung silently withdrew his gaze, thinking that this errand had not been in vain. At least he had witnessed a free drama unfolding before him. Outside, the neon lights continued to flicker, yet Yunsi felt an unusual tranquility within her. She knew that with these weapons, her chances of survival in this apocalyptic world had increased significantly. Moreover, the man beside her seemed far more approachable than she had initially imagined. Perhaps, occasionally relying on others is not such a bad thing. She cast a furtive glance at Shinziki, who coincidentally turned his head, and their eyes collided in the dimly lit carriage. As if an electric current had passed between them, Yunsi quickly averted her gaze, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Truly, the allure of male beauty is captivating. Chapter 14. Tenderness. The rolling shutter door of the warehouse slowly ascended, revealing a modest amount of supplies within. 4 vehicles stood quietly in the corner. 2 were robust G-wagons, while the other 2 were modified off-road vehicles, equipped with wide tires and reinforced bodies, clearly prepared for treacherous terrains. Nearby, several sealed boxes were stacked on the shelves, containing scarce medications from the pharmacy's inventory. Antibiotics, serums, and effective analgesics, all were present. Yunsi approached one of the off-road vehicles, her fingers gliding over the cold surface. A glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. In this apocalyptic world, a high-performance off-road vehicle is more precious than gold. The G-Wagon is for me. This off-roader is yours. Shinziki's voice resonated behind her. The tank is full, and it has been modified to extend its range to 1,000 kilometers. Yunsi turned to him, her gratitude unmistakable in her gaze. You had this prepared all along? Indeed, Shinziki replied succinctly, bending down to lift a medical box. Keep these. They are essential for survival. Assistant Chung, understanding the situation, took the other 2 medical boxes and signaled for his subordinates to drive the vehicles away. Boss, I'll handle the paperwork first and bring the keys tomorrow. Go ahead. Shinziki waved his hand, watching as Assistant Cheng's vehicle vanished into the night before opening the off-roader's trunk to stow away the remaining medical boxes and then getting inside. The roar of the engine shattered the silence as the off-road vehicle sped out of the warehouse towards Yunting Villa. The cabin remained unlit, illuminated only by the faint glow of the dashboard reflecting the profiles of the 2, a profound warmth enveloping them despite the silence. As the vehicle entered Yunting Villa, the electronic display indicated it was 11 o'clock p.m. Yunsi picked up her phone and sent a message to Wang Tao. Brother Wang, I won't be coming today due to some matters. The response was almost instantaneous. Understood, Miss Weo. The off-road vehicle drove directly into the underground garage, and once it came to a halt, both exited simultaneously. Shinziki opened the trunk to retrieve the medications, while Yunsi lifted a box containing firearms. their movements synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. Upon entering the villa, they casually placed their belongings at the entrance. Yunsi turned to Shinziki, her cheeks softly illuminated by the light, and suddenly asked, "Mr. Shun, will you be staying tonight?" Shinziki raised an eyebrow, the playful glint in his eyes unmistakable. "What? Are you reluctant to part with me?" He stepped closer, invading her personal space, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Since you have so graciously invited me, I cannot resist." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he encircled her slender waist with his arm, pulling her into his embrace with a gentle yet firm force. Yunsi's back collided with his solid chest, and just as she was about to struggle, her lips were forcefully captured. This kiss was imbued with an irresistible intensity. Shunziki pried open her lips, his tongue exploring with unrestrained fervor, as if he intended to consume her whole. Amidst their entangled lips, a silvery thread was drawn out, glistening with an intimate glow under the light. Yunsi's heart raced as if it were about to burst, gradually synchronizing with his own. She wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on her toes in response. The tattoo of the ylang-ylang on her chest began to warm, its rich fragrance enveloping the space between them, infused with an alluring power. Shunziki's hand glided along her waistline, his fingertips teasingly tugging at the belt of her trench coat, which fell to the floor with a metallic clink as he pulled it loose. He shed his suit jacket carelessly onto the sofa and reached for the buttons of his shirt, each one popping open with a soft sound, cascading to the ground and further intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Yunsi's trench coat was stripped away, revealing her wine-colored camisole, accentuating her enticing curves. Shinziki's gaze burned like a consuming flame, sending shivers across her skin. In the next moment, he swept her up effortlessly, laying her gently on the sofa. The soft leather sank beneath them, while Shunziki's figure loomed over her, enveloped in the crisp scent of cedar, completely shrouding her. "This time, I shall not let you escape as I did last time," he said, his voice deep and husky, laced with amusement as his fingers traced her collarbone, leaving a trail of tremors in their wake. Yunsi's cheeks flushed crimson, her breath quickening, yet she offered no rebuttal, instead reaching up to entwine her fingers around his neck, drawing him closer. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor, reflecting the entwined figures on the sofa, both ambiguous and fervent. Shunziki's kisses traversed from her lips to her neck, then to her chest, lingering upon the ylang-ylang tattoo, where he distinctly felt the warmth emanating from beneath his fingertips, as if it were alive. "What is this tattoo?" he inquired, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. "Do not concern yourself with it," Yunsi urged, pressing his head down with a breathless tone, urging him to continue. Shunziki refrained from further questioning, leaning down to kiss her once more. He could feel the girl in his arms trembling, not out of fear, but out of exhilaration, as if she had shed all her defenses against him. As the night deepened, the lights outside the villa extinguished, leaving only the intertwining of moonlight and breath. Clothes lay scattered across the sofa, starkly contrasting with the first aid kit and gun case in the corner. Yunsi leaned against Shunziki's chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her fingertips tracing the contours of his robust pectorals down to his abdominal muscles. Shunziki grasped her hand, kissing it softly, murmuring, "Darling, do not rush. Let us bathe first." With that, he carried Yunsi into the bathroom, where the sound of her delicate gasps filled the air. The progress bar of the art of love and desire slowly climbed to 15, with life energy, 78, yet she paid no heed to such trivialities at that moment. "You seem quite different from what I expected," she said softly, her voice imbued with a languid satisfaction. "Oh, what did you think I was like?" Shunziki toyed with her hair, his tone suffused with affection. "Cold-blooded and ruthless, driven solely by profit," Yunsi replied candidly. Shunziki chuckled, the vibrations echoing in his chest reaching her ears. "And what do you think of me now?" "Quite vigorous and rather charming." Yunsi hesitated before responding. Shunziki playfully pinched her cheek. "Only you would dare to say such a thing." The two remained quietly immersed in their thoughts for a while, when Yunsi suddenly recalled something. "I plan to visit the wholesale market tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" "Of course," Shunziki replied without hesitation. "I have some supplies to gather as well." "All right." Yunsi nodded, stifling a yawn as fatigue began to envelop her. Shunziki lifted her effortlessly, carrying her towards the bedroom. "Let us get you to bed. I'll dry your hair." His long, deft fingers wove through Yunsi's slightly damp hair, Perhaps his gentleness was too soothing, for she soon slipped into a deep slumber. As the bed gently sagged, Shinziki quietly joined her, cradling her in his arms as they both succumbed to sleep. Chapter 15. Stockpiling. The following morning, Yun-si awoke to the pangs of hunger. She opened her eyes to find the space beside her empty, but still faintly scented with the aroma of cedar. A soft rustling came from downstairs, and she donned a coat before heading down, where she found Shinziki busy in the kitchen, apron tied around his waist. Awake? He glanced back at her. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Yun-si approached the kitchen doorway, watching him skillfully fry eggs, unable to suppress a smile. I never expected President Shun to be a cook. I only manage the basics, he replied, plating the eggs. Hurry and eat. We need to head to the wholesale market afterward. Why are we going there? Yun-si inquired, though her body betrayed her as she settled at the dining table, taking a generous bite of toast. Shinziki raised an eyebrow. Oh, so, are you going or not? Of course I'm going. Yun-si mumbled, her mouth full. I have money now. I want to buy the essentials first. Money in hand isn't secure. They quickly finished breakfast and set off to the wholesale market. Upon arrival, Yun-si appeared remarkably familiar with the place. Her steps lively as she navigated the stalls with ease, completely shedding her earlier hesitance. Boss, I'll take 100 boxes of these compressed biscuits. For these canned goods, 50 boxes of each flavor. Rice, give me 50 bags of the finest quality. And 200 barrels of bottled water. Oh, and 100 boxes each of instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to jot down notes, her movements brisk and decisive, as if these supplies were at her fingertips rather than requiring expenditure. Shunziki followed her, astonished by the sheer volume of her purchases. He had initially thought Yun-si was merely browsing for necessities, yet she seemed intent on emptying the market. Are you planning to transport the wholesale market home? He couldn't help but ask. Yun-si turned to him with an apologetic smile. I couldn't afford to buy before, so I just came to browse a few times and noted what I needed. Now that I have the means, I want to secure the essentials. Shunziki's lips twitched in amusement. Her words were charming, yet it was evident she was eager to acquire the entire market. However, seeing her earnestness, he refrained from further comment, inadvertently placing numerous orders himself under her influence. This solar charger, procure 100 of them for me. Candles, 50 boxes please. Batteries, 1,000 of various models. As Shinziki made his purchases, he simultaneously called Assistant Chung. Assistant Chung, please rent a warehouse near Yunting Bun, the larger the better, as I need to store some items. After hanging up, he turned to Yun-si and said, let us store my items in the warehouse, and have yours delivered directly to your garage. Yun-si nodded in agreement. The two spent an entire day traversing the wholesale market, accumulating a mountainous pile of goods. It was only by evening that they departed, laden with their abundant acquisitions. In the days that followed, Yun-si found herself entrenched in a repetitive routine. By day, she would procure supplies from the wholesale market or purchase various medications from the pharmacy. By night, she engaged in underground boxing matches, while Shinziki busied himself with his own affairs. Yun-si's combat skills grew increasingly refined, and her progress in the Hahuan delusion technique steadily advanced, soon reaching level 17. She earned substantial winnings, which allowed her to acquire a diverse array of supplies, beyond storing them in her space. She also concealed a significant amount in her room and bedroom. The warehouse rented by Shinziki was likewise filled to capacity, crammed with an assortment of weapons, medicines, food, and daily necessities. Assistant Chung was perpetually occupied coordinating deliveries and unloading goods, laboring to the point of exhaustion, yet he dared not utter a word of complaint. Observing Yun-si and Shinziki's relentless purchasing spree, a sense of unease began to settle within him. He had also made several purchases for himself. Cognizant that someone of the boss's caliber might have connections to higher-ups, privy to every directive and shift in the overarching landscape. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 10 days had elapsed. One evening, after finishing her final match and securing a substantial sum, Yun-si exited the fighting arena, gazing up at the pitch-black night sky and inhaling deeply. In just 5 days, the apocalypse would commence. Fortuitously, Shinziki was available to pick her up today. The vehicle quietly halted at the entrance, and upon seeing her approach, the window lowered. He opened the door with a calm, yet firm tone that brooked no refusal. Get in. As Yun-si settled into the car, she observed Shinziki's profile and suddenly spoke. In 5 days, the world will change drastically. Shinziki nodded, his expression grave. I am aware. Are you prepared? Yinsi inquired. Almost, he replied. In addition to the supplies in the warehouse, I have rented another warehouse elsewhere. Even a single one will suffice for quite some time. And we are nearly ready with the weapons. Yinsi acknowledged with a soft sound, lapsing into silence. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew heavy with unspoken thoughts. The off-road vehicle rolled into the garage of Yunting, and the moment the engine ceased, the surrounding quiet seemed to amplify infinitely. As Yinsi unfastened her seatbelt and pushed open the door, the evening breeze, carrying the fragrant scent of grass and trees, enveloped her, dissipating the residual tension within the car. Let us go? Shunziki picked up the backpack she had left on the back seat, his fingertips brushing against the back of her hand. They exchanged no words but walked side by side towards the elevator. The villa was illuminated by warm yellow lights, yet the spacious living room seemed to amplify the silence. Yinsi kicked off her marten boots and, barefoot, stepped onto the carpet. Suddenly, she turned to Shinziki and asked, "Care for a drink?" Shinziki raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any?" "Alas, I do not." Yunsi's shoulders slumped, a hint of frustration lacing her voice. She had been too preoccupied with stockpiling food since the day of her rebirth, never once considering the need for alcohol. Ever since that fateful day, she had been like a wound-up clock, meticulously counting down the days, gathering supplies, and familiarizing herself with the strength within her body. Each day, she trained at the fighting arena, her nerves taut as a finely strung bow. Now, in this moment of unexpected relaxation, she found herself yearning for a drink. Shinziki observed the fatigue that lingered in her eyes and chuckled softly as he took out his phone. "Wait here." He sent a straightforward message to Assistant Chung. "Bring a few bottles of good wine and some snacks. I'll send you the address." "You're quite reliable," Yinsi remarked, collapsing onto the sofa and burying herself in the soft cushions. "I genuinely want a drink. It's been exhausting lately." Shinziki sat beside her, his fingertips gliding over her tense shoulder. "I understand." Before long, the doorbell rang. Assistant Chung stood at the entrance, carrying 2 large bags. In his left hand was a beautifully packaged bottle of wine, and in his right, a thermal food container. Upon seeing Yinsi open the door, he cordially handed her the items. "Miss Yin, these are for you from President Shun." Without waiting for her to respond, he turned and left, driving away with a resolute air. Yinsi entered the living room, where Shunziki had already turned on the lights. She began to arrange the dishes from the thermal container: soy sauce beef, spicy crayfish, grilled oysters, roasted lamb, and fried peanuts, all hearty accompaniments for the drinks. The bottles of wine were neatly lined up on the coffee table, ranging from red wine to whiskey. "What shall we drink?" Shunziki picked up a bottle of Romanikani, its label glimmering subtly under the light. Yinsi pointed to the furthest bottle on the right, labeled Shishirjaya. "This one." She had seen this wine at Heaven on Earth, where Wang Chong had once opened a bottle for a distinguished guest, rumored to cost over 100,000 yuan. Shunziki uncorked the bottle, pouring the deep crimson liquid into crystal glasses, creating delicate bubbles that danced atop the surface. He handed a glass to Yunsi and filled his own halfway, gently swirling it. "To freedom?" "Not quite." Yunsi clinked her glass against his and took a generous sip, the astringency of the red wine mingling with fruity notes as it slid down her throat. "To our present." A flicker of amusement crossed Shinziki's eyes as he followed suit, savoring a sip. After several rounds, the wine in the crystal glasses dwindled, and a rosy hue flushed Yunsi's cheeks, her gaze becoming hazy. She swayed her empty glass and suddenly turned to Shinziki, her voice light and airy as a feather. "Shinziki, what are we to each other now?" Shinziki paused, his hand gripping the wine glass momentarily, but remained silent. Yunsi chuckled self-deprecatingly, not waiting for his reply before continuing. "Never mind. Someone like you, a person of high stature, probably views me as nothing more than a plaything." She turned her gaze towards the window, the moonlight filtering through the sheer curtains and casting mottled shadows upon the floor. "Fortunately, I had not invested too much thought into it." Before her words could fully escape her lips, she suddenly leaned in closer, her lips imbued with the scent of alcohol, colliding forcefully with Shinziki's. This kiss, tinged with a hint of defiance, concealed an undercurrent of grievance. Her tongue pried open his lips, murmuring indistinctly, "Just allow me to possess you for one more night." Shinziki remained silent, simply entangling his fingers in the nape of her neck, deepening the kiss to an exquisite intensity. His kiss bore an irresistible dominance, as if he sought to crush all her unspoken sentiments between their lips. Yunsi could feel his grip around her waist tightening, his fingers nearly digging into her flesh, as though he aimed to merge her into his very being, making separation impossible. Shinziki, she gasped between breaths, her voice laced with a quiver, rendering it unclear whether she was intoxicated or lucid. He responded softly, trailing kisses down her neck, and when his tongue grazed the tattoo resembling an orchid, it sent shivers coursing through Yunsi. The effects of alcohol obliterated her rationality, and she reached to unfasten the buttons of his shirt, her fingertips trembling slightly with urgency. One button, two buttons, his shirt fell to the carpet. The sound of buttons scattering on the floor resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. Shunziki grasped her hand, their fingers intertwining, and he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, reflecting his image while concealing an unrecognized affection. "I do not know if I love you, but I am quite satisfied with your body." His voice was husky and gravelly. Yunsi refrained from further speech, simply tightening her embrace around his neck, pressing him down as she kissed him once more. This time, there was no hesitation, no retreat, only two souls, caught in the delicate balance between love and indifference, expressing their uncertainties and desires in the most primal of ways. The living room lights had been extinguished at some point, leaving the moonlight as the sole beacon, illuminating their entwined forms and the scattered garments around them. Yunsi's hand glided across Shinziki's firm back, feeling the muscles thrumming beneath his skin, and suddenly, she thought that perhaps this was quite sufficient. What need was there for an abundance of love or indifference? She needed only to love herself. Shinziki lifted her into his arms, carrying her toward the bedroom. As they passed through the foyer, he accidentally kicked a backpack containing prize money from a fighting competition, the zipper bursting open, scattering red bills onto the floor, absurdly juxtaposed with the fallen bottles of wine. Yet at that moment, no one cared. The bedroom door was shut, severing the moonlight and quelling Yunsi's restless thoughts. She was laid upon the soft bed, Shunziki's figure looming over her, enveloped in the familiar sense of cedar and alcohol, leaving her no time to ponder further. "Yunsi," he whispered beside her ear, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. She replied drowsily. He continued, "You are not merely a plaything, at the very least." Yunsi's heart skipped a beat, and before she could contemplate further, she was engulfed by the surging tide of emotion. The silvery moonlight outside the window radiates a chilling glow, intertwining with the fervent warmth within the bedroom, their union both fervent and harmonious. Perhaps when dawn breaks, they will revert to their respective positions. Yet, for this night, they belong to one another. Chapter 16. Separation. Yunsi awoke to the melodious chirping of birds outside, her head still throbbing from the remnants of a hangover. She shifted slightly, and the rhythmic sound of steady breathing beside her caught her attention. Turning her head, she beheld the tranquil profile of Shinziki, his long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyelids. Stripped of his usual sharpness and scheming demeanor, he appeared remarkably gentle. However, Yunsi's gaze drifted to her attribute panel, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Harmonious desire technique, 159. Life energy, 89. The progress was still far too slow. A sense of despondency washed over her as her fingertips unconsciously grazed the sheets. With only 5 days remaining until the apocalypse, she needed to grow stronger, strong enough to protect herself, strong enough to rely on no one. Yet, the current pace was woefully inadequate. She glanced once more at the man beside her, her expression complex. Shinziki was undoubtedly formidable. With him around, she found herself at ease. However, she shook her head, as if steeling herself for a resolution. At that moment, Shinziki stirred, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was still somewhat hazy, and upon seeing Yunsi, he paused for a moment before regaining clarity. Awake? His voice was husky from sleep, laced with a barely perceptible gentleness. Yunsi took a deep breath, avoiding his gaze. Her tone calm, yet undeniably serious. "We need to talk." Shinziki hesitated, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He comprehended her intent, but chose not to interrupt, merely observing her in silence, awaiting her continuation. Yunsi's fingers curled slightly, her voice strained. "What we share is based on a transaction, let it remain so." Shinziki raised an eyebrow, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. "Just like that? Is this how it is while we lie on the same bed?" Shinziki. Yunsi felt a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks warming, yet her demeanor steadied. What I mean is, let us terminate this current arrangement. Shinziki's expression darkened. He scrutinized Yunsi, as if attempting to see through her. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Very well. His pride forbade him from yielding, let alone displaying vulnerability before a woman. Yunsi watched as he tossed aside the covers, rising with practiced grace to dress and adjust his tie, each movement imbued with his customary elegance and detachment. He did not cast her another glance nor utter another word. Striding out of the bedroom, followed by the sound of the front door closing, the villa fell into an instant hush, leaving Yunsi alone. She sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the emptiness of the room, a pang of discomfort settling in her heart. She recognized her own ruthlessness. She could have sought refuge beneath Shinziki's protective wings. Even in the face of the impending apocalypse, his strength would have sheltered her, ensuring a life superior to that of others. Yet, she chose not to. She comprehended clearly that no one would love a burden indefinitely. Perhaps Shinziki still harbored some interest in her at present, but what of the future? When her novelty waned and her existence became a weight upon him, would he continue to feel as he did now? Moreover, human hearts are the most unpredictable and unreliable entities in this world. You assert that Shinziki would not waver in his affections? Yet, who can guarantee that he might not encounter a girl more beautiful, more to his liking than she? If that girl yearned not to remain sheltered under his wings, but rather to stand alongside him, confronting the tempests of the apocalypse, do you suppose he might not find her extraordinary and fall for her? Yunsi shook her head, casting aside these tumultuous thoughts. She tossed aside the covers and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating every corner of the room and kindling the resolve deep within her heart. Relying on anyone else pales in comparison to relying on oneself. She must grow stronger, strong enough to stand alone, strong enough to possess anything she desires. Yunsi inhaled deeply and turned toward the bathroom. She intended to take a shower, then head to the wholesale market to stock up on supplies, followed by a bout in the underground fighting arena, hoping to catch the eye of the charming Jiang Che. Time was of the essence. She aspired to elevate the Hahuan delusion technique to level 2. Meanwhile, Shunziki sat in his car, enveloped in an ominous atmosphere. Assistant Chung had just started the vehicle when he sensed a chill emanating from the back seat, causing him to shrink his neck and refrain from speaking. The journey was silent, and upon arriving at the company, Assistant Chung could feel his boss's unusual irritation, the cold air nearly suffocating. It was pitiful for the executives reporting to him, each emerging with disheveled appearances, scarcely daring to breathe. Assistant Chung surreptitiously observed Shinziki, pondering if perhaps he was unsatisfied. That seemed implausible. After all, the two had shared drinks the previous night, and he found it hard to believe they had engaged in some intimate activities. Could it be that Miss Yun no longer met his boss's expectations? As he ruminated, he could never fathom that his esteemed boss was being brought low by his own pride, unable to let go of his lofty head. Shinziki sat in his office, gazing out at the bustling traffic, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the desk, his expression dark. He picked up the documents before him, reading only a few lines before irritably tossing them aside, his mind consumed by Yunsi's calm, yet resolute words when she spoke of ending their relationship. Huh. He let out a cold laugh, a flicker of unrecognized hurt and resentment flashing in his eyes. Shinziki was not a man of low worth. He could have any woman he desired, and he did not need Yunsi exclusively. After finishing her shower and changing her clothes, Yunsi ventured out, first seeking a restaurant to satiate her hunger. As she dined, it suddenly struck her that such delectable dishes would likely be rare in the post-apocalyptic world, prompting her to summon a waiter and place orders for 100 portions of every delightful dish in the establishment, even the street's milk tea. She instructed the delivery person to order 100 cups of every variety from each brand, all to be delivered to Yunting, intending to store them in her space for leisurely enjoyment. After placing the orders, she wandered aimlessly down the street, and before she knew it, afternoon had arrived. She decided to head to the fighting arena earlier than planned, having heard intriguing tales about the upper floors which she had yet to explore. As she had only frequented the first and second floors, today was the perfect opportunity for discovery. The third floor was designated for signing up for fighting lessons. The fourth floor was a dining area, and the fifth floor housed a bar. Upon inquiring on the third floor, Yunsi learned of Jiang Che's fighting class and promptly purchased a 3-day course, each session costing 100,000. She would experience her first lesson today. As the attendant led her to the classroom, she spotted a figure, drenched in sweat, resting in a corner. It was Jiang Che. Without turning, he remarked, "There are training outfits next door. Change into one, and we can begin." After a moment's thought, he added, "The outfits are new." Yunxi replied, "Oh, all right." After changing, she emerged, somewhat speechless. The training outfit was less flattering than her own attire. The white outfit clung tightly to her form, accentuating her ample bosom. Upon seeing her, Jiang Che furrowed his brow and said, "Did you perhaps take the wrong size?" Yunxi shot him a glare. "I took the largest size available. Who knew it would fit like this?" Jiang Che fell silent, inwardly pondering her unusual stature, realizing that even the largest size could not conceal her prominent figure. As he became aware of his thoughts, a blush crept up his face. He cleared his throat and said, "Let us begin." During the lesson, physical contact was inevitable, and Jiang Che found himself distracted by a soft, warm sensation brushing against his arm and back, disrupting the rhythm of his teaching. Chapter 17. Challenge. Yunxi observed the slight flush of Jiang Che's ears and stifled a laugh. He was not as stoic as he appeared. She refocused her mind, adopting a serious demeanor to follow along. Jiang Che seemed to sense his own lapse in composure, took a deep breath, and stepped back to create some distance. He calmly pointed out the flaws in Yunxi's technique. Her shoulders were too rigid when throwing punches, and her core lacked the necessary strength during side kicks. Some details eluded Yunxi's understanding, prompting him to approach her again for hands-on guidance. As his fingertips brushed against her arm, an elusive fragrance wafted into his nostrils, not the cloying sweetness of perfume, but a blend of floral and creamy scents. As they drew closer, the aroma intensified. Time slipped by, and that fragrance seemed to come alive, filling the classroom with an intoxicating essence that made Jiang Che's breath uneven. He swallowed hard, feeling parched, and a stirring sensation began to awaken within him. "Next lesson, please refrain from wearing perfume." He retreated abruptly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. Yunxi paused, perplexed, "But I didn't wear any perfume." As the words left her lips, she suddenly recalled the tattoo on her chest. Each time her emotions surged or after engaging in physical activity, the fragrance would intensify. She awkwardly added, "It must be something inherent to me." At that moment, Jiang Che experienced an epiphany. It was her natural scent. No wonder the aroma grew stronger. It became more pronounced after perspiring from exercise. He averted his gaze, unwilling to look at her sweat-soaked training attire, and glanced at his watch, remarking, "It's getting late. Let's conclude here for today. You still have to perform later." Yunxi took the opportunity to sit on the floor and tilted her head in query, "Aren't you going up on stage?" Jiang Che bent down to assist her in standing, his palm brushing against the skin of her wrist, and once again, a wave of fragrance enveloped him. He quickly withdrew his hand, stating, "It's best to rest while standing after a workout. As for me, I only go up when someone challenges me," he added, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her. "What's the matter? Do you wish to spar with me?" "Not at the moment." Yunxi waved her hand dismissively, her tone candid. "The speed and strength of an S-level contender are far beyond my current capabilities, let alone facing you. However, given time, that day will surely arrive." Jiang Che's tone was remarkably sincere, devoid of any pretense, and his gaze held no hint of insincerity. Yunxi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such high praise from him. In a realm where strength dictated respect, his affirmation resonated deeper than any flowery compliment. A surge of joy blossomed within her, prompting her to unconsciously smile, her eyes sparkling, which caught Jiang Che's attention. Observing her delight from a mere compliment, Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Recognizing her youthful spirit, such simple truths could bring her such happiness. Clearing his throat, he announced, "All right, I'm off for the day. Return at the same time tomorrow." "All right." Yunxi nodded in agreement and turned to change her clothes. Upon donning her own attire, she noticed the enchanting scent of ylang-ylang had somewhat faded. As she tidied her hair in front of the mirror, she recalled Jiang Che's earlier reaction and lightly touched her chest tattoo with her fingertips. Harmonious obsession technique. 189. Why has the progress stalled? Does it truly require a kiss or a closer intimacy? Could this be the prologue? Once she emerged in her changed clothes, she coincidentally encountered Jiang Che standing in the corridor, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing her, he was the first to speak, inquiring, "Who is your opponent today?" "A madman," Yunxi replied. Jiang Che pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. A madman? It seems today's victory may not come easily. He paused, deciding to divulge the madman's weaknesses. His lower stance is unstable, and he suffered a leg injury years ago. You can exploit that. However, he strikes with malicious intent, favoring vulnerabilities, so you must be particularly vigilant in defense. He scrutinized the girl's form with concern, worried for her safety. Yunsi instantly grasped his apprehension, nodding obediently to signify she had committed his advice to memory. Jiang Che continued, the odds of winning are slim, but it could serve as a breakthrough. I'll watch you compete. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yunsi's face, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Really? Indeed. He affirmed. Jiang Che gently patted her slender shoulder. The touch felt insubstantial, making it hard to believe that this seemingly delicate individual harbored potential that rivaled his own. Given time, she would undoubtedly surpass him. He chose not to descend further, instead turning to enter a room at the end of the corridor, his private lounge. Meanwhile, at the Shin Corporation, Assistant Chung was reporting nervously, Boss, Miss Yin went to the 3rd floor of the fighting arena today, enrolled in Jiang Che's private training sessions, and has scheduled 3 lessons. Shun Ziki's grip on his pen tightened abruptly, knuckles whitening as ink splattered onto the document, forming a dark blot. Jiang Che? That S-rank fighter? He maintained an impassive facade, casually responding, very well, continue. Yet, jealousy simmered within him. This heartless woman had turned to another man the moment he refrained from expressing his feelings openly. Assistant Chung cautiously glanced at the boss's grim expression, swallowing hard before continuing. Miss Yin plans to challenge the madman tonight. The madman? Shinziki's gaze sharpened. The chill in his eyes unmistakable. This was the man known for his brutal methods and sadistic pleasure in tormenting others. Yes, Assistant Chung replied, bracing himself. Shinziki abruptly stood, seizing his suit jacket from the chair and striding out with a briskness that stirred the air. Prepare the car. We are heading to the fighting arena. Assistant Chung hurried to keep pace, internally pondering the intentions of both Yun Si and his boss. What was this lady scheming? Having just distanced herself from the boss, she turned to provoke another man and even dared to challenge a madman. Was she courting disaster? And as for the boss, it was evident he was invested. Yet he couldn't lower his pride. This time, he was indeed at risk, and it was all due to a girl 10 years his junior. However, upon recalling his own single status, any sympathy he felt evaporated. In the fighting arena, the referee had just announced the outcome of the previous match. A man, reminiscent of a rabid dog, descended from the stage, his face twisted in malice. As he passed the waiting area, his sinister gaze fell upon Yun Si, and a cruel smile curled at his lips. Yun Si met his stare without flinching. She understood that this would be a formidable fight. In the lounge, Jiang Che stood by the window, perfectly positioned to observe the scene unfolding in the arena. He took a sip from the glass on the table, his gaze lingering on the slender yet unwavering figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the way to the fighting arena, Shun Ziki sat in the car, the atmosphere around him thick with tension, as if the very air were freezing. He watched the rapidly retreating cityscape outside. The image of Yun Si's calm face when she spoke of ending their relationship replaying in his mind, intertwined with Assistant Cheng's report about her enrollment in Jiang Che's courses. A storm of anxiety and agitation brewed within him, nearly bursting from his chest. Chapter 18. Pride. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Yun Si was the first to charge forward. She hesitated not for a moment, launching immediately into the techniques Jiang Che had taught her, targeting the madman's vulnerable points with precision. Each strike, right leg, knee, ankle, resonated with a sharp whistle, each blow merciless. The madman had been in the ring for over a decade. His experience was etched into his very being. With a cold sneer, he deftly evaded, occasionally raising his hand to block, skillfully dissipating Yun Si's force. Little girl, why the haste? The madman intoned ominously, his wrist flicking to reveal a sharp blade slipping through his fingers, glinting ominously in the light. Yun Si's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating a half-step. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the madman seized the opportunity, lunging forward with a fist that whistled through the air, aimed directly at her face. Yun Si barely managed to sidestep, the fist grazing her ribs before crashing heavily against the ropes of the ring, producing a dull thud. Even that mere brush was enough to send a wave of pain coursing through her, causing her to stifle a groan as blood trickled from her lips. The warm liquid dripped down her chin, staining her shirt a dark crimson. Wiping away the blood, her gaze sparkled with an astonishing intensity. At that moment, the disparity between amateur and professional was laid bare. The madman's strikes were vicious and cunning, each aimed at vital points, while her defense lagged just behind. This could not continue. Gritting her teeth, she abruptly altered her strategy. In the next instant, she deliberately abandoned her defense, bracing herself to absorb a kick from the madman. Using that force to propel herself forward, her elbow crashing into his injured right leg. A sharp crack resounded, accompanied by the madman's anguished scream as his knee twisted at an unnatural angle. Yet Yin-Si was not unscathed. That kick had landed painfully against her abdomen, nearly causing her to double over. But she did not relent. Instead, she summoned all her strength to wrest the blade from the madman's grasp, positioning it against his throat. "You have lost," her voice rasped, laced with exhilaration. The madman stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. As the referee rushed in to separate them, Yin-Si staggered back, leaning against the ropes, gasping for breath. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, mingled with whistles and roars. The metallic scent of blood mixed with the aroma of sweat, engulfing everyone in a frenzy of exhilaration, herself included. In a corner of the audience, Shinziki clenched his fingers until they turned white. He watched the girl on the ring, battered yet standing tall, his heart gripped by an unforeseen emotion. He had always thought she needed protection, that she relied on him. Yet in this moment, he realized she was not a mere vine clinging to a grand tree. She possessed her own strength and pride. Even when bruised, she embraced it willingly and savored every moment. His own arrogance had blinded him. When she had asked, "What are we?" his silence had resonated in her eyes as the clearest rejection. In the lounge, Jiang Che had descended the stairs and stood at the backstage entrance. His brow furrowed. He believed Yin-Si could have fought more prudently, yet she chose a strategy that inflicted equal harm upon herself. She had won, but at the cost of her own body. "It's over. Go tend to your wounds." Jiang Che's voice was heavy as he watched Yin-Si, who leaned against the ropes, slowly making her way down from the ring, her steps unsteady yet undeniably resolute. As Yin-Si stepped into the backstage, she was met by Jiang Che, who offered her a towel and a medical kit. "Let me assist you with your rib injury," he said, reaching out. "No need," Yin-Si replied, evading his hand and taking the iodine-soaked cotton pad to press against her bleeding wound. The sharp sting caused her to inhale sharply, yet her expression remained serene. At that moment, Shinziki made his way through the crowd towards the backstage. Upon seeing Yin-Si leaning against the wall with Jiang Che standing closely before her, the proximity between them resembled a kiss. His steps faltered, his throat constricted slightly, and he turned to leave. Assistant Chung followed, sighing inwardly at his boss's retreating figure. It seemed these two were destined to miss each other. The backstage lights were dim, and Yin-Si leaned her head back against the wall, gazing at the water stains on the ceiling. Suddenly, she smiled, the blood at the corners of her mouth still uncleaned, lending her an alluring, devil-may-care beauty. She looked down at Jiang Che, meeting his anxious gaze. "I'm fine," she said, forcing a smile, though she felt slightly drained. Without uttering a word, Jiang Che opened the medical kit and retrieved a bandage. "Lie down. I'll secure your ribs. You wouldn't want to risk internal injuries." Yin-Si no longer resisted, obediently reclining on the nearby bench. Jiang Che's movements were gentle, marked by the proficiency gained from years of tending to injuries. Occasionally, his fingertips grazed her skin, causing her to instinctively shrink back, not from pain, but as the fragrance of ylang-ylang enveloped her, even more potent than in the classroom. Jiang Che's breath became noticeably uneven, and his bandaging slowed momentarily. "Your body scent," he began, but the words faded away, and he hastened his actions instead. Yin-Si closed her eyes, sensing her body slowly healing. Once they returned to the villa and applied some medicine, she would likely recover swiftly. As for Shinziki, she opened her eyes to gaze at the pitch-black night sky outside, letting out a soft sigh. Perhaps this was for the best. With the apocalypse looming, each individual ought to live for themselves. No one should be anyone's subordinate, nor should they cater to another's pride. "All done," Jiang Che's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Don't engage in any fighting for the next few days. Focus on recuperating." "Understood," Yin-Si replied, sitting up and stretching her shoulders, expressing her gratitude. As Jiang Che packed away the medical kit, he suddenly spoke. "As for tomorrow's class, come as scheduled. I will teach you some defensive techniques." Yin-Si paused, then smiled brightly. "Sure." They fell into a comfortable silence, the backstage resonating only with their breaths and the distant sounds of revelry. Jiang Che observed the fading color from her face, suddenly realizing that this girl might be stronger than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Shinziki, having departed from the fighting arena, sat in his car, watching the neon lights flash by outside, feeling a sense of bewilderment for the first time. He was accustomed to having control over everything, to everyone bending to his will, yet Yun-Si repeatedly shattered his expectations. Head to the warehouse, he suddenly commanded. Assistant Chung hesitated for a moment. Now? Yes. Shinziki gazed out the window, meticulously recounting the supplies, particularly the medications. Assistant Chung started the car, stealing a glance at his boss's top profile in the rearview mirror, aware that even if unspoken, such concern was undeniable. The night breeze swept through the back door of the fighting arena, carrying with it a heavy scent of blood. Yun-Si emerged with a medical kit in hand, glanced up at the moon, and resolutely made her way toward the roadside. For days remained. She must elevate the Hahuan delusional technique to the second level before the apocalypse strikes. As for Shinziki and Jiang Che, perhaps they could serve as her allies in her quest for strength. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of Yun-Si's lips as she hailed a taxi, providing the address of Yunting-Biyuan. Chapter 19. Invitation. Yun-Si stood by the window, cradling a cup of hot water. Observing the torrential rain that had persisted since last night, her brow slightly furrowed. According to her arrangement with Jiang Che, she was supposed to be on the third floor of the fighting arena at this hour for her private lesson, but given the intensity of the downpour, it seemed unlikely to abate anytime soon. She glanced down at her ribcage, where the pain had significantly subsided, thanks to the special medication Shinziki had provided. Coupled with the self-healing abilities of the Hahuan delusional technique, her wounds were healing swiftly, barely affecting her normal activities. At that moment, her phone rang, shattering the tranquility of the room. Upon seeing Jiang Che's name flashing on the screen, she answered, and his steady voice resonated through the receiver. The rain is falling heavily. You were injured yesterday. Would you prefer to rest today, or shall I come to your home to teach you? A slight smile graced Yun-Si's lips. While her injury had nearly healed, she chose not to divulge this to Jiang Che. Instead, she followed his lead, responding, "It's quite inconvenient to go out in such rain. Why don't you come to my place? I'll send you the address." "Sure," Jiang Che replied succinctly, then paused before inquiring, "Do you have any medicine at home?" Yun-Si inwardly mused on his thoughtful nature, feeling a twinge of reluctance to tease him. She replied, "I'm running low on medicine, so please bring some extra." After hanging up, she sent Jiang Che the address of Yunting-Biyuan, then turned to her wardrobe, selecting a black and gold qipao to change into. The dress was impeccably tailored, accentuating her curvaceous figure, the black and gold combination exuding a sense of stability and elegance, while the delicate dark patterns embroidered at the neckline and cuffs added a touch of liveliness. She loosely gathered her hair, exposing her slender, fair neck, with a few stray locks cascading beside her cheeks, enhancing her languid allure. Before long, 3 rings of the doorbell echoed from outside. Yun-Si dialed Jiang Che's number. "The rain is quite heavy. I've opened the garage door for you, so you can drive in." "All right," came Jiang Che's voice through the receiver, tinged with a quality softened by the sound of rain. As Jiang Che parked the car and ascended the building via the elevator, the doors opened with a chime. He raised his gaze to find Yun-Si standing alone by the window, her slender silhouette exuding an inexplicable sense of solitude. Upon hearing the elevator's sound, Yun-Si turned to face him. Jiang Che's breath caught in his throat. He had never seen Yun-Si like this before. Clad in a black and gold qipao, the fabric accentuated her porcelain skin, transforming the originally subdued colors into a vibrant and striking display. Her loosely tied hair revealed a smooth forehead and delicate features, resembling a flowing ink painting, breathtakingly captivating. It dawned on him that this woman, this girl, was not only formidable, but also extraordinarily beautiful. "Jiang Che, you're here." Yun-Si greeted him with a radiant smile, illuminating the entire room. Jiang Che's heart raced uncontrollably, and he averted his gaze in confusion, unsure of what was happening to him. It seemed that the moment he laid eyes on her, his heart would falter, especially when she smiled. "Yes, I've arrived." Steadying himself, he lifted the medicine box and a bag in his hands. "I brought you some medicine and some snacks, in case you didn't have any at home." Yun-Si accepted the items, stepping aside to let him in. "Come in quickly. The rain is torrential outside." As Jiang Che entered the room, His eyes instinctively roamed around the living area. The decor of Yuan was minimalist yet elegant, exuding sophistication, which contrasted starkly with his preconceived image of the fierce girl from the fighting arena. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Yun-Si said, placing the medicine box on the coffee table before fetching him a glass of water. "Have a drink. Did you get caught in the rain?" "No, I came from the garage, so I stayed dry." As Jiang Che took the glass, his fingertips accidentally brushed against Yun-Si's hand, causing him to retract his touch as if electrocuted. An awkward silence ensued. Yun-Si broke it first. "Let us practice in the living room today. There should be enough space. I'll go change into some clothes." "All right." Yun-Si returned wearing a set of athletic attire, intentionally a size larger. Although her youthful curves were still evident, the outfit was at least less provocative. Jiang Che nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with her appearance. He set down the glass and stood up. "Let us begin. We should warm up to prevent any further injuries." Yun-Si followed Jiang Che to the open area in the living room, moving her body according to his guidance. Perhaps due to the familiarity of her own home, her movements were imbued with a softness absent from the fighting arena. Jiang Che stood beside her, instructing her motions, and the familiar scent of ylang-ylang occasionally wafted past his nose, more intense than during their training sessions, sending his heart racing once more. He took a deep breath, striving to concentrate on the lesson. "Lift your arms a bit higher. Yes, just like that. Hold it steady." Yun-Si adjusted her stance in accordance with his directions. Feeling the stretch in her body, she could feel Jiang Che's gaze upon her, imbued with a barely perceptible heat that made her cheeks flush slightly. Outside, the rain continued to fall, yet indoors, a subtle atmosphere enveloped them. The sound of rain, breaths, and occasional guidance intertwined, creating a serene yet ambiguous tableau. As Jiang Che observed Yun-Si's earnest profile, a thought unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. He was likely falling for this girl. He was uncertain how long the rain would last, but in this moment, he wished to indulge himself, to immerse in this rare tranquility while gazing at the girl who stirred his heartstrings. Meanwhile, Yun-Si, while engaged in her actions, secretly observed Jiang Che. She could sense his unease and fluster, which struck her as amusing and stirred an inexplicable flutter within her. Almost there. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Yun-Si's lips. It seemed inviting Jiang Che to her home was indeed the right decision. As time passed, the awkwardness between them gradually dissipated, and the instruction flowed more smoothly. Jiang Che's guidance remained professional, and Yun-Si was earnest in her learning. Yet the air was thickening with an almost palpable tension. The rain continued to pour, but no one paid heed to the downpour outside anymore. Chapter 20. Past winds uncertain of how long had elapsed, Yun-Si finally called for a halt. She leaned against her waist, perspiration glistening on her skin, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths, her voice laced with exhaustion. "I can't go on. Let us take a break." Jiang Che paused, his gaze inadvertently landing on her damp neckline, where the skin glimmered with a dewy sheen, causing him to swallow hard. "Let us rest a moment and have some water," he said, handing her a glass. Yun-Si took a generous sip, waiting for her breath to steady before speaking. "I've ordered some food. Let us eat together." Seeing Jiang Che about to respond, she quickly added, "Consider it my thanks for coming all this way and bringing me medicine." Jiang Che, upon hearing this, ceased his refusals and simply replied, "All right." Yun-Si turned to fetch a fresh towel from the cloakroom, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. "You've sweated so much. Why not take a shower? There's a guest room upstairs, and I can find you a clean set of clothes." Jiang Che's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and he hastily waved his hands. "No need. I can wash when I get back." "Suit yourself," Yun-Si replied, not pressing further. She grabbed her towel to wipe the sweat from her brow, adding, "When the doorbell rings, you answer it. I'm going to take a shower. I feel uncomfortable all sweaty." "Okay," Jiang Che responded as he settled on the sofa. The sound of running water soon filled the bathroom, and Jiang Che, sitting in the living room, found his gaze drifting toward the bathroom, the lingering scent of her ylang-ylang perfume still echoing in his mind. He pressed his hand against his heated earlobe, feeling somewhat vexed by his own discomposure. Just as Yun-Si finished her shower, the doorbell rang. She emerged in a loose-fitting white loungewear, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a refreshing aura reminiscent of a neighborly girl rather than the fierce fighter she had been. Jiang Che rose to answer the door, and upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. At the entrance stood 4 or 5 delivery men, each carrying several thermal food boxes, piled together like a small mountain. Is this Miss Yun's residence? The leading delivery man inquired with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Che replied, stepping aside to let them in. There are too many items. Leaving them at the door risks them getting wet in the rain, and there's more in the car. The delivery man scratched his head, pondering the food boxes in his hands. Yun Si's voice wafted in from the living room. Jiang Che, open the garage door and let them place the items inside. We will carry them up ourselves later. Once the delivery men departed, Jiang Che bent down to transport the food boxes from the garage upstairs. Yun Si emerged from the bedroom, her hair blowing gently, and upon seeing him busy, she couldn't help but chuckle. I initially intended to treat you to a meal, but here I am asking you to help me move things. I appreciate your effort. It's no trouble, Jiang Che replied, placing the final food box on the coffee table. He gazed at the table laden with dishes, somewhat astonished. Did you clear out the restaurant? Pretty much, Yun Si raised an eyebrow, taking out 4 dishes from the boxes and retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Would you like to have some? Since the last time she craved wine and found none at home, she had specially bought some to avoid future disappointments. Jiang Che nodded, observing her as she struggled with the task. He took the initiative to open the wine, pouring it smoothly and effortlessly. The crimson liquid swayed in the crystal glass, reflecting the mirth in her eyes, which was more intoxicating than the wine itself. The two sat across from each other, sipping wine and engaging in conversation, the atmosphere gradually becoming relaxed and pleasant. Outside, the sound of rain intensified, showing no signs of abating. Do you have anyone else at home? Yun Si casually inquired, taking a sip of her wine. Jiang Che's hand, grasping the glass, paused momentarily, his fingertips turning pale. The ambience in the living room fell into a hushed silence, with only the patter of rain audible from outside. Noticing the sudden shift, Yun Si quickly added, if you prefer not to share, that's perfectly fine. I was merely asking. There's nothing I cannot share, Jiang Che replied, taking a deep breath, his voice steady, as if recounting someone else's tale. When I was 12, my mother was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Later, my father remarried, and I found myself displaced. At 15, my mother committed suicide in the hospital. He paused, taking a substantial gulp of wine, the bitterness spreading across his tongue. From that point onward, I was left alone. At 15, I was sent abroad, wandering the streets for 6 months until I encountered a boxing master who recognized my resilience and introduced me to the underground fighting scene. After 3 years of rigorous training and achieving some success, I returned to City A at 18 and used my savings to open my current fighting arena. Yun Si listened quietly, her heart swelling with empathy. She gazed at the man before her. His tone remained even as he recounted his past, as if those wounds had long since scabbed over. Yet, she could envision a teenager struggling on foreign streets, fighting fiercely in a brutal arena, and the immense difficulty of carving out a path for oneself. You are truly remarkable, Yun Si exclaimed sincerely, her eyes brimming with genuine admiration. As Jiang Che received her compliment, his cheeks began to flush once more. To be praised by someone he cherished rendered the memories of past heartaches, which once pierced his soul, now devoid of their former sting, leaving only a gentle sense of relief. It seemed that some wounds were not irreparable. They merely required the presence of a suitable person at the right moment to share the past. He gazed into Yun Si's clear eyes, devoid of pity or sympathy, filled instead with pure admiration. An impulsive desire surged within him to kiss her, to divulge everything, to let her know that he was not inherently cold and unyielding, but rather that no one had ever taught him how to be tender. In truth, it was nothing extraordinary. Jiang Che chuckled at himself, recalling that during those times, when he wished not to succumb to despair, he fought valiantly. To emerge from such dire circumstances was, in itself, quite remarkable. Yun Si poured him more wine, raising her glass in a toast. The crystal goblets clinked softly, producing a melodious sound. Jiang Che tilted his head back, draining his glass, his gaze towards Yun Si growing increasingly gentle. And you? He inquired softly, what about your family? Yun Si's expression darkened momentarily before she brightened with a smile. Me? I was sent to an orphanage at a young age. At 15, they left me to fend for myself. Young and naive, I was deceived into a place called Heaven on Earth, where I spent 3 years. I only recently emerged and managed to secure a loan to purchase my current home. She refrained from recounting the harrowing realities of a post-apocalyptic world, deeming those burdensome memories to be in the past. Jiang Che observed her feigned nonchalance and suddenly grasped a profound truth. Perhaps they were both individuals discarded by the world, which was why they discerned a familiar essence in each other. In the future, Jiang Che hesitated, summoning courage. If you ever need anything, you can reach out to me. Yunsi paused. Then her smile blossomed, her eyes shimmering brighter than the moonlight. That sounds wonderful. Yunsi did not deny that she felt a flutter of emotion at that moment, gazing at Jiang Che's earnest profile. She contemplated how comforting it might be to have someone like him by her side amidst the chaos of the world. Yet, she recognized that her progress in the harmonious desire technique was painfully slow, and that in the future, zombies might evolve to possess powers, and plants might turn predatory. She knew she must grow ever stronger to protect herself and those she cared for. The two lapsed into silence, quietly enjoying their meal, occasionally clinking their glasses. A subtle understanding permeated the air. Jiang Che watched the girl before him as she delicately picked at her food, her long eyelashes casting a gentle shadow upon her cheeks. He suddenly realized that the suffering he once thought would haunt him for eternity seemed insignificant in her presence. It dawned on him that when someone truly listens, the past can gradually fade. The sensation of being understood was profoundly warm. Yunsi lifted her glass, addressing Jiang Che. Let us drink to the past. May it be carried away by the wind. Jiang Che raised his glass in kind, toasting to the past, wishing it to be swept away by the breeze. Chapter 21. Upgrade. The wine bottle lay empty. The wall clock's hands pointed to 10, and even the air in the living room was tinged with a slight intoxication. Yunsi shook her empty wine glass, her cheeks flushed with a captivating hue, her gaze becoming hazy. She leaned against the coffee table to rise, but stumbled precariously, on the verge of falling. Be careful. Jiang Che reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her, but she inadvertently pulled him forward, and they both tumbled onto the carpet. Fortunately, Jiang Che instinctively placed his hand behind Yunsi's head, preventing her from hitting the floor. The soft carpet absorbed much of the impact, and a familiar scent of ylang-ylang enveloped them, more potent than ever. Nestled against his chest, Yunsi could hear his rapid heartbeat, pounding like a drum in her ears. She lifted her gaze and found Jiang Che's face mere inches away, his long eyelashes framed eyes swirling with complex emotions, his breath carrying the scent of wine. The atmosphere was just right. Suddenly, Yunsi reached out, gently tugging him. Jiang Che felt his balance waver. Before he could react, he was greeted with a soft sensation on his lips. Yunsi captured his mouth, the rich aroma of red wine enveloping them as her agile tongue danced into his mouth, sending a shiver through his body. Jiang Che's mind momentarily blanked, leaving only the warmth of their lips and the alluring fragrance. Instinctively, he responded, wrapping his arms around her waist. The kiss evolved from tentative to fervent, imbued with the indulgence of intoxication and suppressed feelings. Yunsi could sense Jiang Che's hesitance, yet his kiss was both raw and passionate. A flicker of awareness surged in her mind, but she cast it aside, immersing herself further into the kiss. Jiang Che gradually seized control, the kiss deepening with an assertive intensity. Amidst gasps for breath, he called her name, his voice husky and strained. Yunsi responded dreamily, her fingertips gliding across his face before settling on his muscular chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. Is this all right? Jiang Che's hoarse voice broke the moment. Yunsi nodded, sensing the tension in his body. She took the initiative, cradling his face and kissing him again, her hands deftly loosening the sash of his white practice outfit, revealing the contours of his chiseled physique. Jiang Che noticed her growing desire and reciprocated eagerly. Lost in the depths of their passion, they were oblivious to the world around them. The following day, at 8 o'clock, Yunsi's phone abruptly rang, the sharp sound jolting both of them awake. They exchanged startled glances, unaware of how they had ended up in the room together. It seemed as though Jiang Che had carried her upstairs after a moment of intimacy in the living room, where she had clung to him. Suddenly realizing their situation, Jiang Che's face flushed crimson. He scrambled to sit up, hastily putting on his clothes, avoiding her gaze. Yunsi also sat up, pulling the blanket around her, her heart racing. She glanced at her phone, where the name Shunziki flashed on the screen, causing her brow to furrow involuntarily. As soon as the phone was seized by Yunsi, the call was abruptly terminated, followed swiftly by a message. Are you free? New supplies have arrived at the warehouse. Yunsi stared at the message for a few seconds before carelessly tossing her phone onto the bed, having no intention of replying. The room fell into an awkward silence, punctuated only by the hurried breaths of the two. I, Jiang Che, opened my mouth to say something, but found my throat too parched to produce any sound. Yunsi turned her head, avoiding my gaze. It's all an accident. Let's pretend it never happened. Her voice carried a hint of unnoticeable guilt. Jiang Che remained silent and took the lead in leaving the room. As he passed by the edge of Yunsi's bed, he noticed her phone light up briefly, seemingly indicating a new message, yet he didn't linger to look. They descended the stairs one after the other, the living room in disarray. Yunsi awkwardly offered, "Let me give you a ride." Jiang Che responded with a slight throughout the descent in the elevator. Neither spoke a word. In that cramped space, the lingering fragrance of orchid was still potent, yet it was tinged with an indescribable awkwardness. Upon reaching the underground garage, Jiang Che opened the car door, but paused before getting in, turning back to Yunsi. "Classes will resume as usual. Consider today a day of rest." Yunsi's voice was resolute. Jiang Che nodded and settled into the car, starting the engine. As the vehicle exited the garage, he glanced in the rearview mirror. Catching sight of Yunsi still standing there, her figure obscured by the rain curtain, yet he found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, memories of her kiss from the previous night flooded his mind. Her soft lips, the blush at the corners of her eyes, and her porcelain-like skin. He had lost control last night. Jiang Che cursed under his breath, pressed the accelerator, and soon the car vanished into the rain. Yunsi remained at the garage entrance until Jiang Che's car was completely out of sight before she turned back to the building. In the elevator, she gazed at her own flushed face, instantly revealing her emotions. Heavenly Harmony Illusion Technique, Level 3, Qi Refinement Stage 3. Life Energy, Level 1, Self-Healing. Minor injuries heal automatically within 3 days without medication, while major injuries depend on circumstances. The advancement of the Heavenly Harmony Illusion Technique to Level 3 brought more comprehensive explanations, and the space for cultivation had increased, albeit only to 1 cubic meter, though it was expected to expand further in the future. Yet, she could not feel joy. The exhilaration of her sudden 2-level breakthrough was dulled by the earlier phone call from Shunziki. Returning to the living room, she pulled out her phone, and Shunziki's message was glaringly evident. "I'm downstairs at your building." Yunsi approached the window, parting the curtain slightly, and indeed saw Shunziki's car parked below. Did he see everything? Her face turned somewhat pale. Oh well, if he saw, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Moreover, she could not afford to slow down the progress of her cultivation for him. After all, she had toiled through the night, and her progress had not budged. Based on last night, she had enjoyed herself, and her cultivation advancement had also improved. The rain fell heavily, droplets cascading down the glass, one after another, leaving her uncertain if it was indeed his car. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately pressed the reply button. "Let's discuss this in a few days. My injury has yet to heal. Allow her this moment of retreat." The instant the message was dispatched, Shunziki, stationed below, seemed to receive it. He glanced up at the floor where Yunsi resided before driving away with a flourish. Watching his vehicle vanish at the intersection, Yunsi let out a gentle sigh. She was acutely aware of how impulsive her actions had been yesterday, whether towards Jiang Che, Shunziki, or even herself. With only 3 days remaining until the end of the world, a sense of urgency gripped her. The downpour was expected to cease by the 15th. Yet during these few days, many regions faced flooding, claiming numerous lives. Following the rain, scorching temperatures would prevail, and those who perished in the deluge would rise as the undead. It was also possible that mutations had already begun amidst the rain. Yet no one ventured outside to discover them. Perhaps the apocalypse had already commenced with the onset of the storm. She pondered how Shunziki had acquired his information and whether he possessed the details she lacked. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. She was aware, yet her heart beat erratically. Images of Jiang Che and Shunziki flashing through her mind. Yunsi rubbed her throbbing temples and sent a message to both Shunziki and Jiang Che, urging them to stockpile food, medicine, and water, and to avoid being scratched by others. After sending the messages, she turned towards her bedroom, intending to sleep a little longer. As soon as she lay down, the scent of ylang-ylang, tinged with Jiang Che's essence, quickly lulled her back into slumber. Chapter 22. Warning. Yunsi's intuition was correct. Shunziki had witnessed everything. He observed Jiang Che's car slowly emerge from the underground garage of Yuntingbi Yuan, fixating on it, as if in self-inflicted torment. In truth, he had arrived quite early. By evening, the lower buildings of a city had been submerged by floods, murky waters steadily rising. At this rate, It would not be long before the water reached the fourth or fifth floors. This led to a mention of the exceptional geographical advantages of Yuan. Although situated by the water, its elevation was remarkably high. To put it plainly, upon leaving a city's downtown area and crossing the Yujiang Bridge, the road began to incline. With Yuan perched atop a flat expanse at the summit of the slope, the entire villa district sprawled across a vast area. And Yunxi's villa was uniquely positioned on the furthest hillock, a natural refuge. Rationality dictated that with Yunxi's cautiousness and the elevated terrain of Yuan, she was perhaps safer than he was at that moment. Yet emotionally, he could not restrain himself from coming. At midnight, his car quietly parked beneath Yunxi's villa. Fearing that a sudden knock might disturb her, he turned off the engine and sat silently in the vehicle. The torrential rain pounded against the car windows, producing a rhythmic thud that resonated like a hammer upon his heart. As the morning light broke, Jiang Che's car emerged from the garage, leaving Shinziki in a state of emotional turmoil. Was it anger, jealousy, or perhaps regret? He felt as though he were ensnared by some enchantment, his gaze fixated in a self-inflicted torment. To see more clearly, he even rolled down the car window. The icy rain, mingled with the chill of the night wind, seeped inside, dampening his hair and cheeks, bringing a bone-deep cold that paled in comparison to the frigid ache within his heart. As he watched Jiang Che's vehicle vanish at the end of the road, he slowly closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. The faint scent of cedar lingered in the cabin, yet it only heightened his solitude. He recalled Yunxi's resolute tone when she had said, "Just like that." He envisioned her standing backstage with Jiang Che, and the fleeting smile that had graced Jiang Che's lips moments earlier, causing his heart to constrict painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He thought he should have unequivocally declared his love for her back then. Would it have meant that he was the one who had stayed by her side last night? Meanwhile, Jiang Che returned home and took a cold shower, attempting to extinguish the heat coursing through him and quell the turmoil in his heart. He could not deny that he had become infatuated with that woman. It was precisely why he had lost control last night. Though he was not entirely intoxicated, he had not rebuffed her advances when she sought a kiss, nor had he pushed her away as she unfastened his clothing. He yearned to remain by her side, to possess her, to have her love him as he loved her. In his eyes, she was akin to a rose, proud, thorny, and resilient. No matter the setting, she flourished more vibrantly than any other flower. Her beauty was but a trivial attribute. Yet, as he pondered the events of the previous night, a dark cloud fell over Jiang Che's expression, a tide of inexplicable anger surging within him. His ire was not directed at his own loss of control, but rather at the fact that, in a moment of passion, she had called out the wrong name. The breathless utterance of Shinziki, "Slow down, I can't bear it," pierced his heart like a thorn. It was evident that the man named Shinziki had also ensnared her, leading her into such indulgence. Jiang Che slammed his fist against the bathroom tiles, water splashing everywhere. He had believed himself to be extraordinary, that Yunxi harbored at least a semblance of difference in her affections for him, only to find that perhaps it had all been a figment of his imagination. He had witnessed Yunxi's fierce spirit, admired her brilliance in a cheap how, and seen the fleeting vulnerability in her eyes when she spoke of her past, leaving his heart feeling constricted, as if suffocated. Did this woman possess any heart at all? Was the name she had blurted out in a moment of passion truly of great significance? If it were, why then did she engage with him? Jiang Che picked up a towel to dry his hair, gazing into the mirror at the bloodshot veins in his eyes, and suddenly found it all rather absurd. After years of grappling in the fighting arena, encountering all manner of individuals and situations, he had fallen prey to a woman, possibly one devoid of any true affection. Outside, the rain intensified, and the sky darkened ominously. Jiang Che approached the window, gazing at the streets submerged by the flood, his brow furrowed in concern. The water level was still rising, now reaching the second floor. If the rain persisted, chaos would surely ensue. Although he resided on the 18th floor and was safe for the moment, those living on the first, second, and third floors were evacuating upwards, inching closer to turmoil. The vibration of his phone jolted him from his thoughts. He recalled the admonition to stockpile food, water, and medicine, and to avoid injuries. Yunxi lingered in his mind, a sweet sensation warming his heart. She still cared for him, which surely meant he occupied a place in her thoughts. Jiang Che feigned calm as he replied, "Understood. You must also take care. If you run out of food, just let me know, and I shall bring some." Internally, he chastised himself for his weakness. Yet, now that he had her, what need did he have for pride? He pulled his thoughts back, refusing to indulge in unwarranted speculation. His focus should be on how to confront the impending catastrophe, rather than dwelling on whether he held a position in her heart. After all, he could visit her house tomorrow. Nonetheless, the image of Yun-Si persisted in his mind. Her smile, her kiss, her breath, and that electrifying declaration, Jiang-che, I no longer want it. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. He longed to see her, intensely so. Meanwhile, at Yuntingbi-yuan, Yun-Si remained ensconced in slumber. She found herself trapped in a chaotic dream, filled with Shun Ziki's icy gaze, Jiang Che's wounded expression, and the relentless floodwaters engulfing the city. Suddenly, she jolted awake, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Outside, darkness had fallen, and the rain continued to fall. Grabbing her phone, she noted the time. It was already 8 in the evening. There were no new messages, save for Jiang Che's reply to her earlier text. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she rose and approached the window. With her current vision, even in the dark, she could discern the distant expanse of water, murky floodwaters steadily rising, with debris and struggling figures faintly visible. The apocalypse was indeed upon them. Her gaze shifted to the ground below. The flood had not yet reached her location. With a soft sigh, she turned and descended the stairs, the remnants of last night's chaos still unaddressed. No longer fixating on the events of the previous night, nor on the thoughts of Shun Ziki or Jiang Che, her foremost priority was to prepare for the impending doom. As for the entanglements of love, they would have to be set aside for now. Chapter 23. Countdown. When Shun Ziki returned to Yuntingbi-yuan, he was thoroughly drenched. He kicked open the villa door and shouted into the phone, Assistant Chung, bring me the strongest liquor available. On the other end, Assistant Chung, struggling at the second-floor window of his own home, grimaced at his boss's unyielding command and reluctantly complied. The torrential rain had transformed the streets into a vast ocean, rendering vehicles immobile. Undeterred, he procured an inflatable boat from a neighbor at a premium price and rowed for a full hour to reach Shun Ziki's mountain villa. Boss, the alcohol has arrived. Chung, the assistant, was soaked to the skin as he placed several bottles of vodka on the coffee table, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Shun Ziki cast a glance his way but did not let him leave. Instead, he directed, the guest room on the first floor. Find yourself a clean outfit to change into. Thank you, boss, Chung replied. The rain intensified, with large droplets hammering against the floor-to-ceiling windows, producing a deafening sound as if threatening to shatter the glass. He uncapped a bottle and took a long swig, the fiery liquid scorching his throat, yet failing to quell the agitation simmering within. After changing, Chung emerged, curling up in the corner of the sofa, watching as his boss downed drink after drink, the ashtray quickly accumulating a mountain of cigarette butts. Chung privately muttered to himself, only the boss could have such a peculiar mindset, forsaking a luxurious residence in the city center to build a villa on a mountain. Now, with the entire city flooded, only this elevated hill remained untouched, allowing him the leisure to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He once thought the boss was unwell. Now it seemed one must commend his foresight, a vision not possessed by the ordinary. Shun Ziki drank alone for a long while, smoking one cigarette after another, the living room thick with the heavy scent of smoke and alcohol. Chung shook his head, sighing inwardly. Had he known it would come to this, would he have acted differently? Why did she insist on separating? Shun Ziki suddenly turned, his crimson eyes fixated on Chung, his tone thick with confusion. Chung inwardly cursed. Who would willingly choose that? She could reign as her own queen. Why should she lower herself to be a mere vine entwined around him? Yet such thoughts remained unspoken. He could only gently advise, Miss Yin does not strike me as one to become ensnared in love. As for you, without granting her any title, when she inquired about your relationship, your silence was interpreted as rejection. But she cannot leave me and immediately be with someone else. Shun Ziki murmured, his voice laden with dissatisfaction. He had never invested such care in anyone, yet this was the outcome. His pride rendered him incapable of acceptance. Cheng's eyes widened at this revelation. Miss Yun was indeed with someone else. He took a moment to digest this shocking news, observing his boss's despondent demeanor, and felt a twinge of sympathy. He quickly slapped his own face, muttering to himself, pity yourself, a novice in love. How dare you sympathize with the boss? The boss lacked nothing, yet matters of the heart were notoriously complex. Shun Ziki did not expect a response. He merely continued to drink. A fire raged within him, scorching his insides. Why should he suffer? He had been the one to nurture that flower's bloom, yet now others were also gathering its nectar. Meanwhile, Jiang Che stood on his own balcony, troubled. Upon his return, the water in the community had already risen to waist height, and with the rain continuing to pour, the accumulation would certainly deepen. With neither a boat nor any other means to traverse the water, the prospect of attending class at Yunxi's home tomorrow appeared bleak. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yunxi. The water here is too deep. I won't be able to come tomorrow. A swift reply came, consisting merely of 2 words, it's fine. Jiang Che gazed at those words, feeling an inexplicable surge of frustration. How could this wretched woman be so indifferent? Had she grown careless now that she had him? He recalled the tender kiss they shared the previous night, the way she looked when stirred with emotion, and his heart twisted with both sweetness and bitterness. As for Yunxi, she had no intention of venturing outside in the coming days. The rain intensified, and the floodwaters continued to rise. Although the elevated terrain of Yunting Yuan provided temporary safety, the city was teetering on the brink of chaos. She surveyed the ample supplies stacked high within her space, finding some solace in her preparations. Food, water, medicine, weapons, she had gathered nearly everything necessary. Since breaking through level 3 of the Hehuan Wangqingju, her physical capabilities had significantly improved, allowing her to face the onset of the apocalypse with relative ease. As she leaned against the window, gazing at the white curtain of rain outside, she sighed softly. They each possessed their own pride and convictions. She would not force them to remain by her side, yet neither would she halt her journey for anyone. While her heart fluttered at the thought of them, such feelings paled in comparison to her yearning for strength. It would be ideal if they chose to stay, but she would not grieve if they did not. With the apocalypse looming, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Who had the energy to dwell on romantic entanglements? Why cling to others when she could reign as her own sovereign? Since the world had descended into chaos, why not embrace her role as a queen? Inviting others to cling to her? Yunxi turned and entered the kitchen, pouring herself a cup of hot water. The clamorous sound of rain continued outside, yet her mind began to settle into tranquility. Just 2 more days. She needed only to wait for the global catastrophe to officially arrive, for all order to crumble, after which she could navigate this new world at her own pace. Jiang Che sent another message, noting that the water outside was rising. The inhabitants of the building were growing increasingly irritable, and there had even been a fatality. He urged her to stay put and await his arrival. A faint smile graced Yunxi's lips as she acknowledged him. Just as she finished replying, the power went out. She refrained from checking her phone, choosing instead to listen intently to the sounds outside. A power outage marked the beginning of chaos. At that moment, Shenziki was thoroughly intoxicated, oblivious to his surroundings. Assistant Chung struggled to guide his boss into a room. Just as he was about to tidy up the bottles in the living room, the lights went out. Yunxi retrieved a candle from her space and lit it, stowing away items that could not withstand the darkness. She heard a rustling sound not far from her residence, pondering whether zombies had already emerged this early. No, zombies did not tread quietly. She extinguished the candle and stealthily approached the front door, discovering that there were indeed 5 individuals outside. She heard one person address the other 4, stating that only a beautiful young girl resided here, with an exquisite figure that was beyond words. Wait, I shall go first, another retorted. On what grounds? It should be my turn. Without me. Would you even find such a stunning girl? A third person, growing impatient, urged them to hurry, lamenting that by the time they finished talking, the girl would be asleep. Listening intently, Yunxi realized that these individuals had clearly regarded her as a mere possession. She mused that if she were still the fragile version of herself from before, she would undoubtedly be terrified at this moment. Even if she called Shenziki or Jiang Che, it would take time for them to arrive, during which she would remain in a state of trepidation, fearing the entrance of those 5 men. However, the current situation was different. She possessed the strength to fend for herself, no longer requiring rescue or enduring psychological torment. This distinction between having power in one's own hands versus relying on others was profound. Yunxi was determined not to let these 5 individuals off easily. If it was them this time, it could be someone else next. She intended to set an example, retrieving the carefully cultivated starfall from her space. She was reluctant to tarnish her surroundings. She commenced her stealthy approach, leaping silently behind the 5, and with a few swift strikes, sent them to meet their demise. She disregarded their lifeless bodies and directly scaled the wall, entering the living room. A wretch threatened to escape her lips. She had witnessed much in her past life, including taking lives and battling zombies. Yet this was different. Except for her initial act of murder, she had never felt this way. Perhaps it was her body struggling to adjust. She thought. Chapter 24. The rain ceases. Yun-Si had yet to eat and found herself unable to stomach anything now. She poured herself a glass of water, the warm liquid soothing her throat and alleviating the nausea in her chest. Absently, her fingertips traced the rim of the glass as her thoughts began to replay the early days of the apocalypse from her past life. In just 2 days, it would be the 15th. She recalled vividly that in her previous existence, on the morning of the 14th, after days of relentless torrential rain, it abruptly ceased, and the sun emerged without warning, casting golden rays upon the flood-ravaged city and reflecting blinding light. The temperature escalated sharply, and soon, the water levels began to recede, the humid air turning stifling, making it hard to breathe. As evening approached, the sky transformed, no longer the usual azure or orange. It radiated a golden hue reminiscent of the sun, dazzling and mesmerizing. At that time, many believed the disaster had passed, that the flood would gradually subside, and life would return to normalcy. They even opened their windows, took out their phones to capture this rare spectacle, and celebrated on social media. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. Whether it was at 7 or 8, Yun-Si could no longer recall clearly. She only remembered that night when the sky was suddenly filled with a multitude of meteors, trailing long tails across the night, magnificent yet eerie. But those were not meteors. They were meteor showers. More alarmingly, these meteor showers carried an unknown virus. In a previous life, the Central News broadcast urgently interrupted its programming to convey a grave message, cautioning the public that a meteor shower carried an unknown virus, which was still undergoing urgent analysis. Citizens were advised to refrain from venturing outdoors, if absolutely necessary. They were to employ stringent protective measures. Little did they realize that such precautions would prove futile. Within mere hours following the meteor shower, incidents of people attacking one another erupted across the globe, quickly escalating into widespread human-to-human transmission. Like a plague, it spread, with an increasing number of individuals losing their sanity and transforming into mindless creatures, driven solely by the instinct to devour the living. A segment of the populace, however, began to experience high fevers, their temperatures soaring beyond 40 degrees, plunging into unconsciousness after the meteor shower's descent. Fortunately, some of these individuals awakened from their fever-induced stupor with various extraordinary abilities. Some could manipulate flames, others commanded the flow of water, while some possessed immense strength. Yet, those who failed to awaken any powers ultimately succumbed to the same fate as the zombies. Of course, there existed another group of individuals who neither transformed into zombies nor suffered from high fevers. They seemed untouched, living as ordinary people amidst the chaos. Upon reflecting on this, Yun-Si could not help but furrow her brow, a wave of inexplicable irritation surging within her. How profoundly unjust it seemed. Why did some individuals awaken formidable powers, enabling them to protect themselves or even perpetrate evil in this apocalyptic world, while others remained mere mortals, enduring a precarious existence, vulnerable to exploitation? Why could there not be only two outcomes? Either to become a zombie or to awaken extraordinary abilities. Such a scenario would at least seem fairer. Yet, who would advocate for the ordinary? Not even her, in this moment. She lifted her hand to press against her temple, forcing herself to regain composure. Contemplating these matters was futile. The reality of her previous life was immutable. All she could do was strive to strengthen her current self, aspiring to become part of the fortunate few who would awaken powerful abilities in this cannibalistic world. Even if she could not awaken such powers, she would hasten the progress of her cultivation in the Hehuan delusion technique, aiming to stay ahead of the ability wielders. Meanwhile, in the villa of Shinziki, a throbbing headache from last night's revelry compelled him to furrow his brow. Gradually, he opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, painful enough to make him squint. Sitting up, he rubbed his aching temples, gazing out at the now clear sky, his expression complex. The effects of alcohol had faded, leaving only a deep sense of fatigue and agitation. In truth, he had long been aware of certain insider information. Experts had detected signs of an impending meteor shower poised to descend upon Earth, likely carrying an unknown virus, through specialized monitoring techniques. Given the current state of medical science, It was impossible to develop a remedy or vaccine against such a virus in a short time frame. Authorities were already in the midst of urgent preparations. Yet in the face of a global catastrophe, many factors lay beyond human control. Shenziki rose and approached the window, gazing at the city still submerged by the flood. His heart heavy with sorrow. Thoughts of Yunxi crossed his mind, and he wondered how she was faring at that moment. The elevation of Yuntingbun was sufficiently high, likely shielding it from the deluge. Yet, could she manage the impending meteor shower virus on her own? He retrieved his phone and scrolled to Yunxi's contact, his finger hovering over the dial button. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from pressing it. They had concluded their relationship, had they not? What right did he have to concern himself with her well-being? Taking a deep breath, Shinziki suppressed those unwelcome thoughts. This was not the time for such musings. He had numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Although the supplies in the warehouse were ample, he needed to conduct another thorough check to ensure nothing was overlooked. Additionally, the villa's defenses required reinforcement. He turned and exited the room, calling out to Assistant Chung, who was dozing on the sofa. "Assistant Chung, wake up. Come with me to the warehouse." Startled, Chung bolted upright, bleary-eyed as he looked at Shinziki. "Boss, what's wrong?" "No questions, just follow me." Shinziki's tone brooked no argument as he strode towards the garage. Assistant Chung, sensing the urgency, quickly followed suit. Observing the tension etched on his boss's profile, he felt an unsettling premonition that something significant was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Yunxi stood from the sofa and walked to the window. Sunlight enveloped her warmly, yet it could not dispel the chill within her heart. One more day? She silently counted down in her mind. This time, whether it be zombies or an unknown virus, would serve as an opportunity for her to grow stronger. With 7 hours remaining until 7 p.m. on the 15th, she contemplated the possibility of directly confronting the meteor shower, hoping it might enhance her chances of awakening her abilities. Her body possessed self-healing capabilities. Surely she could withstand the virus. Even if she could not, it mattered little. She had already triumphed once. In her previous life, she chose to end it but was granted a second chance. This time, she wished to take another gamble. Even if she lost, it would merely mean returning to her former state, awakened abilities or not. She would witness her own transformation into a zombie. At her core, she was wild and insatiable, desiring what others had, and coveting what others lacked even more. Yunxi would rather perish than remain weak. Chapter 25. Fever time swiftly approached 7 o'clock. The sky remained a brilliant gold, serene and undisturbed, and the anticipated meteor shower had yet to materialize. Yunxi sat poised on the chair of the open-air balcony on the 3rd floor, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest. She could not recall the precise moment the meteor shower was meant to descend. At this juncture, however, she felt no panic, merely gazing quietly at the night sky, patiently awaiting its arrival. As the hour turned to 8, the night sky continued to show no signs of movement. Typically, the birds would flit across her balcony, yet today, not a single one appeared. Yunxi picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip, acutely aware that the hour was not yet upon her. At 8:30, just as Yunxi was on the verge of losing her patience, a radiant burst of light suddenly illuminated the night sky. The brilliance was so intense that it transformed the pitch-black darkness into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight, rendering even the distant cityscape distinctly visible. Shortly thereafter, a cascade of meteors, trailing long luminous tails, streaked across the heavens, descending with a whistling sound, both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Yunxi remained still, seated in her chair, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed upon the meteor shower. It must be said that this spectacle was extraordinarily beautiful, so captivating that it made one forget the peril it entailed. The meteor shower persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Rising to her feet, Yunxi surveyed the balcony and the garden, now strewn with meteors of various sizes. The largest were no bigger than a ping-pong ball, while the smallest resembled fingernails, their surfaces still marked by scorching traces and emanating a faint warmth. She procured a sealable box and carefully collected the meteors, placing them within before carrying the box inside and stowing it away in a room on the 2nd floor, one she seldom occupied. Perhaps these meteors would prove useful in the future. It was prudent to keep them safe for now. After completing this task, Yunxi returned to her room, lay down on her bed, and quietly awaited the fever. She understood that contact with the meteor shower would inevitably lead to viral infection. The outcome would either be a high fever awakening her latent powers or her transformation into a zombie. Indeed, before long, she felt a wave of heat surge from the depths of her being, her temperature soaring rapidly. Soon after, an indescribable agony enveloped her entire body, as if her bones had been shattered and reassembled, causing her to curl up in distress. Even with her self-healing abilities, enduring such pain was a formidable challenge. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, soaking the sheets. It dawned on her why some succumbed to zombification, while others possessed varying degrees of power. Just as Yunsi was on the brink of losing consciousness from the pain, she faintly heard the sound of someone climbing over the courtyard wall. The noise was subtle, yet in the stillness of the night, it resonated with clarity. Gritting her teeth against the torment, she quietly rose from her bed, barefoot, and tiptoed to the window. Cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain to peer into the yard, there stood a tall figure, back turned to her, obscuring his visage. However, judging by his broad shoulders and narrow waist, he appeared to be a man. At that moment, the man seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to face her. Yunsi beheld a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, behind which were piercing, deep-set eyes, fixed intently in her direction. The man, too, had caught sight of Yunsi by the window. She was clad in a simple white t-shirt and black hot pants, an unassuming outfit that accentuated her alluring silhouette. Particularly striking were her long, straight, fair legs, glistening under the moonlight, while the curves of her figure were undeniably enticing. Duan Qingyue was assured that among all the models he had ever painted, none could rival the woman before him. Her bone structure was exquisite, and her beauty was impeccable, as if she were the most flawless creation of the divine. Initially, Duan Qingyue had heard of a meteor shower and sought a vantage point for observation and sketching, only to be met with a meteorite downpour that nearly cost him his life. He had succumbed to a high fever and, in a daze, stumbled upon this place. Believing it deserted, he had entered in search of a respite. The moment he beheld Yunsi, his initial inclination to relocate vanished. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him, a thought suddenly flickered in his mind. How wonderful it would be if she could be his muse. Yunsi abruptly interrupted his reverie, leaping gracefully from the second floor and charging toward him in an instant. Though feverish, her steps were somewhat ethereal, yet her movements remained sharp and decisive. After a few exchanges, she skillfully subdued the man with her agile prowess and keen sense of timing. Yunsi's Hahuan delusion technique required enhancement, and this man appeared to be a promising candidate. She sensed a pure aura emanating from him, clearly indicating that his vital essence still thrived. Raising a foot, she placed it upon Duan Qingyue's chest. Looking down at him with an icy demeanor, she coldly inquired, "What is your name? What is your profession? What brings you to my courtyard?" Duan Qingyue found it somewhat difficult to breathe under her foot. He gazed into Yunsi's eyes, which were slightly flushed due to fever, swallowed hard, and replied earnestly, "My name is Duan Qingyue, and I am an artist. I heard there was a meteor shower, and I sought a higher vantage point for observation and painting, only to be met with a meteorite rain that nearly struck me down. I was feverish and dazed when I found this place. Thinking it unoccupied, I entered, unaware that you would discover me immediately." His voice was warm and courteous, devoid of deceit. Yunsi frowned, exerting a little more pressure with her foot. "An artist? At this hour, you dare trespass into someone else's courtyard? Do you expect me to believe that?" Duan Qingyue grimaced in pain, but maintained his composure. "I speak nothing but the truth. If you doubt me, you may check my painting supplies, which are just outside the courtyard wall." Yunsi cast a glance toward the wall and indeed discerned the faint outline of an easel. Her suspicions eased slightly, yet the pressure of her foot remained unrelenting. "Even if what you say is true, trespassing is still wrong. My voice remains cold. These are unusual times. And who knows if you are a rogue seeking to cause chaos?" Duan Qingyue offered a wry smile. "I assure you, I am not a villain. I merely sought a safe haven until my fever subsides." He could feel the slender yet strong foot upon his chest, exuding an oddly captivating beauty. A thrill coursed through him. If he could capture this moment on canvas, it would undoubtedly become a remarkable masterpiece. Yunsi was utterly oblivious to his thoughts. As she gazed upon Duan Qingyue's handsome visage and sensed the pure aura emanating from him, her resolve crystallized. This man, she decided, would be hers. Regardless of his moral standing, he could undoubtedly assist her in her quest to enhance the Hahuan delusion technique. Bending close to Duan Qingyue's face, a playful glint danced in her eyes as she remarked, If you wish for me to release you, there is a condition you must fulfill. Duan Qingwe, taken aback by her proximity and the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, felt his heart race and instinctively inquired, "What condition?" A knowing smile graced Yunxi's lips. "You must accompany me for a while." Duan Qingwe paused, momentarily perplexed by the implication of her words. Accompany her? Did she intend for him to be her model? In that moment of distraction, Yunxi suddenly experienced a bout of dizziness, the fever's grip tightening around her, and her body became increasingly feverish. She wavered and nearly collapsed. Observing her distress, Duan Qingwe hurriedly reached out to steady her, only to find himself embraced by Yunxi. "Help me inside," she urged, struggling to maintain her balance. Though her gaze was clouded by dizziness, she recognized that she could no longer endure. Rest was imperative. Casting a glance at Duan Qingwe, she gritted her teeth and guided him towards the room. To the second floor, her voice was laced with fatigue and pain. Despite her commanding tone, Duan Qingwe felt no anger, only concern for her condition. It was evident to him that she was suffering greatly. Chapter 26. Fever break after a few steps. Yunxi sensed the encroaching darkness before her eyes and felt her body sway, on the brink of collapse. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to look at Duan Qingwe. Her voice strained and breathless. "Assist me to the second floor." Duan Qingwe, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and supported her as they ascended the stairs. With each step, Yunxi felt as if she were exhausting every ounce of strength. The dizziness and excruciating pain from the fever threatened to overwhelm her senses. Yet, she understood that the Hahuan delusion technique would not only bolster her power but also expedite her healing, which would undoubtedly aid her in awakening her abilities. In her current predicament, she had to elevate the Hahuan delusion technique, further enhancing her chances of awakening her powers. Finally managing to reach the doorway of the second-floor room, Yunxi pushed the door open and staggered inside, leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath. Duan Qingwe, shaking off the numbness in his limbs, had yet to voice a thought when Yunxi abruptly shoved him onto the bed. Before he could react, he found her leaning over him, her hands tearing at his clothing. Duan Qingwe was rendered utterly bewildered, staring at the flushed, feverish woman before him, momentarily forgetting to resist. Yunxi's movements exuded a near-violent urgency as she swiftly tore away Duan Qingwe's shirt, revealing his elegantly sculpted chest. She too discarded her white t-shirt and shorts. Perching herself on the edge of the bed, her gaze a tumultuous blend of stubbornness and yearning, she leaned in to kiss his lips, while he fervently traced her neck and earlobes with his tongue, intoxicated by the rich fragrance of ylang-ylang. At that moment, Duan Qingwe was engulfed in discomfort. A high fever clouded his consciousness, his body ablaze with an insatiable heat that left him parched and weak. Driven by primal instinct, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Yunxi, seeking solace in her soft embrace, yet the sensation did little to quell the fire within him. His breaths grew labored, his instincts fully awakened as he clutched her tighter, as if she were a lifeline. Yunxi sensed the shift in his body and let out a low, seductive laugh, leaning closer to whisper tantalizingly in his ear. Her voice bore an enchanting allure, drawing out ragged breaths from him, droplets of sweat cascading from his forehead. In a daze, he gazed at her face, so near, inhaling the increasingly potent scent of ylang-ylang that seemed to rush through his veins. Her movements embodied a wild beauty, a stark departure from her usual composure. Duan Qingwe lost all capacity for thought, responding solely to his body's instincts, his hands roaming her back in a desperate search for release. The temperature in the room surged, the air thick with the mingling scents of sweat, gasps, and that intoxicating fragrance, weaving a chaotic yet alluring tableau. Yunxi felt the Hahuan delusion technique intensifying, her self-healing abilities accelerating, nearing the 5th level. She reveled in her secret triumph, continuing her prior actions, momentarily oblivious to the world around her. He held her tightly, as if trying to meld her into his very being. His consciousness floated in a haze, muddled and chaotic, reduced to the most primal desires and impulses. Outside, distant growls echoed sporadically, signaling the emergence of zombies, heralding the onset of a post-apocalyptic era. Yet within that room, time seemed to stand still, leaving only two souls, enveloped in instinct and anguish, seeking solace and strength in one another. Flickers of Shunziki and Jiangche occasionally crossed Yunxi's mind, but she swiftly cast them aside. She reminded herself that survival was paramount, and to endure, she was willing to employ any means necessary. Duan Qingyue had long since succumbed to the depths of the ocean that was Y City. As time slipped by, Yunxi gradually sensed the fever within her receding, the bone-crushing pain easing significantly. She realized that the Huan delusion technique was taking effect, signaling the awakening of her extraordinary abilities. Yunxi lay upon Duan Qingyue's chest, gasping for breath, her eyes gradually regaining a semblance of clarity. She regarded Duan Qingyue's equally sweat-drenched face, her gaze imbued with complexity. This man represented an unexpected encounter in her apocalyptic journey. Duan Qingyue, equally fatigued, held Yunxi tightly, his chest rising and falling violently. Though his consciousness remained somewhat hazy, his instinct compelled him to keep her close. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by their heavy breaths and the distant, haunting roars from outside. Yunxi slowly lifted her head, gazing at Duan Qingyue, and softly inquired, "How do you feel?" Duan Qingyue, still dazed, opened his eyes to behold Yunxi's face mere inches away. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace, drawing her closer, murmuring, "So hot." Yunxi chuckled softly, climbing off him and casually draping a piece of clothing over herself. She approached the window, pulling back the curtain to peer outside. The night remained thick with darkness. The distant city immersed in chaos, flames reaching skyward, and a cacophony of roars and screams rising and falling. Turning back, she observed Duan Qingyue, who was still in a semi-conscious state. A meaningful smile graced Yunxi's lips. This man was not so bad after all. She approached the bedside, checking Duan Qingyue's forehead and noting that his fever had subsided somewhat, his breathing becoming more even. It seemed that the Huan delusion technique had indeed exerted some effect on him. Yunxi found a blanket and covered Duan Qingyue before retreating to a cozy corner of the room. Settling into a comfortable position, she began to silently cultivate the Huan delusion technique, solidifying her recently enhanced powers while awaiting the complete awakening of her abilities. Chapter 27. Abilities. The following morning, Yunxi gradually opened her eyes, feeling invigorated, the pain throughout her body having vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and strength. At that moment, she sensed something stirring in her palm. Upon opening her hand, a misty, silvery halo hovered gently, emanating a warm and mysterious aura. Time ability. Control over time. Suddenly, this line of information flooded her mind, causing Yunxi's eyes to gleam with excitement. A time ability. She had awakened such an extraordinary gift. Gazing at the silvery halo in her hand, curiosity filled her heart. She attempted to cast the halo away. As the halo made contact with the ground, something extraordinary occurred. Time seemed to reverse, returning to the moment she had extended her hand. Everything reverted to that instant. Her fingers still splayed open, the halo still present, albeit dimmer. Yunxi widened her eyes in astonishment, her face alight with incredulous joy. This was truly remarkable. Although her time ability could only rewind by 2 seconds at present, it was already astonishing enough. She could not help but wonder if one day, when her powers reached their peak, it would truly be possible to reverse time. Suppressing the excitement within her, she retracted the silvery mist emanating from her palms and turned her gaze to the still slumbering Duan Qingyue on the bed. After a night's rest, Duan Qingyue's complexion had improved significantly, and his breathing had become more even. Yunxi rose to her feet, stretching her limbs, feeling invigorated with an overwhelming surge of strength. At that moment, a wave of hunger washed over her, prompting her to quietly exit the room and descend the stairs in search of sustenance. She retrieved a portion of braised pork rice from her spatial storage and sat at the dining table, relishing the warm meal. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy such a comforting dish was a considerable luxury. After finishing her meal, Yunxi glanced at the clock. It was nearly noon. Yet Duan Qingyue still remained asleep. Feeling somewhat bored and contemplating venturing outside to assess the situation, she was interrupted by the sound of footsteps from upstairs. "You're awake," Yunxi called, glancing up towards the staircase. Duan Qingyue descended the stairs, clad in one of Yunxi's shirts, his hair slightly disheveled. Yet his eyes appeared remarkably clearer. Upon seeing Yunxi, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks, likely a recollection of the events from the previous night. Approaching her, he observed her vibrant complexion. Her fair skin and bright eyes bore no trace of the fever and distress she had endured, prompting him to mutter through gritted teeth, To those who know you are human, it is one thing. To those who do not, they might think you are some kind of fairy. Though his consciousness had been hazy the previous night, he could still recall certain fragments. How could this woman, who had suffered alongside him, transform overnight into such a radiant figure? Hearing his words, Yun-Si raised an eyebrow, and a beguiling smile graced her lips as she beckoned him closer with a finger. Come here. Duan Qinghua hesitated. But recalling Yun-Si's formidable prowess from the night before, he reluctantly approached her. Before he could even take a seat, Yun-Si pushed him onto the sofa. Following suit, she pressed against him, loosening her robe as she remarked, "If you say so, then it must be. After all, you witnessed it last night, did you not?" The robe slipped from her shoulders, revealing her smooth, delicate skin that shimmered under the sunlight. Duan Qinghua's breath quickened, his cheeks flushed crimson. Gazing at the proximity of Yun-Si, inhaling her lingering fragrance of ylang-ylang, he felt parched. What are you doing?" he stammered, his eyes darting away. Unable to meet her gaze, Yun-Si chuckled softly, leaning closer to his ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "The same things we did last night." Her voice possessed an enchanting quality that made his heart skip a beat, leaving him momentarily frozen. "But it's daytime," Duan Qinghua attempted to protest, only to find himself pinned by her grip on his shoulder, unable to move. "And what of daytime?" she countered. Yun-Si raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery glinting in her gaze. "Is it only permissible at night?" As she spoke, her hands began to stir restlessly. Duan Qinghua's body instantly tensed, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from Yun-Si's fingertips, a sensation that coursed through him like electricity, igniting a feverish heat within his being. He understood that he ought to push her away, to maintain his composure, yet his body's instincts rendered him powerless to resist. Especially when recalling the exquisite pleasure and solace of the previous night, he found himself sinking further into temptation. Yun-Si sensed the change in Duan Qinghua's demeanor, her smile growing more beguiling. She knew this man had once again fallen under her spell, and her heavenly harmony deception would ascend to new heights. Without hesitation, she leaned down and pressed her lips against Duan Qinghua's. After their kiss, she leaned closer, whispering for him to provide her with protection. Reluctantly, Duan Qinghua complied, his eyes brightening as he lowered his head to kiss Yun-Si's earlobe, savoring the delicate beauty of her flesh. Yun-Si shivered at his touch. He reveled in her fullness, admiring her exquisite figure, with the faintest hint of abdominal muscles gracing her stomach as he descended further. Observing such a seemingly aloof individual succumb to desire, he felt himself drowning in the depths of lust. Noticing Duan Qinghua's discomfort, Yun-Si's voice dropped to a whisper. In a swift motion, Duan Qinghua shed his clothing, discarding it onto the floor. Outside the window, the sun poured through the glass, illuminating the living room and casting a golden halo upon the entwined couple, a striking contrast to the chaos of the distant city, filled with the sounds of screams and explosions that echoed through the air. Yun-Si understood that amidst this apocalyptic world, such moments of intimacy might be fleeting. Yet she was determined to seize this ephemeral beauty, to grow stronger for survival in this cruel reality. As for Duan Qinghua, he was now both her instrument of empowerment and a source of solace in this desolate existence. What the future held remained uncertain. Duan Qinghua surrendered completely to Yun-Si's kiss, enveloping her in his embrace as though he wished to merge her essence with his very being. The temperature in the living room climbed once more, the atmosphere thick with an air of intimacy, starkly contrasting the apocalyptic scenes beyond the window. While indulging in Duan Qinghua's attentions, Yun-Si felt the elevation of her heavenly harmony deception and the presence of temporal abilities, experiencing an unprecedented tranquility within her heart. Chapter 28. Stepping out after enough playful antics in the living room, Duan Qinghua collapsed onto the sofa, his body limp and weary, feeling as though death was imminent. Having consumed only a solitary piece of bread since yesterday morning, and having undergone such vigorous exertion, he now felt ravenously hungry, his stomach pressing against his back, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. With a feeble voice, he turned to Yun-Si and said, "Please, grant me something to eat, otherwise I fear I may truly perish before you." Yun-Si meticulously adjusted her attire, nodding in acknowledgement of his earlier efforts. In light of his contributions, she turned and entered the kitchen, retrieving 2 boxes of instant noodles and a packet of beef jerky for him. Duan Qinghua, famished, eagerly seized the noodles, deftly preparing them with boiling water. The few minutes spent waiting for the noodles to cook felt interminably long. He frequently cast glances toward the kitchen, his throat constricting as he swallowed in anticipation. I'll step outside for a moment. Yin-C's voice resonated from the doorway. Duan Qingyue looked up to see her making her way to the entrance, his brow furrowed in confusion. Outside, but the front door is powerless and cannot be opened. Is it? Even if it cannot be opened, it is unsafe outside, Yin-C replied without glancing back. I will take another route. With that, she ascended the stairs to change into more practical attire, a hooded sweatshirt, cargo pants, and sturdy leather boots, exuding a blend of competence and coolness. As she descended, Yin-C sensed Duan Qingyue's gaze upon her. She cast him a playful wink before vaulting over the courtyard wall, her movements as graceful as a cat. Watching her silhouette vanish beyond the wall, Duan Qingyue shook his head in resignation and turned his attention to the noodles. After consuming 2 bowls, he finally felt revitalized. Once finished, he recalled that his painting supplies remained outside the wall, prompting him to mimic Yin-C's earlier actions to retrieve them. However, lacking her agility, he inadvertently twisted his waist while climbing back, eliciting a grimace of pain. Ouch, he muttered, rubbing his back and internally lamenting his misfortune. Cradling his painting supplies, he returned to the living room, settled into a comfortable spot, and began to organize his materials. Meanwhile, having cleared the courtyard wall, Yin-C swiftly made her way to Jingming Street. The once vibrant thoroughfare now lay in ruin, thick mud blanketing the ground alongside scattered debris. Many shop doors hung open, revealing that any consumables or usable items that had not been waterlogged had already been claimed, leaving behind only the inedible or too cumbersome to transport. Yin-C, undeterred by the remnants, collected everything into her spatial storage. In this apocalyptic world, such items were becoming increasingly rare, particularly crafted goods and convenience foods. While she appropriated the more conspicuous treasures, she ensured to leave some for others. Occasionally, she encountered a few sluggish zombies, their movements clumsy as they lunged toward her with guttural cries. Unbeknownst to her, a tang sword had materialized in her hand. With swift, precise strokes, she dispatched them effortlessly, one after another. Her destination was not Jingming Street itself, but rather the adjacent thoroughfare, where a large supermarket awaited. Although much of the external inventory may have succumbed to the flood, the supermarket's storerooms likely still housed a wealth of intact supplies. These were the true treasures she sought. As Yin-C traversed the streets, her blade remained unyielding, severing the heads of the approaching zombies before they could draw near. As she neared the supermarket, the number of undead began to swell, drawn to the aura she exuded, converging upon her from all directions. With a steely glint in her eyes, she tightened her grip on the tang knife and charged into the throng of zombies. The blade seemed to possess a life of its own, each swing accompanied by a fierce whistle, striking accurately at the skulls of the undead. The echoes of their howls and the sound of shattering bones reverberated through the desolate streets, instilling a chilling dread. While engaged in battle, Yin-C remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings for the entrance to the supermarket's storage area. Her movements quickened, though her stamina waned, yet her gaze sparkled with determination. After a fierce skirmish, she finally vanquished the surrounding zombies, panting heavily as she leaned against the wall for a brief respite before advancing toward the storage entrance. The large door was locked, and despite her attempts to pry it open with her tang knife, it remained steadfast. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated alternative methods when suddenly, a faint voice emanated from within the warehouse. "Is anyone there?" A trembling female voice called out from the shadows of the storeroom. Taken aback, Yin-C had not anticipated the presence of others inside. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I'm here." "Wonderful." The voice within brimmed with relief. "Can you help us escape? We're locked in here, and there are many monsters outside." Yin-C's brow furrowed. Her primary objective was to procure supplies, and she wished to avoid unnecessary complications. However, the thought of potential resources within spurred her resolve. After a moment's contemplation, she called out to the door, "Stay inside and don't move. I will find a way to pry open the lock." With renewed vigor, she exerted herself to force the lock. Her strength, combined with the sharpness of her tang knife, soon yielded a satisfying click as the lock sprang open. Pushing the warehouse door ajar, she was met by a pungent odor of mildew. The dim light revealed several figures huddled in the corner. Thank you," a woman exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears. Yin-C remained silent, her eyes sweeping across the warehouse and landing on a considerable stockpile of intact supplies, a faint smile gracing her lips. "These supplies," she began, only to be interrupted by an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Whirling around, she was confronted by a zombie that had materialized at the entrance. Lunging toward her, reacting swiftly, she swung her knife at the creature's head, but to her astonishment, this zombie moved with a speed far surpassing that of the others she had encountered. "Be careful," the voice from within the warehouse cried out. Yun's expression hardened. Without time for further thought, she raised her blade to deflect the zombie's claws, sparks flying from the collision. Yun seized the opportunity, deftly evading the zombie's attack, and with a swift motion, dispatched the creature with a single stroke. The individuals within the warehouse were left in stunned silence. They had merely witnessed Yun block the zombie's claws, followed by a fleeting shadow, and then the terrifying monster was vanquished, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired. Yun sheathed her tang knife and cast a cold glance at the people in the warehouse, stating, "This place is unsafe. You would do well to leave promptly. I intend to take a portion of these supplies." With that, she turned her attention away from them, silently awaiting their departure. The occupants of the warehouse exchanged uncertain glances, ultimately refraining from dissent. They understood that the woman before them was formidable, and it was already a stroke of fortune that she had rescued them. They dared not wish for more. Before long, the people had exited, each carrying away a considerable amount of provisions. Yun did not impede them. After all, they could not possibly take everything, and what remained would all belong to her. In a short span, she amassed a significant portion of the warehouse's supplies, filling her space nearly to capacity. She surveyed the remaining provisions, contemplating leaving some for others, and then turned to exit the warehouse. She closed the door behind her, tinkering with the lock to secure it, leading the others to believe she had not acquired much, especially since she bore only a single backpack. "Thank you." The woman waiting outside expressed her gratitude once more. Yun did not turn back. She merely waved her hand and swiftly vanished into the distance of the street. Luo Wuxia gazed at her retreating figure with a tinge of envy. She thought to herself that one day she would tell her, "My name is Luo Wuxia." Luo Wuxia had no intention of returning to her former home. No, it had ceased to be her home long ago. Following the death of her mother when she was 10, shortly after burying her, her so-called father brought home the widow of his close friend, along with a boy 2 years her senior, who bore a striking resemblance to her father. From that moment on, they became a family, and she was the outsider. They did not treat her harshly. They simply acted as if she did not exist. Yet, how could emotional neglect be anything less than a form of violence? Fortunately, her time in middle and high school allowed her to reside on campus. She worked at the school's convenience store until a month before her final exams, pouring all her energy into leaving G City, ultimately applying to take her college entrance examinations in a city. To her credit, she succeeded, gaining admission to a university 3,000 kilometers away in a city. Balancing work and study, she completed her degree. However, shortly after graduating, her father approached her with news of a prospective marriage, boasting a bride price of $3 million, a sum he claimed was only possible because she was a university graduate. He would manage the dowry himself. Faced with no options, she resorted to calling the police. Yet, as it was a private matter, they could do little to help. They were like leeches, repugnant and parasitic. Fortunately, calamity struck. She had no desire to remain with them, fearing they would sell her at any moment. And so when they instructed her to venture out in search of food, she slipped away unnoticed. She found refuge in a supermarket, managing to survive until now. As the floodwaters receded, she did not leave. She had nowhere to go, for her rented accommodation had been overrun by that parasitic brood. Where else could she go? As evening fell, a torrential meteor shower descended, prompting her and the others who had sought refuge in the supermarket to retreat to the warehouse. To their dismay, the door sealed shut, rendering it impossible to open from within. She heard voices outside, a single call resonating. She had truly rescued them, and she beheld the delicate silhouette of that slender figure. In that moment, she pondered. Being a woman herself, equally fragile, she found herself in need of salvation. Yet here was another who could extend her hand to save others. She aspired to embody such a person, no longer wanting to be a mere damsel in distress. For not everyone possessed such benevolence. She contemplated the chaos consuming the world. A person so kind-hearted could not possibly endure for long. She yearned to protect her, believing that such a being should never be stained with blood. She ought to be a celestial goddess, eternally pristine and unyielding. Chapter 29. Manifestation of Extraordinary Abilities. Duan Qingyue spread out his painting supplies in the living room, the visage of Yunxi echoing in his mind. That woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her bone structure and features beyond reproach, compelling him to immortalize this perfection upon the canvas. Stealing his focus, he grasped the brush and began to delineate her likeness. But as he reached the area of her brows and eyes, a sudden, excruciating headache assailed him. As if countless needles were piercing his temples, he abruptly dropped the brush, clutching his forehead and curling up on the sofa, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Could it be a remnant of a fever? He murmured to himself, or perhaps it was the act of painting her that triggered the pain. As the agony subsided somewhat, Duan Qingyue, albeit skeptically, retrieved a fresh sheet of paper, consciously avoiding Yunxi's image, and casually sketched an apple. At the moment the pencil touched the page, a faint white light emanated from it, and the charcoal-rendered apple suddenly appeared three-dimensional and plump. Droplets of water rolling off it as if it had materialized from thin air, a veritable red apple. He was taken aback, cautiously reaching out to grasp the apple. Its surface was cool and smooth, and he could even detect the fragrance of fresh fruit. With a crisp snap, he bit into it, the sweet and tangy juice exploding on his tongue, surpassing even the richness of those purchased from the supermarket. Strangely, as the flesh settled in his stomach, the earlier headache gradually dissipated. Duan Qingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he attempted to sketch lychees, mangosteens, watermelons, and blueberries. Whenever he encountered intricate patterns, the throbbing at his temples would return, prompting him to pause and recuperate before continuing. When Yunxi finally pushed open the door and stepped inside, her footsteps faltered. The table in the living room overflowed with an abundance of fruit, red apples, purple mangosteens, round blueberries, and even a halved watermelon. Its vivid red flesh adorned with glistening black seeds, evoking an insatiable appetite. What is this? She raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze toward Duan Qingyue, who sat before the easel, slightly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. He cleared his throat, feigning composure. Would you like some? They are edible. With that, he plucked a blueberry and tossed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing before opening his mouth wide. See, it's truly edible. Yunxi nodded. I know they're edible. I meant, where did these fruits come from? I don't recall any provisions at home. I painted them. Duan Qingyue indicated the adjacent sheet of paper, where the strokes remained wet and vivid. Yunxi let out a soft "oh," her gaze flitting between the fruits and the drawing paper, before she turned without further inquiry and ascended the stairs. Duan Qingyue watched her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair. Shouldn't he have expressed greater astonishment? After all, she had conjured edible fruits out of thin air. In truth, Yunxi was not entirely unfazed. Her surprise lasted but a fleeting moment. Given the meteor showers and the viral outbreaks that had transformed the living into the undead, what significance did the ability to create tangible objects hold? In her previous life, she had thought zombies appeared overnight, as if summoned from the void. By the time she had finished her bath and changed into loungewear, Duan Qingyue was still busy at the easel, the bunch of grapes on the canvas glowing faintly, nearly taking shape. Yunxi retrieved 2 portions of shredded pork with green peppers from her space and slid one toward him, while she settled across from him and began to eat heartily. Just as Duan Qingyue completed his painting and set down his brush, he recalled that the food had seemingly materialized out of thin air, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, though he wisely refrained from probing further. They ate their dinner in silence. And when Yunxi noticed he had set down his chopsticks, she spoke leisurely. The outside world has descended into chaos. Many have mutated into grotesque beings, akin to the zombies in Resident Evil. Duan Qingyue tightened his grip on his chopsticks, listening intently. Being bitten by those monsters could lead to infection. Yunxi's tone as calm as if discussing the weather. There was only a 5% chance of awakening supernatural abilities. The remaining 95% would end up as monstrous as those beings. Duan Qingyue's complexion paled gradually as he finally comprehended why Yunxi had reacted so nonchalantly to his fruit drawing. In the face of life and death, such abilities were trivial indeed. Does what I create count as a supernatural ability? He asked hesitantly, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the brush in his hand. It does. Yunxi affirmed with a nod. Your ability is quite useful. You needn't worry about going hungry. You should be able to draw weapons as well. This was indeed the truth. He had noticed earlier that any food he drew was infused with abundant energy, indistinguishable from the real thing when consumed. As he surveyed the table laden with fruits, Duan Xingyue suddenly felt the weight of the brush in his hand grow heavy, as if it bore 1,000 pounds. Previously, he had painted for the sake of art, to capture beauty, but now, these hands could serve as a means for survival. Are those monsters very formidable? He inquired. His voice strained. Initially, zombies were sluggish in their movements. As long as one was not surrounded, they were not difficult to handle. Yunxi recalled her experience of dispatching zombies on the street earlier that day. However, whether they would evolve in the future remained uncertain. She stood to tidy up the meal boxes and paused. Do not worry. I will protect you. Duan Xingyue watched her silhouette vanish at the stairwell, then glanced down at his hands. The paint on the canvas had yet to dry, and he could still detect the lingering fragrance of fruit on his fingertips. Outside, a series of anguished shrieks echoed, reminding him that this was no mere dream. He took a deep breath and picked up the brush once more. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to create something useful, perhaps a knife. As the pen made contact with the paper, the familiar sensation of headache surged once more. Albeit considerably milder than when he had been sketching fruit, Duan Xingyue gritted his teeth, aware that mere artistic representation of food would not suffice to survive in this apocalyptic world. The living room's lights had been aglow throughout the night, with the easel bearing various depictions, from bread and milk to daggers and ropes. Gradually, Duan Xingyue began to comprehend the nuances of his extraordinary abilities. The more intricate the object, the more arduous the task, resulting in a more intense headache. Yet, as long as the drawing was successful, it would invariably manifest as a usable item. In the early hours, Yunxi stood on the third-floor balcony, gazing at the horizon where the sky began to blush with dawn, casually toying with a blueberry that Duan Xingyue had rendered. Her temporal abilities allowed her to seize fleeting opportunities, while his artistic prowess provided the necessary resources, an advantageous arrangement indeed. She had no intention of letting him go. Such invaluable support was too precious to relinquish. As she descended the stairs, she noticed Duan Xingyue slumped over the easel, asleep, surrounded by a scattering of oil-painted daggers. Though they resembled decorative artifacts, they gleamed with a menacing sharpness. Leaning down, she picked one up, only to be startled as her fingertip was grazed by the blade. Drawing blood, she raised an eyebrow. It appeared his powers were more practical than she had anticipated. Returning the dagger to the table, she accidentally knocked over a paintbrush, startling Duan Xingyue awake. His eyes were filled with wariness, but he relaxed upon recognizing her. Now that you're awake, you should rest to replenish your energy, so you can create even more useful items, perhaps something explosive with formidable offensive capabilities, she suggested casually, remarking on the nascent stage of their predicament, hinting that zombies might eventually acquire abilities of their own. Duan Xingyue paused, then nodded earnestly, tightening and loosening his grip on the paintbrush. He tidied his supplies and intended to find a room on the ground floor to rest. Yunxi glanced at him and suggested, "Why not sleep in my room?" Duan Xingyue's face flushed as he hesitantly replied, "Is that appropriate? Then you can sleep on the floor," she countered. Upon opening the door, he was met with an astonishingly barren room, devoid of furnishings. It was rather unexpected. He found it hard to believe that such a grand house contained only a single bed, especially when the living room appeared so opulent. Yunxi seemed to read his thoughts, offering, "The house was purchased not long ago." Duan Xingyue nodded absently, turning to ascend the stairs. Yunxi felt a rare twinge of embarrassment, pondering why she had been so preoccupied with acquiring various items, neglecting to furnish her own home. Nevertheless, the contents of her room were all included in the house. She resolved to remember to gather some daily necessities in the future, rather than solely focusing on weapons and food. Her star blade had yet to be sharpened. As she thought this, she retrieved the weapon from her space and practiced with it in the living room. Chapter 30. Convergence. Yunxi stored the star blade back in her space and suddenly recalled her mobile phone. Since the day of the meteor shower, she had stowed it away, caught up in dealing with her fever and awakening abilities, and had forgotten all about it. Raising her hand, the black phone landed steadily in her palm. The screen was pitch black, clearly out of battery. Yunxi retrieved a power bank and plugged it in, watching as the screen flickered to life, causing her pupils to constrict slightly. The screen was inundated with a plethora of missed call notifications, teetering on the brink of overflow. The crimson digits piercing the eyes with urgency. Jiang Che's name appeared 17 times, while Shunziki's graced the screen 25 times. The signal bars had long since faded to a dull gray, and upon opening WeChat, it took an eternity to load, finally revealing 2 unread messages. In Shunziki's chat, the most recent missive lingered on the moment the meteor shower commenced. Do not go outside. There are monsters. Scrolling upwards, an earlier message read, Are you alright? There will be a meteor shower soon. Try to stay indoors. Experts have stated that the meteors carry a virus, and there are currently no vaccines or medications to counter it. I will come to find you once I finish. Each word resonated with palpable anxiety. The final warning imbued with undeniable urgency. Jiang Che's messages were more succinct, yet equally fervent. Do not go outside. It is dangerous. I will come to find you. Just wait. Both had sent the same messages multiple times, as if fearing she might overlook them, deliberately reiterating their admonitions. Yunxi's fingers tightened around her phone, the screen's light casting ripples in her gaze. Although her acquaintance with them had been brief, merely half a month since their initial meeting, the weight of their concern was unmistakable. The proud Shinziki, after hearing her utter words of parting, could still send such a flurry of messages upon witnessing Jiang Che spend the night at her home. The taciturn Jiang Che was capable of uttering weight, a word laden with insistence. Her heart fluttered as if gently nudged, awakening a strange, bittersweet ache within her. Duan Qinghua had appeared at the staircase. Observing her profile as she gazed at her phone, softly inquiring, Messages from friends? She replied, tucking her phone away and returning it to her pocket. Her tone reverting to its habitual indifference. Unimportant people. She turned to ascend to the 3rd floor, her pace slightly slowed. Deep down, she was aware of her own stubbornness. Ever since she chose to enhance her abilities with the Hahuan delusion technique and resolved to survive in this apocalyptic world by any means necessary, she had embarked on an irreversible path. Naturally, she could not relinquish her newfound strength. Who would ever bemoan having more means to safeguard their life? The lessons from her past life were too painful. She was resolute in never becoming a vulnerable prey again. Love and affection, in the face of survival, were luxuries too perilous to entertain. Yet, at the moment she glimpsed those messages, she couldn't help but wonder, what if she hadn't dragged Shinziki, Jiang Che, and Duan Qinghua into this turmoil? The thought flickered into existence only to be swiftly extinguished. There were no what-ifs. She, Yunxi, would either stand atop the pinnacle or perish in the struggle to ascend. What are you thinking about? Duan Qinghua caught up to her, holding a freshly painted handgun, its surface still gleaming with paint. This one can fire. I've tested it with the bullets I painted. Yunxi took the handgun, weighing it in her hand. Its heft was indistinguishable from a real weapon, the muzzle glinting with an air of menace. Indeed, she returned the gun to him, requesting additional ammunition. Are you planning to go out? Duan Qinghua keenly grasped the crux of the matter. Not for now. Yunxi walked to the balcony. Gazing at the city shrouded in thick smoke, they claimed they would come, and it was highly probable they were already en route. With Shunziki's resources and Jiang Che's skills, as long as they did not encounter high-level zombies, their chances of survival were substantial. Duan Qinghua inquired, They? Yes. Yunxi replied. After a moment of silence, Duan Qinghua suddenly remarked, If they arrive and see us like this. He left the thought unfinished. But the implication was unmistakable. Witnessing 2 solitary individuals sharing a space, especially after what transpired last night, what would they think? So what if they do? Yunxi responded nonchalantly. Those who wish to stay may do so. Those who do not are free to leave. I do not impose. She turned to face Duan Qinghua's astonished expression, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. What? Do you think I am heartless? No, he shook his head. I merely feel that you seem indifferent, impenetrable to the heart. Indifferent? Yunxi raised an eyebrow. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. I aspire to be the most formidable. Duan Qinghua could not deny that her current demeanor was captivating. Her eyes sparkled with defiance, her brow furrowed with determination. Her face, ethereal and refined, appeared as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands. He longed to see that exquisite visage adorned with passion, to witness her succumb to desire. Even if just for a fleeting moment, such a sight would bring him immense satisfaction, a sweetness he would savor. He patted his slightly flushed face and opened the easel, intent on painting Yunxi, without the use of his abilities. He had tried before, but his powers could not even capture her delicate features. She approached the easel, observing the sketch before her, a portrait of herself, with cold, defiant eyes and a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. It was a stark contrast to her former self, who had never exhibited such audacity, only struggling at the bottom for a moldy loaf of bread, fighting desperately against others. "The painting is complete," she said softly. Duan Qingyue was momentarily stunned, catching a flicker of derision in her eyes before she quickly regained her composure. "Do you not like it? Was it the lack of abilities that caused you a headache?" "No, it's just that I feel somewhat reflective." Yunsi leaned against the railing, sunlight cascading over her face. Though the light was warm, it imparted an air of detachment, her eyes filled with defiance and coldness. He had never seen those eyes smile. Since their encounter, she had remained aloof, as if disinterested in everything. He thought, a smile from such eyes would surely be enchanting. She was curious to see if Duan Qingyue's abilities could capture living creatures. If he could depict humans, the potential of his powers might be even more formidable than she had imagined. Perhaps she was overthinking it. If he could portray humans, that would be nothing short of miraculous. Duan Qingyue noticed her waning enthusiasm. He understood that he had disappointed her. At that moment, a sudden roar of an engine echoed from beyond the courtyard walls, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Yunsi and Duan Qingyue exchanged glances and rushed to the railing. In the distance, a black SUV was breaking through the horde of zombies, heading towards the villa. The vehicle was smeared with blood, its tires crunching over the corpses of the undead, producing an unsettling sound. The window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing a sharply defined face, brandishing a gun and firing at the pursuing zombies. It was Shinziki. Meanwhile, the figure at the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel with a steely profile, was none other than Jiang Che. They had actually come together. Yunsi watched the SUV charging through the hail of bullets, her fingertips slowly tightening. What was destined to come had finally arrived. She turned to Duan Qingyue, saying, "If you can't draw it, don't force yourself. Your level is still too low. Wait until you improve." Duan Qingyue gazed at her calm profile, suddenly feeling that this woman was far more intricate than any image he had ever captured in his art. Despite the turmoil within her, she managed to appear so indifferent. She clearly cared about the news of those people, yet spoke the words, "If you wish to stay, then stay." She lived with such clarity. Is it that by not allowing oneself to harbor too many expectations, one can avoid despair, having accumulated enough disappointment? The SUV drew nearer, and he could already see the sudden spark of recognition in Shinziki's eyes as they landed on the villa, along with Jiang Che's instinctive press on the accelerator. Standing on the balcony, Yunsi lifted her chin against the wind, resembling a black rose quietly blooming amidst the ruins. She was eager to witness the choices these two, who had traversed half the city to find her, would make. Chapter 31. Confession. Before Shinziki and Jiang Che's vehicle had even come to a complete stop, their gazes had already locked onto Yunsi, who stood on the third-floor balcony. In the days they had been apart, she seemed to have shed the last vestiges of youth. The once cool and exquisite face now bore an edge of defiance never seen before, like a flame tempered by ice, intensely captivating and perilous. At that moment, all the toil and peril felt worthwhile. They had crossed a city in ruins and navigated countless hordes of zombies, all to see with their own eyes that she was safe. Before Jiang Che could step on the brakes, Shinziki had already flung open the car door and leaped out. Noticing Yunsi had not moved to open the door, he felt no irritation. Instead, he took a long stride and effortlessly vaulted over the nearly 3-meter-high courtyard wall. In just a few steps, he reached the third-floor terrace and enveloped the longed-for person in his arms. "I'm so relieved you're all right," he breathed, his voice tinged with urgency and a tremor of regained relief. Jiang Che parked the car and followed closely behind. As he stepped onto the terrace, he witnessed Shinziki lean down and capture Yunsi's red lips in a kiss, one filled with a pent-up intensity that seemed almost overwhelming. After the kiss, Yunsi pushed Shinziki away and turned to Jiang Che, giving him a firm embrace, followed by a gentle peck on his sharply contoured cheek. "Thank you both," she said softly, yet her words reached their ears with clarity. Shinziki's gaze swept across the scattered art supplies on the balcony and landed on the unfamiliar man wielding a paintbrush. His expression darkened instantly. "We traversed half the city to see you, and here you are, leisurely allowing someone to paint for you." There was a tinge of bitterness in his tone, his eyes icy as if forged from frost. "Perhaps you spend your days painting and your nights catering to him, forgetting all about me?" With that, he shot a cold glance at Duan Qingyue. Duan Qingyue felt her body stiffen under his scrutiny, her ears flushing crimson as she tightened her grip on the paintbrush. yet remained silent. Jiang Che followed Shinziki's gaze towards Duan Qingyue, his brow furrowed in concern. The man appeared cultured and gentle, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses like a frail scholar. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, could he truly be anything more than a schemer? I detest those who seem harmless yet harbor dark intentions. Yun Si observed the charged atmosphere and calmly interjected, before the cataclysm. I acquired a rather unorthodox cultivation method that requires the aid of primordial yang to enhance my abilities. Shinziki seemed struck as if by a fierce blow, staggering back in disbelief. Are you telling me you approached me for that wretched technique? In a fit of rage, he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air, yet he hesitated to unleash his fury upon Yun Si. Jiang Che was equally taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. So, all those moments of closeness and subtle affection were merely a means for her cultivation? Meanwhile, Duan Qingyue wore an expression of understanding. No wonder she had been so proactive. It was all for the sake of her technique. Yun Si raised an eyebrow at the myriad of emotions flitting across their faces and inquired, "What? Do you believe me to be a wanton individual?" Simultaneously, Shinziki and Jiang Che felt their cheeks flush, their gazes evasive. What could they possibly say? That they had once thought their allure had stirred her heart? To utter such words would likely invite ridicule. Fortunately, Yun Si remained oblivious to their self-absorbed musings. Seeing the shared embarrassment on their faces, Yun Si couldn't help but allow a faint smile to grace her lips before quickly composing herself. I have already explained my reasons. If you wish to remain by my side, you must refrain from interfering with my cultivation. If you cannot accept this, you are free to leave. I do not want you to harm one another out of jealousy. Jiang Che and Shinziki exchanged a glance, an electric tension crackling in the air. Jiang Che spoke first, his tone resolute. Having chosen you, I will not abandon you easily. Shinziki's lips moved, hesitating as he murmured, "Can it not be just me and Jiang Che? If we do not interfere, could there not be others? Jiang Che and I could assist you in your cultivation." His voice carried a subtle hint of heartache and grievance, reminiscent of a child deprived of their candy. Yun Si regarded the earnestness in his eyes, her tone gentle yet unwavering. We are merely in the early stages of this apocalypse, and the evolution of abilities is painfully slow. Outside, first-tier zombies have already emerged, moving far quicker than ordinary ones, and their advancement outpaces that of humans. Shinziki hastily interjected, "Jiang Che and I will protect you. I possess abilities." And so does Jiang Che. As he spoke, he opened his palm, a radiant orb of golden energy coalescing in his hand, exuding an aura of solidity, revealing a power of the gold element. Yun Si cast a sidelong glance at the sphere of energy, her tone indifferent. "You wish to protect me? What if one day you choose not to?" "That will never happen," Shinziki retorted without hesitation, his gaze resolute. A clear impatience flickered across Yun Si's face, her voice growing colder. "The human heart is the most unpredictable and fickle of things. If you wish to leave, then go." With that, she leaped from the third floor, landing gracefully in the courtyard, striding away without a backward glance. Jiang Che observed the stunned Shinziki and sighed. "What you are attempting is akin to breaking her wings with your own hands, seeking to imprison her with promises." He then turned and descended the stairs, hastening to catch up with Yun Si as they exited the courtyard. Shinziki watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but shout, "Do you not want her to be yours alone?" Jiang Che did not look back, but his voice floated back on the wind, clear in Shinziki's ears. "I will forever follow her, respecting all her decisions." Only Shinziki and Duan Qingyue remained on the terrace. Duan Qingyue set down his paintbrush, glancing at the disheartened Shinziki, and remarked, "She speaks the truth. The human heart is indeed changeable and elusive. To think you can bind her with a mere promise is rather naive." He paused, continuing, "She is meant to soar like a phoenix. How could you expect her to walk upon the ground willingly?" With that, he disregarded Shinziki, picking up his brush once more, engrossed in his painting. Shinziki stood on the terrace, gazing in the direction where Yun Si and Jiang Che had vanished, feeling as though something was lodged within him, suffocating and painful. Was it wrong for him to desire her presence by his side? The wind stirred the fallen leaves at his feet, swirling them around as if mocking his innocence. In the distance, the haunting cries of zombies echoed, a grim reminder of this harsh apocalypse. Shinziki inhaled deeply, gripping the golden energy in his hand. No matter what, he would not give up. Even if she was a phoenix, he would become the phoenix tree upon which she could rest. He turned and descended the stairs, pursuing the direction in which Yin-Si had departed. Even if he could not alter her decision, he at least wished to remain by her side, ensuring her safety. Chapter 32. Special Zombies. Yin-Si's speed was astonishing, a streak of white lightning darting through the ruins, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Che had completely lost her trail. He stood at the crossroads, staring at the desolate street, clenching his fists in frustration. Where was Yin-Si? Shinziki drove up, rolling down his window, his voice laced with urgency. What happened? Jiang Che glanced back at him, irritation evident in his response. She left. Why didn't you keep up with her? Shinziki frowned, a hint of reproach in his tone. Jiang Che could not suppress a glare, retorting, Am I the one not chasing? He inwardly grumbled, realizing that her speed had markedly increased. She hardly seemed like an ordinary person. After only a few days apart, she had become significantly stronger. It seems that I must exert myself as well, ensuring that I do not lag too far behind her. With that thought, Jiang Che disregarded Shinziki and turned towards the direction of Yuntingyuan. Since he could not catch up with Yin-Si, he resolved to cleanse the area surrounding her residence of zombies before her return, a small gesture of assistance on his part. Shinziki watched Jiang Che's retreating figure and then glanced towards the direction where Yin-Si had vanished. Ultimately, he started the car and drove back the way he came. He had already made up his mind to relocate his base of operations to Yuntingyuan. This would allow him to be closer to Yin-Si, keeping abreast of her whereabouts. Additionally, Yuntingyuan occupied a vast expanse of land, elevated and defensible, making it an exceptionally rare stronghold in the apocalypse. Upon returning to his mountain villa, Assistant Chung was taken aback to see Shinziki back so soon, having just departed that morning. Wasn't he the boss supposed to return tomorrow? However, he merely pondered this internally, refraining from further inquiries, and greeted him respectfully. Assistant Chung, prepare the supplies. We are moving to Yuntingyuan, Shinziki stated plainly, his tone leaving no room for debate. Assistant Chung hesitated momentarily before quickly responding, Boss, several of our men are still running high fevers. Should we not wait until they recover before moving? Shinziki frowned and replied in a low voice. There aren't many zombies at present, and they are manageable. Who knows if their numbers will increase in the coming days? It has already become more challenging to traverse. What used to take us 2 hours to reach Yuntingyuan has now taken 4 to 5. He paused, continuing, We can split the journey into 2 groups. You take half the supplies and leave first, while I will follow with the remaining men shortly thereafter. Assistant Chung inwardly scoffed, thinking it was the apocalypse and zombies were rampant. Where would he find so many large trucks? Yet, he kept this thought to himself. Shinziki seemed to perceive his unspoken doubts and coldly stated, There are 10 large trucks at the warehouse in the west of the city. You will fill all 10 with supplies, and do not worry about the rest. Ensure you find a location close to Yun-Si's house to settle. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Assistant Chung to make the necessary preparations. Assistant Chung, not daring to delay, promptly turned and exited to arrange matters. Shinziki rubbed his temples and leaned back on the sofa, his thoughts involuntarily drifting to Assistant Chung. Chengyu, his original name, was an orphan supported by the Shin family. After graduating from university, he began working at Shun Enterprises and had been by Shinziki's side for 25 years, the longest-serving member of his team. Would he betray me? For the first time, Shinziki entertained this notion. If even Chengyu could not be depended upon, then the reliability of others was even more suspect. No wonder Yin-Si did not trust him. Reflecting on it now, her concerns were indeed justified. Trust was a fragile thing, especially in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Yin-Si had long sensed that Jiang Che was trailing her, which left her feeling somewhat agitated. She desperately needed to slay some zombies to release her frustrations. She quickened her pace, successfully shaking Jiang Che off her tail, and made her way towards the central hospital of City A. There lies the site where the first Tier 3 zombie emerged in a past life. In the 3rd month following the onset of the apocalypse, rumors began to circulate that a unique zombie capable of commanding others resided within the hospital. Anyone who ventured within a 500-meter radius was met with frenzied assaults. The authorities dispatched numerous individuals to eradicate it, but they suffered significant losses and failed to eliminate the threat. Consequently, the area was designated a forbidden zone, and no one dared to tread there again, leaving the reason for that zombie's continued presence within the hospital shrouded in mystery, while others required 7 to 8 hours by car to reach this location. Yin-Si arrived in merely 4. However, she did not immediately enter the hospital. Instead, she opted to rest at the nearby Yuhui building, ensuring her state was optimized for the challenges ahead. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and while the streets had been relatively devoid of zombies yesterday, today they were teeming with them. Yun-Si felt fortunate that her Hahuan delusion technique had reached the 4th tier. Otherwise, the dual tasks of slaying zombies while hastening towards the central hospital would have proven arduous. As for driving, that notion never crossed her mind. The roads were riddled with craters created by meteor showers and obstructed by abandoned vehicles, rendering the conditions far worse than if she were to run on foot. She resolved not to return until she had dealt with that unique zombie. Standing atop the Yuhui building, she gazed at the darkened central hospital with a mix of agitation and exhilaration. She pondered whether that zombie possessed a crystal core and what extraordinary abilities it might wield to command so many others. Could it be a form of psychic power? Yet, she had never heard of such abilities controlling either humans or zombies. As night descended, the zombies surrounding the central hospital grew increasingly agitated, their chilling roars echoing through the air. Yet, Yun-Si felt no fear. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She retrieved her falling star from her spatial storage, meticulously polishing it as she awaited the opportune moment to strike. In a corner of the Yuhui building, several zombies, drawn by sounds, clumsily climbed upwards. With a steely gaze, Yun-Si moved swiftly, her Tang Dao flashing with cold light, swiftly dispatching them. Casting a glance at the fallen bodies, she frowned slightly. These ordinary zombies yielded little value. If she sought crystal cores, she would need to target 1st and 2nd-tier zombies, which were currently elusive as they had yet to evolve. Time passed slowly, and the night deepened. Occasionally, unusual roars emanated from within the central hospital, deeper and more terrifying than those of the ordinary zombies. Yun-Si recognized that these were the sounds of the unique zombie. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on her Tang Dao, preparing to set forth. Chapter 33. Crystal Core. The vicinity of the central hospital had long been deserted, save for the wandering zombies emitting their dull growls. As Yun-Si swung her blade, the sharp whistle of the Tang Dao slicing through the air intertwined with the muted thud of zombies collapsing. She harbored no fear of an ambush. In this place, living beings were far rarer than the undead. She remained oblivious to the onlookers gazing at her silhouette through the shattered glass windows of the office building behind Yuhui Tower. "Is that a power wielder, President Fu?" inquired a bespectacled elite male, adjusting his glasses, his tone rife with astonishment. "Is she not aware that the hospital is currently infested with the most monstrous aberrations?" The man referred to as President Fu, his fingers deftly manipulating a string of prayer beads that glimmered with a warm sheen in his palm, offered no response. Beside him, a robust figure scoffed, "Yang-Ran, your vision must be impaired. That young lady wields a curved blade with such finesse, dispatching zombies as effortlessly as one would slice vegetables. She is clearly a seasoned practitioner." Yang-Ran shot a glance at the speaker, Wu Qing, retorting defiantly, "Are your eyes the only ones that are keen? Have you forgotten who mistook President Fu for an elderly gentleman last time? That was due to my inebriation." Wu Qing snapped back, spreading his palm to reveal a swirling azure gust of wind that danced in his grasp. "My vision is quite sharp, as you can see." "Enough," President Fu finally interjected, his voice calm and unruffled. Yang-Ran, somewhat disheartened, fell silent, muttering under his breath, "Show off all you want. Everyone has their own abilities." The individuals standing behind them exchanged glances laden with unspoken sentiments before collectively directing their gaze toward the petite yet fierce figure outside. Unbeknownst to them, Yun-Si had just crossed the threshold of the hospital, where a nauseating stench assaulted her senses, mingling with a faint odor of disinfectant. Had someone already been there before her? She quickly dismissed that notion, for from her vantage point across the building, she had seen no signs of life. Were the zombies engaging in cannibalism? But why would they consume their own kind? She had no time to ponder this, gripping her Tang Dao as she ventured deeper. The corridor lay strewn with shattered medical equipment and dried bloodstains, and occasionally, ragged zombies lunged from the wards, all silenced by her swift strikes. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the scent of blood was particularly overwhelming in the obstetrics area. One of the ward doors stood ajar, from within emanating the unsettling sound of crunching, akin to bones being gnawed. Yun-Si quieted her steps, pressing against the door, peering through the crack. A woman clad in a hospital gown squatted with her back to the entrance. A flicker of hope stirred within her. Could this be a survivor? Yet, she quickly reconsidered. What sort of sane individual would leave the door open in such a place? Before she could further contemplate, the woman, seemingly sensing the presence of the living, spun around abruptly. Yunsi inhaled sharply. The woman's abdomen was grotesquely distended, her skin a strange shade of ashen blue, with the flesh having ruptured, revealing a bloodied infant skull protruding from within. The woman was methodically scraping putrid flesh from the ground with her nails, feeding it piece by piece to the small zombie within her, viscous juices trickling through her fingers, a sight so revolting it made one's skin crawl. Upon noticing Yunsi, the female zombie let out a piercing shriek, lunging towards her in a frenzy, evidently perceiving her as a potential meal. Yunsi nimbly evaded the assault. Her Tang Dao aimed directly for the head of the small zombie. The female zombie lunged forward like a mad creature, irrationally using her arm to intercept the blade. The sharp sound of the knife slicing through bone was particularly jarring, and her severed arm fell to the ground, dark green blood gushing forth. Yet, she seemed impervious to pain, baring her sharp teeth as she charged once more. Yunsi's gaze sharpened. She deftly sidestepped the assault, twisting her wrist as the Tang knife drew a silvery arc, cleanly severing the zombie's head. In the instant the female zombie collapsed, her remaining fingers suddenly propelled a pink orb of light straight towards Yunsi's face. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She swiftly sidestepped to evade the projectile. The orb grazed her shoulder before crashing against the wall, erupting into a cloud of pink smoke. Almost simultaneously, a small zombie crawled out from the belly of the female zombie. It was no larger than a palm, but bore a mouthful of sharp teeth. Its slender limbs surprisingly powerful. It rushed toward Yunsi at a speed several times that of an adult zombie. Clearly, it had been nourished by its progenitor's flesh, making it even more formidable. Yunsi swung her knife with increasing ferocity, intent on a swift victory. However, after several exchanges, she suddenly felt her limbs grow weak. A wave of heat surging from her dantian to the crown of her head, her movements becoming sluggish. She had been affected. That pink orb harbored some sinister quality. Biting her tongue to stave off unconsciousness, she struggled to maintain her clarity, invoking the Hahuan delusion technique in an attempt to suppress the anomaly within. Although her speed increased slightly, the internal heat blazed hotter than ever, causing her fingers to tremble around the knife's hilt. "President, look." Yang Run in the office pointed out the window. "That little girl seems to be losing strength. Should we assist her?" Fu Mingli paused, his fingers halting on the beads as his gaze fell upon Yunsi's unsteady figure, slowly shaking his head. Yunsi had no time to spare. She sensed her strength rapidly depleting, the air thickening with the fragrance of ylang-ylang, almost palpable. A flicker of regret crossed her mind. Had she known, she would have allowed Jiang Che to accompany her, so she would not be so isolated. As the small zombie lunged at her once more, a glint of determination flashed in Yunsi's eyes. She raised her hand sharply, gathering a misty silver orb in her palm, her time manipulation ability. The moment she hurled the orb, the small zombie's movements froze for an instant. Now was her chance. Summoning all her strength, she swung the knife down, severing the zombie's head with a decisive thud. Leaning on her blade, she gasped for breath before prodding the small zombie's body, discovering two crystal cores within, one pink, the other white, both emitting a faint glow. However, the female zombie's corpse contained nothing. It turned out that evolution depended on devouring crystal cores. Yunsi chuckled bitterly, the heat in her body causing her vision to dim. Supporting herself against the wall, she slowly straightened, her gaze sweeping across the surrounding hospital rooms. She wondered if there were any medicinal remedies within the hospital that could alleviate her condition. In the office building, Wu Qing observed as Yunsi staggered into a hospital room, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "General Fu, it seems she has fallen victim to that creature's spell. Should we not?" Fu Mingli finally ceased his idle manipulation of the prayer beads, responding in a measured tone, "Let us go and see." Yang Run's eyes brightened. "I knew we should lend a hand." With that, he hastened towards the stairwell, followed closely by Wu Qing, who shot him a disapproving glance. At that moment, Yunsi leaned against the doorframe of the room, her consciousness beginning to blur. She could hear new footsteps echoing in the corridor, but could not discern whether they belonged to the living or the undead. "Damn it," she muttered under her breath. Slumping down against the door, her grip on the falling star blade tightening. In her haze, she seemed to catch a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, distinct from the scents of Jiang Che and Shunzhe. Chapter 34. traditional medicine. Fu Mingli and his companions ascended the stairs, the majority of the zombies in the hospital having been dispatched by Yunsi, allowing them to reach the third floor with relative ease. From a distance, they spotted a figure slumped against the door of a hospital room. Yunsi kept her head bowed, her ponytail obscuring half her face. Had it not been for her remarkably flushed complexion, one might not have noticed her distress. The tang knife in her hand was held carelessly, its blade still bearing traces of dark green blood. Upon hearing their footsteps, Yunsi slowly lifted her head, her dazed eyes meeting theirs, and instinctively shifted her grip on the knife into a more advantageous position for striking. Fu Mingli's gaze sharpened. Even in her muddled state, her vigilance remained unyielding. They deliberately maintained a distance of 3 meters from her, none daring to approach. Given her current condition, a reckless advance could easily lead to a fatal encounter. "Hey, young lady, do you require assistance?" Yang Run could not help but call out. The moment the words left his mouth, the others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their thoughts. His tone sounded suspiciously like an insincere pickup line. He hardly appeared to be a benevolent character. Wu Qing shot Yang Run a scathing look, retorting, "Have you lost your mind? Can't you speak properly?" Yunsi was already feeling unwell, and their incessant chatter only heightened her irritation. She cast a disdainful glance at Fu Mingli, her eyes radiating clear impatience and ferocity. Yet to the onlookers, the scene appeared quite different. Yunsi's flushed complexion and dazed gaze lent her an allure that was curiously captivating. Her typically cold visage now exuded an inexplicable charm, even as she remained blissfully unaware. The men present found themselves swallowing hard, their gazes growing somewhat transfixed. Fu Mingli furrowed his brow, an air of icy authority emanating from him. The restless individuals around him jolted back to their senses, hastily averting their eyes. He glanced at the 2 women who had insisted on accompanying them, strangers to one another. After a moment's hesitation, the 2 women slowly approached Yunsi, stopping just within arm's reach. One of the women, with a quick flick of her eyes, impulsively attempted to seize the curved dagger from Yunsi's grasp, perhaps believing that disarming her would render her more manageable. However, as her hand approached, Yunsi's grip tightened, and with a swift motion, the blade glimmered ominously, startling the woman into a terrified scream as she fell to the ground. Fu Mingli's brow furrowed even deeper. The woman, mistaking his concern for her well-being, hastily scrambled to her feet and addressed Fu Mingli and his companions, suggesting that they should abandon their efforts, for Yunsi appeared ungrateful, and it would be better to let her perish there. "Foolishness," Fu Mingli coldly retorted. His companions were left speechless, and one hot-tempered man could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Who told you to take her weapon? You were instructed to assist her, not deliver her a meal. And you should keep your jealousy in check. It's a wonder she even allowed you to help." This man, named Du Ruoqiu, was Fu Mingli's personal physician and childhood friend. Yang Run sighed and sought to mediate, saying, "Enough, Dr. Du, let us refrain from further remarks." He turned his gaze to Yunsi, noting her heightened wariness. It seemed no one could approach her, which was a pity given her remarkable skills. Fu Mingli remained silent as he strode purposefully towards Yunsi. He paused before her, noticing she did not immediately strike, and then bent down, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. President Yang Run and Wu Qing were taken aback, observing Fu Mingli lift Yunsi. Yang Run intended to step forward to relieve her of the dagger, lest she inadvertently harm herself. To his astonishment, as he drew near to the hand that gripped the blade, it swung fiercely towards him with astonishing speed. Yang Run jumped aside just in time, his heart racing as he glanced back at Yunsi, pondering, why does our president receive no reaction from her, while I am met with such hostility? The disparity in treatment is striking. As Fu Mingli cradled Yunsi, he felt her body radiate an unexpected warmth, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance of ylang-ylang that wafted around him, stirring a sense of unease. The woman in his arms shifted restlessly, her soft, yielding form brushing against his chest, challenging Fu Mingli's usual composure, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Du Ruoqiu, come and ascertain her condition, Fu Mingli commanded. Regaining his focus, Du Ruoqiu approached cautiously, extending his hand to rest on Yunsi's wrist, meticulously checking her pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, contemplatively stating, "She has indeed been drugged, and the potency is severe. It seems no antidote can suppress its effects." With that, he stepped back, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Fu Mingli glanced down at Yun-Si, whose consciousness was fading. Her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed, and she murmured indistinctly, her breathing growing increasingly frantic. "We must find a safe place," Fu Mingli decisively proclaimed, carrying Yun-Si toward the staircase. Yang Run and Wu Qing exchanged glances and quickly followed suit, with the others trailing behind. The woman who had just fallen glanced at Fu Mingli, carefully holding Yun-Si, her eyes flickering with a hint of jealousy and resentment. Yet, under Du Ruoqiu's cold gaze, she ultimately refrained from uttering another word, trailing behind grudgingly. Fu Mingli, cradling Yun-Si, walked steadily ahead, but his mind was preoccupied with Du Ruoqiu's words. No medication could suppress it? What then could be done? He lowered his gaze to Yun-Si in his arms. Her brow was tightly furrowed, as if enduring immense pain. The rich fragrance of ylang-ylang seemed to intensify, relentlessly assaulting his senses. "Damn it," Fu Mingli muttered under his breath, forcing himself to concentrate on the path ahead. The priority now was to find a safe haven and devise a means to counteract the effects of the drug within her. Their group swiftly departed from the central hospital, heading towards the Yuhui building, an area with a wide expanse that offered a semblance of safety for the time being. Along the way, Yun-Si alternated between moments of stillness and restless fidgeting in Fu Mingli's embrace. Her feverish warmth and soft touch rendered his emotions exceedingly complex. He sensed that this woman harbored many secrets, and he felt an inexplicable attraction to them. Upon reaching the Yuhui building, Fu Mingli gently placed Yun-Si onto a relatively clean sofa in an office, then gestured for the others to stand guard outside, instructing them not to enter and disturb. "President, we..." Yang Run attempted to voice his thoughts. "Wait outside," Fu Mingli interjected, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yang Run and Wu Qing exchanged glances, reluctantly nodded, and retreated with the others to the door. Inside the office, only Fu Mingli and Yun-Si remained. He observed her tense expression on the sofa, hesitating momentarily before reaching for the knife in her hand. Yet, as soon as his hand approached, Yun-Si seemed to sense his intent, abruptly opening her eyes wide, filled with hazy vigilance. The hand gripping the dagger rose once more, aimed directly at him. "Don't move," Yun-Si rasped, her voice hoarse and slightly breathless. Fu Mingli halted his actions, meeting her gaze. "You've been drugged. You need to rest." Yun-Si regarded him warily, acutely aware of the escalating heat coursing through her body and the fog enveloping her consciousness. She recognized the precariousness of her condition. Although this man had yet to exhibit any malice, she could not afford to let her guard down. "Get out," she ground out through clenched teeth. Fu Mingli regarded her defiance with a slight frown, yet he did not leave. He understood that abandoning her in this state would only heighten the danger. "I will not harm you," he assured her, his voice calm and sincere. "I will help you find an antidote." Yun-Si scoffed, a trace of derision glinting in her eyes. "An antidote? Do you think that is possible?" She was acutely aware that such a drug had no antidote, unless... Her gaze fell upon Fu Mingli, her expression becoming somewhat intricate. Fu Mingli felt a twinge of discomfort under her scrutiny and inquired, "What's wrong?" Yun-Si remained silent, gripping the tang knife tightly in her hand, striving to resist the desires that surged within her. Chapter 35. The antidote. Yun-Si's consciousness was caught in a relentless tug-of-war between the effects of the drug and her rationality. Her throat felt parched and painful as she gazed at Fu Mingli, her voice rasping as she beckoned him closer. She had already calculated in her mind that although the man before her exhibited commendable skills, he might not necessarily be her equal. If he were unwilling, the doctor outside, named Du Ruoqiu, would suffice. She could not allow herself to be consumed by the drug's influence. Fu Mingli's brows knitted tightly, his fingers twisting the fragrant bead necklace with increasing speed. After a moment, he reclaimed his voice, which emerged deep and hoarse, as if coated in a layer of sandpaper. "I will find someone else for you." Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sense of grievance surged within Yun-Si. The usual cool demeanor she maintained was shattered by the drug's effects. She pouted slightly, her tone imbued with a hint of petulance. "Then I want that doctor. I do not desire anyone else." Observing her state, Fu Mingli noted the rare display of vulnerability on her typically serene and exquisite face, stirring an uncharacteristic softness within him. He managed a slight curve of his lips, his tone neutral, yet betraying an imperceptible shift. "You certainly have your preferences." No sooner had he spoken than Yun-Si's voice became a soft, enticing murmur, akin to a feather delicately brushing against the heart, resonating with clarity in the stillness of the office. Fu Mingli's breath hitched sharply, a wave of heat surging through his body, prompting him to instinctively loosen his tie in an attempt to create some distance. Yunxi's voice grew increasingly indistinct, her gaze clouded as though veiled by a mist, teetering on the brink of losing control. In the next moment, she abruptly sheathed the tang knife and tore off her trench coat, revealing a black vest beneath. The snug fabric accentuated her alluring curves, rising and falling with her rapid breaths, each quiver a silent seduction. Fu Mingli's gaze was riveted upon her, a tightening sensation gripping his throat. Every movement she made felt like a hook, tugging at his taut nerves. Before he could react, Yunxi stumbled forward, grasping his arm. Her cheek brushed against his neck, the warmth of her breath infused with the intoxicating fragrance of ylang-ylang, sending tingles across his skin. Unconsciously, Yunxi sighed softly, her arms encircling his waist with increasing fervor. "I am Yunxi." Fu Mingli froze, the sensation of her softness astonishingly surreal, her scent infiltrating his senses, disorienting his mind. He could acutely feel the heat radiating from her. "Yunxi, I am Fu Mingli," he murmured her name, his voice resonating with an unrecognized huskiness. Fu Mingli grasped her wrist, the pressure inadvertently intensifying. Yunxi winced at his grip, a flicker of hurt flashing in her dazed eyes as she tilted her head, her nose brushing against his chin. "Fu Mingli." These two syllables were the final straw, shattering Fu Mingli's strained rationality. He beheld the redness at the corners of her eyes, the expression of grievance upon her face, and in that instant, any lingering hesitation within him evaporated. With a resigned sigh, he gently lifted her into his arms. Yunxi instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek resting against the hollow of his neck. Fu Mingli carried her towards the lounge in the office, his steps heavy, as if each stride sank into cotton. He could sense the shivers coursing through her, a manifestation not of fear, but of suppressed desire. Pushing open the door to the lounge, they were greeted by a sparse single bed. Fu Mingli set her down, intending to rise, but Yunxi grasped him tightly. Reclining on the bed, her black tank top askew, she revealed her delicate collarbone and a patch of fair skin. Her gaze, hazy, met his, her lips parting slightly as she exhaled softly. In that moment, Fu Mingli felt a rush in his mind, all reservations dissipating. He leaned down to kiss her warm cheek, smooth and radiant, exuding an almost searing heat. Yunxi, as if grasping at a lifeline, pressed her lips against his. The kiss was infused with urgency and longing, fervent and consuming. Fu Mingli's rationality crumbled entirely. He was overwhelmed by the desire to fiercely confront the woman before him. The fragrance of orchids mingled with the subtle scent of his dragon's blood incense, filling the confined space. Her skin was flawless and supple, complemented by just the right amount of muscle. He had sensed her physique when he held her, yet he had not realized the extent of her allure. Fu Mingli sighed. "Yunxi." His complexion paled as he gently tapped her shoulder. Yunxi's face turned ashen, large tears streaming down her cheeks. Realizing the fault lay with him, Fu Mingli felt a twinge of embarrassment and leaned down to kiss her forehead. The sounds of their voices, fluctuating in pitch, drifted through the door. Those outside blushed at the intimacy. Du Ruaccio, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Do you have no shame? Can't you stand a little farther away?" The group retreated just enough to muffle their conversation. One among them spat, shameless, but was met with silence. Another woman, cheeks flushed, stared at the ground, as if willing it to bloom. Fu Mingli found himself questioning the reasons for his choices. Perhaps it was her pleading gaze that swayed him, or the intoxicating fragrance that lured him in. Or maybe, from the moment he witnessed her bravely storming into the hospital, intrigue had taken root in his heart. The temperature in the lounge climbed, clothing strewn across the floor, as the two lost themselves in a world of their own. Chapter 36. Return when Yunxi awoke. The outside world had transformed from inky black to a soft, gray dawn. Blinking slowly, she took a moment to collect her thoughts, looking down at the marks on her skin, only then realizing that 2 days had slipped by. The potency of the medication had been so overwhelming that it nearly consumed her reason entirely. Beside her, the sound of steady breathing filled the air. Fu Mingli lay next to her, the blanket pulled only to his waist, revealing his sculpted shoulders and back. Yunxi's gaze settled upon his face, unable to resist a meticulous examination. His features were strikingly handsome, with a sculpted nose and clear, thin lips that retained an air of aloof elegance even in slumber, resembling an untainted deity of the East. Perhaps her scrutiny was too bold, for the man abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils deep as an ancient well, piercing directly into the depths of her soul. "Are you ready?" Fu Mingli's voice was husky from awakening, yet remained calm and steady. Yun Xi's ears flushed crimson in an instant as she hastily averted her gaze, striving to maintain her composure. "Yes, I'm ready. Thank you," she said, preparing to rise. "I should be going." Fu Mingli arched an eyebrow, emitting a single syllable from his throat. Yun Xi paid no heed to his indifference. She retrieved a gray sweatshirt and camouflage pants from her space and changed right before him, as if he were non-existent. Observing her unabashed demeanor, Fu Mingli shook his head helplessly and began to don his own attire. Once she had changed, noticing that Fu Mingli was leisurely adjusting his cuffs, she produced 2 steaming dishes from her space, one featuring braised ribs and the other shredded pork and garlic sauce, accompanied by a small bowl of mushroom soup. The aroma swiftly filled the entire lounge. "Fu Mingli, allow me to treat you to a meal." Yun Xi placed one portion on the small table beside the bed. After dressing himself, Fu Mingli approached and sat down, his gaze lingering momentarily on the dishes. In a world ravaged by chaos, being able to enjoy such fresh, warm food was a luxury beyond measure. The two exchanged little conversation, each engrossed in their meal. Yun Xi was evidently famished, shoveling rice into her mouth with swift, precise movements of her chopsticks, yet she exhibited no rudeness. Rather, there was a vibrant vigor to her actions that made her dining manner quite appetizing to behold. Fu Mingli, in stark contrast, displayed a more refined approach, chewing slowly and savoring each bite with utmost seriousness. Once Yun Xi set down her chopsticks, Fu Mingli broke the silence. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Fu Mingli." Just as Yun Xi finished her meal, she dabbed her mouth with a tissue and lifted her gaze towards him. "I am Yun Xi. Where are you headed next?" Fu Mingli inquired. "The number of zombies in the city is increasing, and they seem to be evolving. I am returning home," Yun Xi replied succinctly, then countered, "What about you?" Fu Mingli pondered for a moment before responding. "I am uncertain. Perhaps we shall first venture outside the city to assess the situation. Coincidentally, I plan to leave the city as well." Yun Xi considered for a moment before adding, "If you find yourselves without a destination, you may consider Yinting Yuan. It is relatively decent, primarily due to its expansive area, making it easy to defend." Fu Mingli contemplated her suggestion for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. "All right." Outside the door, Yang Run leaned against the wall, rubbing his hands as he quietly remarked to Wu Qing, "The president has been inside for 2 days. I wonder if he is managing well." Wu Qing, exasperated, tapped him on the head. "Fool, you should speak less. Be wary of the president overhearing and skinning you alive." No sooner had he spoken than the lounge door swung open. Yun Xi and Fu Mingli emerged side by side, their expressions unperturbed, as if they had merely spent a couple of ordinary days together. The group trailing behind Yang Ran and Wu Qing observed Yun Xi, their faces collectively flushed, eyes darting away in shyness, evidently lost in a multitude of imagined scenarios. Fu Mingli paid no heed to their peculiar reactions and called out to the crowd, "Duruachio, come here." A man clad in a white lab coat, with deep-set eyes and pale irises, tall and slender, approached. "Please examine Yun Xi," Fu Mingli instructed. Duruachio nodded, stepping forward to take Yun Xi's pulse. After a moment, he released her wrist, smiling as he said, "There is nothing serious, just a bit of weakness. Ensure you rest well." "Thank you," Yun Xi replied politely. Fu Mingli turned to the others. "Everyone, gather your belongings. We are preparing to head outside the city." "Understood." The group responded in unison, promptly springing into action. Observing their bustling figures, Yun Xi found a chair to sit down, closed her eyes, and began to review the progress of her cultivation of the He Huan Wang Qingju. He Huan Wang Qingju, 68. She was merely a step away from the 7th tier. A sense of relief washed over her. It was fortunate to have encountered Fu Mingli this time, for without him, it would have been exceedingly difficult to withstand the effects of the medicine alone, let alone advance her cultivation. When Fu Mingli returned from handling the trivial matters, he found Yun Xi in a tranquil state, her eyes closed in repose. Sunlight filtered through the shattered window, casting a gentle glow upon her face, her long eyelashes creating delicate shadows beneath her eyelids, exuding an extraordinary serenity. He paused momentarily before sitting down in the chair beside her, choosing silence as he gazed out the window. Before long, Yang Run and Wu Qing re-entered, reporting that everything was ready. Several off-road vehicles stood side by side at the entrance of the building, their engines warmed and ready. "President, everything is prepared," Yang Run announced as he dashed in. Fu Mingli rose and addressed Yunxi. "Let us go." Yunxi opened her eyes, nodded, and followed him out of the Yuhui building. The convoy gradually departed, steering toward the outskirts of the city. Inside the vehicle, Yunxi leaned against the window, watching the rapidly retreating ruins and the occasional glimpse of zombies, her mind contemplating the tasks awaiting her upon their return. Although the Yuntingbi Yuan was secure, the increasing number of zombies would inevitably attract greater troubles. Fortifying the defenses promptly was imperative. Fu Mingli, seated beside her, observed her contemplative demeanor and inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" "I am considering matters for our return," Yunxi admitted. "Though the Yuntingbi Yuan is commendable, the defenses are insufficient. They must be reinforced swiftly." Fu Mingli nodded. "I will arrange for assistance." "Good," Yunxi agreed, welcoming the extra hands. The journey continued in silence. The convoy traversed the rugged terrain for approximately half a day, eventually catching sight of the outline of the Yuntingbi Yuan in the distance. It was an expansive villa area, enclosed by tall walls, indeed appearing easy to defend but challenging to breach. "We've arrived," Yunxi remarked, her gaze softening as she looked out the window. Though this place cannot truly be regarded as home, it stands as her safest refuge in this apocalyptic world. The convoy gently rolled through the gates of Yuntingbi Yuan, where several subordinates of Shunziki were stationed, their expressions revealing astonishment upon seeing Yunxi return. Accompanied by a multitude of people, ignoring their gaze, Yunxi addressed Fu Mingli, instructing him to find a place to settle down, assuring him that he could reach out to her if needed, as she would be residing in the villa at the far end. She gestured toward her villa's location. Fu Mingli nodded in acknowledgement. As Yunxi exited the vehicle and made her way towards her villa, all she desired was to rest and contemplate her next steps. Watching her silhouette vanish at the villa's entrance, Fu Mingli turned to Yang Run and Wu Qing, advising them to settle in and familiarize themselves with the surroundings, while being careful not to disturb others. "Understood, President," Yang Run and Wu Qing replied promptly, beginning to instruct others on unloading their belongings. Standing still, Fu Mingli gazed in the direction of Yunxi's departure, deep in thought. The woman named Yunxi seemed to harbor many secrets, and he found himself increasingly intrigued by them. Chapter 37. Contemplations. As Yunxi pushed open the door to the villa, two individuals in the living room rose almost simultaneously. Jiang Che had been on edge for the past few days, repeatedly contemplating rushing out to search for her, yet fearing that she might return just as he left. He remained in the living room, repeatedly reassuring himself that, with her abilities, she would be safe. Even if she couldn't fend off danger, escaping was certainly within her means. Nevertheless, the calluses on his fingertips were warmed by the friction against his palm from his anxious fidgeting. In contrast, Shunziki had acted decisively, relocating to Yuntingbi Yuan 2 days prior, choosing a villa merely 100 meters away from Yunxi's. Over these days, he had contemplated much, transitioning from initial resentment to eventual acceptance. As long as she was willing to share even a fraction of her concern with him, he could suppress the bitterness he felt, for the anguish of losing her far outweighed any discomfort caused by her companions. However, upon hearing his subordinates report that Yunxi had returned, accompanied by Fu Mingli, he instinctively tightened his grip on the water cup, his fingers constricting painfully. Fu Mingli's name resonated powerfully in the business world, a figure even the Shin family regarded with caution. Realizing just how much he cared, Shunziki swiftly reined in his abilities and strode purposefully toward Yunxi's villa. No matter their past identities, they all began from the same starting point now. Jiang Che was the first to approach her, noticing the undeniable fatigue in her eyes. He swallowed his words and simply opened his arms, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace, as if hoping to absorb the worries of the past few days. "You're back," he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. Yunxi recognized the concern etched in his demeanor and, reaching up to wrap her arms around his neck, leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. Jiang Che's entire being stiffened, and he promptly deepened the kiss, infused with a sense of urgency and preciousness akin to something regained after loss. Duan Qingyue sat on the sofa, observing the two as they kissed obliviously. his fingers gripping the paintbrush tightly, his heart feeling as though it were constricted by some unseen force, causing a sense of suffocation. Just as he contemplated clearing his throat to shatter the atmosphere, hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard entrance. Upon glancing up, he saw Shinziki standing at the door, his gaze heavily fixed upon the entwined couple. He shot a glare at Duan Qingyue, this unreliable fellow who allowed Jiang Che to monopolize Yunxi. What a useless display. He let out a cold snort. Duan Qingyue dismissed the intensity of Shinziki's glare, feeling a strange sense of balance within himself. Surely, he must be suffering more than I am, this fickle woman. Shinziki indeed felt as though something were lodged in his chest, causing a dull ache. Yet, fearing to provoke Yunxi's ire, he approached slowly, gently taking one of her hands, cautiously intertwining their fingers. Yunxi sensed the slight tremor in his fingertips. Understanding that this was the greatest concession he could offer, she pushed Jiang Che away and turned to envelop Shinziki in a tight embrace. Resting her chin against his shoulder, "I am back." In an instant, Shinziki tightened his embrace, holding her firmly as if to embed her within his very being. He was willing to concede, to accept her lack of exclusivity, even to share her with others, as long as she did not push him away. He was terrified. Terrified that if he were to assert himself even slightly, this woman would leave without a backward glance. Jiang Che silently took a step back, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his gaze, quickly hidden from view. Duan Qingyue, witnessing this scene, felt a deeper sense of frustration. He too had been worried about her these past few days. Why had it not been his turn for a comforting embrace? After a moment, Yunxi released Shinziki, her gaze landing squarely on Duan Qingyue. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward, gently embracing the person before him. He knew she was far stronger than he. Yet these past few days he could not help but worry, feeling as though if she were to leave, she would take his heart with her. "I worry about you too." His voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible sense of grievance. Yunxi patted his shoulder, signaling that he could release her now. Juggling the emotions of several people had left her somewhat fatigued. She moved to the side of the sofa, sinking into the soft cushions, tilting her head back against the sofa's backrest and gently closing her eyes to breathe. These past few days had been exhausting, first battling the mother and child zombies, and then being drained by the effects of the medication. Jiang Che and Shinziki, in perfect harmony, settled down on either side of her, while Duan Qingyue hesitated before taking a seat on the single sofa opposite them, stealing glances at her intermittently. The living room fell into a moment of silence, interrupted only by the occasional growl of zombies from outside, making the stillness within all the more pronounced. "Has Fu Mingli also arrived?" Shinziki was the first to break the silence, his tone as neutral as possible, akin to discussing something trivial. Yunxi opened her eyes and nodded. "Yes. They currently have no target, so I suggested they could come here." Shinziki's fingertips moved slightly, refraining from further inquiries. He believed that there must be numerous abilities among Fu Mingli's team. Having more people stationed at Yuntingbiyuan was indeed beneficial. Yet, the thought of that man's gaze upon Yunxi left him with a lingering discomfort. Jiang Che rose to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water, which he then presented to Yunxi. "Drink some water first." Yunxi accepted the cup, her fingertips brushing against the cool surface, her mind becoming clearer. After taking a couple of sips, she began to speak. "During my recent visit to the central hospital, I encountered a mother zombie, which proved rather challenging." She briefly recounted the battle, deliberately omitting the details regarding the traditional medicine and Fu Mingli's assistance, as explaining such matters would only complicate things and lead to disputes. "Are you all right?" Duan Qingyue inquired anxiously, concern evident in his eyes. "I'm fine," Yunxi replied with a smile, "and I even obtained 2 crystal cores of decent quality." As she spoke, she retrieved the 2 pinkish-white crystal cores from her space, placing them on the coffee table. The moment they appeared, they emitted a subtle energy fluctuation. Shinziki and Jiang Che exchanged glances, both astonished. It was their first encounter with such energy-emitting crystal cores. "What is this?" Jiang Che asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Zombie crystal cores," Yunxi explained, "which can only be found within first-tier zombies. Absorbing the energy inside should facilitate the advancement of abilities." In her previous life, she had only discovered the utility of crystal cores after a long while. This time, however, she had gained an advantage. Shinziki picked up one of the pink crystal cores, feeling its warmth, and indeed sensed a faint energy circulating within his palm. Have you absorbed it yet? He inquired. Not yet. Yunsi shook her head. I've been too exhausted these past few days. I'll attend to it once I've had sufficient rest. She stored the crystal cores away and leaned back on the sofa. By the way, we need to strengthen the defenses of the BUN. I've noticed an increasing number of zombies in the city. It's likely that large groups will converge here soon. I've already instructed someone to reinforce the villa's walls. Shinziki responded. Given the vast area of Yunting BUN, fortifying its walls is a monumental task, and with just us, it seems like a futile dream. He continued. For now, we have enough food, but I fear that if provisions run low, they may act out of desperation. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. I've been clearing the zombies around the BUN these past few days, but it appears that more zombies are gathering from afar. Yunsi frowned. It seems we must swiftly devise a plan to establish defensive structures, ideally creating a secure zone to retain control over the usage rights of Yunting BUN. She looked at the three men before her, noting that Fu Mingli had a considerable number of personnel. I will discuss this with him later. Together, we can reinforce the defenses of the BUN. Additionally, we must formulate a comprehensive strategy for those who are restless and establish some rules. Understood, the three responded in unison. Though there were various degrees of distance amongst them, their objectives regarding survival were aligned. As Yunsi observed the three distinct yet remarkable men before her, she felt an inexplicable sensation. In her previous life, she had been solitary, struggling for survival in the apocalypse, never imagining she would have so many people by her side. Perhaps this is not such a bad situation after all. She closed her eyes, silently assessing the progress of the harmonious illusions technique in her mind. The value of 68 brought her a sense of reassurance. The living room fell into silence once more, yet this stillness no longer bore the weight of awkwardness, but instead embraced a peculiar tranquility. Jiang Che and Shun Ziki each contemplated fortifying their defenses, while Duan Xingyue took out a brush and began to sketch Yun Si's serene sleeping visage in her sketchbook. The brush glided across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound as if whispering secrets. Observing Yun Si in slumber, Jiang Che carefully lifted her, cradling her gently as he ascended the stairs, leaving behind two men tinged with a hint of regret. Chapter 38. Together Jiang Che tenderly placed Yun Si on the bed, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a fragile treasure. In truth, Yun Si was nearly awake at this point. Her self-healing abilities were quite remarkable, and in a mere moment, much of her previous fatigue had dissipated, leaving her feeling considerably lighter. Jiang Che did not depart. Instead, he sat quietly at her bedside. Watching her, noticing her eyelashes flutter slightly, he knew she had awakened and softly inquired, "Did I disturb you?" Yun Si slowly opened her eyes and shook her head. No? No sooner had her words escaped than Jiang Che leaned down, enveloping her in his embrace, his warm lips gently grazing hers. His rugged hand softly encircled her delicate waist, a careful adoration guiding it upward. Yun Si did not resist. She allowed him the liberty of his actions. She understood that Jiang Che must have been deeply worried over the past few days, and this tender moment would serve as solace for him. She slightly tilted her head, playfully biting his robust chest, her voice muffled. "I'm fine, don't worry." Jiang Che's movements stilled momentarily, only to tighten his hold around her, as if he wished to meld her into his very essence. The suppressed anxieties and longing of the past 2 days surged forth as a torrent of fervent passion in that instant. In the living room below, although Duan Xingyue's gaze was fixed on the easel, his hand holding the brush remained suspended in the air. Shun Ziki leaned against the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Duan Xingyue furrowed his brows and could no longer restrain himself. "Could you possibly step outside to smoke? The entire room is filled with smoke. It's quite suffocating." Shinziki abruptly stood, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, striding purposefully toward the stairs. An inexplicable agitation simmered within him, as if something were burning inside. He pushed open the door to Yun Si's room, and indeed, the sultry sounds of a woman's soft gasps and a man's low growls echoed from the bathroom, piercingly clear and jarring to the ears. Shinziki's footsteps faltered, a complex emotion flickering across his face. For reasons unknown, he did not turn to leave but instead sat quietly at the bedside, waiting. Time passed, and eventually, Jiang Che emerged from the bathroom, holding Yun Si wrapped in a towel. Upon spotting Shinziki seated by the bed, his movements froze, and his expression turned icy. However, Shinziki appeared oblivious to his frigid gaze. A hint of embarrassment mixed with anger crossed his face as he stated, "I wish to join as well." Jiang Che cast a glance at Yunsi, whose cheeks were flushed, and ultimately chose not to drive Shunziki away. Instead, he gently placed Yunsi into Shunziki's embrace. Shunziki immediately enveloped Yunsi tightly, lowering his head to capture her crimson lips with an irresistible urgency and dominance. Jiang Che stood aside, his gaze lingering on Yunsi's smooth, fair back before leaning down to kiss her, imbued with a similar fervent possessiveness. The two men appeared to engage in a silent contest, yet also seemed to have reached a peculiar understanding, each striving to convey their passion and concern for the woman in their midst. Caught between them, Yunsi felt the searing heat emanating from both sides, her consciousness gradually drifting into a haze. She could distinctly sense the unspoken rivalry between them, yet also the care that lay concealed beneath their desires. Downstairs, Duan Xingyue listened to the faint sounds drifting from above, shaking his head in resignation as he tossed his paintbrush onto the easel and rose to the window. Gazing out into the inky darkness of the night, he let out a soft sigh. A sense of restlessness stirred within him as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, yet it provided no relief. He turned back to the easel, feeling an urgent need to create something to alleviate the bitterness and irritation gnawing at his heart. Meanwhile, the silent contest continued in the room above. Jiang Che and Shunziki seemed tireless, each expressing their regard for Yunsi in their own unique way. Yunsi, her eyes closed, felt their fervor yet remained remarkably tranquil. She understood that such a relationship might appear absurd and chaotic to others, but in this apocalyptic world, who could definitively discern right from wrong? What mattered to her was that these individuals genuinely cared for her. In turn, she needed their companionship and strength to navigate the harshness of this desolate existence. As the night deepened, the breaths within the villa gradually subsided, leaving only the harmonious rhythm of the three intertwined breaths. Yunsi rested against Jiang Che, while Shunziki nestled closely beside her, the three of them embracing in slumber. In that moment, Duan Xingyue pondered how absurd it was that he had fallen for a woman seemingly devoid of sentiment. He was not the sole one in her affections, yet he found himself reluctant to leave. The sight of her surrounded by other men stirred a sense of unwillingness within him, but as a latecomer, he felt humiliated, especially since she had not compromised even with Shunziki, her first love. He questioned himself, recalling that he had known from the outset that she was not exclusively his, so why had he allowed himself to fall in love? He regretted having once laughed at Shunziki's predicament, realizing it had led to his own misfortune. Yet, he mused, surely she was not solely his retribution. With this thought, he found solace in his heart. He picked up his brush, endeavoring to recall any potent weaponry. Artillery of great power was beyond his imagination. As he envisioned it in his mind, a dull ache throbbed in his head. Unable to depict high-tech weaponry, he resolved to try his hand at cold steel. He first sketched swords and daggers, yet the images he produced fell short of their intended potency, leaving a scattered array of various cold weapons strewn across the floor. In the dim light of dawn, he contemplated the design of an arrow that would explode upon release. After several sketches, he found them to bear little distinction from ordinary arrows, failing to achieve the desired effect. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he casually sketched a bow and arrow the size of a matchstick, dismissing it as futile. However, as he toyed with it and pulled the string, to his astonishment, the diminutive arrow shot forth with a swift whoosh, detonating upon impact with a soft pop, reminiscent of a child's toy. Although its power was modest, it captivated his attention. He yearned to create a larger version, yet as he grasped his brush, a headache began to throb. Reluctantly, he set down the brush to rest, mentally retracing the image of the explosive arrow until every detail was vividly clear, ready to be rendered in one fluid motion. When the sun fully rose and Yunsi, Jiang Che, and Shunziki descended from the stairs, they were taken aback by the scene in the living room. The floor was strewn with an array of meticulously drawn cold weapons, swords, axes, and a multitude of uniquely shaped bows and arrows, leaving little room to spare. Yunsi furrowed her brow, her gaze settling on Duan Xingyue, who was still engrossed in his artwork. The sharp words she had on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. She observed the man with golden-rimmed glasses, whose handsome features were marked by a blend of warmth and a hint of aloofness. His lips were pressed tightly together, exuding a sense of stubbornness, while his slightly curled hair fell over his forehead, revealing a full brow. The chain of his glasses swayed gently with his movements, adding an air of scholarly melancholy to his demeanor. Shun Ziki regarded Duan Qingyue's demeanor with disdain, thinking to himself that it was rather early for such posturing, clearly intended to entice. Jiang Che also frowned, pondering that he had always suspected the seemingly refined man to be a schemer. Did they not see how Yun Xi's gaze was practically glued to him? Yun Xi's eyes lingered on Duan Qingyue's focused profile for a moment, reflecting, indeed, a serious man possesses an undeniable charm. She stepped forward and inquired softly, "Have you drawn all of these?" Upon hearing her voice, Duan Qingyue paused, turning to face the trio, a hint of embarrassment gracing his smile. "I was thinking of creating some usable weapons and tried these. They should all be functional, though their power may be limited." He lifted the freshly drawn explosive arrow, asserting that its potential was promising. Yunxi nodded. "You've worked hard. Let us tidy up. The floor is quite cluttered." Duan Qingyue quickly agreed, "Of course." Shun Ziki and Jiang Che exchanged glances before joining in to help clean up, while the atmosphere in the living room remained slightly tense. The sight of the amassed weapons signified a shared understanding among them. They were the foundation of survival in a world turned upside down. Chapter 39. Collaboration together. They organized and categorized the weapons drawn by Duan Qingyue, placing the swords and knives onto a weapon rack against the wall, while the bows and explosive arrows were neatly stored in a wooden box, all arranged tidily in the corner of the living room. Upon completing these tasks, Yunxi raised her hand and conjured a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup from the ether, the steaming meal instantly adorning the dining table. The braised pork gleamed with a rich red hue. The minced eggplant shimmered with an appetizing sheen. The spicy chicken wafted an enticing aroma, and the stir-fried beef appeared tender and enticing, accompanied by a fragrant 3-flavor soup garnished with scallions. "Let us dine," Yunxi declared as she took her seat and grasped her chopsticks. The other 3, feeling no hesitation, promptly settled down as well. Having endured the scarcity of the post-apocalyptic world, such a lavish feast was sufficient to momentarily banish any worries and allow them to indulge in a delightful culinary experience. Once the meal concluded, Yunxi set down her chopsticks and turned her gaze towards Shinziki and Jiang Che. "What brings you two here together? Did you catch a fever after the meteor shower?" Shinziki wiped the corner of his mouth and replied nonchalantly, "We encountered each other on the road. It was treacherous, and traveling together made it easier." Jiang Che touched his nose, tacitly agreeing with his statement. Internally, Yunxi mused that their vehicle must have been stuck in a pit, necessitating their reluctant cooperation. Observing their unspoken understanding, she suspected there might be more to their story, yet, respecting their reticence, she refrained from probing further. Jiang Che interjected, "I did have a fever. Upon waking the next day, I felt stronger. Things I could not lift before, I can now raise effortlessly." Shinziki nodded in agreement, adding, "So did I, but my ability lies in mental manipulation. I have some individuals under me. Some turn into zombies after their fevers, while others awaken special powers post-fever. However, there is one who is unique. He was scratched by a zombie and developed powers after his fever, remaining unaffected while everyone else was ill." Yunxi clarified, "This phenomenon is known as extraordinary abilities. Shinziki's is evidently of the metal type. Jiang Che's pertains to strength. Duan Qingyue's is somewhat peculiar, belonging to the manifestation type, while mine is spatial." Shinziki regarded her with a glance, but remained silent, convinced that Yunxi's capabilities were far beyond mere spatial manipulation. Space may merely represent one facet of her myriad powers. Unperturbed by his scrutiny, Yunxi continued, "What is paramount now is to mark Yun Ting Bi Yuan with our emblem, establishing it as our sanctuary and formulating appropriate regulations." No sooner had she spoken than a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Yunxi surmised who it might be and called out, "Come in." The gate has no power and cannot be opened. Outside, Fu Mingli, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless but complied, scaling the courtyard wall. Yunxi stood beside the villa's entrance, leaning against the doorframe with a half-smile as she observed him. Fu Mingli called out, "Du Ruachio, Yang Run, Wu Qing, enter. The rest may wait outside." Following his words, 3 more individuals subsequently vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. Yang Run brushed off the dust from his clothes, jesting, "Your threshold is quite high. Without some skill, one truly cannot enter." Wu Qing hastily covered his mouth, anxious that he might say something inappropriate. Du Ruachio's gaze fell upon Yunxi, who leaned against the door, silently admiring her. She appeared even more beautiful than when they had met at the hospital, possessing less harshness and an increase in approachability. Yet she could not forget the image of Yunsi fiercely battling that day, nor could she erase the enchanting resonance of her voice. Yunsi straightened her posture and stepped aside, saying, "Since everyone is here, let us proceed inside." Curiosity got the better of one individual who inquired, "Why do we not utilize a generator here? Having electricity would be quite convenient." Yunsi replied nonchalantly, "It is unnecessary. I find it effortless to come and go regardless." As the group entered the living room, they discovered 3 individuals already seated, creating a rather delicate atmosphere. Shunziki and Jiang Chei's gazes scrutinized Fu Mingli, while Yang Run and Wu Qing curiously examined Duan Qingwei and the array of weaponry adorning the room. Yunsi gestured for everyone to take a seat and addressed them directly. "I trust you can surmise the purpose of my invitation. The Yunting Bi Yuan boasts advantageous terrain, making it easy to defend but difficult to breach. We intend to establish this as a safe zone. Fu Mingli, since you are here, if you do not mind, you may join us in remaining here and collaboratively forming the regulations." Fu Mingli nodded. "I have no objections. You may set the rules." Yunsi expressed her satisfaction with a nod and continued, "First, dueling within the Bi Yuan is strictly prohibited. Violators will be expelled from the safe zone. Second, all supplies must be uniformly registered and managed. Those who make special contributions will receive additional rewards. Third, every individual may exchange their participation in the defense and construction of the Bi Yuan for food or crystal cores. Fourth, any signs of fever or injuries from zombie bites or scratches must be reported immediately. Those who conceal such information will be held equally culpable as the infected." She paused, surveying the assembly. "For now, these are the initial stipulations. Do any of you have objections?" Naturally, Shunziki and Jiang Che had none, as they had intended to follow Yunsi's lead. Duan Qingwei also expressed no dissent, as he was not particularly invested in these matters. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Mingli queried, "Regarding the distribution of supplies, how will that be determined? Additionally, how shall the defense and construction tasks be arranged?" Yunsi elucidated, "The matter of supplies will be entrusted to Shunziki, who will oversee registration and management. Jiang Che will coordinate the defense and construction efforts, allocating tasks based on everyone's capabilities. Duan Qingwei will continue to oversee weapon crafting to ensure a steady supply. As for you, your role will be to provide guidance and oversee arrangements wherever necessary." She turned her attention to Du Ruoqiu. "Dr. Du, you will be responsible for the health of our group. Should anyone sustain injuries or fall ill, you will attend to their treatment." Du Ruoqiu nodded in agreement, understood. Yunsi then addressed Yang Run and Wu Qing. "You two shall assist Fu Mingli with various tasks." Yang Run and Wu Qing promptly affirmed, "No problem." After the tasks were delegated, Yunsi rose. "Since there are no objections, let us proceed according to this arrangement. Shunziki, please send someone to inventory the existing supplies in the Bi Yuan and check for any vacant villas, compile the information, and preserve a few units for rental or purchase." Understood. Shunziki stood to execute the task. Jiang Che also got to his feet, stating, "I will assess the defensive measures of the Bi Yuan and contemplate how to reinforce them." Fu Mingli addressed Yang Run and Wu Qing, instructing them to follow him to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. As the crowd dispersed, only Yunsi and Duan Qingwei remained in the living room. Duan Qingwei hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Apart from drawing weapons, what else can I do?" Yunsi pondered briefly and replied, "You could also illustrate everyday items, such as clothing and shoes, which are in short supply in this apocalyptic world." Duan Qingyue's eyes lit up with understanding. "All right, I see now." As he returned to his easel with renewed vigor, Yunsi felt a sense of relief. The initial framework of the safe zone was taking shape, and the next step was to refine it gradually, striving to establish a firm foothold in this desolate world. Chapter 40. Urgency in the ensuing half-month. The Yunting Bi Yuan had transformed into a bustling construction site. Fu Mingli, Shunziki, and Jiang Che worked tirelessly, dedicating their full energy to reinforcing the safe zone. The metal manipulators wove steel rebar into the walls like a spider spinning its web, augmenting the already formidable structure. Meanwhile, the earth manipulators compacted the soil to fill the gaps in the walls seamlessly, even excavating deep pits several meters high on the outside to thwart the onslaught of zombies. To incentivize everyone, the Yuan established a clear remuneration system. The wages of the ability users were nearly 30% higher than those of ordinary individuals. While this disparity sparked some dissent, the brutal reality of the apocalypse made it evident that the risks and responsibilities borne by the ability users were significantly greater, ultimately leading to acceptance of this arrangement. Shunziki repurposed an area that had once served as an open-air swimming pool into a task hall. A large hall was erected, featuring a makeshift counter and walls adorned with numerous task listings, ranging from clearing zombie remnants within the compound to transporting supplies, collecting medicines, and hunting specific zombies. Both ordinary individuals and ability users could select tasks suited to their capabilities, and upon completion, they could claim corresponding rewards, mostly food, drinking water, or practical tools. Moreover, the Yuan allowed individuals to form teams, whether a few or a dozen, enhancing the likelihood of task success and providing additional security during perilous outings. Fu Mingli selected a cadre of physically resilient and resolute individuals from the survivors for specialized training. Their compensation was considerably higher than that of those taking tasks from the task hall. They received double the supplies and gained priority access to the weapons illustrated by Duan Xingwe. However, in return, they were required to pledge a blood oath to obey Yunci and Fu Mingli unconditionally, with the dire consequence of being cast out into the unforgiving world should they betray this vow. Yunci held a neutral stance regarding Fu Mingli's arrangements. She had never trusted anyone, and she understood that these chosen individuals would ultimately come under her command. Only then would they truly become her instruments. On the second day following her return to the Cloud Pavilion, her progress in the Hahuan delusion technique reached an impressive 90, advancing her to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. According to the teachings passed down within the technique, achieving the 10th layer of Qi cultivation would permit her to attempt foundation establishment. However, this process necessitates the use of a foundational elixir, as the chances of success without it are exceedingly slim. Alternatively, one may opt to cultivate the technique to the 12th layer, at which point a seamless foundation establishment would naturally occur. Even more significantly, upon achieving foundation establishment, the heart control technique would be unlocked. This technique possesses immense power, compelling complete loyalty from those upon whom it is cast. Nevertheless, successful implementation requires that the target possess no thoughts of resistance. Otherwise, the practitioner would suffer severe backlash. Once the heart control technique is mastered, it could be wielded without any conditions, commanding obedience from others effortlessly. This information regarding the heart control technique had manifested directly in her mind. Yunci's foremost aspiration now is to swiftly enter the foundation establishment phase and gain mastery over the heart control technique. Only then could she truly gather her followers and transform the Cloud Pavilion into her safe haven. Over the past half-month, Shenziki, Jiangche, and Duan Xingwe had been taking turns visiting Yunci's room to assist her in her cultivation. Yet, for reasons unknown, the progress of the Hahuan delusion technique stagnated at 105, failing to break through. At this rate, reaching 120 to fulfill the conditions for a flawless foundation establishment would likely require another half-month. However, Yunci was acutely aware that they did not have such time to spare. Only 10 days remained until the onset of the first blue rain. This event would last a full 10 days, during which the zombies would undergo a significant evolution. In her previous life, this crisis nearly led to the extinction of humanity. Yet, within this crisis lay hidden opportunities. After the zombies were drenched in the rain, they would evolve and form crystal cores within their bodies, which could greatly enhance the powers of ability users. From that point onward, the strong would grow ever stronger, while the weak would continue to diminish, creating an insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and those with abilities. Yunci sat by the window, observing the bustling activities outside, her brow furrowed in concern. She needed to complete her foundation establishment and master the heart control technique before the blue rain arrived, enabling her to bend others to her will and establish her dominance in this realm. Otherwise, whether the Cloud Pavilion could withstand the evolved zombies remained a question shrouded in uncertainty. What are you contemplating? Fu Mingli approached silently, holding a defensive distribution map of the pavilion. Yunci glanced up at him and replied nonchalantly, I am pondering the rain that shall arrive in 10 days. Fu Mingli was momentarily taken aback before quickly grasping the implication. You mean to say that this rain, which has you so apprehensive, is no ordinary rain, is it? He had also sensed the unusual atmosphere in recent days, but had not anticipated Yunxi's certainty. Yunxi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a blue rain. And the zombies will evolve. Fu Mingli's expression instantly turned grave. What about the ability users? What about our defenses? The blue rain will not allow the ability users to evolve, but it can transform ordinary people who have been drenched into zombies, which is insufficient. Yunxi spoke candidly, stating that the current walls would not withstand the evolved zombies. They must be raised and reinforced, and ample weapons and supplies must be prepared. Fu Mingli took a deep breath. I understand. I will make arrangements immediately. Wait, Yunxi called out to him. Have Shinziki increase the rewards for missions to encourage everyone to venture out and collect crystal cores. Additionally, instruct Duan Qingyue to expedite the production of weapons, especially the explosive arrows. Fu Mingli nodded in agreement. Understood. Watching Fu Mingli depart, Yunxi's gaze turned once more to the horizon. She knew that the next 10 days would be a fierce battle. If she could not calmly navigate through the first crisis of the apocalypse, what could she hope for in the future? Alone, she could survive well enough, but her ambitions soared high. She desired to carve a pathway in this desolate world as a woman. Time was of the essence. She not only needed to enhance her strength, but also to ensure that Yun Tingbi Yuan was thoroughly prepared to secure a glimmer of hope for herself and those around her amidst the impending catastrophe. She turned and returned to her room, sitting cross-legged to once again channel the Hahuan delusion technique. Regardless of the circumstances, she must complete her foundation before the blue rain arrived. When Shinziki and Jiang Che entered, they found Yunxi in a meditative state. Exchanging glances, they both perceived the worry reflected in each other's eyes. They could sense Yunxi's aura growing stronger, yet they also felt her urgency. She seems anxious, Jiang Che murmured. Shinziki nodded. Indeed, something must be troubling her. We should push ourselves harder. The two sat beside Yunxi, refraining from disturbing her, silently supporting her cultivation. Duan Qingyue also entered, holding a freshly drawn bow and arrow. Upon observing the scene, he spoke not a word but placed the weapon aside and sat down next to Yunxi. The room fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the steady breaths of the four and the faint energy fluctuations in the air. As the sunlight outside gradually slanted westward, it cast elongated shadows of the group. Yunxi felt the intentions of those around her, moved by their presence. Taking a deep breath, she joined them in pouring all their energy into their cultivation. When she awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. The progress of her technique had reached 105, with little change. Yunxi furrowed her brows tightly. A thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that their efforts had drained their own energy, rendering her Hahuan delusion technique less effective? She glanced at the three beside her, who were in a state of quiet rest, each displaying a subtle hint of fatigue. During this time, they had indeed expended considerable energy to assist her in advancing her technique. Should she call upon Fu Mingli? Would it be beneficial for him to aid in her cultivation? Fu Mingli's strength was inscrutable, and the energy he possessed was both pure and formidable. If he were to lend his assistance, it might very well facilitate a breakthrough in her cultivation. Yunxi hesitated. Aside from the unexpected encounter in the hospital, there had been little profound interaction between her and Fu Mingli. Would it not seem rather frivolous to summon him for her training? Yet, considering the impending blue rain in 10 days, the evolved zombies, and the allure of the heart control technique, her modesty seemed a trivial concern. Furthermore, if she grew stronger, the likelihood of the Yunting villa resisting the zombie onslaught would increase significantly. Rising to her feet, she addressed Shinziki and the others. Please rest well. I shall step out for a moment. Shinziki and the others opened their eyes, looking at her with curiosity. Where are you going? To find Fu Mingli. Yunxi replied candidly. My cultivation has hit a bottleneck, and I seek his help. Shinziki's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face before he quickly masked it. He understood Yunxi's character. Once she made a decision, it was challenging to alter her course. Moreover, seeing her anxiety tugged at his heartstrings. I'll accompany you, Shinziki offered. Yunxi shook her head. No need. I can manage on my own. You all should rest and regain your strength for my return. With that, she turned and exited the room, making her way to Fu Mingli's residence, which was conveniently located next door. Upon reaching his door, she knocked gently. Come in, came Fu Mingli's voice from within. She opened the door and entered, finding him organizing some documents, presumably concerning the villa's defenses. Is there something you need? Fu Mingli inquired, Looking up at her, Yunxi approached him and stated directly, "Fu Mingli, I wish to request your assistance." "What sort of assistance?" Fu Mingli set aside his papers, regarding her earnestly. Yunxi took a deep breath and explained, "My cultivation has encountered a bottleneck. My progress has stagnated. I hope you can aid me in my training to help me overcome this hurdle." Fu Mingli paused, clearly taken aback by her request. He was aware from Du Ruoqiu that Jiang Che and the others had been working to support Yunxi's training. Whenever Duan Qingyue had a moment, he would manifest various medicinal herbs using his abilities, even consulting Du Ruoqiu for guidance. The scent of herbs wafting from her villa was evident, revealing their desperate situation. Observing the determination and urgency in Yunxi's eyes, Fu Mingli hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Very well. His swift agreement surprised Yunxi. She had anticipated a more drawn-out negotiation. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude sincerely. "No need," Fu Mingli replied, standing. "When shall we commence?" "Right now," Yunxi answered, urgency evident in her voice. Fu Mingli nodded, leading her into the inner bedroom. The room was quite simple, furnished with merely a bed and a wardrobe. Yunxi, unpretentious, seated herself directly by the bedside, with Fu Mingli joining her shortly thereafter. In a matter of moments, the two engaged in a candid exchange. As Fu Mingli's energy coursed through Yunxi's being, she distinctly sensed a marked acceleration in the operation of the He Huan Wang Qingju. That energy, gentle yet robust, contrasted sharply with the energies of Shen Ziki and his companions, yet it equally bolstered her cultivation practice. A wave of joy surged within Yunxi. It appeared her decision had been fortuitous. Fu Mingli's gaze lingered on Yunxi's face, observing her focused demeanor, his expression growing increasingly complex. He could perceive the uniqueness of the cultivation technique within her and the intensity of her yearning for power. Without uttering a word, Fu Mingli demonstrated his commitment to diligent practice through his actions. As time passed, Yunxi felt the progress of the He Huan Wang Qingju gradually advancing. Though the pace was slow, any semblance of progress was a welcome relief. A heavy stone within her heart finally lifted. As long as there was change, it was a positive sign. She believed that achieving a breakthrough to 120 before the arrival of the blue rain would not pose a challenge. As darkness enveloped the Yun Tingbi Yuan, the sky outside grew increasingly dim. Within the bedroom, only the sound of their hurried breaths filled the air, rising and falling in a manner that would leave any listener flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 41. Bottleneck. Yunxi remained with Fu Mingli for 5 days, until the progress of the He Huan Wang Qingju stagnated at 117. No matter how hard she and Fu Mingli endeavored, the progress bar remained immovable, as if it had been nailed down. In truth, the standstill had begun on the 3rd day, yet Yunxi, unwilling to concede, persisted in her efforts, hoping for a breakthrough, stubbornly enduring for 2 additional days. When Fu Mingli finally stepped out, dark circles adorned his eyes, his complexion pale as parchment, and his once straight spine exhibited a slight curvature, revealing an undeniable weariness. Observing his retreating figure, Yunxi speculated that Fu Mingli had indeed been significantly drained by her endeavors. This technique proved to be an exhausting endeavor for those around her. Furrowing her brow, she concluded that it was time to enlist someone else for assistance, preferably someone still in possession of their primal yang. Those who lacked it seemed to carry a disjointed energy that offered little aid to her cultivation. Yunxi felt a tinge of helplessness regarding her practice of the He Huan Wang Qingju. Nevertheless, at this juncture, she could only press forward with determination. The current progress dangled before her like a tantalizing carrot, tasteless yet too precious to discard. Gritting her teeth, she understood that not only was giving up now unthinkable, but even had she known the peculiarity of this technique from the outset, she would never have relinquished it. For she had no choice. In her previous life, she had died without any extraordinary abilities, merely struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Now, possessing the ability to awaken such powers, she surmised that it must be linked to this technique. In her past life, she had never cultivated, and thus, she had never activated her abilities, ultimately succumbing to the zombie virus. Her thoughts meandered to Du Ruoqiu, the irritable yet skilled doctor, handsome and tall, albeit somewhat impatient. Perhaps she could seek his assistance? Upon reflection, Yunxi felt a sense of relief. As long as Du Ruoqiu was willing, she could smoothly achieve a flawless foundation. She decided to take a moment to rest and absorb the 2 crystal nuclei she had retrieved from the mother and child zombies, intending to enhance her time-related abilities first. In her previous life, she had heard from others that one could autonomously absorb crystal nuclei by holding them, but it was imperative not to absorb them beyond one's level, as doing so could result in catastrophic consequences. The white crystal nucleus was of the first tier, but the pink one remained an enigma to her regarding its classification. She only knew that the hierarchy of crystal nuclei ascended from white, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, to gold. At the time of her demise, she had yet to hear of the existence of cyan crystal nuclei. Of course, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that someone had acquired them but kept it a secret, let alone the pink variant. This pink crystal nucleus was entirely unfamiliar, and its level was unknown. She recalled that the female zombie lacked a crystal nucleus, yet possessed abilities. At that moment, she had no time to ponder. In hindsight, Yunsi was certain that the pink object thrown at her by the female zombie indeed radiated energy fluctuations, suggesting that the female and the small zombie were intrinsically linked, and only upon the former's demise could the latter be liberated. The pink crystal nucleus inexplicably drew her in, yet considering its origins, she dared not recklessly absorb it and decided to start with the white one instead. Yunsi held the white crystal nucleus in her palm, relaxed her mind, and attempted to establish a connection. Before long, the nucleus transformed into a luminous stream, flowing into her body, and a gentle energy circulated through her limbs, indicating a subtle enhancement in her time-related abilities. Meanwhile, Yang Qing observed the usually composed and dignified CO, Fu Mingli, appearing pale and unsteady, and could not help but revel in his misfortune, suggesting, "Boss, shall I fetch some medicinal materials from Duan Qinghua for you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was swiftly silenced by Wu Qing, who covered his mouth and dragged him away, all while apologizing to Fu Mingli. "Boss, we have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave." As Fu Mingli turned a corner, he encountered Shinziki, who also bore a pallid countenance. Upon seeing Fu Mingli's state, Shinziki's expression darkened perceptibly, silently contemplating that Fu Mingli must be suffering more than the three of them combined. After all, they had been taking turns, each feeling overwhelmed. And at that moment, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Fu Mingli. Shinziki mused that the woman was indeed heartless, oblivious to their plight. During the day, they were tasked with managing her base's resources, and by night, they had to work overtime to assist her in her cultivation. Thankfully, he was not alone in this endeavor. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to lament, especially in light of Fu Mingli's current situation. It appeared he had just settled down only to be thrust back into handling various base affairs, evoking genuine pity. Fu Mingli noted the fluctuating expressions on Shunziki's face, ranging from grim to somewhat gleeful, and with a furrowed brow, chose to ignore him, brushing past. As Shinziki regained his composure, he reflected that it was fortunate Yunsi had not abandoned Jiang Che and the others. Otherwise, he would have borne the brunt of their collective burdens alone. He lowered his head and inhaled deeply, the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine lingering on him, a remnant of his recent efforts to restore his health. As Shinziki entered the room, he spotted Yunsi sitting alone on the sofa, an uncommon picture of leisure. Approaching her, he inquired with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation, "Have you made any breakthroughs?" The recent period had been quite taxing due to Yunsi's relentless pursuits, and if she could achieve a breakthrough, it would afford them a well-deserved respite. Yunsi shot him a glance, responding coolly, "Not yet." Shinziki pondered inwardly. If she had not attained a breakthrough yet was still lounging here, could it be that she was contemplating giving up? He shook his head, deeming that impossible. This woman was notoriously obstinate, refusing to relent until she reached her goals. Perhaps she had discovered an alternative method? Observing his inquisitive yet seemingly understanding expression, Yunsi realized he had nearly deduced the truth. She had no intention of concealing her plans, especially since others might soon join them, and stated, "I intend to consult Duruachio." Upon hearing this, Shinziki hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. As long as it facilitated her breakthrough, it mattered little whom she sought, provided it spared him from enduring further strain. He yearned solely for a few days of restful recuperation to restore his energy. "Do you need me to speak to him?" he asked. Given Du Ruachio's temperament, if Yunsi approached him directly, it could lead to some unpleasantness. Yunsi shook her head. "No need. I can handle it myself." Rising, she stretched lazily. "I'll take my leave for now and address it tomorrow." Watching her retreat into the bedroom, Shunziki chuckled to himself. resigned to her decisiveness. He no longer felt the same aversion to her seeking assistance from other men. After all, they had to shoulder some responsibility for their lack of capability. He found a spot to sit, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, replenishing his depleted energy. The following morning, Yunsi sought out Du Ruoqiu. He was busy organizing medicinal supplies when he noticed her entrance, momentarily taken aback. Setting aside his tasks, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Yunsi, eschewing any pretense, directly conveyed her purpose. "I have encountered a bottleneck in my training and require your assistance to achieve a breakthrough." Du Ruoqiu's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. He regarded Yunsi, then recalled the recent states of Fu Mingli and Shen Ziki, quickly grasping the underlying circumstances. Frowning, he spoke with a certain stiffness and a touch of bitterness. "I am a doctor, not a tool for your cultivation." Had it not been for Yunsi's inability to progress, and the trouble it had caused her companions, they would never have permitted her to seek aid from another man. Anticipating his reaction, Yunsi calmly replied, "Upon success, I can arrange for Duan Qingyue to craft you a set of superior medical instruments, guaranteed to surpass what you currently possess tenfold." Du Ruoqiu felt a stir of interest in a world like theirs. The significance of quality medical equipment was not lost on him. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "How long will it take?" "At most 3 days," Yunsi assured him. Gritting his teeth as if making a momentous decision, Du Ruoqiu agreed. "Fine, I will assist you. But if you dare deceive me, I won't let you off easily." "It was settled then. Come find me tonight." Yunsi smiled faintly and turned to leave. Watching her departing figure, Du Ruoqiu helplessly patted his flushed face, pondering the foolishness of his acquiescence to such a request. Yet, the thought of the exquisite medical equipment made it seem worthwhile. Unbeknownst to anyone, his neck, cheeks, and ears were all aflame, and with each leisurely step Yunsi took, her radiant countenance, reminiscent of a monkey's posterior, became ever clearer to him, albeit regrettably. She would never witness it. Upon returning to her room, Yunsi let out a sigh of relief, finally having resolved the matter. Next, Du Ruoqiu should be able to assist her in breaking through to level 120. As long as she perfected her foundational training and mastered the art of mind control, she could ensure that the individuals selected by Fu Mingli would guard the Yun Tingbi Yuan, allowing her to venture forth with Fu Mingli, Shen Ziqi, Jiang Che, and others to vanquish the zombies. With the acquisition of crystal cores for upgrades, their combat prowess would significantly increase. She was unwilling to squander time on such trivialities, regretting her earlier decision to shoulder this burdensome task. However, being in her own space was far more advantageous, devoid of the upper echelon scheming and intrigue. Chapter 42. Newcomers. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Du Ruoqiu stood outside Yunsi's villa, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the buttons of his white coat. He had been pacing for some time, the sound of his heels echoing in the silence. An inexplicable tension coiling around him like a vine, preventing him from stepping into the villa illuminated by sporadic lights. Inside the living room, warm yellow light cast an air of ambiguity. Shen Ziqi lounged against the armrest of the sofa, a cigarette poised between his fingers, the crimson glow flickering as smoke swirled around him, his gaze fixed on Yunsi with a fervent intensity. Jiang Che sat on the opposite side, his large hand gently playing with Yunsi's, his fingertips tracing her delicate skin, his expression focused as if examining a rare treasure. Duan Qingyue occupied a single armchair across from Yunsi, a sketchbook laid open on his lap, though his pencil had long remained still. Yunsi had asked him to stay by her side for half a month, and with the deadline approaching, a pang of anguish gripped his heart at the thought of parting. He was indifferent to the number of people around her. As long as he could remain by her side, he would be content to be like Shen Ziqi and Jiang Che, initially drawn to her exquisite, aloof visage and proportions that seemed to be the pinnacle of divine craftsmanship. Every inch aligning with his aesthetic sensibilities, he had felt she was meant to be his. However, as he witnessed the flush of color grace her usually cool and proud face, and the wild beauty she exhibited in moments of passion, he found himself further ensnared. He would willingly lay down his life for her, especially given her uniquely captivating nature that incited an insatiable desire. Lost in these thoughts, Duan Qingyue instinctively lifted his gaze to Yunsi, only to be caught in her enigmatic, half-smiling eyes. That gaze seemed to ensnare him, reddening his eyes and tightening every muscle in his body, rendering him as taut as a boiled shrimp. Observing his awkward demeanor, Yunxi's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a delicate smile. She beckoned to him with a delicate gesture, resembling the call of a gentle pet. Duan Qingyue immediately rose to his feet and crouched beside her, the upward angle allowing him a clear view of her exquisite collarbone and the skin subtly revealed beneath her deep purple spaghetti strap dress. Today, Yunxi adorned herself in a deep purple dress that barely concealed the tops of her thighs, her fair calves accentuating the elegance of her figure, completed by slender high-heeled shoes that elongated her legs even further. At that moment, she lifted her foot, clad in the stiletto, and lightly pressed it against Duan Qingyue's shoulder. Her voice laced with a languorous rasp, "Take it off." Duan Qingyue's breath caught sharply, his palms suddenly clammy with sweat. He raised his slightly damp hand, trembling as his fingertips grasped the small piece of fabric, the warmth of their skin contact sending a tingling sensation through him. He remained silent, lowering his head in a bashful manner, yet he did not refuse her. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed two other men, equally tense, and he understood that should he display any reluctance, they would readily take his place. The living room was enveloped in silence, save for Yunxi's suppressed gasps. Shunziki and Jiangche's gazes were predatory, yet they dared not act without Yunxi's signal, their attention fixated on Duan Qingyue. He felt as though their stares could bore a hole through him, yet he focused all his energy on the moment before him. After a while, Yunxi pushed him away. Duan Qingyue adjusted her slightly disheveled dress before retreating to his own position. Shunziki, Yunxi's voice emerged, hoarse and languid, her gaze drifting to the window. "How long has Du Ruoqiu been outside?" Shunziki extinguished his cigarette, glancing outside. "Almost 2 hours, like a wandering spirit." "Let him in." Shunziki called out towards the door. "What are you standing there for? Come in." Du Ruoqiu, as if awakened from a trance, steadied himself before entering. Upon stepping into the living room, the aroma enveloped him, a rich blend of floral sweetness and creamy undertones, intoxicating yet slightly quickening his heartbeat. Yunxi reclined against Jiangche, one leg draped over the other, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Duan Qingyue sat opposite her, his face flushed to an unnatural hue, head bowed. While Shunziki observed him with a bemused expression, the scene was far from ordinary. He cleared his throat, attempting to quell his racing heart. "You called me to sit." Yunxi gestured toward the vacant seat across from her, adding, "You may have a challenging task ahead." Du Ruoqiu complied and took his seat, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Duan Qingyue's reddened ears, as well as the lingering desire evident in Jiangche and Shunziki's eyes. He swallowed hard. "It's my duty." Yunxi remained silent, but Du Ruoqiu sensed an oppressive atmosphere in the living room, making it difficult for him to remain still. Yunxi glanced at the bowed Duan Qingyue, stating, "Our agreement is nearing." Duan Qingyue's body stiffened abruptly. Observing his tense profile, Yunxi continued, "If you wish to stay, then stay. The outside is rife with danger." Duan Qingyue froze, questioning if he had misheard. "Me? I can stay by your side?" "Yes." Yunxi toyed with Jiangche's rough and powerful hand. Shunziki scoffed, "He probably doesn't want to." Duan Qingyue's face instantly flushed crimson, as if struck at a sensitive spot. "Who says I don't want to?" he retorted, biting his lip, his cheeks aflame. "I desire it more than anything." Duan Qingyue raised his gaze to Yunxi, his eyes brimming with shyness, yet he hesitated to utter any lascivious words. Yunxi observed the flush in his eyes, gently caressing his cheek with his fingertips. "Take good care of your health." Duan Qingyue's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. "MHM." Yunxi's fingers glided to his lips, pressing lightly. "These days belong to Du Ruoqiu, but what about in a few days?" Duan Qingyue's eyes sparkled like ignited starlight. "Really? When have I ever deceived you?" He nodded eagerly, the earlier grievances dissipating as he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Shunziki, a hint of triumph in his demeanor. Shunziki ignored him, inwardly pondering that he needed to diligently take his medication these days to restore his body to its prime condition. Jiangche cast a sidelong glance at Duan Qingyue, wondering if this fellow had secretly upped his dosage. Otherwise, it was inconceivable for him to recover so swiftly. Indeed, he was cunning, and this newcomer, likely not simple either. Along with Yunxi, who had encountered Fu Mingli, seemed to await Yunxi's initiative to bring it up. Never mind, after all. They all loved Yunxi just as he did, and that was sufficient. Du Ruoqiu watched this scene, feeling his temples throb as if he had leapt into a den of wolves. Jiangche broke the silence at an opportune moment. I shall head upstairs to rest. Yunsi rose, her purple dress sweeping across Shunziki's knee. Du Ruoqiu, let us go. She ascended the stairs first, with Shunziki and Jiang Che naturally following suit, albeit to their own rooms. Duan Xinhua hastily stood up, trailing closely behind, as if terrified of being left behind. One might think they were all heading to Yunsi's room. Du Ruoqiu feigned hesitation for a moment before following Duan Xinhua upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he noticed that only Yunsi's door was ajar and walked directly into her room. Come here. Yunsi's voice emerged, husky and languid. The irascible doctor, rendered speechless, only exhibited a slight tremor in his fingers. Yunsi watched with interest as he appeared flustered. Though feigned, it was indeed quite alluring. Yunsi grasped his hand, placing it on her slim waist, causing Du Ruoqiu's breath to quicken, his muscles taut. Although he was a doctor, his physique rivaled that of Jiang Che, who trained in martial arts. Typically clad in a doctor's white coat, one could only discern his broad shoulders and narrow waist, unaware of his impressive physique. With a gentle push, Du Ruoqiu fell onto the bed, and she pressed her lips against his cool, pale ones. His hand, which rested on her waist, trembled slightly, his temples throbbing, breath quickening. Du Ruoqiu rasped, "Why are you still? You are purely here to treat me, aren't you? How could it be like this? No wonder Shinziki and the others would rather perish in your presence." Yunsi gasped, "And you? I yearn to dissect your heart, to discern what kind of essence dwells within, compelling us to be inseparable. Yunsi harbored doubts regarding your affections for me." He gasped a few times before confessing. "Do you not realize that each night, I find solace in the memories of your voice?" Yunsi had long transcended the shy little girl who once struggled to articulate her feelings. "So, were you merely feigning restraint yesterday?" Du Ruoqiu responded candidly. "I feared that if you found me too easily attainable, you would subsequently cast me aside. I, too, wish to remain by your side like Shinziki and the others. After this, would it be agreeable for me to move here as well, my dear?" "Certainly. Once you belong to me, betrayal is out of the question. There shall be no other women." "Very well. I shall not entertain anyone else. My heart is solely yours, incapable of accommodating another." With that, they devoted themselves earnestly to Yunsi's cultivation. Chapter 43. Foundation Establishment. Yunsi and Du Ruoqiu remained entwined in their room for 3 days. Their progress in the Hahuan delusion technique reaching its zenith, yet without any discernible changes. That evening, Yunsi paused, suddenly sensing a throbbing pain in her dantian, as though a force sought to break free from its constraints. Realizing this was a sign of foundation establishment, she wasted no time and seated herself, swiftly entering a meditative state. A vivid image of the distribution of 316 acupuncture points materialized in her mind, a torrent of information flooding her consciousness. She understood the necessity of unblocking all 316 points, ensuring that each flow of energy traversed these points in a fixed trajectory. Focusing her mind, she diligently guided the energy within her dantian, repeatedly traversing the 316 points. Initially, the energy felt sluggish, but as the repetitions increased, it gradually became more fluid. Du Ruoqiu arranged his garments, standing quietly nearby, hesitant to interrupt. This was the first time he witnessed Yunsi in earnest cultivation. Her expression was intense, brows slightly furrowed, enveloped in a powerful, enigmatic aura. In stark contrast to her usual languid and alluring demeanor, she exuded an icy elegance that commanded reverence, making it seem extravagant to even steal a glance at her. Du Ruoqiu, despite his pale complexion and bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth to endure. After observing for a while, fearing he might disturb her, he quietly slipped out of the room and descended to the living room. Upon reaching the lower level, he encountered Shinziki, who regarded him with a mocking gaze. "Did Yunsi not claim your vitality was intact? Why then have you yet to break through?" Shinziki's tone dripped with envy. Du Ruoqiu shot him a glance, understanding his jealousy all too well, and retorted, "Humph, at least I am better off than certain older gentlemen. I need not rely on tonics for my health." Just as he finished speaking, Fu Mingli entered, momentarily halting his steps, sensing an implication in the words that he could not quite grasp. Shinziki shot a sidelong glance at Fu Mingli, remaining silent. Yet the meaning in his gaze was more incendiary than words could convey. Fu Mingli took a seat beside the sofa, prompting Du Ruoqiu to hastily clarify, "Brother Fu, I did not mean you." In the living room, the 4 men felt as though he was subtly alluding to them. resulting in a moment of silence that rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Duan Qinyue cleared his throat. It was improbable that he was the subject of discussion, as he and Du Ruoqiu were both 25 years old. If anyone were to be mentioned, it would certainly be Fu Mingli, the eldest among them, by a full 5 years. What of Yunxi? All gazes suddenly shifted in unison towards Du Ruoqiu. Yunxi is currently in training, Du Ruoqiu stated. Fu Mingli turned to Shun Ziki and Jiang Che, inquiring, Yunxi predicted rain today. Have you prepared everything for the arrangements? Yes. Shun Ziki and Jiang Che responded in unison. Fu Mingli ceased his conversation, picking up the documents on the table to peruse. Yet his peripheral vision occasionally darted towards the staircase. The five remained in the living room for 2 hours, and Yunxi had yet to descend, causing a stir of concern among them. Although Fu Mingli was not as intimately acquainted with Yunxi as Shinziki and the others, there existed an undeniable, indistinct tension between him and Yunxi. Ever since their last encounter, he had visited Yunxi's villa daily for the past 3 days, as if he had something to convey. However, Yunxi had been preoccupied with Du Ruoqiu, never making an appearance downstairs. Each harbored their own thoughts when suddenly, the sky outside darkened ominously. A deafening thunderclap resonated, followed by a torrential downpour. Uniquely, this rain was blue. Behind Yunxi's villa lay a forest. As the azure rain cascaded down, the grass within grew wildly, intertwining branches and leaves as if desperately competing for the precious water. Moments later, they settled into distinct positions, quietly absorbing the energy contained within the rainfall. Fu Mingli observed the scene outside, reflecting inwardly. Yunxi had only mentioned that zombies would evolve, never that plants would grow with such fervor. It seemed humanity's plight was becoming increasingly dire. Shun Ziki too gazed at the bizarre forest, feeling grateful once more that he had not impeded Yunxi's ascent to power. With zombies evolving and the plants transformed by this rain, the space for human survival would undoubtedly diminish. Time passed, and suddenly, Yunxi opened her eyes, a flicker of brilliance within them, as an overwhelming aura emanated from her being. She had succeeded, establishing a perfect foundation. Yunxi turned her focus inward, observing her dantian. After circulating her spiritual energy in a complete cycle, it returned to her dantian, where the power had transformed from a trickling stream into a serene lake, abundant and stable. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze growing ever colder, yet the defiance between her brows became increasingly evident, unmistakable to all. The incantation of the heart control technique vividly appeared in her mind. Next, she merely needed to initiate her understanding of the technique. The entry level permitted control over 20 individuals, the intermediate level allowed 50, while the advanced level extended to 100, with no limitations upon mastering it. Rather than being merely a method of controlling others, the heart control technique served as a pathway for cultivating one's mental prowess. In her mind, the panel underwent a transformation. Harmonious delusion technique. Foundation established. Reward. Complete fusion with the orchid, transforming it from mere mark to birthmark. Eternally connected to your soul through lifetimes. Reward. First artifact. Irresistible, eternally pristine, exquisite beauty. Beneficial for those who cultivate alongside it. Space. 1,000 cubic meters. Self-healing. Intermediate. Yunxi felt a surge of surprise. The orchid mark was merely a temporary bond. Now it truly belonged to her, and the panel had become considerably more streamlined. She approached the window, gazing outside as the azure rain continued to pour. The flora in the forest thrived wildly in the downpour, a stark contrast to her memories. In her previous life, it seemed the plants had not undergone mutation. Was this the butterfly effect, or was she now in a parallel world? At this moment, the anxiety that had accompanied her since her rebirth dissipated completely. She feared she might awaken from a dream. Even though everything had changed, rendering the future unpredictable, she found this reality to be more genuine. Unlike a dream from which she could awaken at any moment. The sounds of several breaths filled the living room, and Yunxi knew they were all waiting for her. She adjusted her attire, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Upon hearing the door creak, 5 men in the living room simultaneously lifted their heads, their gazes converging upon her. Are you all right? Fu Mingli was the first to speak, his tone carrying a subtle hint of concern. Yunxi shook her head. I'm fine. I have broken through. Shinziki let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips. That's wonderful. Jiang Che stepped forward, naturally taking her hand. Are you hungry? I will prepare something for you. Yunxi nodded slightly, a bit. Duan Qinghua looked at her, his eyes brimming with joy. Congratulations. Du Ruoqiu echoed the sentiment. Congratulations. Yunxi surveyed them, her gaze eventually resting on the blue rain outside. The rain has begun. What lies ahead may be more challenging than we anticipate. Fu Mingli nodded in agreement. The mutation of the plants has exceeded our expectations. We must swiftly enhance the defenses of the bee garden to prevent invasive mutated flora. I have instructed the metal manipulators to add another layer of metal mesh outside the walls, Shinziki remarked, but given the plant's rapid growth, it may not hold for long. Yunxi pondered. Duan Qinghua, you could attempt to sketch weapons that can spew fire. Fire should be effective against the plants. Duan Qinghua immediately nodded. All right, I will draw them at once. I will organize personnel to closely monitor the plant activity surrounding the bee garden. Fu Mingli declared as he stood. I will accompany you. Shinziki and Jiang Che rose as well. Du Ruoqiu added. I will sort the medicinal supplies, in case anyone is harmed by the mutated plants. Observing them each taking their responsibilities and moving with purpose, Yunxi felt a sense of calm wash over her. This blue rain represented both a crisis and an opportunity. As zombies and plants evolved, humanity must not lag behind. She approached the window, extending her hand to catch a drop of azure rainwater. As the liquid fell into her palm, it brought with it a chill and an essence of destruction. Yunxi could sense the energy within the rainwater infiltrating her body, weaving through her meridians while wreaking havoc. She urgently called out to the others, do not venture outside. The rain is extremely harmful to the human body. Wait until it ceases. With that, she settled into a cross-legged position, striving to expel the foreign energy. Chapter 44. The Essence of Chaos. As Fu Mingli and his companions took their first steps, they heard Yunxi's warning and immediately halted. The aura surrounding Yunxi was in a subtle turmoil. They quickly surmised that she had indeed encountered the blue rain, their hearts tightening in unison. Yet they remained silently observant, even moderating their breaths for fear of disturbing her. At this moment, Yunxi was internally chagrined. Had she truly become reckless just after establishing her foundation? In her previous life, the blue rain had been harmless to those with extraordinary abilities. Yet now it was evidently different. Everything had changed. In the future, she must not act so impulsively. She pondered again, considering that if the blue rain could stimulate such remarkable growth in plants, it was illogical for it to be toxic to humans. There must be a critical element she had overlooked. Resolute, she directed the trace of blue rain energy that had clung to her into her dantian. The moment that energy entered, the spiritual power within her dantian was swiftly devoured, as if encountering its nemesis. Her meridians became dry and painful. Her dantian felt utterly empty, as if it were about to be consumed entirely. Yunxi gritted her teeth, striving to steady her turbulent mind. Since her spiritual power had dissipated, she resolved to take a gamble, to fully absorb this peculiar force. Whether she would emerge as a stronger being or fall into obscurity hinged on this decisive moment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and when that ferocious energy was finally subdued, Yunxi felt nearly drained. Suddenly, a brief description of this power materialized in her mind. Essence of chaos, the primordial spiritual energy generated at the dawn of creation, immensely beneficial to plants, and possessing remarkable effects on the human body. However, its inherent violence and destructiveness are formidable, and few can withstand it. Once successfully tamed, an ordinary person can attain strength comparable to that of a chi refining stage practitioner, while cultivators can reap numerous benefits. Ancient cultivators once fought fiercely over a mere strand of chaos essence. With a sigh of relief, Yunxi realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. The experience had been perilous. She had nearly sacrificed her cultivation, yet fortuitously, it turned into a blessing. She could feel her dantian autonomously operating, the lost spiritual power gradually restoring, though it had shifted in hue from a milky white to a misty color. Rising slowly, she regarded Fu Mingli and the others, who were still holding their breath in anticipation. In a gentle tone, she explained, the rainwater contains the essence of chaos. You may attempt to come into contact with it to enhance your bodies and abilities. Surprise flickered in the eyes of the group, with Fu Mingli being the first to respond. Is there danger? The risks are considerable, Yunxi admitted candidly, but it is worth a try. The potential rewards far outweigh the hazards. Those willing to experiment, I shall provide protection. Should you falter, I will assist in extracting any residual chaos essence. Fu Mingli exhibited no hesitation as he nodded and said, "I appreciate your assistance." With that, he strode purposefully to the window, extending his hand to catch a drop of blue rain, before sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to absorb the potent energy. Jiang Che and Shun Ziki exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Du Ruoqiu and Duan Qinghua hesitated briefly, but ultimately gritted their teeth and complied. In this apocalyptic era, any opportunity to grow stronger was worth the risk. Moreover, Yunxi had become increasingly formidable, and they were reluctant to fall too far behind her. It was likely that the others shared the same sentiment. Yunxi stood behind the five, her consciousness gradually unfurling, closely monitoring the changes within each of their bodies. They were all exceptional in their respective fields, and now they chose to entrust their lives to her. Such trust was immensely weighty. She vowed to exert every effort to ensure their safety. As time passed, only the steady sounds of their breathing and the relentless patter of rain outside filled the living room. The first to exhibit a reaction was Fu Mingli. A faint frost-like energy enveloped him, and the veins at his temples became pronounced, clearly indicating that he was enduring the onslaught of chaotic energy. Yunxi's fingertips stirred slightly as a gentle stream of spiritual power entered his body, skillfully guiding the tumultuous energy away from vital points. Soon after, Jiang Che emitted a muffled grunt as faint crimson patterns emerged on his muscular arms. The violent clash between his strength-based abilities and the chaotic energy caused his entire body to tremble. Yunxi immediately allocated a portion of her spiritual power to stabilize his mind and assist him in suppressing the surging energy within. Shinziki fared somewhat better. His metal manipulation abilities inherently excelled in defense, and he formed a thin layer of armor on his skin in an attempt to withstand the encroaching chaotic energy. However, that energy could penetrate all things, and the armor quickly disintegrated. Observing this, Yunxi promptly constructed a barrier of spiritual power around his meridians to help cushion the impact. The progress of Duan Qinghua and Du Ruoqiu was relatively slow. When Duan Qinghua's manifestation-type abilities came into contact with the chaotic energy, tiny luminous particles appeared at his fingertips, as if resonating with it. Meanwhile, Du Ruoqiu furrowed her brow, her water-based abilities instinctively working to repair the damaged cells, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Yunxi was multitasking intensely, and perspiration began to bead at her temples as well. The chaotic energy was indeed domineering. Even she found it quite challenging to manage. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fu Mingli suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing within them. His aura surged dramatically, clearly indicating that he had preliminarily strengthened both his body and abilities, and the chaotic energy had been nearly depleted. As he stood, his previously pallid complexion had regained much of its color, and the fatigue that had weighed upon him had significantly dissipated. "Thank you," he nodded at Yunxi, his tone imbued with genuine gratitude and an impending surge of emotion. Subsequently, Jiang Che and Shinziki also achieved success. Jiang Che clenched his fist, feeling the exhilarating power coursing within him, his eyes brimming with excitement, while Shinziki manipulated the metal flowing at his fingertips with speed and precision far surpassing his previous capabilities. Finally, it was Duan Qinghua and Du Ruoqiu's turn. When Duan Qinghua opened her eyes, a brush materialized in her hand, its tip radiating a faint ethereal energy, indicating a remarkable enhancement in her manifestation abilities. Du Ruoqiu exhaled deeply, feeling her senses sharpened significantly, accompanied by the newfound healing capabilities of her water-based powers. The five exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief from their narrow escape and joy at their enhanced abilities. "It seemed we have all made the right wager," Shinziki remarked. His tone relaxed. Yunxi nodded, stating, "In the days to come, the blue rain will continue for another 10 days. You may absorb it at your discretion. But do not be greedy." She gazed out the window, hoping to find something to collect it in, which could later be utilized for herself or as rewards for her subordinates. She continued, "Once the rain ceases, I can invite those you trust to absorb the chaotic energy. I will protect them, provided they trust me and harbor no thoughts of rebellion. Each person will have a quota of 5. Oh, and," she turned to Fu Mingli, "those you recruit must possess good abilities, character, and disposition. Once the rain stops, please summon them, preferably those who trust me." "Understood." The 5 responded in unison. Jiang Che hesitated before speaking. "I do not wish to use my quota. I do not have anyone I trust." Yunxi observed his reluctance and chose not to press him further. Jiang Che was acutely aware of the risks involved. He did not want to cultivate a formidable foe. Unbeknownst to him, Yunxi had already prepared for such occurrences. Her heart control technique served as her insurance. Fu Mingli, the last to speak, hesitated, and everyone could tell he had something to convey to Yunxi. However, only he and Yunxi remained unclear, and it was evident what he wished to say. The others, recognizing the situation, decided it was best to retreat indoors to avoid the rain. Although they could now absorb the chaotic energy, they dared not expose themselves to the rain, for who knew how much chaotic energy lay within it. Even a single drop required Yunxi's assistance, let alone the folly of standing in the rain. I will go reinforce my abilities, Shinziki stated. I will join you, Jiang Che replied. Duan Qingwei shyly suggested. I will head upstairs to paint. Perhaps I can create a vessel to hold the blue rain. Du Ruoqiu interrupted. Stop being so indecisive. Are you not a man? We all know what you're trying to say. Fu Mingli shot a cold glance at Du Ruoqiu, who retorted, Humph, I have no room to go up to anyway. Du Ruoqiu glanced at the others. I will check on Duan Qingwei and see if I can inspire him. With that, she cast a forlorn glance at Yunxi. Yunxi mused to herself, if I do not award you the title of Best Actor, it would indeed be a pity. The group moved about in an organized manner. While Yunxi stood by the window, observing the relentless blue rain, she noted that many plants in the distance had already withered, and the usual wails of zombies were conspicuously absent. She wondered how many would survive this time. Fu Mingli approached Yunxi, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, and whispered softly in her ear, Could you grant me a title? Yunxi's lips curled into a slight smile, her gaze playful. I thought Mr. Fu was not inclined to such matters. For you, I would gladly accept, he replied, his eyes gentle, no longer icy as before. Yunxi did not respond further. She merely turned her head to lower Fu Mingli's, rising on her toes to place a kiss upon him. Chapter 45. Rule Reset. Fu Mingli's kiss descended with an irresistible force, intertwining passionately with Yunxi. In the fervent exchange of lips and breath, their inhalations became heated, as if they wished to consume one another entirely. Yunxi slightly tilted her head, her warm breath brushing against his ear, her voice sultry and beguiling. I have established my foundation. My body is no longer the same. Would you like to experience it? Before her words fully dissipated, she could not help but draw hurried breaths, her body, post-foundation establishment, seeming extraordinarily sensitive, rippling with each gentle touch. Fu Mingli's gaze darkened as he beheld the alluring hue gracing her otherwise cold and delicate features, and upon hearing her provocative words, the flames of desire within him were ignited. No longer suppressing himself, he swept Yunxi into his arms, striding purposefully upstairs toward her room. Gently setting her upon the bed, Fu Mingli leaned over her, his breath heavy. Indeed, it is different from before. His voice carried a hint of awe. The chaotic energy has fortified your body, rendering it stronger and more resilient. Yunxi, let us embrace a new experience today. Yunxi lifted her gaze to him, signaling her consent. Fu Mingli removed the fragrant bead bracelet from his wrist, each bead plump and smooth, a testament to the frequent handling by its owner. Yunxi was quite fond of the fragrant beads in Fu Mingli's possession. The two lost themselves in their playful interaction, evidently delighted by the game they engaged in. When the bracelet returned to Fu Mingli's hands, it was even more lustrous and beautiful, imbued with the rich sweetness of the dragon's saliva fragrance. That night, Fu Mingli found himself with a room in Yunxi's abode, situated on the second floor, and he was quite satisfied with this arrangement. The following morning, Yunxi approached the window, extending her hand to catch a drop of blue rain. Drawing from her experience the previous day, she found the process of refining the chaotic energy remarkably effortless, transforming it into her own essence in mere moments. She collected 2 more drops. Although the refining pace was slightly slower than before, she absorbed it successfully. Only when she sensed her internal energy nearing saturation did she cease her actions. Having cultivated alongside Fu Mingli the previous night, her He-Huan Delusions technique had advanced to the second level of foundation establishment. The benefits of the chaotic energy for cultivation were far more pronounced than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Fu Mingli and the other 4 were also engaged in absorbing the chaotic energy. However, without Yunxi's assistance, their progress was notably slower than the day prior. Except for Jiang Che and Fu Mingli, the others, including Shinziki, hesitated to absorb a second drop. Though they were envious, they dared not act recklessly. After all, Yunsi had warned them that upon feeling saturation, they must cease. To push further could result in their bodies exploding. Moreover, they had observed several plants withering outside, suspecting that it was due to an overwhelming force or excessive absorption that led to their demise. They pondered whether zombies might also explode from the chaotic energy. Witnessing the living examples before them, they could not afford to be careless. After all, who can resist the allure of becoming stronger? Initially, Yunsi assisted them in absorbing the energy, and they did not endure much hardship. However, today, relying solely on their own efforts, they have come to realize the profound pain involved, and thus, they appreciate the extent of Yunsi's sacrifices. Upon noticing that Yunsi had risen, Duan Xinhua hastily picked up an oddly shaped object nearby and approached her, whispering, "Yunsi, do you think this can hold rainwater?" Yunsi glanced down at the object, which resembled both a box and a jar, crafted from an extraordinary material. She was uncertain whether it could withstand the power of chaotic energy. Channeling her spiritual force, she gently placed it on the ground and said, "Let it rest here." Given the formidable nature of this chaotic energy, it is not surprising if it cannot contain it. Do not be disheartened. In truth, she had already resolved that if a suitable container could not be found, she would absorb the energy herself. The prospect of encountering chaotic energy again in the future would be akin to chasing a mirage. As for why the blue rain was infused with chaotic energy, Yunsi speculated that it was due to the impending apocalypse, a resetting of the world's rules, which posed both dangers and opportunities. While all forms of chaotic energy could be absorbed, the ferocity and destructive power contained within were not something everyone could endure. Duan Xinhua nodded, somewhat disheartened, but recognizing the truth in Yunsi's words. He silently turned back to continue crafting weapons. After being enhanced and nourished by the chaotic energy, his manifestation ability seemed to have improved as well, particularly with the pen he had transformed into a supernatural tool. It moved as if it were an extension of his own hand. It would vanish when he did not wish to draw and materialize when he desired to use it, allowing him to create weapons of even greater strength than before. Yunsi stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully at the relentless blue rain outside. She pondered what the world would become once the rain ceased, turning her attention to Fu Mingli and the others who were engrossed in their cultivation. She contemplated taking them to slay zombies and use the crystal cores for training once the rain stopped, including the 2 logistics personnel as well. Fu Mingli, Yunsi called out, "Now that you have absorbed enough, it is time to stop. Your body has reached its saturation point." Fu Mingli opened his eyes and nodded, "All right." He could feel the power within him was sufficiently abundant. Indeed, it was time to pause. Jiang Che and Shun Ziki also halted their training in succession, displaying a hint of fatigue, yet they could not conceal the excitement in their eyes. Although absorbing chaotic energy was painful, the enhancement it brought was undeniably real. They gazed at Yunsi with fervent admiration and gratitude. Du Ruoqiu and Duan Xinhua had already finished and were seated nearby. Noticing Yunsi's gaze, Du Ruoqiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What shall we do next? We cannot simply remain here indefinitely, can we?" Yunsi, slightly impatient, replied, "If we aren't staying, then can we go out?" With that, Shi Rare rolled her eyes. The 5 of them, observing their cool and proud goddess display such down-to-earth expressions, found her utterly endearing. Shun Ziki thought to himself that he wished to kiss her, and even more so Jiang Che desired to embrace her, wanting her to focus solely on him. Duan Xinhua contemplated inviting her to draw alongside him. Du Ruoqiu, I wish for her to love me fiercely, with her heart and eyes solely on me. Fu Mingli, I also want to play games with her, yet I am uncertain when the next opportunity will arise. No one pays attention, and I am left to indulge in my own thoughts. It is not only he who feels bored, but Yunsi also finds herself somewhat weary. Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, Shun Zaiqi, and Duan Xing, you have grown accustomed to this, as they used to spend their days reviewing documents, attending meetings, painting, and practicing martial arts. Day after day, repetitively accomplishing the same tasks. What once felt unremarkable now seems monotonous. And they each silently ponder how much better their lives would have been had they met Yunsi earlier. Yet, Yunsi had previously stated that if they did not wish to remain, they could leave. She required their assistance in her cultivation, a sentiment she had expressed long ago. Why then, do they now display such greed? One cannot help but wonder, if there were no apocalypse, would they be able to possess her love entirely? If Yunsi were aware of their thoughts, she would surely inform them that without the apocalypse, they would never have encountered her. Even if they did, they certainly would not have fallen for the original version of her. It is not self-deprecation, but a recognition that without cultivation, she is merely an ordinary person, and encountering her would only render her a subordinate to one of them. Yet, she has never been one to willingly accept being someone else's subordinate. She would undoubtedly devise a means to ensure that individual faces the consequences of their actions or suffers alongside her. What they love about her is precisely that stubbornness, resilience, and the tenacity of preferring to shatter like jade rather than remain whole like mere tiles. In recent days, Yun-Si has devoted herself solely to cultivation, leading to a life that feels both monotonous and dreary, gradually cultivating a sense of boredom within her. She gazes out at the endless blue rain, her restless spirit stirred, eager for action. After all, having endured these past few days, the blue rain poses no threat to her. Perhaps it is time to venture forth and slay some zombies. However, Fu Ming-Li and the others keep a watchful eye on her, resolutely forbidding her from taking risks, insisting that the blue rain will cease in 3 days, urging her to endure a little longer. The rebellious streak within Yun-Si is ignited. Though they may try to prevent her from going out, they cannot truly stop her. Yet she is also inclined to alleviate their worries. Thus, she remains in the courtyard, sitting cross-legged to absorb chaotic energy. Upon realizing that the blue rain poses no harm to Yun-Si, Fu Ming-Li and the others relent, understanding that she is merely a 19-year-old girl, unable to remain idle for too long. Strangely enough, while she absorbs the chaotic energy effortlessly, her cultivation seems to be at a standstill, firmly stuck at the second layer of foundation establishment, with no progress in sight. Nevertheless, Yun-Si remains undeterred. She has a faint sense that absorbing chaotic energy must yield results, and the issue likely lies within herself. She introspects her dantian, her meridians flow freely, and her spiritual power circulates without obstruction. Everything appears to be in order. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a look of exasperation crosses her face. After all, she is cultivating the He Huan Wang Qing Ju. This technique is inherently unique and does not harmonize well with chaotic energy, the primordial essence of heaven and earth. The fact that she is able to refine the chaotic energy smoothly is already a stroke of luck. To expect to enhance her cultivation through this method is nothing short of wishful thinking. Having come to this realization, Yun-Si felt a sense of relief, no longer preoccupied with the matter of her cultivation. After all, the nourishment provided by the chaotic energy to her body was undeniably substantial. Chapter 46. Refinement. Seated in the courtyard, Yun-Si delicately twirled a strand of chaotic energy between her fingertips, observing its flow in her palm, yet unable to directly convert it into cultivation. A twinge of regret lingered in her heart. The primordial spiritual energy of this world was so precious, yet she could only utilize it to refine her physique, which felt like a sheer waste. Suddenly, she recalled the scene from a few days prior, when she practiced alongside Fu Ming-Li. At that time, the chaotic energy had been completely subdued, coiling within her dantian, and she had believed it to be a normal occurrence. However, reflecting on it now, she realized that she had successfully refined that turbulent energy and transformed it into her own spiritual power, elevating her to the second layer of foundation establishment. The spiritual energy in her dantian had taken on a milky hue, a testament to Fu Ming-Li's contribution. Later, as she absorbed the chaotic energy on her own, she found that while it could refine her physical form, her cultivation stagnated. It seemed the key lay within the technique itself. The harmonious desire technique inherently required the assistance of another's primordial yang. Thus, facing the peculiar energy of chaos, it was likely that external support was essential for refinement. Yun-Si contemplated seeking out Jiang Che to test this theory and assess the results. She had always been one to act upon her thoughts, so she rose, brushing the raindrops from her skirt, and strode directly into the house. The living room was devoid of any presence. It appeared that the others were either meditating in their rooms or attending to matters elsewhere. This absence provided her with a measure of ease. With so many men around, approaching any one of them could easily stir controversy, and the lack of witnesses at that moment spared her from unnecessary complications. Recalling that Jiang Che's room was on the second floor, she ascended the staircase quietly. Upon reaching his door, she faintly heard the sound of fists slicing through the air from within. She knocked gently, but without waiting for a reply, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately captivated by the scene before her. Jiang Che was practicing his punches, his upper body bare, his bronze skin glistening healthily in the morning light. His taut, sinewy muscles flexed and expanded with each movement, exuding an aura of boundless strength. The prominent veins coiled around his broad chest, beads of sweat trickled down his neck, cascading over his well-defined abdominal muscles, ultimately soaking into the deep gray of his athletic pants, accentuating an arresting silhouette that was hard to look away from. Your physique has improved yet again. Yun-Si leaned against the doorframe, her tone laced with playful teasing. Startled by her voice, Jiang Che abruptly halted his movements and turned to see her, his ears instantly flushing red. Embarrassed, he lowered his fists, scratching his head nervously. Do you like it? Yun-Si approached him, her fingertips gently tracing the sweat on his chest as she jested. I did not come to admire your physique. My technique cannot refine the chaotic energy. Would you assist me in my cultivation, Jiang Che? Hearing her address him so intimately, Jiang Che felt as though he had been scalded, his entire being ignited with excitement. This was the first time Yun-Si had called him by that name, a familiarity that made his heart skip a beat. He stepped forward hastily, cautiously grasping her hand, his voice laced with urgency. Darling, could you call out my name once more? Yun-Si gazed into the depths of his expectant eyes, a mix of helplessness and amusement washing over her, yet she acquiesced to his wish, softening her tone as she called out, Che. In an instant, Jiang Che seemed infused with newfound strength, lifting her effortlessly and gently placing her upon the bed. His movements were tender, yet imbued with an undeniable possessiveness. As he leaned down to kiss her lips, simultaneously, he summoned the power within him, carefully merging the chaotic energy with his own spirit force, gradually channeling it into Yun-Si's body. Familiar energy surged within her, and Yun-Si closed her eyes, savoring the sensation. The sound of raindrops echoed, and the atmosphere in the room grew palpably intense as the deep, husky timbre of the man's voice intertwined with her delicate tones. Outside the door, a man felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and bitterness. Yun-Si, drawing upon the milky white spirit energy from her dantian, experienced a remarkable transformation with Jiang Che's assistance. The chaotic energy obediently followed the flow of the heavenly harmony obsession technique, gradually merging with the spirit energy in her dantian. The energies that once merely lingered on the surface of her body, refining her flesh, were now slowly transmuting into pure spirit force, integrating into her dantian for her own use. A surge of joy welled up within Yun-Si as she realized her initial hypothesis was correct. Harnessing another's strength indeed facilitated the flow of chaotic energy along the technique's path. During her earlier practice, she had stumbled upon an unexpected delight. The refining effects of the chaotic energy seemed to have rendered Jiang Che's body even more formidable. His strength was not only mightier than before, but also bore the essence of chaotic energy, significantly enhancing the nourishment it provided to her. Jiang Che could distinctly sense the changes within Yun-Si. Her body felt more sensitive, truly deserving of the title ice-skinned and jade-boned. And he could also feel the firming of her form. He held her tightly, enveloped in her softness and warmth, his heart brimming with contentment. Jiang Che thought that as long as he could assist her, he would willingly do anything, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Time slipped by, and Yun-Si finally exhaled, sighing, Che, your power has grown beyond measure, nearly overwhelming me. The spirit force in her dantian had swelled significantly. Though the heavenly harmony obsession technique had not directly ascended, she was but a step away from the third level of foundation establishment. Really? Jiang Che asked, his gaze fixed on her, fearful of falling short compared to others. Yun-Si nodded, leaning in to kiss the corner of his lips. Indeed, Che. Receiving her affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Che's face as he tightened his embrace. As long as you need me, I shall always be here. Resting against him, Yun-Si felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, a warmth blossoming in her chest. Their love was fiery and consuming, leaving her feeling both wretched and greedy. Yet, with her heart and mind wholly occupied by him, there was no room for any other affection, igniting an insatiable desire for their love to endure eternally. She suddenly recalled Shunziki and Fu Mingli. If they were to take turns assisting her in her cultivation, perhaps she could make significant progress within the remaining 3 days, especially after they absorbed the chaotic energy. The following morning, Yun-Si inquired, has the rain not ceased? She had not been attentive to the outside circumstances for some time. Jiang Che nodded, it persists, though it has lessened compared to yesterday. Fu Mingli and the others had already ventured out to organize personnel, closely monitoring the mutated plants outside. And for the moment, there were no issues. Yunxi nodded in relief. That is reassuring. Once the rain stops, we must promptly investigate the situation outside to ascertain the evolution of the zombies and plants. All right, I will accompany you, Jiang Che immediately affirmed, his gaze resolute. Yunxi smiled faintly at him. The two shared a tender moment until Jiang Che reluctantly released her, helping her adjust her attire. As Yunxi exited the room, she coincidentally encountered Shunziki descending the stairs. Upon noticing her emergence from Jiang Che's room, Shunziki's expression darkened slightly, yet he refrained from further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yunxi offered no explanation, stating coolly, the defenses of the courtyard must be strengthened, especially concerning those mutated plants, as there may be new developments. I am aware. I have already sent someone to attend to it, Shunziki replied, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. She appeared even more beautiful, her figure more alluring, exuding a beauty that seemed sacred and untouchable. Hearing her affectionately call for a Che yesterday stirred a pang of bitterness in his heart. Tightening his jaw, do you still require assistance with your cultivation today? The latter part of his inquiry was barely above a whisper. Yet Yunxi caught his words. Indeed, she replied, amused by his evident jealousy. Then today, will you assist me in my cultivation? Shunziki felt a stirring within him. Stealing a glance at her, his cheeks flushing. I shall seek you out after I absorb the chaotic energy. As he spoke, a smile graced his lips, reminiscent of a puppy that had just acquired a bone, and Yunxi could almost envision a large tail wagging behind him. Observing his retreating figure, she found it hard to reconcile such a man with the underground king who commanded half of City A's industries. Even in this apocalyptic world, he should not be so endearing. Yunxi then caught sight of the corner, where a man of restraint and regal pride stood, her cheeks flushing. Who would have guessed that someone perceived as such would indulge in such wildness and variety? Truly, he was an old fox. Chapter 47. Confusion. Fu Mingli's gaze fell upon her face, immediately noticing the lingering flush on her cheeks, which softened her previously aloof demeanor. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a teasing mirth. What's this? Have you been thinking of me? Before his words had fully settled, he abruptly stepped forward. The towering figure of 193 centimeters instantly cast a shadow over Yunxi, who stood at 165 centimeters, a formidable sense of pressure enveloping her. Yunxi remained completely unfazed. Instead, she reached out and gently tugged at his collar, pulling him down slightly. She had never been fond of looking up at others during conversation, particularly in such close confrontations, as an equal stance brought her a sense of reassurance. Dressed in an oversized white shirt, soft as clouds and clearly a size larger than her usual fit, the hem barely grazed her thighs, resembling a stolen garment from a man. Yet, the cut at her neckline was perfectly tailored, subtly highlighting her alluring curves. Her black, pleated skirt swayed gently with her movements, revealing her slender, fair calves. An intoxicating blend of innocence and sensuality that quickened one's heartbeat. This was the first time Fu Mingli beheld her in such a manner, and his gaze deepened, his throat involuntarily tightening. He leaned in, his warm breath brushing against her ear, carrying a faint hint of ambergris, his voice low and intimate. Darling, you look particularly enchanting today. He paused, his fingertips lightly grazing the hem of her skirt. I heard you plan to have Shunziki assist you with your cultivation this afternoon? Yunxi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he had overheard her. She nodded with composed acceptance. Yes, that's correct. Fu Mingli interjected, a confident smile playing in his eyes. I can help you right now. Have you absorbed today's chaotic energy already? Yunxi was slightly astonished. According to their previous routine, it took considerable time each day to refine the chaotic energy. Fu Mingli had completed it so swiftly. He nodded, his tone calm, yet betraying a hint of pride. I rose earlier than you. The morning's chaotic energy is purer and thus easier to refine. Not only had he absorbed his share, but he had also taken the opportunity to solidify his realm. Since assisting her in breaking through to the second layer of foundation building days prior, he had discovered the efficiency of absorption had significantly improved, making him reluctant to miss this chance. Yunxi, shedding her hesitation, released her grip on his collar and led the way towards his room. Then let's not waste any time. Fu Mingli observed her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he quickly followed. Once inside the room, Yunxi approached the window first. extending her hand to catch a few drops of blue rain. Having mastered her control over chaotic energy, within moments, she transformed those erratic energies into a gentle, nourishing force. She could distinctly feel her physical strength elevating further, though her cultivation still remained at the pinnacle of the second layer of foundation building. Fu Mingli stood behind her, admiring her fluid movements, an appreciative glimmer in his eyes. Once she had gathered herself, he stepped forward. "We can begin now." Yunsi nodded and kissed Fu Mingli, their energies intertwining, leaving traces of their cultivation in every corner of his room. Unlike Jiang Che's raw power, her strength was steady, infused with an intensity that was somewhat overwhelming, perfectly contrasting with Jiang Che's force. As Yunsi once again channeled the Hahuan delusion technique, with Fu Mingli's assistance, the previously stilted transformation process became seamless, the chaotic energy gradually merging into her spiritual power. The energy within her dantian surged, and in a moment of breakthrough, it erupted with a resonant hum, shattering the barriers. Foundation building, third layer. She opened her eyes, and within her, spiritual energy surged like a rushing river, flowing smoothly through 316 acupoints. Fu Mingli also sensed her breakthrough, slowly withdrawing his hand, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Has it succeeded?" Thank you." Yunsi rose, a languorous smile gracing her face. The two playfully bantered for a while, and by the time they stepped outside, twilight had descended. Just as they reached the corridor, they spotted Shinziki standing not far away, his figure somewhat forlorn. He had evidently come to seek Yunsi after absorbing the chaotic energy, only to find her absent from the room. As he passed by Fu Mingli's door, he overheard activity within. Shinziki's eyes churned with reluctance and grievance. Yet he merely pressed his lips together and swiftly descended the stairs. Jiang Che sat on the sofa, while Shinziki occupied the space opposite him, his countenance so gloomy it seemed to drip water. Suddenly, Shinziki raised his foot and kicked the sofa, producing a dull thud. "What are you venting about here?" Jiang Che looked up at him, noticing the slight redness at the corners of his eyes, clearly agitated. "If you have the guts, go upstairs and speak to Fu Mingli. I simply find this sofa displeasing." Shinziki retorted defiantly, but made no further movements, settling into a heavy silence. Observing the tense atmosphere, Duan Xingyue quietly manifested several bottles of wine and glasses using his abilities, placing them on the coffee table. Jiang Che was the first to seize a bottle, twisting off the cap and taking a swig, while Shinziki followed suit, drinking deeply. The three men shared a silence, the only sound in the living room being the clinking of bottles. When Yunsi and Fu Mingli descended the stairs, the ambience in the living room felt subtly charged. By the time Yunsi and Fu Mingli took their seats, the others had already consumed a considerable amount. Shinziki gazed at Yunsi, his eyes brimming with an affection that was both profound and tinged with grievance, causing a slight heaviness in Yunsi's heart. "Shall we share a drink?" Fu Mingli, sensing her mood, proactively offered her a bottle of wine. Just as Yunsi accepted it, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Du Ruoqiu descended, carrying a platter of fruit. Teasing, "You all are enjoying yourselves, drinking without inviting me." She promptly sat beside Yunsi, watching the three men silently drinking, and recalling Shinziki's earlier gaze. A wave of irritation surged within Yunsi. She reached for the cigarette pack beside Shinziki, withdrew a stick, and lit it. "Don't smoke." Jiang Che instinctively tried to intervene, but was evaded by her. He kicked Shinziki hard, muttering under his breath, "This is all your fault." Shinziki opened his mouth, hesitated for a long moment, then said, "Give me the cigarette, it's bad for your health." Yunsi ignored him, leaning back on the sofa, holding the cigarette between her fingers, taking occasional puffs. Amidst the swirling smoke, her expression grew somewhat dazed. In her previous life, there were those who wished to take her away from this world, yet she preferred to save her own money after the apocalypse. There were those willing to share food and accompany her, but she rejected them as well. She feared that taking the first step would lead to continuous concessions, ultimately leaving her at the mercy of others for a mere morsel. Thus, she risked it all, allowing herself to be wounded by zombies. If her powers succeeded, she could survive on her own. If not, she would not have to struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world. She had never looked down upon those who sold their bodies. She merely felt a sense of pity. Every individual lives their life differently, and she lacked the authority to pass judgment. However, after her rebirth, it seemed as though she had transformed, becoming both greedy and cold-blooded. Despite having initially stated that she only required their assistance for her cultivation, she now found herself in a different predicament. She recognized that they all loved her and reciprocated their feelings equally, yet she also understood that love was inherently selfish. Who would be willing to share their beloved with others, especially with this proud group of men surrounding her? She even contemplated the possibility of cultivating alone, believing that a foundational level of 3 would suffice for the time being. Yet, she was acutely aware that without sufficient strength, she risked being bound to any one of them in the name of love. When the mountains crumble and people flee, even shadows may vanish. How could she trust? She believed only in herself, for she would never betray her own interests. As for Shinziki, she admitted that he held a special place in her heart. Yet she would not forsake Fu Mingli and the others for him. Did they not love her as well? She mused that loving someone should not bring her such sorrow and difficulty. After finishing a cigarette, Yun-Si rose without uttering a word and turned to ascend the stairs. Before leaving, she casually took the cigarette box and lighter from the coffee table. The few individuals in the living room watched her retreating figure in silence. Fu Mingli frowned slightly, while Shunziki's complexion paled further. Jiang Che sighed, and Duan Qingyue exchanged a glance with Du Ruoqiu, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Chapter 48. Unable to resist, Shinziki watched as Yun-Si's figure disappeared around the corner of the staircase. And almost immediately, he got up to follow her. The wooden steps creaked softly under his hurried footsteps, tinged with urgency and panic. The four in the living room did not stop him. They merely observed his retreating silhouette in silence. Jiang Che placed the bottle of wine on the coffee table, his knuckles whitening from the grip. Duan Qingyue halted his pouring, concern evident behind his glasses. Fu Mingli traced the rim of his glass, his expression inscrutable. Du Ruoqiu's face darkened, gripping his wine glass tightly. "Brother Fu, don't you wish to possess Yin-Si entirely?" Du Ruoqiu was the first to break the silence, his tone laced with a hint of probing, yet tinged with seriousness. In his view, given Fu Mingli's status and strength, there was no reason to tolerate such a relationship. Fu Mingli shot him a sidelong glance, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "What? Are you all planning to give up?" His gaze swept over Jiang Che and Duan Qingyue before resting back on Du Ruoqiu. "You chose this path, now you wish to retreat." Duan Qingyue was momentarily taken aback by the question, forcing a smile as he replied, "I never said I wanted to give up. I was merely suggesting that perhaps we could team up to drive that Shinziki fellow away." Though he spoke lightly, he was well aware that it was nothing more than a jest. Yun-Si's temperament would never allow them to scheme against one another. Fu Mingli said nothing further, merely lifting his glass for a sip. He understood Yun-Si's nature better than anyone. She was never one to hide beneath the wings of another. Initially, she was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the chaotic energy, yet she willingly assisted them in alleviating the violent forces within their bodies, even meticulously adjusting her guidance for each individual. It was only when they endeavored to refine their energies alone the following day that they truly grasped the excruciating pain akin to their meridians being seared. Throughout, Yun-Si never uttered a word about the torment or the difficulty of the ordeal. Such a woman would choose to stand alongside them rather than beneath anyone's wing. Above, Shinziki stood before Yun-Si's door, his fingers poised above the panel, hesitating to knock. He could hear faint sounds emanating from within, the flick of a lighter igniting a cigarette, and the soft exhalation of smoke drifting from her lips. Each sound pierced his heart like a needle, evoking memories of Yun-Si's indifferent gaze from earlier. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from knocking and simply pushed the door open. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the pale blue light filtering in from the rain-soaked window, casting Yun-Si's silhouette into sharp relief. Leaning against the cold wall, she held a cigarette delicately between her fingers, smoke curling around her, rendering her expression indistinct. Shinziki dared not look closely. He was all too aware of how uncomposed he had appeared moments ago and recognized the base nature of his probing, challenging her boundaries time and again to validate his significance in her heart. "Yun-Si, I'm sorry, I shouldn't." His voice was hoarse, choked by the tumult of emotions swirling within him, preventing him from continuing. Hearing his voice, Yun-Si did not lift her gaze, instead fixating on the blue rain outside, ash from her cigarette cascading onto the floor. Shinziki stepped forward cautiously, gently tugging at her fingertips. This time, Yun-Si finally turned her head, the impatience in her eyes unmistakable. In an instant, Shunziki's heart felt as if it were gripped tightly, stifling any rhythm, a painful heaviness settling within him. The words he longed to express lodged in his throat, choking him nearly to the point of breathlessness. An overwhelming wave of panic surged through him, and suddenly, he fell to his knees with a thud, the sound of his knees striking the floor resonating harshly in the silence of the room. Scalding tears streamed down his cheeks, landing on the hem of Yun's skirt, creating a darkened splotch. In that moment, even Yun's hardened heart softened. She looked down at the man before her, eyes red-rimmed and posture humble, recalling the Shunziki of the business world, arrogant and fierce, with a demeanor as unyielding as iron. A complex swirl of emotions washed over her. He should not be like this. She extinguished her cigarette and spoke softly. Shunziki, I am unworthy of your profound affection. Your love is too burdensome, leaving me breathless. She paused, her voice softening further. I cannot, in good conscience, favor only you. They love me just as much as you do, and I cannot bear to see them suffer. You are in such pain. Could you possibly stop loving me? Do you wish to forsake me? Shunziki abruptly raised his head, his voice laced with a desperate cry, but as he spoke halfway through, it suddenly diminished, resembling a child who had erred. I am sorry. I merely thought you had broken your promise. I believed I held little significance in your heart, unaware of how crucial I truly am to you, and how much you genuinely care for me. He had presumed that Yunsi only required their assistance for her cultivation, not realizing that he had already secured a place in her heart. Yet this realization did not bring him joy, but rather a deeper sense of guilt. How could his own insecurities and sorrows cause her such distress and remorse? Yunsi lit another cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and fell silent, observing her quiet demeanor. Shunziki felt his heart sink further, and in despair, he implored, Yunsi, please look at me. I cannot bear your current attitude towards me. Even if you scold or hit me, I would prefer that over this treatment. His voice quivered with unshed tears, fragile enough to stir pity. At last, Yunsi's heart softened. She reached out, caressing his cheek, her fingertips brushing against the cold tears that had fallen. She murmured gently, from now on, be good, all right? Do not sulk, and refrain from overthinking. Shunziki, as if grasping a lifeline, nodded fervently, his tears flowing more freely. He even raised his hand, solemnly vowing, I will never act like this again. If there is a next time, let there be no trace of me in your heart. These words pierced like a knife, not only cutting into Shunziki's heart, but also causing Yunsi's fingertips to tremble slightly. She understood that this was the most cruel promise he could utter. To him, losing her, to feel her indifference, was more painful than death itself. She chose not to respond verbally, instead bending down to lift him up, then rising on her toes to press her lips against his. The kiss was gentle, tinged with a hint of tobacco and a barely perceptible tenderness. Shunziki was momentarily taken aback, then enveloped her tightly, as if he wished to merge her into his very being. He responded cautiously, fearful that he might exert too much force and hurt her. He whispered softly, I cannot bear to be without you. Outside, the blue rain continued to fall softly, while the atmosphere within the room gradually softened. Shunziki held Yunsi close, resting his chin on her shoulder as he whispered, Yunsi, I will no longer cause trouble, truly. Yunsi patted his back in an effort to soothe him, conveying that she would not abandon him. She recognized that such a compromise might only be temporary, with more conflicts and struggles likely lying ahead. Yet in this moment, she was willing to indulge him slightly, allowing this humble and persistent man, who loved so deeply, a modicum of solace. After all, she had chosen to draw them all into her quagmire and must accept their anxieties, contradictions, and struggles. She would also extend to them patience and understanding. Downstairs, Fu Mingli and others remained seated in the living room. Jiang Che glanced towards the staircase, unable to restrain himself. Do you think they will be all right? Rest assured. Fu Mingli replied coolly, Shunziki understands boundaries better than we imagine. He picked up the wine bottle and poured himself a glass. The foremost concern was to navigate the impending crisis once the rain ceased. As for matters of the heart, he paused, believing that they should unfold naturally. Du Ruoqiu scoffed slightly, remarking, it's easy for you to say. If Yunsi were to favor Shunziki a tad more one day, I would certainly object. Duan Qinghua chuckled softly, she won't do that. If she were to show favoritism, today's events would not have transpired. Jiang Che remained silent, merely taking a swig from the bottle. He understood well that their feelings for Yun-si transcended mere affection and possessiveness. It was a deeper yearning for her love to surpass that which she held for others. As long as Yun-si did not push them away, they were willing to remain by her side, regardless of the unnamed nature of their relationship. As night deepened, the downpour showed no signs of abating. In Yun-si's room, Shinziki had regained his composure. The atmosphere within the chamber grew increasingly charged with an intoxicating allure, eliciting blushes and rapid heartbeats. Yun-si's voice, tinged with the remnants of smoke, had taken on a sultry timbre, replacing her once delicate tone with an alluring, commanding resonance that made Shinziki yearn to kneel before her, pleading for a fraction more of her affection. "Cici, I heard you called Jiang Che. Could you perhaps be a bit closer with me?" "Ah, Zay. Yes, I'm here. Cici, could we share that moment again? It's been such a long time since it was just us." Yun-si mused inwardly. This sly creature. What had begun as mere kisses had evolved into repeated encounters. To be frank, she found herself unable to resist the fortified man before her and could only indulge him. Chapter 49. Subjugation in the ensuing days. Yun-si alternated between allowing Duan Qingwei and Du Ruoqiu to assist her in her cultivation. The Hahuan delusion technique had broken through to the fourth level of foundation establishment, yet her spiritual power had become increasingly refined, and her mastery over spiritual energy had grown more adept. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day deluge had finally ceased, but the world beyond her window was unrecognizable. The streets were still teeming with zombies, each appearing as if forged in iron, their skin unyielding, their roars capable of piercing eardrums. The surviving flora had morphed into lethal threats, with creeping vines capable of snapping steel rebar, dandelion fluff laced with paralyzing toxins, and even the roadside foxtails towering above humans, their razor-sharp edges capable of slicing flesh. Yun-si even felt that they could sever the arms of those with supernatural abilities. Ordinary people could hardly venture out to scavenge for supplies. Even moving about within the confines of Yunting, Yuan required vigilance against the sudden onslaught of mutated plants. Yun-si had originally planned to have Shinziki and Fu Mingli's subordinates harness chaotic energy to enhance their abilities and physiques, but by the time the rain had ended, they had not managed to retain any instruments capable of preserving the chaotic power from the rain. Over the past few days, they experimented with various containers, with Duan Qingwei even replicating boxes from cultivation novels meant for storing rare herbs, yet to no avail. The moment the chaotic energy came into contact with any vessel, it dissipated as if absorbed by the container, causing her plans to be utterly dashed. Yun-si collected the blue rain equipment she had used into her space. After all, those items had been tainted by chaotic power. When she found a moment of leisure, she intended to closely examine the distinctions between them and ordinary objects. "Fu Mingli, assist me in selecting 40 individuals." Sitting on the sofa, her fingertips rhythmically drummed on the table, her gaze resolute. She required orphans who were calm, obedient, and possessed decent character. Most importantly, they must not harbor any rebellious thoughts. Fu Mingli lifted his gaze to her, instantly comprehending her intentions, and merely responded with a soft before turning to make the necessary arrangements. He already had a considerable pool of vetted personnel at his disposal, making it a simple task to find those who met her criteria. By afternoon, 40 individuals clad in matching gray uniforms stood in the courtyard of Yun-si's villa. 15 young women occupied the left side, while 25 men stood on the right, each maintaining an upright posture, though their eyes betrayed a hint of wariness and unease. Yun-si approached them, her gaze sweeping over each face, her voice calm and unwavering. "Since you are here, Fu Mingli should have informed you of your purpose. Now, I offer you one final opportunity. Those who are dissatisfied with my leadership or wish to leave, step forward and take 3 packets of instant noodles to exit the villa. I will not impede your departure." She paused momentarily, her tone shifting to one of icy severity, the pressure she exuded causing the crowd to hold their breath. "For those who choose to remain, I shall not treat you unjustly. You will receive double the supplies monthly and priority access to weapons designed by Mr. Duan. However, should any of you dare to betray me," she let the threat linger, the chill in her eyes piercing as if to say, "you will come to understand the true meaning of suffering." Silence enveloped the courtyard for a brief moment. A few individuals exchanged furtive glances, their fingers instinctively tightening around the fabric of their clothes, clearly contemplating departure. Yun-si exchanged a glance with Fu Mingli, and Yang Run promptly stepped forward. quickly pulling 2 men and 2 women from the crowd. As soon as the 2 women were dragged out, their demeanor shifted entirely. They swayed their hips towards Fu Mingli and Shun Ziki, casting flirtatious glances, deliberately tugging at their collars to reveal more of their necks. Their voices sultry. Young Master Fu. Young Master Shun, we don't wish to leave. We merely think this Miss Yun is too domineering. Following you would undoubtedly be far preferable to being with her. Yet, Shinziki did not even bother to glance their way, while Jiang Che turned his face away in disgust. Fu Mingli regarded them with the indifference of one observing mere refuse, not even inclined to speak. Seeing their lack of reaction, the 2 women's faces flushed with embarrassment, and they decided to lash out at Yunci. Do you think you are something special? They are merely toying with you. Once they tire of the game, we'll see if they still want you. Another woman spat contemptuously, her voice sharp. Shameless wretches. What difference is there between you and us? You two rely on your bodies to keep men around. Be silent. A crisp reprimand rang out unexpectedly. Before Yang Run could make a move, a short-haired girl from the front row of the female contingent stepped forward with haste. She appeared to be around 20 years old, taller than Yunci, her posture straight, and a swirl of ash-gray energy coalesced in her hand, which she hurled towards the 2 women's mouths. As soon as the surge of energy made contact with their lips, their skin began to corrode instantaneously, emitting a hissing white smoke that elicited piercing screams from the 2 women, whose voices faltered incompletely. Yunci raised her gaze towards them. Her tone tranquil. What is your name? The girl's eyes brightened, her posture straightening with enthusiasm. I am Luo Wuxia. My ability is corrosion. I am willing to brave fire and water for Miss Yun, with unwavering loyalty. Yunci nodded slightly, acknowledging the name. Fu Mingli cast a fleeting glance at Yang Ran, who stiffened, inwardly grumbling. Luo Wuxia is rather showy. What's with the display of loyalty? He shot a silent glare at Luo Wuxia, but dared not linger, signaling to his subordinates, who promptly dragged the 4 screaming individuals out. Since they had been marked by Yunci for elimination, there was no need to waste resources on them in the courtyard. Some members of the group exchanged complex glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of envy and anxiety as they regarded Luo Wuxia. She possesses a corrosion ability and still proclaims her loyalty. Will we, lacking powers, be deemed unworthy? Once tranquility returned to the courtyard, Yunci once again surveyed the remaining 36 individuals, her voice devoid of warmth. I do not trust you. Hence I will place a curse upon you. Should you betray me, you shall meet a dire fate. Who will step forward first? I will. Luo Wuxiao immediately took a step forward, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Yunci responded with a soft hum, gradually unleashing her spiritual power at the 3rd foundation stage. The principles of the heart control technique flowed through her mind, an invisible force enveloping Luo Wuxiao like a fine net. With her heart filled with admiration and trust, Luo Wuxiao harbored no intent to resist, allowing the power to seamlessly integrate into the depths of her consciousness. Yunci could distinctly perceive her innermost thoughts, gratitude for being saved, a desire to grow stronger alongside her, and a profound emotion akin to her vow of unwavering loyalty. Yunci nodded at Luo Wuxiao, a hint of warmth glimmering in her eyes. Very well. Luo Wuxiao felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. Her gaze towards Yunci now ablaze with fervor, as if she had discovered her lifelong faith. The subsequent process proceeded smoothly, whether male or female. Most were orphans who had struggled for long in the apocalypse, now displaying increased trust in Yunci, with no resistance. Yunci's spiritual power flowed like a gentle stream, steadily leaving imprints within their consciousness, and in merely half an hour, only 1 person remained. This individual appeared to be a quiet girl, her hair tied in a low ponytail, with downcast eyes, exuding an obedient demeanor. However, as soon as Yunci's spiritual power made contact with her, a torrent of negative emotions surged forth, intense envy, jealousy, and a hint of madness wishing to usurp her place, piercing into Yunci's consciousness like needles. Unable to contain herself, Yunci coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her clothing in front of her. She realized that this was the backlash of the heart control technique. The girl not only distrusted her, but harbored a deep-seated animosity, coveting all that she possessed. Yunci. Shinziki immediately rushed forward, steadying her arm, his eyes filled with concern. Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, and others gathered around, their expressions solemn. Yun-si wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and waved her hand, signaling that she was unharmed. She raised her gaze to Luo Wuxia, her eyes icy. Luo Wuxia instantly understood, stepping forward swiftly to cast a ball of corrosive energy beneath the feet of the demure girl. An anguished scream escaped the girl's lips as she attempted to flee, only to find her feet ensnared by the corrosive energy. Her skin began to decay at a visible rate, rapidly spreading to her calves. She watched in horror as her legs transformed into putrid liquid, her eyes brimming with fear and resentment, ultimately collapsing to the ground, her cries of agony echoing as she was completely corroded, leaving not even a bone behind. The 35 individuals in the courtyard turned pale with fright, scarcely daring to breathe loudly. They gazed at the cool and defiant girl, finally comprehending that she possessed not only the power to provide for them, but also the ruthless decisiveness to eliminate threats. Her earlier warning had been no jest. Yun-si took a moment to steady her breath before addressing the crowd again, her voice calm, yet imbued with an air of authority. From this day forth, you shall be known as Yun-wei, directly under my command. She turned to Luo Wuxia. I leave these individuals in your care. You shall be their captain. Safeguard the BUN for me, and do not let them suffer. Procure supplies as needed. Understood. Luo Wuxia replied promptly, her eyes sparkling with determination. Yun-si then assigned 2 others to oversee patrolling and defense before turning to Fu Mingli. Entrust the BUN to them. We shall set out at dawn tomorrow to the abandoned mall in the west of the city to exterminate zombies and gather crystal cores. Fu Mingli nodded. I will have Yang Run organize a route tonight, avoiding areas dense with mutated plants. Shinziki supported Yun-si, worry lacing his tone. Your health is paramount. A good night's rest will suffice. Yun-si interrupted him, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. The rain has ceased. Zombies and plants are evolving, and so must we. Chapter 50. Intricate thoughts. Yun-si returned to her room to recuperate from the backlash experienced after using the controlling heart technique earlier that day. She had no intention of allowing anyone to accompany her during her meditation. After several days of rigorous training, she needed time to streamline her internal spiritual energy and solidify her realm. However, just after she had bathed and changed into loose-fitting sleepwear, a gentle knock sounded at her door. Come in. As she towel-dried her damp hair, she looked up to see Duan Qingyue standing at the entrance, holding a porcelain bowl from which steam wafted, seemingly containing a concoction of medicinal soup. You experienced backlash this afternoon, so I utilized my abilities to gather some herbs and prepared a bowl of soup to replenish your energy and blood. Duan Qingyue's voice held a hint of apprehension, his gaze behind the lenses filled with concern as it fell upon her reddened eyes. Drink it while it's warm. It will aid in your recovery. Yun-si regarded the bowl in his hands, not declining but accepting it and placing it on the table. Thank you. She lowered her head and scooped a spoonful. The warm soup sliding down her throat, pleasantly aromatic yet surprisingly palatable. Duan Qingyue did not leave. He merely stood by, watching her finish the soup before hesitantly speaking. May I stay tonight? I have a new game I'd like to play with you. His voice was soft, imbued with a subtle hint of anticipation. Observing Fu Mingli, Shinziki, and others taking turns by her side in recent days, he harbored a tinge of selfishness, yet dared not express it as directly as Shinziki did. Yun-si raised her gaze to him and noticed the sincerity in his eyes, tinged with a hint of shyness, and nodded. All right. Duan Qingyue's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as he swiftly approached the bedside and took a seat. He was neither as composed as Fu Mingli nor possessed the possessive nature of Shinziki. Instead, he gently grasped her hand, akin to a meandering brook, slowly merging with Yun-si, his warmth tenderly nourishing her spirit. Duan Qingyue's large hand enveloped Yun-si's delicate fingers as he conjured his abilities into a pen, beginning to draw upon the paper. Despite it being merely a pen, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and Yun-si felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. Although she had long lost the desire to create, Duan Qingyue held her hand firmly, unwilling to let her go, whispering softly in her ear, "See, it hurts me. Just this once." Thus, Yun-si commenced anew, embarking on another round of artistry. Cognizant of her plans to venture out the following day, she hesitated to indulge too fervently. Yet she could not resist Duan Qingyue's persistent pleas. Downstairs in the living room, Shinziki, Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, and Du Ruoqiu were seated on the sofa, the atmosphere decidedly delicate. Initially, faint sounds from above could be discerned, but as time wore on, those noises faded into obscurity, leaving only the occasional playful banter intermingled with the suppressed sobs of a man. Shinziki reclined on the sofa, a cigarette resting unlit between his fingers, his knuckles pale. Yet his expression lacked its usual volatility. He did not even furrow his brow, instead staring somberly at the floor. Du Ruoqiu cast a sidelong glance at him, inwardly bemused. Why is this fellow so subdued? Last time, he nearly overturned the coffee table when Yunxi sought Fu Mingli for training, yet now he remained silent. Despite Duan Qingyue's advance, has he truly learned his lesson from Yunxi? He then turned to Jiang Che, who was sitting obediently, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the staircase. Yet he remained utterly silent, rendering Du Ruoqiu's interest waning. This big oaf was always compliant, never one to quarrel. There was no excitement to be found. Ultimately, Du Ruoqiu's attention shifted to Fu Mingli, leaning over with a playful grin. Brother Fu, by the order of things, it should be your turn today, no? Why let that surname Duan take the lead? Aren't you feeling anxious? Fu Mingli shot him a cold glance, his tone flat, yet piercing. What's the matter? They are both human. Duan Qingyue can remain in Yunxi's room, while you sit idly here. Is it a matter of desire, or merely a lack of capability? His words left Du Ruoqiu utterly speechless. Fu Mingli did not deign to look at him again, straightening his clothing before ascending the stairs, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Shunziki and Jiang Che exchanged glances and followed suit, retreating to their respective rooms. Remaining here served no purpose but to heighten their irritation. It was wiser to rest early and conserve energy for the endeavors of the following day. The living room was left in solitude, with only Du Ruoqiu, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a trace of desolation. He leaned against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, his heart a tumult of emotions. He should have known that falling for a woman like Yunxi would inevitably lead to such disillusionment. Yet, from the very first moment he witnessed her valiantly battling in the hospital, he had plunged in without hesitation. He couldn't help but ponder if his mother were still alive. Witnessing his current state of uncertainty, she would surely chastise him for being unambitious. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he considered this. He was, after all, a latecomer. Compared to Fu Mingli, Shinziki, and Jiang Che, he could only be considered a minor player, a mere fourth or fifth choice. As everyone else had gravitated toward Yunxi long before him, how could he, who had taken another's wife, possibly blame others for their head start? No wonder Fu Ge could accept things so swiftly. If Yunxi were to reject them, choosing any one of them instead, they would be left with nothing but a spectator's role. It was perhaps better to remain entangled in this predicament. Du Ruoqiu chuckled at his own irony and rose to ascend the stairs. As he passed by Yunxi's room, her voice floated out, hoarse from recent smoking yet laced with a languid wickedness that was intoxicating to the ears. He paused momentarily, and before he could fully comprehend the moment, he heard Duan Qingyue's voice, trembling with a mix of pain and exhilaration. "See, I don't want it anymore." Du Ruoqiu's lips twitched, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not expected the usually refined Duan Qingyue to engage in such antics with Yunxi. Not daring to linger any longer, he hastily returned to his room, his mind a chaotic swirl of excitement and anticipation, tossing and turning for half the night before finally succumbing to sleep. The next morning, as Yunxi and Duan Qingyue descended the stairs, the living room was desolate, devoid of any presence. Duan Qingyue's eyes bore faint dark circles, yet could not conceal the satisfaction glimmering within them. His steps were somewhat unsteady, clearly a testament to the previous night's exertions. In contrast, Yunxi appeared vibrant, her complexion a rosy hue, her demeanor exuding even more defiance than before. As the two settled at the dining table, Fu Mingli, Shinziki, Jiang Che, and Du Ruoqiu entered from outside, their bodies still carrying the subtle aroma of morning dew, evidently having conducted an early inspection at the villa. Fu Mingli approached the table, placing a document down with a calm demeanor. The defenses for the Yunting villa have been arranged. Luo Wuxia has divided the Yunwei into 3 patrol teams, and all supplies and weapons have been accounted for, ready for deployment at a moment's notice. He paused, turning his gaze toward Yunxi. "Once you're prepared, we shall depart." Yunxi nodded, taking a bite of the sandwich on the table, one she had retrieved from her storage, still soft and delectable, a remnant from the world before the apocalypse. They would set out post-haste, aiming for the abandoned shopping mall in the western part of the city, first to clear the surrounding zombies, and then to collect crystal cores. "Very well, The others responded in unison. Du Ruochio cast a teasing glance at Duan Qingyue, unable to resist remarking, "Painter Duan, you must have had quite the workout last night. Just look at your complexion. You should eat more, otherwise you won't have the strength to fight zombies later." Duan Qingyue's ears flushed crimson, and he lowered his head in embarrassment, not daring to respond. Shun Ziki shot a glare at Du Ruochio, exclaiming that even during meals, she could not keep her mouth shut. Fu Mingli chose to ignore their banter, directly taking a sandwich and, while munching, remarked on the abundance of plants around the shopping mall before the apocalypse, particularly the tenacious ivy and the thorny roses. "We need to stock up on gasoline or the explosive arrows painted by Duan Qingyue," he added. "I painted quite a few days ago and stored them in the cloud space." Duan Qingyue promptly interjected, while Jiang Che confirmed that the off-road vehicle's fuel tank was full, along with spare fuel cans, so there would be no worries about running out of gas on the road. After swallowing her food, Du Ruochio added, "I have checked the medical kit. There are enough antidotes and bandages, and I brought extra ointments for treating wounds. Although my ability has some healing effects, I am unsure of its efficacy." The group quickly finished their breakfast, each armed with their respective weapons. Yunsi wielded her starfall. Fu Mingli held a sharpened tang knife. Shun Ziki had metal fragments in his pocket. Jiang Che preferred to go barehanded, believing that weapons hindered his performance. Duan Qingyue carried a quiver filled with explosive arrows, and Du Ruochio brought a medical box. Upon exiting the villa, Luo Wuxia, accompanied by several cloud guards, was patrolling at the entrance. Spotting them, she promptly approached, stating, "Miss, everything is normal. You may proceed with peace of mind. We will safeguard the villa." Yunsi nodded, advising, "Be cautious, and if you encounter any insurmountable troubles, launch a signal flare. We will return upon seeing it." "Understood, miss," Luo Wuxiao affirmed, her eyes brimming with determination. As the off-road vehicle departed from the gates of Cloud Pavilion Villa, the tires rolled over the remnants of blue rain on the pavement, speeding towards the western part of the city. Once they left the villa's vicinity, the sight along the roadside turned their expressions grave. The once empty asphalt road was now congested with staggering zombies, their skin exhibiting a dark, hardened hue, and their nails resembling sharp claws, howling as they lunged towards Yunsi and her companion's vehicle. Even more unsettling were the thick green vines covering the roadside greenery whenever a zombie passed by. These vines would strike like venomous serpents, swiftly ensnaring their prey, reducing flesh and bone to mere pulp, leaving only a viscous residue behind. "Isn't that pothos?" Du Ruochio exclaimed from the passenger seat, pointing at the vines entwining a lamp post, her voice filled with astonishment. Once commonplace plants had transformed into something utterly terrifying. Yunsi furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the writhing vines. "It is pothos, mutated beyond recognition. I must investigate." Before she finished her sentence, she flung open the car door and leapt out, her tang knife, Starfall, instantly unsheathed, glinting coldly as it sliced toward the nearest vine. Clang! The blade clashed with the vine, producing a sound akin to metal striking. The vine, remarkably resilient, writhed violently upon being struck, its tip lunging toward Yunsi. Fu Mingli, Shinziki, and others promptly disembarked, seamlessly coordinating their efforts. Fu Mingli conjured icy blades, piercing the heads of the advancing zombies, causing the white crystal cores to roll out. Shinziki manipulated shards of metal, accurately puncturing the skulls of the undead, though he had to extract the cores himself. Jiang Che, unarmed, received a Dao from Yunsi, and with his strength, he struck true with nearly every blow, yet remained unfazed. Duan Qingyue readied his bow, launching explosive arrows into clusters of zombies, resulting in a thunderous blast that toppled numerous foes. Yunsi deftly evaded the assault of the vines, her keen gaze scanning her surroundings. The green vines intertwined densely, cloaking half the street, obscuring the main vein's location. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her inner energy, infusing it into her Dao, which shimmered with a faint white glow. Without hesitation, she swung the Dao towards the thickest cluster of vines. Unable to locate the main vein, she resolved to sever the outer vines first, gradually revealing its core. Snap! Snap! The resilient vines succumbed under the empowered blade, one after another severed. After slicing through 4 or 5 primary vines, Yunsi finally spotted a brown main vein at the base of a lamppost, 3 times thicker than the others, glimmering softly, undoubtedly the core of this mutated pothos. "Found it!" she exclaimed, Leaping into action, her Tao descending forcefully upon the main vein. With a satisfying thud, the vein was cleanly severed, dark green sap spraying forth. The surrounding vines instantly lost their vitality, collapsing limply to the ground, no longer writhing. Observing the fallen main vein, Yunxi's expression shifted slightly. The vines not only exhibited resilience, but also emitted a faint energy fluctuation, possibly useful for crafting weapons or reinforcing defenses. She casually stored the main vein in her space and collected several thicker vines, intending to study them further in the courtyard. Just as Jiang Che finished dispatching the zombies around him, he noticed Yunxi gathering the vines and bent down to grasp one nearby, weighing it in his hand. He found nothing remarkable and pulled with force, only to be astounded when the seemingly ordinary vine remained immovable. Since absorbing chaotic energy to enhance his physique, his arm strength had reached a staggering 1,000 gene. He could easily snap steel rods, yet this small vine resisted all his might. What nonsense is this? Jiang Che stared incredulously at the vine in his hand. Observing his astonishment, Yunxi couldn't help but cough lightly, her tone tinged with exasperation. Don't just stand there. We are not the only ones who can enhance ourselves. There are others with abilities, and the mutations extend beyond just zombies. Pausing, she surveyed the group. In the Yunting courtyard, only we have enhanced our bodies through blue rain, but that doesn't imply we are the sole ones capable of such feats. There are always greater forces beyond us. In this apocalypse, any underestimation could cost you dearly. Jiang Che, lost in thought, gently placed down the vine. A hint of shame crossing his face. I underestimated it, he admitted. I thought only we could enhance ourselves. I was a bit too proud. Du Ruoqiu rolled her eyes and bluntly dismantled his pretense. Are you really going to say it wasn't because you saw Yunxi effortlessly sever a vine that you thought this creature was weak? Jiang Che's face flushed instantly, and he lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Well, perhaps a little. The others, instead of mocking him, expressed a degree of sympathy. Had it not been for Jiang Che's earlier blunder, it could have been one of them making a fool of themselves. Witnessing Yunxi effortlessly cut through the vine had led them all to think the mutated pothose was not formidable. Only when they saw Jiang Che struggle with all his might and fail to snap the vine did they realize how perilous their previous assumptions had been. Yunxi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, her tone growing more grave. This is the apocalypse, not a time of peace. Set aside your disdain. This is merely a mutated pothose. Should you encounter a more formidable mutated creature, your current mindset may very well cost you your lives. Jiang Che promptly picked up the vine from the ground and handed it to Yunxi, his tone earnest. I'm sorry, Yunxi. I understand my mistake now. I will never again underestimate anyone or any creature. The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting their embarrassment. Though older than Yunxi, they were reminded of such a fundamental truth by her, which should not have been necessary. Yunxi accepted the vine without further comment and turned back to the vehicle. All right, let's continue our journey. We cannot afford to waste time. The group quickly boarded the vehicle, and the off-road car roared to life, heading towards the abandoned shopping mall in the west of the city. Along the way, they encountered several mutated plants, including a rose capable of shooting toxic thorns and a rapidly moving foxtail grass. However, bolstered by their earlier lesson, they no longer dared to underestimate these threats, working seamlessly together to dispatch each one. While dealing with a mutated rose, Yunxi unearthed an orange crystal core from its roots. The core shimmered softly, noticeably larger than the white first-tier cores they had previously collected, indicating it was a second-tier core. Is this a second-tier core? Shun Ziki gazed at the core in Yunxi's hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. Until now, they had only encountered first-tier zombies, yielding white cores. The revelation that mutated plants could also contain cores, and of a higher tier no less, was astonishing. What further shocked them was the effortless manner in which Yunxi had dealt with this second-tier, mutated rose, as if it were a mere afterthought. Indeed, a second tier. Yunxi confirmed as she stowed the core away. The crystal cores from mutated plants, like those from zombies, could be used to enhance one's abilities, and their energy was notably purer. It was only then that the others realized the significance of the cores they had obtained from the zombies and mutated plants earlier, and they eagerly presented their first-tier white cores to Yunxi. She cast a glance at them and stated coolly, "Keep them for yourselves. Absorb the cores to enhance your abilities. Do not let them go to waste." The method of absorption is similar to that of absorbing chaotic energy. Close your eyes and use your mental strength to guide the energy within the core into your body. She paused and added, if you don't need them for the time being, or if you're worried about losing them, you may leave them with me and retrieve them when needed. All right. The group responded in unison. Shunziki and Fu Mingli stored the crystal nuclei, planning to absorb them when they had time. Jiang Che and Duan Qingwei directly handed their crystal nuclei to Yunxi, believing they would be safer in her possession. Du Ruo Qiu hesitated for a moment before also passing his crystal nuclei over, lacking confidence in his memory and fearing he might inadvertently misplace them. The off-road vehicle soon arrived near the abandoned mall in the west of the city. From a distance, the mall's outer walls were riddled with cracks, its glass windows shattered, and a dense throng of zombies congregated at the entrance, at least 100 of them. Several mutated ivy vines twisted around the mall's exterior, with tendrils hanging down, occasionally ensnaring passing zombies and mercilessly crushing them. Seeing such a multitude of zombies, Du Ruoqiu could not help but gasp in shock. Fu Mingli took out binoculars and observed for a while before speaking calmly. Most of them are first-tier zombies, with only a few that appear to be second-tier, located to the left side of the mall entrance. He lowered the binoculars and turned to Yunxi. How shall we proceed? Yunxi opened the car door, grasped her tang knife. Her gaze sharp. Duan Qingwei will use explosive arrows to clear the outer zombies. Fu Mingli will handle the second-tier zombies, while Shunziki and Jiang Che will deal with any stragglers. Du Ruoqiu will provide support from the rear. I will confront those mutated ivies to prevent any surprise attacks. Understood. The group sprang into action. Duan Qingwei readied his bow and shot an explosive arrow into the mass of zombies, resulting in a thunderous explosion that toppled a swarm of them. Fu Mingli conjured several ice blades, accurately targeting the second-tier zombies on the left, freezing them in place. Du Ruoqiu advanced with his knife for a finishing blow, but unfortunately, he failed to deliver a decisive strike. Fu Mingli cast a meaningful glance at him, causing Du Ruoqiu to awkwardly touch his nose. Taking the knife from Du Ruoqiu, Fu Mingli delivered a single strike that severed half the zombie's head, and then he swiftly followed up with another blow. The two brothers exchanged skeptical looks, before both turning their attention to Jiang Che, who was effortlessly dispatching zombies, whether first-tier or second-tier, both pondering whether he had been playing too recklessly lately. Shunziki and Jiang Che charged forward, one piercing a zombie's skull with metal shards, while the other cleaved off a zombie's head with his tang knife. Their teamwork was impeccable, and within moments, they had slain half of the horde. Fu Mingli and Du Ruoqiu also set aside their thoughts to collaborate effectively. Meanwhile, Yunxi dashed towards the mutated ivy vines on the mall's exterior, wielding her tang knife and severing the dangling tendrils one by one. Her movements were agile and swift, resembling that of a cheetah, as she weaved through the gaps in the vines, quickly drawing the attention of the mutated ivy, which ceased its assault on others and redirected its focus upon her. Chapter 52. Third-tier mutated plants. The tendrils of the mutated ivy writhed as if alive, their tips glistening with a venomous sheen, lunging towards Yunxi's limbs. As the clouds danced, the stars fell, and the crisp sound of blades clashing with vines echoed continuously. It was then that Yunxi realized the toughness of this climbing vine exceeded that of the pothose and rose she had encountered before. The blade, devoid of spiritual energy, could only leave shallow marks and could not sever the main vine. A third-tier mutated plant? Yunxi's gaze sharpened, and she immediately channeled the full extent of her foundational power into the blade. The starfall instantly radiated a dazzling white light as she leapt, evading the encroaching vines, and struck down fiercely at the stoutest main vine of the climbing vine. With a resounding splat, this time, the blade finally sliced through the resilient vine, releasing a dark green sap mingled with a faint orange glow. Utilizing the momentum of her descent, she cleaved the main vine into two segments. However, before she could catch her breath, the severed vines rapidly regenerated, sprouting numerous slender tendrils that surged toward her like a torrential downpour. Quite the resilient creature. Yunxi muttered a curse under her breath and hastily retreated, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy. The vines collided against the barrier with a series of thuds, sending ripples across its surface, yet it remained unbroken. She understood the urgency. The regenerative capabilities of third-tier mutated plants were formidable, and she needed to locate its core swiftly. Taking a deep breath, her gaze swept over the vines entwined around the exterior of the mall, quickly honing in on a small, Dark red vine nestled amidst the denser foliage. The surrounding vines appeared more robust than elsewhere, easily overlooked, yet this could very well be the core of the climbing vine. Without hesitation, she propelled herself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, racing toward that particular vine. The vines she encountered along the way were severed one by starfall, with the protective barrier steadfastly shielding her from all ambushes. At last, she reached the distinctive vine, gripping the hilt of her blade with both hands, concentrating all her strength upon the edge, and struck down fiercely at the crystal core. Crack! The yellow crystal core fell to the ground, and without the core's support, the vines entwined around the mall's exterior instantly lost their vitality, collapsing limply to the ground, motionless. Yun-Si sheathed Starfall, wiped the sweat from her brow, and felt a twinge of fear. During her confrontation with the third-tier climbing vine, she had distinctly sensed the pressure. This plant's power far exceeded that of Shunziki and the others. Were they to encounter it, they would undoubtedly face peril. She dared not delay and immediately sprinted toward the entrance of the mall. However, upon reaching the entrance, she spotted Fu Mingli and Shunziki resting on the steps. Scattered around them were several white crystal cores, clearly indicating they had already dealt with the zombies at the door. "You've returned." Fu Mingli was the first to notice her. Looking up with a hint of concern in his eyes. Was the climbing vine of the third tier? Yun-Si raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yes. A third-tier mutated plant with formidable regenerative abilities, it poses quite a challenge. At the mention of the words third tier, the expressions of the group darkened considerably. Most of their abilities remain at the first tier, barely sufficient to contend with second-tier zombies or plants. Should they encounter a third-tier adversary, they would be utterly powerless. Leaning against the wall, Yun-Si retrieved a cigarette case and a lighter from her pocket, igniting a cigarette. The lighter emitted a crisp click that echoed in the silent street, rousing the others from their silence. Observing Yun-Si exhaling clouds of smoke, they suddenly comprehended her earlier fervent desire for strength. In this apocalyptic world where zombies continuously evolve, only through sufficient power can one safeguard oneself and those around them. At that moment, Yun-Si was clad in a fitted black long-sleeve t-shirt with a hood, paired with dark indigo flared jeans, and her feet adorned with white sneakers. This ensemble accentuated her slender yet powerful waistline, elongated and straight legs, while her fullness in the chest lent her an air of captivating allure. Contrarily, her face bore a cold yet exquisite beauty, a juxtaposition that compelled one to glance a second time. Her attire was both edgy and stylish, and her posture as she leaned against the wall smoking added an air of rebellious defiance. It was hard to fathom how such a beguiling yet frosty demeanor could coexist within the same individual, drawing everyone's gaze irresistibly towards her. Shunziki was the first to regain his composure, rising to approach her, extending his hand to take the cigarette from her. "You should smoke less. It's detrimental to your health." Yet, Yun-Si inhaled deeply before leaning closer to him, exhaling the smoke into his mouth. Taken aback for a moment, Shunziki complied and inhaled, his voice low. "Be good, smoke less in the future." Yun-Si arched an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. Smoking is quite relieving, especially after intense exercise. There are even more relieving methods. Would you care to try? Du Ruochio leaned in, a mischievous grin on her face and her tone suggestive. Seeing this, Fu Mingli swiftly jabbed Du Ruochio's arm, his gaze stern. "Don't speak nonsense." Du Ruochio rubbed her sore arm, pouting, and fell silent. Fu Mingli turned to Yun-Si, his tone grave. "Night is approaching. We must find a place to rest swiftly. Should we eliminate the zombies in the mall first and rest here tonight, or head elsewhere?" Yun-Si glanced into the mall, which loomed dark and ominous, faintly. The growls of zombies could be heard, indicating that many still lurked inside, and their previous efforts had only dispatched a small fraction. She shook her head. The mall is too vast, and its conditions are unclear. Clearing it at night would be perilous. Let us extract the cores first. Then rest in that small building across the way, and return to the mall tomorrow. All right. The group responded in unison, promptly springing into action. Duan Qingyue and Du Ruochio were tasked with extracting the cores, while Shunziki and Jiangche dealt with the remnants of the previously vanquished mutated plants. Fu Mingli stood guard nearby, vigilant against any new zombies or plants that might appear. Before long, all the cores had been extracted, in addition to one third-tier yellow core. There were 200 first-tier white cores and 5 second-tier cores. Furthermore, Jiangche and Shunziki retrieved the main vein of the third-tier climbing tiger, even without a core. Its main vein remained sturdy, making it a commendable weapon. Yun-Si gathered the crystal cores and the main pulse. Addressing the group, let us proceed to the small building across. The others followed closely behind, making their way towards the modest three-story structure. Reminiscent of a convenience store that once specialized in tobacco, the entrance was devoid of zombies, and the glass doors remained intact. Yun-Si pushed the door open and stepped inside first, illuminating the interior with her flashlight. To her relief, there were no zombies within, only a scattering of goods. "It's safe here. We can rest," she declared, before assigning tasks. "Fu Mingli and Zhang Che, you will stand guard at the entrance. Du Ruoqiu and Duan Qinghua, tidy up the surroundings. I will prepare food and water, and Shun Ziki, please conduct a thorough search of the entire building, paying close attention to detail." Understood. The group responded promptly, each member taking on their responsibilities. Fu Mingli and Zhang Che positioned themselves at the door, vigilantly observing the outside. Du Ruoqiu and Duan Qinghua began clearing the debris from the floor to create a clean space, while Yun-Si ventured into the back room. Retrieving a large basin of rice, braised pork, stewed ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, chicken stew with mushrooms, and stir-fried Shanghai greens, along with bottled water. Laying it all on the table. By the time everyone finished their tasks, darkness had enveloped the land. The group gathered around the table, sharing the meal, and a warm sense of camaraderie filled the air. After a day of combat, fatigue settled in, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only had they vanquished numerous zombies and mutated plants, but they had also amassed a significant number of crystal cores, which would undoubtedly enhance their abilities. "Tomorrow, we must exercise greater caution in the shopping mall," Fu Mingli remarked, setting down his utensils with a serious tone. "There may be even more zombies inside, and possibly mutated animals." "Indeed," Yun-Si nodded. "I will lead the way, with Fu Mingli and Shinziki flanking me. Zhang Che will cover the rear. Duan Qinghua will handle ranged attacks, and Du Ruoqiu will stay in the middle, ensuring her own safety." "Rest assured, I won't hold us back," Du Ruoqiu asserted, her eyes brimming with determination. The group discussed their plans for the following day before seeking out places to rest. Yun-Si leaned against a corner, closing her eyes. Yet sleep eluded her immediately. In her mind, she reflected on the day's battles, contemplating how to accelerate her growth. With third-tier mutated plants already appearing, it was certain that stronger monsters would emerge in the future, and she needed to reach the fourth layer of foundation establishment swiftly to better protect her comrades. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yun-Si heard the faint sound of footsteps at the door. She opened her eyes to see Shinziki approaching, taking a seat beside her. "Still awake?" he whispered, careful not to disturb the others. "Yes, just pondering some matters," Yun-Si replied. Shinziki took her hand, his tone earnest. "Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. We will grow stronger together." Yun-Si gazed at him, warmth blossoming in her heart as she nodded in agreement. "All right." The two fell into a comfortable silence, leaning against one another, savoring the shared warmth. Chapter 53. The Third-Order Zombie. As the night deepened, the rhythmic sound of breathing within the small cabin grew increasingly steady. Fu Mingli leaned against the wall by the door, his eyes gently closed. Yet his ears remained attuned to the surrounding sounds. Duan Qinghua was nestled in the corner beside a shelf, her breath shallow, clearly lost in a deep slumber. Du Ruoqiu lay sprawled atop a pile of cardboard boxes, mumbling indistinctly in her dreams, unaware of her murmurs. Yun-Si leaned against the wall, while Shun Ziki's warm hand clasped hers, the comforting heat dispelling the chill of the night. Time slipped by unnoticed. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the day's battles that had lowered their defenses, or perhaps the allure of their companion's presence drew them closer in the stillness. It was unclear who made the first move. Shunziki could only remember how extraordinarily enchanting she appeared that day, igniting an irresistible urge to draw near, to kiss her. He leaned in slightly, his fingertips grazing Yun-Si's cheek with a tentative tenderness. Yun-Si did not flinch. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, as if granting silent permission for his approach. The moment their lips met, Shinziki felt his mind blank out, consumed only by the softness and warmth of the person in his arms. His actions grew bolder. He tightened his embrace around Yun-Si, while his other hand traced down her back, savoring the contours of her body. Though the sounds within the room were not loud, they resonated with clarity in the tranquil cabin. The subtle creaking of the wooden bed mingled with their stifled breaths, reaching the ears of everyone outside. Fu Mingli unconsciously ran his fingers over the fragrant bead bracelet on his wrist, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he kept his eyes closed. Du Ruochio abruptly ceased her murmurs, opening her eyes a crack to glance towards the inner room, before quickly shutting them again, pretending not to have heard anything. He understood well that any unnecessary movement at such a moment would only reveal his own surging possessiveness. Duan Xingyue turned over, concealing his face in the shadows. After an indeterminate time, the commotion within the room gradually subsided. Shinziki held Yunsi close, resting his chin atop her head, their breaths evening out. Yunsi, nestled in his embrace, traced her fingers along the muscular lines of his arm, feeling the strength within him, a rare sense of relaxation washing over her. At that moment, she craved a cigarette and had no intention of suppressing it. She retrieved her cigarettes and lighter, signaling to Shunziki if he wanted one, to which he accepted with an outstretched hand. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside. Jiang Che, having awakened at some point, sat up and scanned the room, his gaze finally landing on the door to their inner sanctuary. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and strode purposefully toward them. Du Ruochio, hearing the footsteps, stealthily opened her eyes, observing Jiang Che's silhouette, her expression filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that the usually taciturn Jiang Che would be so direct. Yet, when she glanced at Duan Xingyue, she noticed his face shrouded in shadows, obscuring his expression. Du Ruochio pondered quietly, wondering if Duan Xingyue had already fallen asleep. Could it be so? Then, might I and Fu Gu also join? Yet, I am uncertain whether Yunsi would be willing. The door to the inner room was gently pushed open, and Jiang Che stepped inside, silent as he gazed at the two enveloped in smoke. He reached out, embracing Yunsi, who did not resist. Instead, she melted into his embrace, extinguishing the cigarette. Pulling down Jiang Che's neck, she pressed her lips against his, and everything unfolded effortlessly. The creaking of the wooden bed resumed, more fervent than before, a continuous rhythm echoing through the air. Shen Zaiqi cast a glance at Jiang Che, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes, yet he said nothing more, merely making way. Jiang Che looked at the contented woman before him. She was exquisite, especially post-encounter, resembling a rose freshly watered, blooming vibrantly. By night, she tucked away her thorns, enchanting and coolly defiant, evoking a desire to cherish and adore her. By day, she bore her thorns, making her untouchable. Yet now, as a luscious bloom with her defenses withdrawn, he could not resist the urge to pluck this flower, eager to witness her flourish in his hands, to nurture her. The night slipped away amidst the creaking of the wooden bed, until the first light of dawn peeked through the window. The following morning, Yunsi was the first to awaken. She rose quietly from between the two, stepping out to retrieve milk, bread, and fried eggs from her space. A warm breakfast, a rare delight in this apocalyptic world. One by one, the others awoke, gathering around the table upon seeing the food. No one was surprised. After all, this was how they had always dined. Who would have thought you would rise so early? I assumed. Du Ruochio began, only to be interrupted by a kick from Shun Zaiqi beneath the table. Hurry and eat. We need to head to the mall afterward, Yunsi instructed, picking up a slice of bread and savoring it slowly. The group exchanged no further words, quickly finishing their breakfast. After tidying up, the six of them made their way toward the mall across the street. As they pushed the door open, a strong stench of blood assaulted them, even more pungent than the previous day's scent. Be careful, Fu Mingli warned sharply, and no sooner had the words left his mouth than a lithe, second-level zombie lunged at Shun Zaiqi. This zombie bore grayish skin, its nails glistening darkly, moving nearly twice as fast as a first-level zombie, with dark green drool dripping incessantly from its mouth. Shun Zaiqi was prepared, controlling metallic shards. He swiftly pierced the zombie's skull. Dark green blood splattered forth as the creature collapsed lifelessly. Yet, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, more second-level zombies surged from every corner of the mall, numbering at least in the dozens, while first-level zombies were few and far between. Indeed, the zombies here evolved at a quicker pace. Yunsi remained still, her gaze sharp as she scanned the surroundings. You all handle these second-level zombies. I will keep watch for any potential ambush by third-level zombies. She could sense a faint yet formidable surge of energy emanating from the depths of the shopping mall, imbued with a palpable sense of oppression. A level 3 zombie was undoubtedly lurking within. Fu Mingli, Shinziki, and the others swiftly sprang into action. Fu Mingli conjured several ice blades, skillfully targeting the heads of the zombies, each strike eliminating a level 2 zombie with precision. Shinziki manipulated shards of metal, sending them cascading like a torrential downpour upon the horde, instantly toppling several. Jiang Che wielded a knife with dulled edges, yet it posed no hindrance to him as the bones of the level 2 zombies crumbled before him. Duan Qingyue knocked an explosive arrow, unleashing it towards the densely packed zombies. A thunderous explosion followed, felling 4 or 5 of them. Du Ruoqiu trailed behind, releasing water arrows to assist in taking down any stragglers. After a day of collaboration, everyone had made significant progress, their aim at the zombies' heads becoming increasingly effortless. Yun Si remained steadfast, her consciousness unfurling to envelop the entire first floor of the mall. Her gaze was fixed intently on the entrance deep within the mall, the sole passage to the second floor and the locus of the most intense energy fluctuations. She understood that the level 3 zombie was likely biding its time, waiting for them to lower their guard. A swift attack from it would be lethal. After half an hour, the zombies on the first floor were finally eradicated. Scattered across the ground were numerous white and orange crystal cores. Duan Qingyue stepped forward, collecting the cores one by one and handing them to Yun Si. After a brief 10-minute respite to recuperate, Yun Si gathered the cores and addressed her companions, informing them that the second floor housed clothing stores, characterized by narrow spaces and densely packed shelves, making them susceptible to ambushes. She instructed everyone to stay close to her and refrain from dispersing. Her greatest concern was that if they spread out, a level 3 zombie might suddenly emerge, leaving her unable to respond adequately. The group nodded in agreement, each finding a place to sit and rest. Yun Si distributed water and chocolate to everyone and requested Du Ruoqiu to assess their injuries. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds, posing no serious threat. After 10 minutes, they rose and ascended toward the second floor. As soon as they stepped onto the staircase leading to the second floor, Yun Si halted, her brow furrowed in concern. The silence on the second floor was unnerving. Not a single zombie's growl echoed, nor was there even the sound of wind rustling through the shelves. Logically, given the chaos they had caused on the first floor, even if the zombies had been drawn away, there should have been some stragglers remaining. Yet, it was eerily silent, as if the place had been entirely cleared. Something was amiss. Yun Si issued a low warning, extending her hand to halt Jiang Che, who was about to advance. Everyone, stay close to me and avoid approaching any shelves. She could sense that the energy fluctuations on the second floor were even more intense than on the first, and they were not far from it. The level 3 zombie had already sensed their arrival and was observing them from the shadows. The group immediately clustered around Yun Si, their eyes vigilant as they scanned their surroundings. Fu Mingli gathered more ice blades, while Shinziki levitated metallic fragments before him. Duan Qingyue readied his bow and arrow, and Du Ruoqiu prepared a water arrow. Jiang Che tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, having received a new one from Yun Si during a brief respite. At that moment, faint footsteps emerged from behind the shelves ahead, resembling someone dragging heavy feet, the sound slow and rigid, imbued with a disquieting sense of pressure. They have arrived, Yun Si whispered, her hand resting on the hilt of the Xinghua knife, poised for an immediate strike. Chapter 54. Injured. The footsteps grew ever closer, and a figure gradually emerged from the corner of the second floor. Yun Si's pupils constricted as she finally discerned the creature's form. It was a third-tier male zombie, its skin an eerie shade of grayish-white, starkly different from the typical dark, decayed skin of ordinary zombies. Its eyes held no glimmer of life, only a profound, lifeless murk. Most alarming were its nails, 3 inches long, glinting with a metallic sheen, the tips stained with dried, dark red blood, indicating it had previously hunted numerous beings. This was a strength-based third-tier zombie. Yun Si informed her companions in a hushed tone, and without waiting for a response, she charged forward. She held nothing back. Her spiritual energy surged into the Xinghua, the blade instantly radiating a blinding white light as she struck fiercely at the zombie's head. She understood well that against a third-tier zombie, granting it even a moment's reaction time could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, even as she launched her full-force attack, her vigilance remained unwavering. This mall was sizable, and the number of second-tier zombies far exceeded that of the outside world. It was implausible for only a single third-tier zombie to be present. The male zombie, undeterred, emitted a low, guttural roar, advancing instead of retreating. It raised its right hand, adorned with metallic claws, aiming to grasp at Yunxi's blade. Clang! The clash of claws against blade resounded with a piercing metallic sound, sparks flying. Yunxi felt a jolt of numbness in her arm as an immense force coursed through the blade, compelling her to stumble back 2 steps. What formidable strength! She marveled inwardly. This third-tier zombie's power was nearly on par with her own foundational level 4 spiritual strength. If this continued, her energy would be depleted. And should another third-tier zombie emerge from the shadows, they would all find themselves in grave peril. Fu Mingli, Shinziki, and the others stood behind, anxiously watching Yunxi engage the third-tier zombie alone, their hearts heavy with concern. They could see clearly that Yunxi's figure appeared especially fragile under the zombie's relentless assault. Yet with each strike and dodge, she exuded a resolute determination as if betting everything on this fight. The typically aloof and proud girl was now using her not-so-broad shoulders to shield these men, towering at heights of 180 and 190 centimeters, from danger. Shinziki's head hung slightly, stray locks of hair obscuring his gaze, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Yet, the tightness of his clenched fists, the whiteness of his knuckles, betrayed the turbulence within. His heart was heavy with guilt as he finally comprehended the urgency that had once consumed Yunxi's desire for strength. It was never a jest. Yet he, blinded by his own selfishness, had repeatedly placed her in difficult situations, and now, he was even hindering her progress. If only he could be stronger. Perhaps he could alleviate some of her burdens. What troubled him further was his understanding of Yunxi. She was inherently cautious. If it were merely a tier 3 zombie, she would not be so tense, leaving no room for respite. She was undoubtedly concerned that another threat lurked in the shadows. Fu Mingli's gaze was fixed intently on Yunxi, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within him. Watching her navigate the perilous onslaught of the zombies ignited a fervent desire within him. He longed to fight alongside her rather than stand helplessly behind her. Relying on her protection, he silently vowed that upon their return, he would earnestly strive to absorb more crystal cores and elevate his strength. He could no longer bear to remain in her shadow, a feeling of powerlessness that he wished never to experience again. Jiang Che had been closely observing Yunxi's techniques, and his heart sank further with each passing moment. Her fighting style, which he had taught her, emphasized seeking counterattack opportunities even against formidable foes. Yet now, she was solely on the offensive, pouring every ounce of her effort into each strike. Adopting a strategy of injury for injury, realizing the gravity of the situation, he urgently warned Fu Mingli and the others. Be cautious. Yunxi's movements are too frantic, everyone. Stay alert. There may be a second tier 3 zombie. Just as his warning fell from his lips, Yunxi abruptly altered her tactics. When faced with another strike from the zombie, she did not evade as before. Instead, she lunged forward and braced the blow with her shoulder. A sharp crack echoed in the air, and a searing pain radiated from her shoulder, as if her bone were on the verge of shattering. Yunxi, Shinziki and the others exclaimed, rushing to assist her, but she barked back sharply, "Stay back." Her suspicions had proven accurate. She needed to swiftly eliminate the immediate threat to free herself to confront the lurking danger. Seizing the moment while the zombie's fist was still momentarily retracted, Yunxi endured the excruciating pain and channeled all her remaining spiritual energy into her weapon, Starfall. The blade shimmered with a brilliant white light as it came crashing down upon the zombie's neck. With a sickening squelch, the razor-sharp blade severed the zombie's head, dark green blood gushing forth and splattering across Yunxi. As the head rolled to the ground, the body collapsed, lifeless and still. Yet, Yunxi did not relent. As soon as she steadied herself, she gripped Starfall tightly, scanning the corners of the second floor with vigilant eyes, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Her shoulder was swollen and stained crimson with blood, clearly injured. But the sharpness in her gaze remained undiminished as she sought to ascertain the location of the second tier 3 zombie. Yunxi, are you all right? Shinziki was the first to rush to her side, carefully supporting her as concern and urgency filled his eyes. I knew you were worried about another one. Don't push yourself, let us find it together. Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, and others gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Du Ruoqiu promptly opened the medical kit, retrieving painkillers and bandages, intent on treating Yunxi's wounds. Yunxi, take the painkillers first. Your shoulder is severely injured, and if we delay treatment, it will hinder your movements. With that, She directly administered the medication to Yun-si, struggling to swallow the pills while enduring the pain. Yun-si gestured towards the corpse of the zombie, then glanced deeper into the second floor. First, extract the crystal core, then split into 2 teams to search. Fu Mingli, take Duan Qingyue and go left. Jiang Che, accompany me to the right. Shinziki and Du Ruoqiu will remain here on guard. It was imperative to locate the second, third-tier zombie swiftly. Its concealment posed a significant threat. She understood that procrastination would only heighten the risk. Only through proactive engagement could they seize the initiative. Shinziki observed her expression, feeling a mix of anguish and helplessness, and could only nod. No, you cannot fight in your condition. I will team up with Fu Mingli. You and Du Ruoqiu stay here. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Fu Mingli concurred. Shinziki is right. Your wounds require attention. Leave the rest to us. He took the starfall from Yun-si's hand and carefully opened the zombie's skull, extracting a yellow crystal core the size of a fist. Is this a third-tier core? It was considerably larger than the previous one. Yun-si cast a glance and remarked nonchalantly, it's nearly 4th tier. If we hadn't come, it would have taken at most half a month. Du Ruoqiu unceremoniously pulled Yun-si's arm, gently cleaning the wound on her shoulder with iodine, her movements tender as if handling a rare treasure. Yun-si, you should heed their advice. You can barely lift your arm. How will you combat a third-tier zombie? What will we do if something goes wrong? As he spoke, his voice trembled, simultaneously using his water-based ability to wash her injury. However, his self-healing ability bore no effect on Yun-si. Observing the determination in their eyes, Yun-si realized that further resistance was futile and nodded in agreement. All right, be careful. Retreat here immediately if you encounter danger. Fu Mingli and Shinziki exchanged glances, each grasping their weapons, and proceeded towards the 2 directions on the second floor. Jiang Che and Duan Qingyue followed suit, their figures swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the shelves. Leaning against the shelf, Yun-si watched their departing figures, her heart still taut with anxiety. She sensed that the second, third-tier zombie would be even more formidable than the one before them. Chapter 55. Cunning Yun-si remained propped against the shelf, her gaze fixated on every corner of the second floor, showing no signs of relaxation. She was acutely aware that with Shinziki and Fu Mingli's current strength, they stood no chance against a third-tier zombie. Should a second one truly exist, they would likely meet their demise here. Although her right shoulder was injured, the strength in her left hand was no less formidable. In school, due to her preference for her right hand, she had been teased by her classmates, leading her to subconsciously conceal her left hand and favor her right. Yet over the years, she had trained her left hand in secret, practicing punches and engaging in activities, arguably spending as much time, if not more, on her left hand as on her right. Surrounded by numerous individuals, she remained vigilant in using her right hand to dominate her actions, ensuring they remained oblivious to her secret. Yun-si closed her eyes, gradually unfurling the mental energy she had recently acquired. Her 4th-tier mental power spread like a delicate net, meticulously enveloping the entire second floor. From the towering shelves of clothing to the scattered accessories on the counters, and finally to the cash register nestled in the corner. Every nook and cranny was thoroughly examined. Yet no unusual energy fluctuations were detected. Could her intuition be mistaken? Yun-si pondered, though she felt no sense of relief. The faint sensation of being observed lingered, an undeniable reality rather than mere illusion. Reluctantly, she released her mental energy once more, scanning every crevice with even greater precision, leaving no cardboard boxes piled beneath the shelves unchecked, but the outcome remained the same, an empty space devoid of any presence or signs of other second-tier zombies. Are you all right? Shinziki and the others, having searched the entire second floor, approached her, concern evident in their voices upon seeing her pale complexion. Just as Yun-si was about to respond, she noticed Duan Qingyue gesturing towards the 3rd floor, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Could it be on the 3rd floor? We only examined the 2nd floor and have yet to investigate the 3rd. Yun-si furrowed her brow, replaying her earlier sensations. From the moment she stepped onto the 2nd floor, she had felt a persistent gaze upon her, subtle yet malicious. Her instincts had never failed her. Danger surely lurked on this level, but from where did that piercing stare originate? At that moment, her back inadvertently brushed against the door panel of the fitting room behind her. The icy touch jolted her back to reality. She had thoroughly searched the entire 2nd floor. Yet the fitting room she leaned against, instinctively perceived as the closest and safest, had been overlooked. Everyone stepped back. Yun-si commanded, her left hand discreetly tightening around Xing Luo, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light, though her right hand hung limply at her side. It belied the readiness of her left hand to strike at any moment, her trump card, which she had not anticipated deploying so soon. The group immediately retreated 2 steps, all eyes warily fixed on the tightly shut fitting room door. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful mental force erupted from within the fitting room, akin to a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing toward Yun-si's sea of consciousness. She felt as if countless needles were stabbing at her brain, her mind threatening to shatter under the excruciating pain that clouded her vision. Ugh! She stifled a groan, instinctively channeling her internal spiritual energy, mirroring her adversary's approach to coalesce her mental power into a piercing counterattack against the invading force. The 2 mental energies clashed in midair, the invisible shockwave causing the nearby clothing racks to sway violently, several heavy coats tumbling to the ground. A searing heat surged in Yun-si's chest. A metallic sweetness flooded her throat, and a mouthful of blood dripped from the corner of her lips, staining the white tiles in a vivid crimson. Yun-si, Du Ruoqiu exclaimed, witnessing the scene, and immediately reached for the medical kit to advance, only to be halted by Yun-si's raised hand. She shook her head defiantly, her voice hoarse yet powerful. "Stay back. I'm fine." Since she had brought them out, she was determined to return them safely, ensuring that no one would fall here. Fu Mingli's gaze fell upon the blood at the corner of her mouth, his fists clenched tighter, his eyes ablaze with fury and heartache. For the first time, he loathed his own weakness, feeling utterly incapable of protecting her. Shinziki's eyes brimmed with tears, yearning to speak, but was silenced by Yun-si's gaze. Yun-si took a deep breath and forced a smile at the crowd, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. Yet, to those watching, her smile was more heartbreaking than tears. Her complexion was as pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, blood still staining her lips, yet her eyes remained rebellious, betraying no sign of fragility. She seemed to strive to grow stronger, to survive, yet paradoxically, appeared indifferent to her own life. Indeed, she would exchange injury for injury, life for life. She was not one to cherish her existence. Though she appeared to care for herself, she lived each day as if it were her last. "Do not worry. I am stronger than it," Yun-si stated calmly as she wiped the blood from her lips. In the brief skirmish, she sensed that the zombie's mental strength was slightly inferior to her own, but its sudden ambush had caught her off guard. Now, she awaited the zombie's proactive emergence, confident she had an 80% chance of defeating it. However, the next few minutes in the fitting room were enveloped in silence. The earlier presence of mental energy seemed to have vanished without a trace. Yun-si furrowed her brow, perplexed. Did the zombie also understand the strategy of remaining still when the enemy did not move, planning to hide indefinitely? After a moment of contemplation, she feigned relaxation and addressed the group. "Since we cannot find it, let us proceed to the 3rd floor. Perhaps danger awaits us above." As she spoke, she pretended to move towards the staircase. A faint rustling sound emerged from the fitting room, as if something was shifting within, yet the door remained tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. Yun-si smirked inwardly. This zombie was indeed cunning, knowing to conceal itself inside. She stepped back 2 paces, deliberately making her footsteps heavy, as if genuinely preparing to leave. Click! The fitting room door shifted slightly, revealing a crack, yet the zombie remained hidden. Yun-si halted, tightening her grip on the starfall in her left hand. She could sense that the zombie was just behind the door, fixating its mental energy on her. Should she take another step back, it was highly probable that it would launch another mental assault. It was waiting for them to lower their guard. In a hushed tone, Yun-si instructed the group behind her, "In a moment, I will count to 3. You all retreat to a safe position, and feel free to strike if necessary." "Understood." The group responded in unison, though they were all anxious about Yun-si's injuries. They recognized that hesitation was not an option at that moment and resolved to follow her lead. Yun-si took a deep breath, allowing her internal spiritual energy to circulate slowly. Although she had expended considerable energy during her previous mental counterattack and sustained internal injuries, she remained confident in her ability to confront the zombie lurking in the shadows. She feigned an intention to leave, cautiously retreating step by step toward the stairway, while her peripheral vision remained fixed on the fitting room door. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was flung open, and a figure darted towards Yun-Si like a wraith. It was a particularly frail female zombie, her skin withered like the bark of a dead tree. Yet her eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, clearly a Tier 3 mental zombie. Now was the moment. Yun-Si whispered a command, and with a swift motion, her left hand wielded the starfall, its blade gleaming with a silvery light as it sliced towards the zombie's head. Simultaneously, Fu Mingli's ice blade shot forth, accurately aimed at the zombie's limbs. Metal shards from Shun Ziki rained down upon the creature, while Duan Xingyue's explosive arrow was already knocked, ready for release. However, the mental zombie exhibited remarkable agility, twisting midair to evade both Yun-Si's blade and Fu Mingli's ice strike, sustaining only a shallow cut from Shun Ziki's metal shards. Dark green blood sprang forth. Instead of engaging further, it turned and attempted to retreat back into the fitting room. Disregarding the pain in her chest, Yun-Si leaped forward, once again bringing the starfall down upon the zombie. She understood that if she allowed this mental zombie to escape, it would prove far more challenging to confront it again. The zombie, sensing the danger, unleashed its mental power, aiming for Yun-Si's sea of consciousness. Yet this time, she was prepared and swiftly retaliated with her own mental energy. The two forces collided once more, causing Yun-Si to feel a surge of nausea in her chest, and blood threatened to rise in her throat, which she forcibly swallowed. She could not show weakness now, nor cause her companions to worry. With a grunt, the mental zombie staggered back, a dark green liquid trickling from its mouth, clearly injured as well. It glanced at the encroaching group with a look of apprehension before turning and fleeing deeper into the second floor, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Yun-Si chose not to pursue. She recognized that in her current state, chasing after it would be futile and could lead her into a trap. She paused, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath as the pain in her chest intensified and her vision began to blur. Yun-Si, are you all right? Shun Ziki was the first to rush to her side, carefully supporting her, concern and urgency evident in his eyes. Don't push yourself. Let us return for now. We can deal with the zombies on the third floor later. Fu Mingli nodded in agreement, adding, Shun Ziki is right. This mental zombie is too cunning. And you're hurt. We are not its match right now. Let us go back and recover, and we can return once we're stronger. Yun-Si nodded, taking a moment to gather herself before hoarsely replying, yes. She paused, her voice steady yet soft. We will return to the Yun Pavilion courtyard. We will inevitably encounter it again. The others gazed at her pale, yet resolute face, their hearts filled with both compassion and guilt. Du Ruoqiu produced a pain reliever and handed it to Yun-Si, urging him to take it, for his injuries were grievous. Yun-Si accepted the medication and swallowed it with a sip of mineral water, then leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to restore his mental fortitude. Chapter 56. Unable to heal after a brief moment of recuperation against the wall, with the searing pain in his chest subsiding slightly, Yun-Si retrieved an all-terrain vehicle from his spatial storage. Observing this, the others hastened to assist. Fu Mingli opened the door, while Shun Ziki helped Yun-Si into the passenger seat, and Jiang Che circled around to take the wheel willingly. The return journey proved to be significantly smoother than the outbound trip. Perhaps it was due to having eradicated the zombies on their way, or perhaps fortune favored them, as they encountered only a handful of first-tier zombies and a single second-tier one, which Fu Mingli and Shun Ziki dispatched with ease. What had taken 7 to 8 hours on the way there was accomplished in merely 2 to 3 hours on the way back, and the vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance of Yunting Villa. Is anyone there? Shun Ziki was the first to notice the sparse figures at the entrance, his expression filled with astonishment. When they had departed, the villa's surroundings had been desolate. Yet now numerous unfamiliar faces were present, evidently seeking refuge. In just a few days, Yunting Villa had transformed into a small sanctuary. As the vehicle approached the gate, the duty officer, Li Dahua, recognized it immediately and waved to grant passage. He was one of the 35 chosen by Yun-Si as a guard, tall and vigilant. And upon seeing Yun-Si and the others return, a look of unmistakable joy spread across his face. Miss, you have finally returned. Li Dahua stepped forward, intending to speak further, but upon noticing Yun-Si's pallid complexion and blood-stained clothing, he swallowed his words and silently stepped aside. As the vehicle entered the villa, a figure was seen hastily approaching the mansion. It was Luo Wuxia. Upon hearing the news of Yun-Si's return, she had immediately set aside her task of inventorying supplies and rushed over. However, upon reaching the doorstep, She observed Jiang Che carefully lifting Yun Si from the vehicle. His movements gentle. A jolt of anxiety surged within Luo Wuxia, causing her to halt abruptly. Was he injured? When Jiang Che laid Yun Si upon the couch in the living room, she dared to draw closer. At that moment, traces of blood still lingered at the corner of Yun Si's mouth, and the right shoulder of his black hoodie was soaked through, spreading a dark crimson stain that clung to his skin, evoking a sense of distress in all who beheld him. Luo Wuxia inwardly scorned. These big men are utterly useless. They couldn't even protect him. Yet she said nothing, standing by with an expression full of concern. The sight of Yun Si's bloodied state horrified the onlookers. Du Ruoqiu stepped forward, her tone laced with compassion. "Cici, rest for a moment. I will carry you upstairs to change your clothes and properly tend to your wounds." Yun Si nodded, then turned to Luo Wuxia. His voice hoarse. "Regarding matters at the villa during this time, you can consult with them." Luo Wuxia hastily shook her head. Her initial intention was merely to check on him, but she blurted out, "Are you all right?" She gazed at the exhaustion in Yun Si's eyes, unable to bear the thought of disturbing her further. "It's nothing," Yun Si replied with a faint shake of her head, noticing her pallor and the reluctance to speak. Luo Wuxia, understanding the situation, stepped back. "You should rest. I'll take my leave. Call me if there's anything urgent." With that, she turned to depart. Her footsteps considerably slower than before, her heart heavy with concern for Yun Si, who appeared so weary and pale, a stark contrast to the vibrant person she once knew. She resolved that next time, she would follow her closely, determined to shield her from further harm. Yun Si should not be so drained and wan. She ought to be spirited and full of life. Once Luo Wuxia had left, Du Ruoqiu bent down and lifted Yun Si into his arms, making his way directly to the bedroom on the second floor. Upon entering the room, he retrieved scissors from the medical kit and carefully began to cut away Yun Si's blood-soaked clothing, which had adhered to her wounds. As the scissors sliced through the fabric, he gasped in shock. He had initially thought her injuries were merely superficial, having only seen the zombie's claw marks when he hastily treated her earlier in the mall. But now he realized the claw marks had morphed into gaping wounds, 2 fingers wide, exposing bone beneath. Dark green zombie venom lingered at the edges of the wounds, leaving the surrounding skin a sinister shade of black and blue. Suppressing his anguish, he prepared warm water and gently dabbed the area around the wounds with a cotton swab soaked in saline solution, then cautiously washed her hair and cleaned her body. Each stroke tightened his chest as he observed the multitude of bruises adorning her body. Vast areas of contusions marked her lower back, and there were shallow scratches along her ribs, evidence of a fierce struggle against the zombies. How had she endured in silence? His hands trembled slightly, prompting him to be even more gentle in his ministrations. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door, and Jiang Che's voice called out, "Du Ruoqiu, are you done? Come out for dinner." "Almost," Du Ruoqiu replied, his voice tinged with a hoarse rasp. Jiang Che assumed he was merely concerned for Yun Si, giving it no further thought. Anyone who beheld Yun Si in such a state would feel pity. Yet only Du Ruoqiu understood that this sorrow had filled his chest to the brim, making even the act of breathing feel burdensome. He dared not dress her, fearing that even the slightest pressure might exacerbate her wounds. Instead, he wrapped her in a clean bath towel and carefully carried her downstairs. In the living room, Fu Mingli, Shen Ziki, Jiang Che, and Duan Xinhue were already washed up, seated on the sofa in anticipation. They had been aware of Yun Si's injury but had not realized the severity of her condition. Now, witnessing her wrapped in a towel, with bruises visible on her exposed arms and ankles, her complexion as pale as paper, a heavy silence enveloped them. Fu Mingli clenched his fists tightly, filled with self-reproach for his inability to protect her. Shen Ziki's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his gaze fixed on Yun Si's wounds, his heart laden with guilt. Had he possessed greater strength, she would not have had to face 2 third-tier zombies alone. Duan Xinhue lowered her gaze to her hands, still clutching the paintbrush, yet feeling that her extraordinary abilities were of no use at this moment. Jiang Che stood up abruptly, retreating to a corner, seemingly unable to bear the sight, an expression of guilt weighing heavily upon him. Du Ruoqiu hastily approached with medicine, carefully applying ointment to Yun Si's wounds. As the iodine tincture made contact with her injuries, Yun Si's body quivered slightly, yet she remained silent, her lips paling further. Pain should elicit a cry. Shen Ziki could not help but interject, his voice thick with emotion. Yun Si shook her head, confusion dancing in her eyes. She possessed self-healing abilities. Previously, her wounds had healed swiftly, but this time, there seemed to be no response. Was it because her opponent was a third-tier zombie, whose venom suppressed her healing powers? Or was the injury too severe, surpassing the limits of her self-repair? She opened the interface in her mind, scrutinizing it repeatedly. It merely displayed self-healing, without any further elucidation. Arousing her curiosity, Du Ruoqiu meticulously spread the ointment over the wound and wrapped it gently with sterile gauze, advising, do not move around for the next few days. The wound must not come into contact with water, nor should there be any vigorous activity. He paused momentarily before adding, I will change the dressing daily to monitor your condition. Yun-Si nodded, leaning back against the sofa, closing her eyes to channel her spiritual energy. She attempted to nourish the wound with her abilities, but as soon as her energy touched the injury, it was repelled by a strange force, preventing any penetration. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. It seemed that the injuries inflicted by the third-tier zombie were more troublesome than she had anticipated. What is happening at the entrance of the BUN? Yun-Si suddenly broke the silence in the living room. Wishing to alleviate the collective guilt and understand the changes that had transpired at BUN during their absence, Fu Mingli was the first to regain his composure, explaining, the day after we left, someone sought refuge at BUN. Luo Wuxia, following your instructions, selected some healthy individuals with no negative records to remain. There are now approximately 200 people at BUN. Is that enough supplies? Yun-Si inquired. For now, yes, Duan Qingwei affirmed. I had painted quite a few hunting tools, and they venture out daily to gather supplies, returning with some crystal cores and food. Yun-Si exhaled in relief and added, instruct Luo Wuxia to strengthen management to prevent any disturbances. Additionally, select individuals with potential and teach them how to absorb crystal cores to enhance their abilities. BUN's defense will rely on them in the future. Understood. I will speak with Luo Wuxia tomorrow, Shinziki replied, his gaze resolute. He was determined to elevate his strength swiftly, ensuring that Yun-Si would no longer face danger alone. After the group finished their meal and discussed matters concerning BUN for a while, noticing Yun-Si's fatigued expression, they rose to leave, leaving only Du Ruoqiu to keep her company in the living room. I'll escort you upstairs, Du Ruoqiu said softly. Yun-Si nodded slightly. Chapter 57. Infection. After carefully carrying Yun-Si upstairs and settling her on the large bed in the bedroom, Du Ruoqiu did not depart. He sat on the chair beside the bed, his gaze fixed intently on Yun-Si's pale countenance, occasionally reaching out with his fingertips to check her temperature. Fearful of her discomfort, given her severe injuries, it was imperative that someone remained vigilant at her side. He could not rest easy. As the night deepened, the bedroom was enveloped in silence, save for the steady rhythm of their breathing. Du Ruoqiu propped his chin on his hand, his eyelids growing heavier. Yet he resisted the urge to succumb to sleep. It was not until the latter part of the night that he sensed something amiss. Yun-Si's breathing had quickened, and an abnormal flush crept onto her cheeks. He hurriedly reached for her forehead, the feverish heat causing his heart to constrict with worry. "Cici? Cici?" Du Ruoqiu called softly, but Yun-Si remained unresponsive, her brow furrowed tightly, and her lips a striking crimson. Panic surged within him as he swiftly procured a damp cloth to place on her forehead and used alcohol to cool her palms and soles, yet no method seemed effective. Her temperature continued to rise alarmingly. In a frenzy, Du Ruoqiu sprang to his feet and rushed into the adjacent room of Shinziki, pounding on the door with urgency. "Shinziki, wake up. Yun-Si has a fever. It's severe." His voice trembled with anxiety, creating quite a commotion. The cacophony stirred Jiang Che, Fu Mingli, and Duan Qingwei, who hurriedly made their way to the room. As they entered Yun-Si's bedroom, they found Du Ruoqiu standing helplessly by the bed, his eyes reddened with tears, his voice quavering with distress. "She has a fever. I've tried cold compresses, alcohol wipes, every conceivable method to bring it down, but nothing works. What should I do?" Shunziki rushed to the bedside, crouching down to feel Yun-Si's forehead. The scorching heat turned his complexion ghostly pale. He gently grasped her hand. Though it radiated an unusual warmth, her fingertips were chillingly cold. "It's even worse," Du Ruoqiu sniffed, his voice choking back tears. "The wound on her shoulder shows no signs of improvement. Given her usual healing rate, even a knife wound should have begun to scab by now. Yet, not only has it failed to heal, but the surrounding skin has turned increasingly dark. I fear for her." The remainder of his thoughts remained unvoiced. As he bit his lip, tears brimming in his eyes. No, she will be fine. Shunziki suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a fervent determination, as if attempting to convince those present, but more so, himself. She is so strong. How could she succumb to such trivial injuries? There must be a solution. There has to be. His voice grew fervent, tinged with desperation, and those around him fell silent, unwilling to shatter his fervent belief, nor to entertain the notion that Yunxi might be in peril. Fu Mingli took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed, and placed a reassuring hand on Du Ruochio's shoulder. Do not panic. Let us try a different medication. Consider whether the remedies we used were appropriate for ordinary wounds. Perhaps they are ineffective against infections from the zombie virus. Compile a list of any special herbs needed, and let Duan Qingwei utilize his abilities to depict them. We shall procure new medicine for her. Du Ruochio finally regained his senses, hastily nodding as he rummaged through the medical kit for paper and pen, swiftly jotting down the required medicinal herbs, anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and even several rare ingredients used before the apocalypse to treat infected wounds. Duan Qingwei took the list, immediately turning to head back to his room, fully aware that time was of the essence and he needed to draw the medicines without delay. Before long, Duan Qingwei returned, laden with a collection of herbs materialized through his abilities, beads of perspiration adorning his forehead. Shunziki carefully supported Yunxi, allowing her to lean against him, while Du Ruochio quickly prepared the herbal concoction, cooling it before handing it to Shunziki. Using a small spoon, Shunziki delicately fed the potion into Yunxi's mouth, cautious of choking her. However, after the administration of the medicine, Yunxi's temperature remained high, her breathing becoming even more labored. Observing her agony, Du Ruochio began to lose his composure, his fingers tightly gripping the hem of his clothing, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Fu Mingli, noticing his distressed state, could not help but kick him lightly, hissing in a low voice. Wake up. Yunxi is relying on you for her life. If you collapse, who will care for her? Pull yourself together. The kick jolted Du Ruochio back to reality. He wiped his face, inhaled deeply, and meticulously examined Yunxi's wounds, searching for alternative solutions. The group remained in the bedroom, either seated or standing, enveloped in silence, the ticking of the wall clock resonating distinctly in the stillness. Shunziki held Yunxi in his arms, gripping her hand tightly, his gaze never straying from her face. Jiang Che leaned against the wall, his brow furrowed, occasionally glancing towards Yunxi. Fu Mingli stood by the window, peering out into the pitch-black night sky, his fingers unconsciously tapping the window frame, contemplating various possible courses of action. Duan Qingwei slouched in a chair, his complexion starkly pale, evidently drained from the exertion of his abilities. As dawn broke, the first light of morning filtering through the curtain seams, a slight decrease in Yunxi's temperature finally became apparent. Fu Mingli glanced at the time and addressed the group. I will attend to matters at the other courtyard. Duan Qingwei should also rest. Let Du Ruochio, Shunziki, and Jiang Che remain here and call for us if anything arises. The two nodded, and Fu Mingli and Duan Qingwei exited quietly. Du Ruochio leaned over the bedside, his eyes bloodshot yet unwaveringly fixed on Yunxi's face. Shunziki adjusted his position, ensuring Yunxi was more comfortable, his fingertips gently stroking her hand. Jiang Che went to the kitchen to prepare some porridge, keeping it warm on the stove for when Yunxi awoke, hoping she could take a sip. Time passed slowly until 5 in the afternoon, when Yunxi's eyelashes finally fluttered gently. Shunziki was the first to notice, his heart racing as he softly called out, "Cici, are you awake?" Yunxi slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was somewhat blurred, taking a while to focus. She gazed at the three individuals gathered by her bedside, her voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible. Water. Shunziki promptly rose and carefully brought her a glass of warm water, gently assisting her to take a few sips. After soothing her throat, Yunxi's voice became somewhat clearer. Go fetch Fu Mingli. I have matters to discuss with him. The trio exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. Was it truly significant that Yunxi sought Fu Mingli's presence so soon after awakening? Shunziki, not daring to delay, hurried downstairs to locate Fu Mingli. Coincidentally, Fu Mingli was in the living room addressing the inventory reports of the guest house. Upon hearing that Yunxi had awakened and specifically requested him, he immediately set aside his documents and dashed upstairs in haste. "Cici, are you feeling any better?" Fu Mingli inquired anxiously as he entered the bedroom, his gaze filled with concern. Yunci shook her head, yet her eyes bore an unusual determination. "Fu Mingli, please remove the infected flesh from the scratch on my shoulder inflicted by the zombie." This declaration struck like thunder, leaving the four present momentarily speechless. Fu Mingli remained silent for a prolonged period, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, his expression rife with hesitation. The act of excising the wound would entail immense suffering, and no one could guarantee that it would lead to healing. Yunci perceived his apprehension and softly elucidated. "I can sense that the zombie virus is hindering the healing of the wound. Although those with abilities do not transform into zombies like ordinary individuals, the virus lingers in the injury, preventing it from mending, and may gradually erode my body. If the infected tissue is not removed, my injury will never heal." The unspoken conclusion hung in the air, yet all understood. Shunziki clenched his fists tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Is there truly no other option? Must it be excised?" "No," Yunci replied, shaking her head with calm, yet resolute conviction. This was the sole solution. As she spoke, she retrieved a small box from her space, revealing several vials of special medication gifted by Shunziki before the apocalypse. These remedies might prove beneficial, but only after the infected tissue was eliminated. Duroaccio immediately rummaged through the medical kit, but his expression grew increasingly grim. "We only have ordinary anesthetics. The special ones are all gone." The efficacy of the typical anesthetic would only last 10 minutes and provided minimal pain relief. Duan Qingyue stood nearby, his complexion pale, hands tightly gripping a paintbrush, overwhelmed with guilt. His abilities could only materialize raw materials. He was incapable of producing refined products such as specialized anesthetics or intricate medical instruments. It was akin to attempting to paint braised pork, only able to depict raw meat without capturing the flavors and cooked essence. At this moment, he felt utterly useless, unable to alleviate Yunci's suffering even slightly. Ordinary anesthetics will suffice. Yunci closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. "Let us proceed swiftly. Do not prolong this." Duroaccio gritted his teeth and retrieved the common anesthetic, trembling as he administered it into Yunci's shoulder. Fu Mingli approached the bedside, grasping a sterilized scalpel, his fingers betraying a slight tremor. He had never imagined that the hand he had always used to sign with a pen would one day wield a scalpel. Administering such a ruthless procedure to Yunci, he recognized that he was the only one maintaining a semblance of composure. Duroaccio had been in poor condition the previous night, and it was unthinkable to have her here. Jiang Che and Shunziki remained silent, aware that they could not bring themselves to act against her, and he merely gritted his teeth. For Yunci had placed immense trust in him and entrusted him with a significant responsibility. Sweat trickled down his forehead, falling onto the surgical cloth and creating a small, damp patch. Shunziki held Yunci's hand tightly with one hand while gently covering her eyes with the other, his voice hoarse. "Do not fear, I am here." Jiang Che stood beside Fu Mingli, assisting with the tools, yet he dared not glance at Yunci's shoulder, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. His fists clenched until they turned pale. The effects of the anesthetic began to manifest swiftly. Yunci could feel a numbness spreading through her shoulder, yet her consciousness remained clear. The moment the scalpel cut through her skin, she could not help but inhale sharply, her body trembling slightly. Fu Mingli's movements were steady but deliberate. After excising each small piece of infected tissue, he would pause momentarily, seemingly verifying that the area was thoroughly cleansed. The room was filled solely with the subtle sound of the scalpel cutting and the suppressed breaths of those present. Duroaccio stood by, ever ready with hemostatic agents and gauze to manage the wound, her eyes never leaving Yunci's face, fearful that she might succumb to the pain. Time became an indeterminate entity, and eventually, Fu Mingli set down the scalpel, his voice weary. "It is clean." He gazed at the tray filled with those darkly discolored tissues, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Had they waited any longer, the infection might have spread to the bone. Duroaccio stepped forward immediately, applying the hemostatic agent to stop the bleeding, followed by anti-inflammatory medication, and meticulously bandaging the wound with sterile gauze. Throughout the entire process, Yunci remained silent, her forehead glistening with cold sweat, her back soaked through with perspiration, betraying the agony she endured. Once bandaged, Shunziki promptly laid her flat, ensuring she rested comfortably, and fed her a few spoonfuls of the porridge they had prepared earlier. After a few sips, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted back into slumber. As they gazed at her sleeping visage, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, though they remained vigilant. The next phase involved monitoring the wound to ensure it did not become infected again and that it would heal smoothly. Fu Mingli wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Du Ruoqiu. You must keep a close watch from here on. Inform us immediately of any anomalies. I understand. Du Ruoqiu nodded, taking a seat beside the bed, her gaze returning to Yun Si's face, filled with compassion and concern. Shinziki and Jiang Che did not leave. One sat at the foot of the bed, while the other leaned against the wall, steadfast in their vigil. Chapter 58. Improvement. On the night Fu Mingli cleared the infected tissue, Yun Si's fever finally subsided. The five of them exhaled in unison, the anxiety that had plagued them for 2 days finally dissipating. It was only at this moment that they truly believed in Yun Si's assertions. Had she not acted decisively, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and fell gently upon the bedside. Yun Si gradually opened her eyes and raised her hand to touch the wound on her shoulder. A slight itch emanated from beneath the bandage, a sign of healing. She could distinctly feel her body's self-repair mechanisms slowly mending the injury, and she felt significantly more at ease. Awake? Du Ruoqiu entered with a cup of warm water, and upon seeing her awake, he hurried over. How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt? As he spoke, he carefully unwrapped the bandage to inspect the injury. When he saw that the wound had scabbed over and the edges were a healthy shade of pale pink, he stood there in shock. Just a few days prior, the wound had been festering and blackened, yet now it was healing at an astonishing rate. Du Ruoqiu clenched his hands tightly at his sides, overwhelmed with self-reproach. As a doctor, how could he have failed to notice the zombie virus's suppression of wound healing? And why did Yun Si have to suggest the method of flesh excision herself? Was he truly that inept? Yun Si cast a sidelong glance at him, and, noticing his dejected demeanor, felt a twinge of weariness in her heart. Over the past few days, Fu Mingli and Shinziki had all exhibited some degree of guilt. She understood, but also found it tiresome. In the face of the apocalypse, weakness is not a sin, but wallowing in self-blame without taking action is foolish. Recognizing one's shortcomings should lead to the absorption of crystal cores to enhance one's abilities. Yun Si's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Self-pity would not resolve any issues. Du Ruoqiu suddenly looked up, meeting her serene gaze, his cheeks flushing instantly, rendering him momentarily speechless. Shinziki and Jiang Che, who had long sensed Yun Si's impatience, exchanged glances and discreetly set aside their guilt, leaving only pure concern as they helped her sit up slowly. Do you need to lean for a moment? I'll go fetch you something to eat. Yun Si did not refuse. Leaning against the headboard as she gazed out the window, the number of survivors in the courtyard had increased significantly since her departure, and she could hear the sounds of movement outside, along with the laughter of children playing in a distant corner, a scene of orderly tranquility. After lying in bed for 3 days, she was eager to understand the situation outside. Please tell me about the current circumstances and any news from the other safe zones. Yun Si prompted. Shinziki and Jiang Che exchanged an awkward glance. In the past few days, their minds had been solely focused on watching over Yun Si, leaving them little inclination to inquire about the outside world. Duan Qingyue had visited a few times, but after seeing her improvement, he returned to his own room, presumably to work on weapon designs or other tasks they were unaware of. Fu Mingli had largely delegated the affairs of the courtyard to his subordinates and Luo Wuxia, rarely showing his face except to deliver meals. I'll go fetch Fu Mingli, Shinziki said, rising swiftly to head toward Fu Mingli's room. When he knocked on the door, he found it unlocked. A gentle push opened it, revealing Fu Mingli, whose fingertips still bore traces of crystal core residue, evidently having just absorbed a second-tier crystal core. Shinziki's heart jolted as he instantly understood the reason for Fu Mingli's recent absence. You've reached second tier? He inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fu Mingli glanced at him and replied coolly, Yes, what's the matter? Yun Si yearned to comprehend the affairs of the outside world. Clenching his fist, he resolved to procure crystal cores for cultivation without further delay. Fu Mingli wiped his fingertips and followed Shinziki into Yun Si's room. Taking a seat on the chair beside the bed, with a measured tone, he began. Currently, there are over 230 survivors in the Buyuan, of which more than 30 have fled from other bases. Luo Wuxia has conducted a stringent selection process, ensuring there are no unruly individuals. For now, the supplies are sufficient, but it is imperative to expand the collection range swiftly. He paused momentarily before sharing updates from other safe zones. From the survivors, I gathered information about 3 major bases. In City C, the power is held by a second-generation official. Initially, his father established the base with some semblance of order. But since he transformed into a zombie due to a fever, it has devolved into a hellish place. This young man has confined the most attractive men and women for the amusement of the upper echelons and ability users, dealing harshly with those who resist, resulting in a suffocating atmosphere throughout the base. Then there is City D. Fu Mingli's tone turned colder, which has fallen under the control of prisoners from a local jail. Devoid of any rules, plundering and violence are commonplace, making it even more chaotic than City C. Survivors who have entered report that ordinary people do not survive beyond 3 days. Yun Ci's brow furrowed deeper, realizing the darkness of the apocalypse far exceeded her previous knowledge. Conversely, the military base to the south of City A is relatively better, Fu Mingli added, governed by station troops with strict management protocols, distributing supplies based on contributions, free from sordid affairs. However, they impose stringent controls on ability users, requiring them to enlist in the military and comply with assignments. Yun Ci lightly tapped her fingers on the edge of the bed, pondering their number of ability users and their strength. I am uncertain of the exact figures, but there should be a considerable number. Fu Mingli shook his head. Those who have come reported that the base is guarded by third-tier ability users and equipped with firearms, with ability users also adhering to assignments, ensuring robust defenses. After a moment of silence, Yun Ci turned to Fu Mingli. The defenses of Biyuan must be reinforced. Have Luo Wuxiao select some astute individuals to learn basic combat skills. Additionally, compile a list of the ability users in Biyuan for me. I shall see if I can assist in their enhancement. Understood. I will arrange that immediately, Fu Mingli nodded. Yun Ci continued, from the recent acquisition at the mall. We have 2 third-tier yellow crystal cores, 79 second-tier orange crystal cores, and over 300 first-tier white crystal cores. I shall allocate 1 third-tier core to you, while I will retain the first-tier ones for myself. Yun Ci decisively distributed the resources, stating, you are currently at second tier. You should be able to break through to third tier in about half a month. The second-tier cores will be given to Shun Ziki, Jiang Che, Duan Qingyue, and Du Ruoqiu. All 4 of you are first tier and not far from breaking into second tier. The remaining first-tier cores should be distributed to those with potential in Yun Wei. As Fu Mingli opened his mouth to decline, Yun Ci interrupted. Biyuan requires third-tier ability users for stability. Your breakthrough is most suitable. Shun Ziki chimed in, Brother Fu. Let us heed CC's words. We must expedite our enhancement to assist CC in the future. He recalled the image of Fu Mingli absorbing the crystal core, which intensified his sense of urgency. Jiang Che scratched his head and said earnestly, I will follow your lead. I will surely be able to eliminate a tier 3 zombie with a single strike. Observing the rekindled fighting spirit in their eyes, Yun Ci felt her own frustrations dissipate considerably. Leaning against the headboard, she reiterated, we should adopt a wait-and-see approach regarding the military base. Do not allow individuals from City C and City D to enter, lest we invite danger into our midst. Keep a close watch on Luo Wuxia. We must ensure that the rules are not disregarded due to an influx of people. Also, let us rename Yunting Biyuan to Yunxin Base. Rest assured. Fu Mingli rose, stating, I will first compile the list of abilities users and distribute the crystal cores. I will assign the task of renaming to Luo Wuxia. After Fu Mingli departed, Shun Ziki and Jiang Che discreetly retreated to their training. The room was left with only Du Ruoqiu, who hesitated before Yun Ci and quietly declared, CC, I shall no longer wallow in self-pity. I will diligently enhance my abilities and protect you in the future. Yun Ci lifted her gaze, meeting the steadfastness in his eyes, and softly acknowledged with a gentle hum. Du Ruoqiu exhaled in relief, picked up the empty bowl, and left with a much lighter step than when he arrived. As tranquility returned to the bedroom, Yun Ci leaned against the headboard, her fingers brushing over the bandages on her shoulder. Her self-healing abilities were gradually mending the wounds, yet the virus from the Tier 3 zombie proved to be quite formidable. Gazing out the window, she realized that for Yunxin Base to truly become a safe haven, much work remained. She needed to enhance her strength swiftly, even aiming to transcend to the 4th layer of foundation building. Only by becoming stronger could she secure her place in this apocalyptic world. Life must be lived fully. She possessed the courage to brave the winds and waves, to swim upstream, and there was no need for her to cower or hesitate. It was merely a single life, and she was willing to wager it. Chapter 59. Fifth layer of foundation building. In the days that followed, Yunsi focused on recuperating while absorbing crystal cores, solidifying her cultivation at the fourth layer of foundation building, just a step away from the fifth, while her time ability also advanced to the second level. After absorbing 30 second-level crystal cores, Fu Mingli successfully ascended to a Tier 3 ice-based ability, emanating an even more intense chill, capable of freezing half a corridor with a mere gesture. Shun Ziki and Jiang Che were not left behind. They tirelessly trained with first-level crystal cores, soon reaching the second level after Fu Mingli. Shun Ziki's metallic ability allowed him to manipulate heavier metals, while Jiang Che's physical strength had advanced to withstand the attacks of Tier 2 zombies, doubling his original power. Duan Qingyue not only increased the speed at which he drew weapons, but also enhanced the explosive arrows, occasionally conjuring arrows imbued with fire attributes. Du Ruoqiu, upon discovering that his water-based ability only provided healing for himself, trained diligently with Yunwei during the day and absorbed crystal cores at night, showing remarkable progress. A stark contrast to his former self. The affairs of the base were meticulously managed by Luo Wuxia, who, alongside Yunwei, established a stringent patrol system and selected 20 promising ordinary individuals, training them in basic combat skills under Fu Mingli's subordinates. The entire base thrived, no longer exhibiting the initial chaos. On that clear morning, Yunsi, after awakening, instinctively touched her shoulder. The scab beneath the bandage had fallen away, revealing tender, newly formed pink skin, leaving no trace of a scar. She moved her arm, feeling the smooth flow of her spiritual energy, now richer and more refined than before. Her self-healing abilities had finally mended the last remnants of her injuries. During lunch, Yunsi shared this news with Fu Mingli and the others, instantly invigorating the atmosphere at the table. Shun Ziki promptly rose to fetch a plate of braised pork from the kitchen, a dish he had specially requested from the chef, knowing it was one of Yunsi's favorites. Jiang Che gazed at her with tenderness, his eyes brimming with affection. Duan Qingyue also smiled, expressing relief at her recovery. It's wonderful that you're back to health. Shall we toast to this joyous occasion? Yunsi retrieved a bottle of red wine she had purchased before the apocalypse from her space, swirling it gently as the dark red liquid gleamed enticingly. Shun Ziki and the others exchanged glances, none willing to decline. They had initially planned to absorb some crystal cores after the meal, but seeing Yunsi's rare relaxed demeanor, they couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. After all, she was the most enthusiastic about enhancing their strength, and now that she suggested a moment of leisure, they were more than willing to accompany her. The six of them gathered around the dining table, their glasses clinking melodiously. The rich aroma of red wine filled the air, dissipating the oppressive tension that had lingered for days. Yunsi took a gentle sip, observing the laughter and banter among her companions, and a warm sensation blossomed within her. The battles they had faced together had transformed them from mere allies into a familial bond. However, this lightheartedness did not last long. After 3 or 4 glasses, they began to excuse themselves. I need to check on the new weapons I've sketched. Duan Qingyue was the first to rise, taking his brush back to his room. Du Ruoqiu also made an excuse to organize the medical kit, reminding Yunsi not to drink too much before leaving. Jiang Che and Shun Ziki exchanged knowing looks, both declaring their intent to absorb crystal cores, leaving only Fu Mingli and Yunsi at the table. Leaning back in his chair, Fu Mingli toyed with his wine glass, a glint of amusement in his gaze as he raised an eyebrow at Yunsi. What is this? Are you hoping for my assistance with your training? Yunsi set her glass down, nodding earnestly, her eyes gleaming with eagerness for strength. Indeed, during our recent excursion, I realized our power still falls short. Our rate of improvement cannot keep pace with their evolution. Fu Mingli placed his glass down, rising to her side, and with a gentle bend, swept her into his arms. Yunsi instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her senses enveloped by his faint scent of dragon's saliva intertwined with the rich aroma of wine, leaving no room for other thoughts. It is indeed time to train. Fu Mingli's voice resonated low in her ear, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. It has been far too long since we have shared this. He gazed down at her profile, a flicker of desire crossing his eyes. The last time he had assisted her training was during the unyielding rains of blue rain. Her voice, her breath, were still vividly etched in his memory. Yun-si made no rebuttal, burying her face in the crook of his neck, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Fu Mingli's steps were steady as he ascended to the second floor, gently pushing open the bedroom door and laying her softly upon the plush bed. The moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the sheets. He settled beside her, his fingertips delicately brushing her cheek. His movements tender as if handling a rare treasure. "Am I on top this time?" he inquired. Yun-si nodded, intertwining her hand with his, suggesting a pause on any vigorous activities. Fu Mingli smiled, leaning closer, his warm breath grazing her ear. "Shall we begin now?" His voice, rich and resonant, caused Yun-si's ears to flush slightly. Without uttering a word, she closed her eyes and willingly relaxed her body. Observing her response, Fu Mingli no longer hesitated. He pressed his lips against the red mole on her earlobe, alternating between kissing and teasing it. As he ventured downward, he discovered the birthmark resembling an orchid, which had previously appeared like a tattoo, now seeming to emanate from within, evoking both curiosity and allure. Having long discarded his black t-shirt, his sculpted abs were revealed, even more appealing than before. His long, powerful fingers were restless, and in a husky voice, he urged, "CC, call me husband." The fervor in his tone was undeniable. Yun-si's once cold and rebellious demeanor turned crimson, reaching her ears. "If you call me husband, I shall grant your wish," he continued, his voice thick with desire. "Husband." Yun-si's voice transformed, losing its chill and adopting a sweet, melodious tone that was captivating. The mere sound of her calling him husband was enough to ensnare his restraint. Especially for one who had tasted the pleasures of intimacy, it was a tantalizing torment. To refrain from immediate indulgence was a testament to his self-control. "Oh, my wife, you are so beautiful. I long for sweetness," he murmured. Yun-si, not wishing to entertain his flirtations any longer, covered his lips with her hand. However, the warmth of her palm startled her, causing her to retract it. She could hardly fathom what had transformed the once pure and elegant Fu Mingli into this fervent being. "My wife, everything about you is fragrant and soft, so irresistible. My love, I am barely holding on," he teased, prompting her cheeks to flush further. "What is it?" "From the look of my wife, it seems you are not quite averse to the idea of a three-way encounter." Yun-si mused that he was indeed more fervent than their initial meeting, and the sensations were delightful. Ultimately, they reveled in their intimacy until the dawn's light began to break. Fu Mingli held Yun-si close as they drifted into slumber. The following day, Yun-si practiced the Hahuan delusion technique, channeling her energy towards the barrier of the fourth level of foundation building. With Fu Mingli's support, her previously feeble spiritual power surged, repeatedly colliding against the barrier of the fifth level. Fu Mingli, observing her, could distinctly sense the changes coursing through her. He gazed down at her tightly shut eyes, her long lashes casting soft shadows upon her cheeks, her complexion flushed from the circulation of energy, rendering her exceptionally alluring. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yun-si suddenly felt a violent tremor emanating from her dantian. Following that, an even more formidable power erupted, shattering the barriers of the fifth layer of foundation establishment. She abruptly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. The spiritual energy coursing through her body had surged to more than 3 times its previous capacity, and its circulation had accelerated significantly. The Hahuan delusion technique had successfully broken through to the fifth layer of foundation establishment. Fu Mingli, observing the radiance in her eyes, curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. "Have you succeeded?" "Indeed," Yun-si nodded, sitting up and flexing her fingers, acutely aware of her newfound strength. "Thank you." Fu Mingli remained silent, leaning down to press his lips against hers. This kiss, imbued with celebratory fervor, gradually intensified into something more passionate. He held her tightly, as if he wished to merge her essence with his own, murmuring softly, "Let me assist you in consolidating this further." Yun-si did not push him away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, reciprocating his kiss. The atmosphere in the bedroom grew increasingly intimate, with each utterance of husband stirring a delightful flutter in their hearts. By the time they composed themselves and descended the stairs, dusk had begun to settle. Luo Wuxiao approached with a report in hand and, upon seeing them, promptly presented it. "Miss, Mr. Fu, here is today's resource consumption and survivor statistics, along with details of several individuals who fled from City C. How shall we proceed with their arrangements? Yun Si accepted the report, quickly scanning its contents, her brow furrowing slightly. Individuals from City C? Bring them to me. Understood. Luo Wuxian nodded and departed. Fu Mingli regarded her solemn expression and inquired, "What troubles you? Do you suspect something has transpired in City C that would compel them to travel such a distance to City A? Indeed, City C is not nearby. Why would they choose City A over the closer City B or City D?" Yun Si placed the report on the table, deciding it best to await the arrival of the individuals for further clarification. Chapter 60. Time flows as Yun Si and Fu Mingli entered the living room. They found three individuals already seated on the sofa. The man at the forefront sported faded red hair, once vibrant, but now dull and dusted with a layer of gray. He appeared frail, as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. His black coat was soiled and bore a significant tear at the cuff, revealing alarmingly thin wrists, more ragged than even the most emaciated survivors from other shelters. His lips were cracked and peeling, his face marred with numerous small wounds, and his skin had darkened from sun exposure, his eyes glinting with wariness. In contrast, his two companions, though also tattered, exhibited greater vitality. They sat upright, their vigilant gazes sweeping the living room, hands poised on their weapons at their waists, clearly seasoned from years of conflict. Luo Wuxia trailed behind, whispering to Yun Si. They were not very cooperative upon entry. If I hadn't happened to encounter them, they would have blended in unnoticed. Yun Si remained silent, taking her seat on the main sofa while Fu Mingli stood beside her, exuding an aura that chilled the air in the room. She lifted her chin slightly, gesturing to the trio, "Please, take a seat. I have several inquiries to pose to you." The man with red hair scoffed, his tone laced with impatience. "If you have questions, ask them quickly. Don't waste my time." With that, he plopped down onto the sofa, reclining backward, his hands resting on the armrests, casting a gaze at Yun Si that was overtly lewd, as if appraising an item for sale. He feigned a relaxed demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed an underlying weariness and unease. Yun Si found the situation somewhat amusing and turned to the nearby Yun Wei, "Fetch them 3 bottles of water." As the bottles of mineral water were presented before the 3 men, the 2 subordinates instinctively recoiled, and the red-haired man furrowed his brow, refusing to accept the offering. Clearly, their experiences in City C had rendered them wary of accepting gifts from strangers. "There's no need to be anxious. The water is not poisoned," Yun Si remarked, reclining on the sofa with an indifferent tone. "I don't have time for games. First, answer my question. How did the heir of the Sher family from City C, the current base leader, end up in City A?" She had learned from previous survivors that the base leader of City C bore the surname Sher, and this red-haired man was most likely Sher Fong, the so-called useless second-generation heir. Sher Fong's fingers absently traced the edge of the sofa, his cracked lips pressed together as he rasped, "Do you believe everything I say? I merely wish to know the sequence of events. Whether you believe me is of no concern." Yun Si's tone was casual, her gaze sharp and defiant. "You need only respond with a yes or no. What transpired?" Sher Fong fell silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a bitter smile, the facade of ease crumbling in an instant. "Demons have long been lurking within the base, while mutated plants and zombies outside are ever watchful. Staying there is simply waiting for death. Are you not the base leader of City C?" Yun Si raised an eyebrow, deliberately pressing further. "Did you not previously treat the base as your playground, doing as you pleased?" "The base leader?" Sher Fong chuckled bitterly, his voice heavy with despair. "I am merely a puppet." His words cast a pall over the atmosphere in the living room. Yun Si exchanged a glance with Fu Mingli, their suspicions aligning. After the death of Sher Fong's father, he had been thrust into the limelight by those coveting power, ostensibly the ruler of the base, yet devoid of any real authority. Once those individuals secured their hold over the base, this puppet would undoubtedly become expendable, perhaps even silenced. As if sensing their conjectures, Sher Fong inhaled deeply and slowly revealed a more harrowing truth. "After my father became a zombie, the uncles and former subordinates in the base pushed me forward as a shield. They issued commands in my name, controlling resources and ability users. And once they established their dominance, I became an eyesore." His voice dwindled to a whisper, tinged with fear. "They not only wish to kill me, but also intend to hand me over to those high-level ability users, letting them toy with me." At the end of his confession, his body trembled uncontrollably, clearly filled with rage and humiliation. Before his passing, my father entrusted me with 5 loyal subordinates. Shifeng continued, his gaze laden with remorse. We barely seized the opportunity to escape, yet encountered a third-tier mutated plant along the way, resulting in the loss of 3 brothers, leaving only the 2 of them to accompany me. Upon entering the gates of Yintingbi Yuan, we were intercepted by this young lady, who then brought us here. He gestured towards Luo Wuxia, his tone tinged with indignation and unease. Yunxi listened quietly, refraining from interruption. It was evident that Shifeng spoke the truth. The fear and guilt in his eyes, coupled with his remaining subordinates' loyalty, were genuine. The rumors surrounding the so-called inept second-generation official merely painted him as an ordinary individual struggling for survival amidst the treacherous power struggles. I understand the situation now, Yunxi stated, rising with a calm demeanor. As long as you refrain from causing disturbances within the estate and adhere to the rules here, I will permit your stay. Luo Wuxia arranged their accommodation as deemed appropriate, just like everyone else. Understood, Miss, Luo Wuxia replied with a nod. Shifeng and his subordinates were taken aback, clearly not anticipating Yunxi's willingness to allow them to remain, as they had expected to be expelled. After all, if the individuals from City C discovered he was still alive, they would certainly not let him off easily. Previously, they would have left no room for future troubles under their watchful eyes, and now, with only 2 men at his side, his demise would be effortless. Shifeng opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately settled on a quiet, "Thank you. There's no need for gratitude," Yunxi replied, meeting his gaze. The estate does not accommodate idleness. Once you have recuperated, your contributions must be fully rendered. She would not take in anyone without cause. Although Shifeng was merely a puppet, having spent time among the high ranks of the City C base, he might possess knowledge about other bases. Retaining him could prove advantageous in the future. Shifeng promptly nodded, "I understand." Yunxi said no more and turned to leave the parlor with Fu Mingli. Upon reaching the staircase to the 2nd floor, Fu Mingli finally spoke. "Do you believe everything he said?" "Most of it is true," Yunxi affirmed with a nod. "But he undoubtedly withheld certain information. For instance, he did not mention who exactly controls the City C base or the extent of their power. Shall I have someone keep an eye on them?" Fu Mingli inquired. "No need." Yunxi shook her head. "Luo Wuxia will manage that. As long as they refrain from any underhanded actions, they may stay for now. Our primary focus is to enhance the estate's strength and monitor the situation of other bases." She paused before adding, "By the way, have Luo Wuxiao inquire if there are any others who have recently escaped from City C. Perhaps we can gather more intelligence regarding the City C base." "All right. I'll relay that to her," Fu Mingli responded. As the two returned to Yunxi's chamber, they encountered Shinziki and Jiang Che waiting at the door, evidently anticipating their arrival. "What's the word? What did the newcomers from City C say?" Shinziki asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Yunxi briefly recounted the experiences of Shifeng, leaving Shinziki and Jiang Che somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated that Shifeng's plight was so dire. Jiang Che scratched his head, expressing his previous belief that Shifeng was truly malevolent to the core. In the desolate world, there are no unequivocal good or evil individuals. Yunxi leaned against the sofa in the bedroom, reflecting that only those who wish to survive remain. Although Shifeng exhibited some of the spoiled traits of a young master, those had nearly worn off, and he had not resorted to the wickedness displayed by others. He was no different from the rest. Shinziki nodded, acknowledging, "You are right. By the way, I just visited the storeroom and saw that Duan Qingwei has recently painted a new batch of explosive arrows, significantly stronger than the previous ones. We can venture to the outer area of the Bun tomorrow to test them out and clear the surrounding mutated plants." "That sounds great." Yunxi's eyes sparkled. "I just broke through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment and am eager to test my current strength." The invigorating sensation of spiritual energy after her breakthrough made her long for an opportunity to release it, and clearing the mutated plants seemed perfectly suitable. Jiang Che rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I can now withstand 2nd-tier zombies, and it's the perfect chance to learn how to battle mutated plants from you." Fu Mingli observed the eager expressions of the three, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Tomorrow, I will accompany you with Du Ruoqiu. Du Ruoqiu's water abilities will be a good test for their effectiveness against plants, as there is plenty of moisture within plants, humans, and animals." "Then it is settled." Shinziki concurred. "I will inform Duan Qingwei now to paint a few more explosive arrows." With that, He turned and left, his back radiating a sense of joy. Yunsi watched him depart, chuckling helplessly. Fu Mingli and Jiang Che followed suit, laughter echoing among them. Since Yunsi's injury, it felt as though a spring had been wound within their group, and it had been a long time since they felt this lighthearted. At dawn the next day, as the first light of morning broke, Yunsi, Fu Mingli, Shenziki, Jiang Che, Duan Qingwe, and Du Ruoqiu set out toward the mutated plant area outside the Bun, accompanied by 20 Yunwei, armed with the newly crafted weapons. Chapter 61. Mutated animals. As the morning light filtered through, the gates of the Yun Shun base slowly opened. Yunsi led the way, followed closely by Fu Mingli, Shenziki, and the others. 20 Yunwei marched in formation behind them, gripping Duan Qingyue's newly crafted weapons, their expressions a blend of tension and excitement. This outing serves two purposes: to eliminate potential hazards and to assess your abilities, Yunsi stated as they walked, her tone calm, yet authoritative. The mutated plants near the base have been left unaddressed specifically for you to practice on. Remaining within the confines of the base will never allow your abilities to rise. Without powers, one must rely on practical experience. In this apocalyptic world, no one can survive by merely hiding. In unison, they responded affirmatively, their steps growing ever more resolute. They understood that this was both a test from Yunsi and an opportunity for growth. Half an hour later, the team arrived at their destination. The sight before them rendered everyone speechless. The so-called mutated plant area was not merely a small patch of greenery, but a sprawling forest, undulating and expansive. Situated not far from the northwestern side of the base, the towering ancient trees twisted and entwined, their branches adorned with dark green vines that crawled over the rocks like colossal pythons. The ground was enveloped in a thick carpet of moss and thorny ferns, while the air was saturated with the sweet and pungent aroma of plant sap. It was no wonder that no zombies lurked nearby. Fu Mingli furrowed his brow. The plants had become the nourishment for these creatures. A flicker of apprehension stirred within Yunsi. With such a vast expanse of mutated vegetation so close to the base, if allowed to evolve unchecked, it would inevitably pose a threat. Initially, she had not intended to delve deep today. Yet her resolve shifted. Fu Mingli and Shenziki would lead Yunwei to clear out the first and second-tier plants, while Du Ruoqiu and Jiang Che would assist, and Duan Qingwe would provide remote support. The third-tier plants were hers to handle. No sooner had she spoken than she dashed forward, wielding the starfall. The blade shimmered with a silvery light as it cleaved directly towards a mutated banyan tree thick enough for three to embrace. Embedded within the bulbous growths on its trunk lay an orange crystal core. With a sharp crack, the resilient trunk splintered, dark green sap gushing forth. Yunsi deftly flicked her wrist, catching the crystal core as it fell into her hand, her movements swift and decisive. The members of Yunwei stared in astonishment. They were aware that Fu Mingli and the others obeyed Yunsi, yet they were oblivious to the fact that she was the master of the base and had never witnessed her in action. Now, observing her navigate the perilous thicket of plants single-handedly, each strike precisely dispatching third-tier mutated flora, her upright figure emanated an unwavering resolve that elevated their reverence to its zenith. "What are you all standing there for? Get to work." Fu Mingli's voice roused them from their stupor. He conjured an ice blade to freeze a second-tier vine that lunged at them, while Shenziki immediately commanded metal fragments to pierce the core of the vine. Jiang Che wielded a large axe, cleaving through a second-tier fern, the three of them working in seamless harmony to create an opening. The members of Yunwei sprang into action as well. Among the 10 who had come today, 5 possessed abilities and each performed their duties. The fire-type ability user ignited patches of first-tier wild grass. The water-type ability user suppressed the plant's regenerative capabilities, and the earth-type ability user erected earthen walls for defense. The 5 without abilities wielded machetes, clearing the remaining vines under the protection of their more gifted comrades. Though their movements were somewhat awkward, they displayed remarkable bravery and coordination. Yunsi paid no mind to the battlefield behind her, venturing deeper into the forest. She sought to ascertain just how many third-tier plants were concealed in this area. Upon reaching the halfway point up the mountain, a rustling sound caught her attention, and several basketball-sized rabbits sprang forth, their eyes glowing with a blue luminescence. And they sprayed fine jets of water directly at her face. Mutated animals? Yunsi raised an eyebrow, sidestepping the water jets, and deftly snatched one up. The rabbit struggled in her grasp, and as she gazed at its plump hind legs, A sudden wave of appetite washed over her. She pondered how the taste of this water-spitting rabbit might differ from that of its pre-apocalyptic counterparts. Besides the rabbits, the forest also housed numerous mutated wild chickens. Their feathers glinted with a metallic sheen, and with a flap of their wings, they could launch sharp feathered arrows. Yet they were merely first-tier abilities, easily dealt with. Yunsi deftly retrieved a net from his spatial storage, simultaneously clearing the third-tier plants along the way while capturing mutated creatures. In no time, he had successfully gathered 10 rabbits and 10 wild chickens, also dispatching 10 vines concealed in the shade of trees. The vegetation at the mountain's peak was denser, with energy fluctuations considerably stronger. Yunsi surmised that at least 4 or 5 tier plants were present, prompting him to abandon his ascent and turn back down the mountain. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, the battle had long concluded. Fu Mingli and others were huddled around a pile of crystal cores, while the Yunwei members rested on the ground, their faces displaying a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. This encounter not only enhanced their combat experience, but also yielded nearly 100 first and second-tier crystal cores. "We're withdrawing," Yunsi announced, tossing the net onto the ground. The startled rabbits and wild chickens began to scurry, drawing the attention of the group. "Are these mutated creatures? Are they edible?" Zhang Che inquired, leaning closer to poke at a rabbit's ear, only to be splashed with water, yet he bore it with good humor. Du Ruachio observed intently, and Yunsi turned to her. She squatted down to inspect a rabbit's wound and nodded, saying, "They are edible. Their meat is quite firm, and the energy from their abilities has transformed into nutrition, making them more nourishing than the animals from before the apocalypse." Cheers erupted among the group. In a world ravaged by chaos, the prospect of consuming fresh meat brought more joy than acquiring crystal cores. Upon returning to the villa, Yunsi distributed the spoils to the Yunwei members, 16 in total. "You may each take 8 wild chickens and 8 rabbits, while we will keep the remainder for ourselves." The Yunwei members expressed their gratitude, their hands trembling as they held the bounty. Not only had they triumphed in battle, but they also had the chance to share in the meat, further solidifying their belief that following Yunsi was the wisest decision they had made. Fu Mingli presented the counted crystal cores to Yunsi. "In total, we have 9 second-tier cores and 87 first-tier cores. 3 of our members have advanced to the mid-stage of the first tier." "Excellent," Yunsi replied, nodding in satisfaction. "From now on, we shall arrange daily practical exercises, rotating participation between your members and the Yunwei. This forest is rich in resources, though we might encounter 4 or 5-tier plants only at the base. However, the base alone offers ample opportunity for us to hone our skills. Once I clear the threats at the peak, we shall venture further upward." Shun Ziki eagerly rushed to the kitchen to start a fire. "I'll handle the rabbits. Tonight, we shall feast on braised rabbit and spicy chicken." Zhang Che followed suit to assist, while Duan Qinghua produced a brush to conjure up seasonings, salt, soy sauce, cumin, each materializing before them. Du Ruachio watched in awe, exclaiming, "Your abilities are becoming increasingly impressive." Reclining on the living room sofa, Yunsi observed the bustling activity around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. At the dining table, the 2 meat dishes were devoured with great enthusiasm, and Shunziki remarked, "Truly, these mutated animals taste far superior to those before the apocalypse." Du Ruachio, brimming with excitement, pondered aloud, could it be that those plants are also edible? The group paused, turning their gaze towards Yunsi. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "Next time, I'll bring some back. Today, I spotted mushrooms halfway up the mountain." "Ah," I hesitated. They were shiitake mushrooms, albeit significantly larger than the ordinary variety. Du Ruachio spoke up, suggesting, "Why not take me with you next time?" Yunsi shook his head, replying, "The mountains can be perilous. I cannot guarantee your safety." Du Ruachio felt a tinge of disappointment. "However, once I clear away those advanced plants, I will be able to enter. Tomorrow, I shall bring back some edible items from before the apocalypse." Fu Mingli and the others shook their heads, as they were not lacking in sustenance themselves. They were puzzled by Du Ruachio's intense craving. Noticing their gazes, Du Ruachio retorted indignantly, "Do you dare claim you wouldn't want to taste mutated vegetables, meats, or fruits? Would you not wish to experience it?" Although some of those items were available in Yunsi's space, or could be manifested by Duan Qingyue's abilities, nothing could compare to the taste of mutated creatures. As for the vegetables and fruits, they had yet to sample them. The group fell into silence. They were somewhat intrigued, but could also do without. After exchanging glances, they ascended the stairs, leaving only Du Ruoqiu and Yun-Si behind. Yun-Si was aware of their schedule, yet she held no objections. Du Ruoqiu grasped Yun-Si's hand, saying, "How about I invite Brother Fu to join us?" Yun-Si shot him a glance, her expression difficult to decipher. "Are you sure? If you invite Brother Fu, will there still be a place for you?" Du Ruoqiu suddenly seemed to recall something and dropped the subject. He lifted Yun-Si, carrying her to the second floor, and murmured stubbornly in her ear, "I shall let you see for yourself whether or not you remain relevant." Chapter 62. Sparring as night deepened. The atmosphere in Yun-Si's bedroom was filled with a subtle tension. He gazed down at the woman before him. The moonlight streaming through the curtain seams illuminating her face and highlighting her serene features, even her closed lashes exuding a hint of defiance. "Cici, you are truly beautiful," Du Ruoqiu whispered, unable to contain his admiration, his voice barely a murmur. His heart raced uncontrollably. From the moment he first witnessed her fighting valiantly in the hospital to now, feeling her breath so intimately, this woman had already carved her place deep within his heart, making him willing to sacrifice everything for her. Yun-Si seemed to sense his distraction, her lashes fluttering gently, her expression cool, with a faint blush at the corners of her eyes. Her tone carried a languid mischief, lost in thought. Du Ruoqiu's cheeks flushed instantly, warmth creeping to his ears as he hastily retracted his wandering thoughts, stammering, "No, not at all, I was just—" Yun-Si did not allow him to finish his sentence. "Cici, you are so incredibly lovely." Yun-Si raised an eyebrow, her face blooming with color as she softly replied, "Was I not beautiful before?" The girl gasped, exuding a captivating allure that inspired a desire to tease her mercilessly. Observing Du Ruoqiu's reaction, it was evident that she relished it. In her space, there was an item that proved useful at this moment. Du Ruoqiu found himself in a state of unending desire, never before realizing how insatiable he could be. However, the intense reactions of his body left no room for contemplation, compelling him to succumb willingly, to become a mere puppet. "Cici, kiss me," he urged. Yun-Si remained silent, continuing her actions, unexpectedly finding that this form of intimacy exhilarated her even more than sparring did, her heart yearning for even more. She gradually loosened her restraints and leaned in to tenderly kiss his lips, savoring each moment. His hands, resting at his sides, encircled her waist as he returned her kiss. "I truly adore you," she murmured. "So do I," he replied, his breath coming in quick gasps, beads of sweat cascading down his handsome face to his neck, chest, and abs. They had frolicked throughout the entire night. As dawn broke, Yun-Si awakened. She rose to stretch her limbs, the quintessence of her five-layered spiritual power circulating within her, becoming more solidified. Descending the stairs, she was greeted by the sound of fists and feet clashing in the courtyard. Peering out, she spotted Jiang Che, bare-chested and boxing, his bronze skin glistening with perspiration, each punch imbued with tremendous force, causing the stone ground to tremble slightly. A tingling sensation coursed through Yun-Si's hands. Having been preoccupied with recuperation and breakthroughs, she had not engaged in a proper match for quite some time. "Che, shall we spar?" she called out as she approached him, flexing her wrist, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Jiang Che paused momentarily, then his eyes brightened. "Sure." He was aware of Yun-Si's formidable prowess, feeling a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. He certainly did not wish to be bested by her, who was still new to the field. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Fu Mingli, Shinziki, and Duan Qingyue had unknowingly gathered at a distance. Evidently drawn by the commotion, Yun-Si assumed her stance, signaling Jiang Che to make the first move. Without hesitation, he launched a punch toward her chest, the force of his blow palpable. Yet Yun-Si remained composed, slightly tilting her body to effortlessly evade the strike, while simultaneously raising her hand to strike at Jiang Che's side. He quickly sidestepped, but Yun-Si's movements were swifter, the gust of her strike brushing against the hem of his clothing. The two exchanged blows, locked in an exhilarating contest. Jiang Che's style was fierce and dominant, each punch carrying the weight of destruction, while Yun-Si displayed agility and speed, weaving through his attacks, landing strikes on his vulnerabilities. Remarkably, she refrained from utilizing her spiritual power throughout the bout, relying solely on her physical strength and technique, proving to be a worthy match for Jiang Che, the seasoned fighter. Fu Mingli and Shunziki exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Yun-Si's rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid, as if each breakthrough heralded a qualitative leap. Duan Xingyue was utterly captivated, absent-mindedly toying with his brush, inwardly musing. Yin-Si is extraordinarily strong. Even Jiang Che, so formidable, cannot gain the upper hand, which speaks volumes. Just then, Du Ruoqiu descended the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase's edge, he observed Yin-Si and Jiang Che concluding their spar, engaged in conversation. His cheeks still bore a lingering flush, and his gaze flickered, clearly embarrassed by the events of the previous night. The expressions of Fu Mingli and Shun Ziki transformed into knowing looks. Shun Ziki raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful mockery. Dr. Du, did you not rest well last night? Your complexion seems rather poor. Du Ruoqiu's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering her speechless as she hurriedly approached Yin-Si. Diverting the conversation, were you two just sparring? Who emerged victorious? How much like a little wife she appears, Shun Zaiqi mused. Let us call it a draw. Yin-Si replied with a smile. Ache's skills are improving rapidly. With a bit more practice, he might even be able to defeat a third-tier zombie. Jiang Che scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish as he admitted, "You're still incredible. I gave it my all, yet still couldn't gain the upper hand." Duan Xinyu leaned in, observing Du Ruoqiu's remarkably flushed face, a flicker of schadenfreude gleaming in his eyes. Thankfully, it wasn't he impaired with Yin-Si last night. Otherwise, he would be the one in a predicament now. Yet, he quickly admonished himself to think of something distressing, fearing that his moment of glee might invite retribution. All right, everyone else here. Yin-Si clapped her hands, interrupting the playful banter. After breakfast, we shall set off to the area of mutated plants we explored yesterday. Today, I expect you to clear all the mutated flora from halfway up the mountain while I assess the situation at the summit. Oh, and please inform Luo Wuxia to select 10 individuals from the Yunwei who will rotate at the base daily. Understood, the group replied in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Du Ruoqiu, shaking off her earlier awkwardness, nodded. I will prepare the medical kits and bring extra antidotes in case we encounter the venom of the mutated plants. Duan Xinyu quickly added. I sketched several flame explosion arrows last night and also drew a few new tang knives. I'll distribute them shortly. They will be more effective against the mutated plants. Fu Mingli then produced a rudimentary map, marking the areas they had cleared the previous day. We only managed to clear part of the base yesterday. Today, we'll split into 2 groups. Du Ruoqiu and I will lead 5 of the Yunwei and my own team from the left. Shun Zaiqi will take 5, Yunwei and his group from the right, while Jiang Che, Duan Xinyu, and Luo Wuxia will navigate the center with the remaining Yunwei. If we encounter any third-tier mutated plants, signal immediately, and we will provide support. Yin-Si, what are your plans for today? Will you be joining us? I want to be accompanying you, she replied. I will handle the 3rd and 4th-tier zombies. You all should focus on battling the 2nd-tier zombies at the base to sharpen their practical skills. After glancing at the map, she finished her meal and prepared to set off quickly, aiming to reach the halfway point before noon. The group nodded in agreement and swiftly made their way to the dining hall. After their meal, Duan Xinyu distributed the newly drawn weapons to everyone, including the 10 Yunwei who were designated for today, among whom was Luo Wuxia. Fu Mingli reiterated safety precautions, ensuring that everyone was clear about their responsibilities. Soon, the group assembled and set off toward the area of mutated plants they had explored the previous day. Chapter 63. The strange 3rd-tier plant. As the team reached the edge of the mutated plant zone, Yin-Si suddenly raised her hand to signal a halt. She gazed ahead at the ground, which they had cleared just yesterday, now sprouting tender shoots anew. The fresh green tips broke through the soil, exuding an eerie vitality. And her brow furrowed instantly. Something is amiss here. The speed at which these plants are regenerating is alarming. There is likely something far more troublesome concealed at the summit. Fu Mingli immediately understood the situation, gesturing for those behind him to remain vigilant. His gaze swept over Shinziki, Jiang Che, and others. We are deploying elite forces at the foot of the mountain. You intend to ascend alone? The elite forces he referred to included Shinziki and those he had selected from his subordinates, along with 20 awakened abilities from the Yunwei team, totaling 40 capable individuals. Indeed, Yun-Si nodded, her fingers caressing the hilt of her blade, the cold edge glinting ominously. Be cautious. Do not allow mutated plants or zombies to ambush you. I will first clear out the 3rd and 4th level plants and assess the situation at the summit. No sooner had she spoken than her figure darted into the forest, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Fu Mingli and the others promptly set their plan into motion. He addressed the group. Let us divide our tasks as discussed. Du Ruochio and I will advance from the left, clearing the secondary level plants at the perimeter. Shunziki will lead, Yunwei, and your team on the right side. Be vigilant for concealed corners. Jiang Che, Duan Xingyue, and Luo Wuxia will proceed through the center, with Luo Wuxia and Jiang Che leading the advance, while Duan Xingyue provides support with explosive arrows. He paused, his tone growing serious. Remember, do not tread above the halfway mark of the mountain. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, notify us immediately, prioritizing your own safety. Understood. Shunziki, Jiang Che, and the others replied in unison, dispersing with their respective teams. Fu Mingli and Du Ruochio were the first to move to the left, wherever the icy blade passed. The protruding secondary-level vines were instantly frozen, leaving only some first-level plants for practice. Shunziki instructed the metal ability users to forge a path ahead, metallic shards severing the entwined secondary-level unknown vines, with Yunwei trailing closely behind. Jiang Che specifically targeted the nearby secondary-level mutated foxtail grass, while Duan Xingyue stood ready with his bow, prepared to strike. Luo Wuxia led his team to practice against the first-level plants, honing their combat experience. Meanwhile, Yunxi had ventured deep into the mountainside. The forest light gradually dimmed, a refreshing scent of grass and wood filling the air. Just as she rounded a bend strewn with rocks, a sudden whoosh of piercing sounds broke the silence, and several ice arrows, glimmering with coldness, shot towards her face. Yunxi lightly tapped her foot on the ground, deftly sidestepping as the ice arrows grazed her hair, embedding themselves into a tree trunk behind her, instantly frosting a circle of white frost around it. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a ginseng plant over a meter tall, standing among the grass. Its verdant leaves layered intricately, adorned with a few bright red ginseng fruits, lustrous like agate, and the root emanated a faint white glow, from which the ice arrows had been launched through the gaps in the foliage. Intriguing, Yunxi thought, a spark of interest flickering in her eyes. Instead of retreating, she quickened her pace towards the ginseng, with her blade, Xingluo, firmly in hand. A faint white light emanated from the edge as she infused it with her spiritual energy. The ginseng seemed to sense the impending danger, its leaves shaking violently as the ice arrows rained down upon Yunxi like a torrential storm. Yet, her agility far surpassed that of the arrows, allowing her to navigate gracefully through the gaps, never allowing even the hem of her garment to be touched. As she approached the ginseng, she leaped with grace, the starfall descending fiercely upon the ginseng's main root. With a crisp crack, the root, imbued with icy energy, shattered, releasing a white sap that oozed from the cut, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Yunxi bent down to uproot the ginseng from the soil. Its root system was thicker than an adult's arm, entwined with delicate fibrous roots. Feeling frigid to the touch, she casually stowed the ginseng into her spatial realm and proceeded toward the source of a disturbance not far away. Not long after, a series of soft popping sounds reached her ears. Following the sound, Yunxi beheld several half-human-tall goji berry plants growing amidst the crevices of the rocks, their branches laden with vibrant red berries. At that moment, they were launching their fruits into the air like projectiles, the red berries shooting forth like bullets, striking the rocks and leaving tiny indentations. Without pausing, Yunxi continued her advance, her wrist flicking as starfall transformed into a flickering shadow, the blade deftly severing the roots of the goji berries entwined around the stones. The goji berries retaliated, launching their fruits, yet not a single one grazed her. A moment later, she had lifted all 3 goji plants with starfall, cleaving through the thickest root, from which rolled a crystal core radiating an orange glow, a third-tier crystal core. She gathered the core and the goji plants into her spatial realm and pressed onward. After walking a mere 100 meters, a faint whisper of wind wafted above her. Looking up, she spotted a cloud slowly descending, revealing itself to be a dandelion larger than a round table. Its white fluff unfurled like a parachute, each strand adorned with tiny barbs, exuding an ominous danger. With a swift motion, she unleashed a sharp gust of blade-like wind toward the dandelion's flower head. With a whoosh, the flower head was cleaved in 2, white tufts scattering across the ground, the barbs piercing the earth and leaving a multitude of tiny holes. Utilizing the momentum, Yunsi leapt into the air, grasping the main stem of the dandelion, yanking it down from its lofty perch. She severed the roots, revealing, as anticipated, a crystal core nestled within, purer than that of the goji, glowing with a soft orange-white luminescence. Delving deeper, Yunsi encountered a Sichuan pepper tree. Its trunk was robust, adorned with sharp, black thorns that immediately shot toward her upon sensing her presence, the air thick with a faint numbing scent, evidently laced with paralyzing toxins. With a slight raise of her brow, she summoned her spiritual energy, forming a transparent barrier before her. The thorns collided with the shield, losing their force and clattering harmlessly to the ground. She advanced swiftly, her starfall sweeping through the branches of the Sichuan pepper tree, severing them entirely. When she cut through the roots, a crystal core rolled forth, shimmering with an orange-purple radiance, its exterior orange, while its core pulsed with a violet hue, imbued with the very toxic energy of the Sichuan pepper itself. Pondering this revelation, Yunsi realized that the crystal cores not only contained pure energy, but also carried the inherent characteristics of the plants, a most unexpected discovery indeed. In just half an hour, Yunsi had cleared all the third-tier plants nestled deep within the mountainside. A single ice arrow ginseng, 3p goji plants, 2 floating dandelions, and 1 toxic flower pepper, along with 7 level 3 crystals nestled within their root systems, were all collected into her space. As she surveyed her harvest, a thought crossed her mind. The medicinal value of these mutated plants might surpass that of the pre-apocalyptic era. The effects of the ice-based ginseng were unknown. Yet both goji and dandelion could serve medicinal purposes, while the pepper could be used as a seasoning, proving far more practical than merely exterminating zombies. Regrettably, she had not had the opportunity to study the several level 3 plants she had cleared the day before. Upon her return, she intended to have Duruachio examine them thoroughly. Just as Yunsi was preparing to explore the mountaintop, a sudden and intense surge of energy emanated from her right. Chapter 64. Cypress. She halted, turning her gaze to see a colossal wisteria entwined around a cypress tree not far away. Its thick vines were deeply embedded in the cypress, and the purple blossoms, resembling delicate bells, adorned the branches, exuding a rich fragrance. The energy wave emanating from it reached level 4, while the cypress itself was at level 3. As Yunsi approached, the intoxicating scent filled her nostrils, and she was uncertain of any potential toxins, quickly holding her breath. The wisteria seemed to sense her presence, its vines suddenly thrashing violently, slithering toward her with astonishing speed like a venomous serpent. Yunsi brandished her blade, Starfall, striking at the vines, yet only severing half. Their resilience far exceeded her expectations. Indeed, level 4 mutated plants were considerably stronger. With a determined glint in her eyes, Yunsi ceased to hold back, channeling all her spiritual energy into Starfall, the blade glowing with a radiant white light, embodying her resolve to deliver a decisive blow. The wisteria, sensing the threat, evaded while releasing a cloud of purple pollen, which filled the air with an eerie romance. Observing this, Yunsi decisively activated her time manipulation ability. Everything around her slowed instantaneously, including the wisteria's movements. Though merely for 3 fleeting seconds, it was sufficient. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, she leaped high, bringing Starfall down upon the main vine of the wisteria with great force. With a resounding crack, the primary vine snapped, dark green sap erupting forth. A deep green crystal fell from the vine, rolling onto the ground. Yunsi bent to collect the crystal, discovering within it a miniature model of the wisteria. Astonishingly lifelike and exquisitely beautiful. Unable to resist, she toyed with the crystal, her eyes alight with affection. This was her first encounter with a level 4 crystal. After continuous combat and the exertion of her time-altering ability, Yunsi felt her spiritual energy wane significantly, her complexion paling slightly. She glanced at the cypress, which appeared even sturdier than the level 4 wisteria. Unlike other level 3 plants that would attack upon proximity, this one exuded no hostility whatsoever. Initially, she had surmised that the wisteria's entanglement had rendered it incapable of attack, yet even after the wisteria's resolution, it stood tall and unwavering, betraying no signs of aggression. It was reminiscent of Li Bai's poetry, wherein the cypress is depicted as steadfast and solitary, a metaphor for noble character, unwavering, unyielding to the whims of the world. She thought, let it remain here. Turning once more to gaze at the mountain peak, She sensed a more intricate energy fluctuation, indicating the presence of even higher beings. Without further delay, she pivoted and made her way back down the mountain. At a distance of 500 meters from the foot of the mountain, Yunxi encountered Fu Mingli and his team, who were advancing deeper into the terrain. "How is it?" Fu Mingli approached her promptly, his eyes scanning her form. Upon seeing that she was unharmed, he exhaled in relief. Yunxi retrieved ginseng, goji berries, and other plants from her spatial pouch, laying them on the ground. "I have cleared the third-tier plants from the mountainside, and the harvest is considerable." Pausing for a moment, she produced a fourth-tier crystal core from her space and handed it to Fu Mingli. "I encountered a formidable fourth-tier wisteria flower near the peak, but I managed to overcome it. There was also a cypress tree beside it, which I left untouched." Fu Mingli accepted the crystal core, feeling the pure energy contained within, and glimpsed the model of the wisteria flower inside. Unable to suppress his admiration, he murmured, "CC, you are indeed impressive." He returned the crystal core to Yunxi, his gaze filled with appreciation. Someone interjected, inquiring if the cypress tree was particularly straight and gentle in appearance. Yunxi and Fu Mingli raised their eyes to the speaker, acknowledging that it was indeed remarkably straight and lamenting the thought of cutting it down. The individual remarked wistfully that the tree had existed since before the apocalypse, with experts claiming it was over 1,314 years old. Many young couples had come to touch it, hoping for a love that would last a lifetime. Fu Mingli responded, "It's fortunate that you didn't fell it. I, too, felt that it had awakened a level of intelligence. Cutting it down would have been a pity." Hearing the commotion, Shunziki, Jiang Che, Duan Qingyue, and Luo Wuxiao arrived with their team. The group gazed in astonishment at the small mountain of mutated plants on the ground. The sheer quantity of third-tier plants that Yunxi had cleared single-handedly left them in awe of her prowess. Shunziki picked up a ginseng root, sensing the residual ice energy within, and remarked, "Your speed is astonishing. We've only managed to clear a few second-tier plants, while you have already dealt with the third tier." "Indeed, these plants are far more useful than zombies," Yunxi replied with a smile, retrieving 7 third-tier crystal cores from her space and handing them to Fu Mingli. "These cores possess gentle energy. You 5 should keep them to absorb and enhance your abilities." She chose to retain the 4th-tier crystal core for herself, as she held a particular fondness for it. Fu Mingli accepted the crystal cores, distributing one each to Shunziki, Jiang Che, Duan Qingyue, and Du Ruoqiu, and returned the last one to Yunxi. She took it and casually handed it to Luo Wuxiao, saying, "You take one, and you can decide what to do with the remaining one." Luo Wuxiao accepted the crystal core and promptly passed it to a girl in a gray uniform beside her. "Yuing, this one is for you." The girl, who was the team leader Yuing from the Yunwei squad, received the crystal core with trembling hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss." "Thank you, Luo Jia." Duan Qingyue surveyed the plants on the ground and glanced at the sky, suggesting, "It's still early. Let us venture further into clear some second-tier plants and accumulate more crystal cores." "Very well, I will keep an eye on you," Yunxi replied. Yunxi nodded, leaning against the nearby tree trunk, channeling her spiritual energy to restore her stamina while simultaneously releasing her mental power to observe the actions of the group. She was eager to gauge the true capabilities of these elite individuals, particularly Luo Wuxiao and Yuing. Soon, everyone returned to their respective areas, and Yuing did not disappoint Yunxi. She demonstrated exceptional archery skills, hitting her targets with remarkable accuracy, harmoniously collaborating with Luo Wuxiao, alongside a metal elemental ability user. They were tasked with attracting the attention of the second-tier plants, luring them out from their concealed positions. The others had clearly defined roles, with ranged ability users responsible for attacks and close combat fighters handling defense. The entire team displayed seamless cooperation and remarkable efficiency. Observing this scene, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yunxi's eyes. With such a team, the future of Yunqin Base would undoubtedly become increasingly secure. After observing for a moment longer and noticing the group handle the second-tier plants with ease, all while the surroundings posed no unknown dangers, she suddenly recalled the mutated wild chicken she had consumed yesterday. The meat had been firm and far more delectable than poultry before the apocalypse, stirring a desire within her. After all, life is about enjoying food and leisure. No matter how arduous the apocalypse may be, one should still indulge oneself. Yunxi retracted her mental power and called out to Fu Mingli, "You all continue with your tasks. I just spotted quite a few rabbits and wild chickens in the vicinity. I shall go catch a few to bring back for everyone. Especially since yesterday's wild chicken was quite tasty. Fu Mingli looked up, noting her pleasant demeanor and observing the safe environment around them. He nodded in response. Be careful. Don't stray too far. We will find you once we finish here. Rest assured. Yunxi waved her hand and vanished once more into the forest. This time not venturing deep, but rather heading towards a more lush and gentle area. She recalled having seen the water-spitting mutated rabbits and feather-shooting wild chickens nearby. Their abilities only at level 1, making them easy prey and perfect for her culinary endeavors. Before long, Yunxi heard a rustling sound in the grass. She lightened her footsteps and approached cautiously, soon spotting a completely white rabbit crouching in the underbrush, nibbling on tender shoots. With droplets of water clinging to its mouth, clearly the water-spitting rabbit she had encountered the day before. Concentrating her spiritual energy at her fingertips, she gently flicked it towards the rabbit, ensnaring it instantly. The rabbit, startled, attempted to spray water at her, but could not break through the barrier of her spiritual energy, ultimately being obediently drawn into her spatial realm. In the following half hour, Yunxi successfully captured 18 rabbits and 10 wild chickens. Although the wild chickens could shoot feathers as weapons, they were no match for her speed, falling prey to her with ease. Gazing at the pile of game within her spatial realm, a satisfied smile spread across her face. This bounty was ample enough for herself, Fu Mingli, and all of Shinziki's subordinates to enjoy a hearty meal. She bound all the wild chickens and rabbits together with vines and was just about to return when she spotted Fu Mingli and the others, who had finished clearing the nearby second-tier plants, making their way towards her. Du Ruachio caught sight of the game in her hands and immediately raced over, exclaiming, "Wow! So many wild chickens and rabbits. We can have roasted chicken tonight. Your presence is indispensable." Yunxi cheerfully handed the wild chicken to Du Ruachio, saying, "Everything is prepared, let us return." The group, laden with mutated plants and their quarry, chatted and laughed as they made their way towards the villa. Chapter 65. The mutated orchid. Last night's dinner was undoubtedly the most sumptuous feast since the onset of the apocalypse. Today's meal, however, was equally delightful, featuring golden, crispy roasted wild chicken, tender and flavorful stewed rabbit meat, accompanied by a soup made from the mutated goji berries that Yunxi had brought back, leaving everyone, including their elite subordinates, with satisfied, full bellies. The enticing aroma of the meat wafted from the villa, catching the attention of numerous survivors in the base. Upon inquiry, they learned that within the northwest mutated plant zone of the base lay edible mutated rabbits and wild chickens, the flavor surpassing that of poultry before the cataclysm. As the news spread, excitement enveloped the base. Yunxi and the others did not conceal the truth, openly sharing the conditions of the mutated plant zone. They warned that while there were secondary mutated plants on the periphery, deeper within lurked the dangers of tertiary and even quaternary threats, advising everyone to remain on the outskirts and avoid the mid-slope to prevent becoming lost. Yet, a faction of individuals dismissed these warnings, murmuring amongst themselves that the leaders were merely afraid of losing their prey and were blind to the dangers ahead. Upon hearing this, Fu Mingli did not intervene further. He merely scoffed, stating, "Those who suffer will learn to be cautious," and allowed them to proceed. The next morning, as dawn broke, the gates of the base buzzed with activity. A few astute individuals dared not venture alone, stealthily trailing behind Yunwei, hoping to benefit from their protection as they ventured into the mountains. Others, more impatient, armed themselves and set out at first light, anxious that they might arrive too late to claim any game. Several capable teams of ability users maintained a respectful distance behind Fu Mingli and his group, evidently aware of the situation but careful not to encroach too closely, allowing each other ample space. Yunxi, however, continued to act independently. As she stepped away from the group with her starfall on her back, she attracted many gazes. Some marveled at her beauty, lamenting inwardly that such a stunning woman was so disobedient, recklessly wandering. What would happen if she encountered second or third-tier plants? Others with ulterior motives, noticing her solitary venture, stealthily followed, clearly intent on taking advantage of the situation. Du Ruachio observed all of this and nudged Fu Mingli with his elbow, lowering his voice to suggest, "Brother Fu, should we deal with those trailing behind CC?" He made a gesture as if to execute them, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Fu Mingli followed his gaze, noticing the few individuals trailing carelessly behind Yunxi, hesitated momentarily, then shook his head. Let them be. They cannot hinder CC. The secondary plant zone ahead is no picnic. They won't last long. Indeed, as Fu Mingli had predicted, the few who had been following closely were soon intercepted at the edge of the plant zone by several secondary thistle plants that were capable of shooting poisonous thorns. The initially carefree individuals were suddenly stricken with panic, clumsily dodging the poisonous thorns, losing focus on keeping up with Yunxi, and soon enough, some were scratched on their arms, retreating in agony. In contrast, a 6-member team trailing behind Fu Mingli caught his attention. This group, comprising 2 women and 4 men, each possessed a tall and poised stature, executing their movements with agility, unmistakably seasoned combatants. After observing them for a while, Fu Mingli noted that each member exhibited unique abilities. One of the women manipulated vines, while among the men were those with metal and fire attributes, who refrained from using their powers unless absolutely necessary, opting instead to wield melee weapons to clear away low-tier plants encroaching upon their path. Remarkably, they maintained a considerate distance of several meters from Fu Mingli's team, neither intruding nor drawing attention, skillfully leveraging the intimidation of Fu Mingli's group to avoid danger. This team piqued Fu Mingli's interest. He quietly remarked to Shinziki beside him, suggesting that they inquire with Luo Wuxiao upon their return to see if they were newly arrived survivors. Shinziki nodded, casting a glance at the team without further comment. The priority now remained to follow Yunxi's lead. Meanwhile, Yunxi had already left her companions far behind. She retraced her steps along the path from the previous day, where the second and first-tier plants posed no threat to her. Occasionally, Xing Luo would unsheath, severing any obstructing vines. Upon reaching the ancient cypress near the 4th-tier wisteria she had encountered yesterday, she instinctively halted. This cypress was twice as robust as an ordinary one, its trunk adorned with deep brown patterns and its lush foliage capable of shading half the sky. As she approached, she heard a gentle rustling, the branches swaying softly, producing a melodious sound as if in greeting. A surge of emotion washed over her, prompting her to extend her hand and lightly brush against the rough bark. The moment her fingertips made contact, the trunk subtly shifted, seemingly responding to her touch. Unable to suppress a smile, Yunxi lightly tapped the trunk, softly saying, "I shall ascend to the peak now. I will return to visit you next time." As her words faded, the branches rustled again, as if nodding or shaking in acknowledgement. Not lingering any longer, Yunxi turned and continued her ascent. The higher she climbed, the sparser the surrounding vegetation became, consisting solely of low-tier 1st and 2nd-level plants. With not a single 3rd-tier plant in sight, Yunxi was not surprised. The 4th-tier wisteria had claimed a territory midway up the mountain, so it was only logical that the flora at the summit would be even more formidable, likely having devoured the surrounding low-tier plants and forbidding other higher-tier plants from encroaching. After approximately half an hour of climbing, the outline of the summit finally came into view. It revealed a flat expanse devoid of any vegetation, dominated at its center by a colossal black rock, intricately patterned with strange markings akin to naturally formed runes, emanating a faint energy wave. Yunxi approached slowly, and as her fingertips grazed the rock, she felt a gentle yet powerful energy surge through her, replenishing her previously depleted spiritual energy almost instantaneously. A sudden jolt coursed through her, as she realized that the rock could autonomously nurture spiritual energy. Yet, in the next moment, an unsettling sensation enveloped her. It was not the warmth of energy, but rather a chilling sense of being scrutinized, as if unseen eyes were peering through the stone, laden with greed and insatiable longing. Something was amiss. Yunxi instinctively retreated a step, her grip tightening around Xing Luo, just as a violent tremor surged from beneath her feet. The patterns on the surface of the black rock suddenly illuminated, the fissures expanding at a visible rate, unleashing a torrent of energy waves, exponentially more potent than that of a level 4 wisteria, accompanied by a rich, cloying floral fragrance. This scent was not fresh, it was sweet and syrupy, with a quality that threatened to engulf her. What weighed heavily upon Yunxi's heart was the unmistakable sense of hunger concealed within this energy wave, as if it were assessing her, deeming her delectable. Her pupils constricted sharply as she beheld golden petals unfurling from the crevices of the rock, not tendrils, but an enormous ylang-ylang flower. Its stalk was thicker than a water barrel, glistening with a metallic sheen, its petals layered like golden filigree. while the heart of the bloom emanated an eerie dark red, resembling a gaping maw that seemed to inhale deeply, exhaling its fragrance toward Yunxi. A fifth-level mutated ylang-ylang flower. Clutching Xingluo, her palms grew clammy with sweat. She could sense that this flower's target was none other than herself. It appeared to perceive the pure spiritual energy within her, viewing her as the most delectable sustenance. The cloying aroma even carried a mental allure, enticing her to draw closer. The flower's stalk swayed gently, and several golden petals suddenly shot towards her with the swiftness of blades. Yunxi swiftly sidestepped, the petals grazing her shoulder before crashing to the ground, exploding upon impact and creating a shallow crater in the once solid rock. These were no mere petals, they were weapons. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Fu Mingli and his companions sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the summit. The sweetness of that energy felt exceedingly ominous. And Fu Mingli's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Shinziki, exclaiming, "This is bad. We must evacuate everyone." Shinziki, too, felt the malice within the energy and nodded resolutely. "Understood. Luo Wuxia, take them out. Wait for us outside." Jiang Che immediately responded, selecting several Yunwei to assist in the retreat. The five of them, Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, Shinziki, Du Ruoqiu, and Duan Qingyue, raced towards the mountaintop with all their might. Their urgency mirrored by the small six-member team behind them, who, upon exchanging glances, quickened their pace. They could sense that whatever lay atop the mountain was far from ordinary. At the summit, the ylang-ylang flower's attacks intensified. Golden petals rained down upon Yunxi like a torrential storm, while the stalk would occasionally dart from the ground, attempting to ensnare her ankles. As Yunxi evaded, she wielded Xingluo to sever the incoming petals, but the flower's regenerative speed was alarmingly rapid. As soon as she sliced through one, another sprouted forth, with the energy growing ever stronger. What troubled her further was the increasingly cloying scent of flowers, which left Yunxi feeling dizzy and disoriented. Her spiritual energy began to flow sluggishly. This fragrance not only enticed, but also dulled the nerves. Damn it! Gritting her teeth, Yunxi forcefully circulated her mental energy to resist the effects of the floral aroma while channeling all her spiritual power into the starfall, its blade shimmering with a pale light. She understood that passively evading was no longer an option. She had to discover the weakness of the ylang flower. This fifth-level plant regarded her as prey, and she would turn the tables, making it aware of who the true hunter was. The ylang flower seemed to sense her defiance. The dark crimson maw at its center suddenly gaped wide, unleashing a powerful suction force aimed directly at Yunxi, evidently intent on swallowing her whole. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she did not retreat. Instead, she leaped into the air, directing the starfall downwards with ferocity towards the flower's stem. She gambled that its stem was its Achilles heel. Chapter 66. Ascending to the Sky Clang. The starfall struck the ylang flower's stem with tremendous force, golden sap splattering forth, leaving behind a gaping wound deep enough to see bone. Yet the ylang flower merely swayed violently, its dark red center remaining open, the suction unabated. Although her strike had landed, it was not fatal. As Yunxi landed, she stumbled slightly, the cloying floral scent wrapped around her limbs like invisible threads, causing her breath to quicken and her cheeks to flush unnaturally. She finally realized that this fragrance not only dulled the nerves, but also possessed a powerful aphrodisiac effect. If she delayed any longer, she would be completely ensnared by the floral aroma. She needed to resolve this fifth-level plant swiftly. What further rattled her was the crystalline energy emanating from within the ylang flower. The pure, immense power was irresistibly tempting. However, she couldn't even approach it now. She could only focus on subduing the enemy before her. Time ability. Yunxi gritted her teeth, concentrating all her mental energy to activate her ability. Yet in the next moment, her face paled. The time ability lasted less than a second, and the ylang flower only hesitated slightly before resuming its assault, golden petals raining down like a torrential storm once more. Her second-level time ability was utterly insufficient against the fifth-level ylang flower. With a steely resolve, Yunxi retrieved a third-level crystal core from her spatial pouch, clutching it tightly in her palm. She was acutely aware that absorbing a higher-level crystal core would inflict severe damage on her body, but there was no time to ponder the consequences now. The pure energy surged into her body in an instant. Boom! As the energy entered her meridians, Yunxi felt a deafening roar in her mind. as if countless needles were piercing her. Her vision blurred, her steps faltered, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet she gritted her teeth, forcibly guiding the energy to enhance her ability. Puff! The energy surged chaotically within her. Blood oozed from her ears, mouth, and nose, staining her cheeks and collar with crimson. She shook her heavy head and hastened her absorption rate recklessly. She could even hear the sound of her mind straining under the burden, yet she paid it no heed, continuing to draw energy from the crystal core. Crack! A faint sound of cracking echoed in her mind. She had truly reached the 3rd level. Without hesitation, she immediately retrieved the 4th level wisteria crystal core from her spatial pocket, gripping it tightly to continue her absorption, drawing upon her recent breakthrough. This time the process went considerably smoother. The energy of the 4th level core was more substantial than that of the 3rd, yet it was also more volatile. However, it was still relatively obedient compared to the previous core. Was it due to its medicinal properties? While pondering, the 4th level core disintegrated into ash, and Yunxi's time ability ascended to the 4th level. Once more, Yunxi's gaze was sharp as a blade as she activated her time ability again. This time, the effect lasted a full 2 seconds. The movements of the ylang-ylang flower came to a complete halt. Even the suction from its center momentarily ceased. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yunxi leapt forward, channeling all her spiritual energy into a powerful strike at the wound she had previously inflicted. With a splatter, golden sap gushed forth, and the flower's stem broke apart significantly. The surrounding sweet floral fragrance immediately diminished. Although it lingered, it lost its previous aphrodisiac and numbing effects. The ylang-ylang flower trembled violently, its remaining petals flailing wildly, yet it lacked its former strength, clearly gravely injured. Adhering to the principle of seizing the moment of weakness, Yunxi struck again, severing the stem entirely and exposing the deep blue crystal core before her. Just then, Fu Mingli, Shinziki, and others finally reached the mountaintop. Upon seeing Yunxi, drenched in blood and standing amidst the remnants of the ylang-ylang flower, everyone was taken aback. Her clothes were soaked in crimson, her face and neck smeared with gore. Yet she stood tall, a crescent moon blade in hand, her eyes filled with defiance and resilience. Fu Mingli and Du Ruoqiu beheld her for the first time in such a manner, their hearts racing, feeling as if they had lost their hearts in a fleeting glance. CC. Fu Mingli was the first to rush over, carefully supporting her, his voice laced with concern and urgency. Shinziki, Jiangche, Du Ruoqiu, and Duan Qingyue quickly gathered around, their eyes reddening at the sight of her state. Just moments ago, they had been powerless to assist her, forced to watch as she fought alone. This sense of helplessness gnawed at their hearts like a knife. The 6-member team behind them soon arrived, led by the long-haired man Ling Xiao, whose eyes were filled with shock and admiration as he looked at Yunxi, reminiscent of the initial reactions of Fu Mingli and Du Ruoqiu. Beside him, his sister Ling Yun could not help but exclaim, "Wow, she's incredible. She actually defeated a 5th-level mutated plant." Ling Xiao nodded, his voice deep and resonant. "Indeed remarkable. To confront a 5th-level ylang-ylang flower at the 4th level is a rare display of such tenacity and strength." Initially, he regarded the woman's solitary ascent as a reckless endeavor, but his perception had since undergone a profound transformation. Such a remarkable individual required no protection from others. He had been superficial in his judgments. Fu Mingli paid no heed to the 6 individuals trailing behind him, his hand trembling as he supported Yunxi. "Are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Yunxi shook her head, leaning against Fu Mingli's embrace, her voice faint. "I'm fine. Let us extract the crystal core first." Without hesitation, Shunziki stepped forward, using a dagger to cleave open the heart of the ylang-ylang flower. A turquoise crystal core, the size of a bottle cap, rolled out, a 5th-level core, entirely translucent, with a delicate golden aura surrounding it. At its center rested a small ylang-ylang flower, even more stunning than the previous 4th-level core. He hastily passed the crystal core to Yunxi. However, as soon as it touched her hand, an astonishing occurrence transpired. The turquoise crystal core seemed to possess a life of its own, gradually merging into Yunxi's palm, vanishing completely. Both Fu Mingli and Shinziki stood in disbelief. Fu Mingli quickly turned Yunxi to the side, meticulously examining her palm, yet found no trace. Shinziki concealed his astonishment, his mind swirling with questions. How could the crystal core integrate into her body? Yun-si, too, was taken aback but had no time to ponder. She felt an increasing heat throughout her body. Her cheeks flushed unnaturally, evidently still affected by the aphrodisiac fragrance, compounded by the aftereffects of her forced breakthrough, rendering her somewhat overwhelmed. Leaning against Fu Mingli, her voice hoarse, she implored, "Carry me over. I must collect this fifth-level plant. Let's not waste it." Fu Mingli nodded earnestly, carefully lifting her in his arms as he made his way toward the remnants of the ylang-ylang flower. As Yun-si extended her hand, the flower vanished, absorbed into her spatial realm. Having accomplished this, she was utterly drained, resting against Fu Mingli as her consciousness began to fade. Fu Mingli, alarmed, tightened his hold on her and urged the others, "We must return swiftly." The group nodded, surrounding Fu Mingli as they descended the mountain. Behind them, Ling Xiao observed their retreating figures, a contemplative expression shadowing his features. This Yunshan base appeared to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Ling Yun tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, should we not join them? That woman, Yun-si, is quite extraordinary. If she becomes my sister-in-law, wouldn't you truly be the elder brother?" Ling Xiao lightly tapped Ling Yun's forehead. "Let us observe for now. Do not seek unnecessary trouble." He sensed that Fu Mingli and his companions remained wary of them. Approaching now would only elicit disdain. Fu Mingli hastened down the mountain, the warmth of the person in his arms and her rapid breaths heightening his anxiety. Shun Ziki followed closely, clutching the remnants of the ylang-ylang petals, internally urging himself to elevate his strength swiftly. Du Ruoqiu lingered at the back, eyeing Yun-si's unusually flushed complexion with speculation, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts amidst the crowd. Chapter 67. The newcomer Ling Xiao Fu Mingli cradled Yun-si as he descended, while Luo Wuxia, Yang Run, Wu Qing, and Sheng Yu awaited at the foot of the mountain. Wu Qing opened the door of the SUV, allowing Fu Mingli to place Yun-si inside. Just as he intended to take the wheel for his superior, he noticed Jiang Che occupying the driver's seat, with Shun Ziki nestled in the passenger side. While the back seat was cramped with 4 individuals, he thought to himself how disheartening it was. He wished to sit beside his boss, yet it seemed he was unworthy of such a privilege. Fearing he might inadvertently speak out of turn, Wu Qing hastily tugged at Yang Run's sleeve and informed Fu Mingli, "Boss, we'll head ahead to clear the zombies for you." Upon seeing Fu Mingli nod, he seized Yang Run and boarded another vehicle. Beside them, Sheng Yu mused. This girl certainly enjoyed an abundance of attention, surrounded by individuals standing at heights of 180 to 190 centimeters, gentle, attentive, and obedient, all possessing striking appearances. It was evident she dined well. He recalled that his boss was her first, yet now he was merely one among many. Maintaining a serious facade, he instructed his subordinates to return. Luo Wuxia also signaled her team to board the vehicle back to the base. Positioned in the middle, as soon as they entered the car, Yun-si began to stir restlessly. Du Ruoqiu subtly remarked to Fu Mingli, "Brother Fu, do you not think Yun-si's state resembles that of traditional Chinese medicine?" Everyone glanced at Yun-si and shot a glare at Du Ruoqiu. It indeed seemed so. Why hadn't anyone mentioned it sooner, especially when they appeared so anxious? Fu Mingli felt as if he were holding a ticking time bomb. With all the vigor of youth, he embraced the woman he cherished, unable to rein in his own impulses. His expression tightened, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Du Ruoqiu's demeanor bore a hint of schadenfreude. At least it was not her enduring such torment. Duan Qingyue and Shun Ziki struggled to suppress their rising amusement. Fu Mingli wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his fingers brushing against her skin, and in a fleeting moment, the string of fragrant beads he held vanished. The remaining 4 exchanged stiff glances, surprised at how intimately Fu Mingli and CC interacted. Judging by his ease, it was evident this was not their first encounter. It appeared they had all fallen short in terms of adornments. Perhaps next time they should remind Sheng Yu to keep an eye out for jade or the like. As the temperature within the vehicle steadily climbed, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Du Ruoqiu could no longer contain herself. "When will we arrive?" Jiang Che gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes reddening as he steadfastly focused ahead. The others mirrored his state, particularly as they listened to CC's increasingly labored breaths, which further tested their self-control. Sitting beside Fu Mingli, both Du Ruoqiu and Duan Qingyue felt increasingly uncomfortable, wishing their heads could sink beneath the vehicle, echoing the sentiment that they should be beneath the car at this moment. Yet Du Ruoqiu reconsidered. Why should she be beneath the car when they were all CC's men? Du Ruochio took Yun Ci's hand and pressed it against her slightly flushed face, intending to take some action just as they arrived. Jiang Che drove directly to Yun Ci's villa. Fu Mingli tidied Yun Ci's attire and carried her straight upstairs, with the others following suit, entirely unconcerned with any semblance of propriety. As they entered, Fu Mingli and CC had already commenced their culinary endeavors. "Darling, call me husband," he prompted. "Husband," she stammered. The others, upon hearing CC utter this term of endearment, nearly succumbed to laughter. Jiang Che leaned closer. "CC, call me a Che." At that moment, CC obediently complied, addressing him as a Che. Fu Mingli leaned in, whispering into her ear, "Wife, do you know who is here with you?" "Yes. It's husband." "It's a Che," she replied. Fu Mingli's expression darkened, and he remained silent, harboring his thoughts. Jiang Che felt a sense of satisfaction that he was remembered, wearing a look of contentment. Nearby, Du Ruochio sighed, remarking on Jiang Che's easy satisfaction, finding it rather undignified. Shinziki sneered. "You speak of dignity while you're here watching." With that, he approached. Fu Mingli donned a robe and retreated from their shared arena. Jiang Che and Shinziki demonstrated a tacit understanding, challenging each other in turn. By the time their preparations were complete, the night had darkened and then brightened again. Yet CC's condition showed no signs of abating. Her complexion resembled that of a cooked shrimp, and her forehead felt feverish. Du Ruochio inquired of Fu Mingli, "Brother Fu, was CC like this last time?" Fu Mingli frowned. "Not quite. The difference is that I had my own companion at that time." Shunziki cast a glance at Du Ruochio, unable to refrain from commenting, "You, a professional, are questioning an amateur." Du Ruochio scratched his head. "I'm just uncertain. With so many of us here, logically, even if the effects of the potion Haven tea worn off, it shouldn't be worsening, right? Perhaps we should find her another man." Shinziki shot him a cold look, thinking him unreliable. Jiang Che interjected, "Let us find someone whose essence is still intact, and give it a try." He glanced at CC, who appeared increasingly distressed on the bed. Shinziki also turned his gaze toward her, then surveyed the others, deeming them all rather lackluster, devoid of any allure. Fu Mingli made a decisive call. "Let us give it a shot. She has taken the medicine, and the cooking is done. We have no other options left. We need to find someone appealing and physically admirable." Du Ruochio grumbled, "Where can we find someone clean, attractive, and physically fit?" Fu Mingli cleared his throat. "We can't let her remain in this state indefinitely. We cannot quench her thirst for companionship. That man from yesterday seemed promising. It's just uncertain if he would agree." Shinziki was taken aback. "You mean that long-haired man you found acceptable yesterday?" Fu Mingli nodded. Jiang Che chimed in. "His character seemed decent, based on yesterday's interactions." Shinziki scrutinized Fu Mingli and Jiang Che, feeling somewhat exasperated, as if they had already conspired to deliver someone to CC's bed. Jiang Che mumbled, "CC needs someone whose essence is still present." Naturally, I paid closer attention. He merely thought he was observing a practitioner. Fu Mingli's expression suggested he had much to say, but held back. He truly hadn't contemplated sending Ling Xiao to CC's bed. At most, he had hoped for assistance. However, he refrained from further explanation, knowing they would not believe him anyway. "Then let that person come. The one you mentioned." "Yes, the one named Ling Xiao," Du Ruochio stammered. The four of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Fu Mingli, their unspoken thoughts palpable. Fu Mingli cast a glance at them, his expression vacant as he stepped outside. As soon as he left, the others exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that they were about to welcome a newcomer. Meanwhile, Fu Mingli inquired with Yang Qing about the whereabouts of Ling Xiao and, upon learning their location, set off directly to find him. Ling Xiao and his 5 companions resided not far from the task hall, and at that moment, Ling Xiao was enjoying his dinner. It was precisely at this juncture that Fu Mingli knocked on the door. One of the men among the 6 opened it. Fu Mingli glanced at him and then turned his attention to Ling Xiao, noting his handsome features, well-built physique, yet uncertain of something. "I am looking for Ling Xiao." The man stepped back, glancing at Ling Xiao, who nodded slightly before the man allowed Fu Mingli to enter. Ling Xiao quickly finished the last few bites of his meal. He ate swiftly, but with an air of neatness and precision. "The accommodations are humble. If you have something to discuss, please do so." "What I need to discuss is somewhat sensitive. Let us step outside." Ling Xiao nonchalantly nodded and followed Fu Mingli outside. Fu Mingli hesitated before speaking. "Ling Xiao, do you have a girlfriend? Have you ever had one?" He thought to himself that he should have sent someone else. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surely, he couldn't just ask someone to accompany him to meet his girlfriend. Ling Xiao suppressed the impulse to dig in his ears, raising his voice. What did you say? The five who had been eavesdropping behind the door exchanged looks, contemplating the possibilities. Fu Mingli took a deep breath. I am serious, not joking. I need your assistance. Ling Xiao regarded him with skepticism. Sensing that he was not joking, with a cold tone, he replied, No, I have never had a girlfriend. Relieved, Fu Mingli's expression softened somewhat. It's just that the girl you saw at the mountaintop, she was poisoned and needs an antidote that requires a man with remaining yang energy. Never had he felt so unworthy. Ling Xiao's face stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally responding, Aren't there 5 of you? Why would you need me? Fu Mingli felt somewhat embarrassed. None of us are available. He had never felt so undervalued. Had he known, he would have sent Jiang Che or Shinziki instead. Perhaps they could take on such tasks in the future. The expressions of those inside were quite remarkable. Ling Yun thought, with such formidable women, there are only 5. It would require my brother to add to their number. Ling Xiao recalled that fleeting glance. Undeniably, she was an exceptional woman, yet she already had 5. Seeing Ling Xiao's pensive demeanor, Fu Mingli concluded, Fine, I will look for someone else. Wait, brother-in-law. If my brother is willing, even if he is not, I will clean him up and send him over, a female voice called from within. Ling Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment as he scolded Ling Yun, then turned to Fu Mingli. This is my sister, Ling Yun. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I will wait for you for 1 hour. If you do not come, I will take it as a sign that you are not interested. Ling Xiao softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Chapter 68, Decision. After Fu Mingli departed, Ling Yun chattered excitedly. Brother, such a stunning, formidable, and rebellious woman. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. You must cherish the chance that has been bestowed upon you. Ling Xiao remained silent, caught in a whirlpool of contradictions. He recalled the man's words. Noting that the woman had 5 suitors, did this imply that he was so unworthy? Yet, he could not deceive his own heart. He was indeed somewhat enamored. Had she not been under the influence of that particular drug, perhaps he would not have had any chance at all. Missing this opportunity felt like a dull ache in his heart. Ling Yun's voice lingered in his ears. Brother, you should go. If you let this slip away, you may never encounter such a remarkable and captivating woman again. Just think, what man beside her is not as exceptional as you? Yet they seem to accept her. While you hesitate, the others remained silent, their eager expressions betraying their keen interest. Among them, a girl mirroring Ling Yun's enthusiasm gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes, seeming to suggest that his refusal would be a grave mistake. Ling Xiao rubbed his temples, glancing at his companions, who appeared almost eager to escort him personally. Feeling a headache coming on, he relented. I understand. I will go in. Ling Yun pressed further. Brother, are you truly not going? What a pity it would be to let such a beautiful woman slip through your fingers. With that, she seized another girl and entered the room, shaking her head as she walked, mumbling, Yin Yin, don't you think so? Li Yin Yin nodded emphatically, indeed. She then interjected, Hey, Yin Yin, don't speak carelessly. Perhaps Senior Ling has no such intentions. Should I give it a try? Brother, one must have self-awareness. Perhaps it is best if you refrain. As she spoke, she scrutinized her elder brother, his dark skin and decent features, though he paled in comparison to Ling Xiao. She thought to herself that this was indeed an understatement. It was more than just a slight difference. Ultimately, Ling Xiao made his way to the villa of Yun Si. Upon stepping outside, someone was already waiting, directing him as soon as they recognized him. Fu Mingli pushed open the door to the room, surveying the surroundings. Shinziki was absent, and the sounds of labored breathing emanated from a corner, while the others appeared somewhat preoccupied. Fu Mingli took a seat, somewhat reluctant to search for someone for the sake of his beloved. Alas, they could not muster a single individual without complications. Poor CC had tried every remedy, yet none proved effective. They were left with no choice but to resort to such measures. While lost in thought, he noticed Shinziki had come to a halt. Du Ruachio, come see what's wrong with CC. She has coughed up blood, and her condition has worsened. What shall we do? Where is the person you were supposed to find? Du Ruachio approached to examine her, noting the flush of her face, the rapid heartbeat, and her burning body temperature. Brother Fu, where is the person you sought? They should be arriving shortly, Fu Mingli replied just as the sound of footsteps echoed from downstairs. Du Ruochio glanced upstairs and confirmed it was indeed the young man with a feminine demeanor, making his way up. Now that he had arrived, there was no turning back. Ling Xiao mused internally, clearly feeling a tinge of regret at this moment. Upon ascending the stairs, he was immediately drawn into Yun Xi's room by Du Ruochio, leaving him in a state of awkwardness, contemplating whether he should simply withdraw. Shinziki had already tidied up the disarray on the bed and even wiped CC down. Ling Xiao surveyed the room filled with men and felt a wave of embarrassment, were it not for the lack of internet access. He might have sought advice on how to navigate this predicament. After a prolonged delay, he finally decided, let's step outside. You should be capable of handling this, right? Ling Xiao was so overcome with shyness that he could barely lift his gaze. Only after the others had exited did he turn his attention to the individual before him. Indeed, as his sister had described, she was both stunning and formidable. With her eyes closed, the corners of her brows and lashes exuded a rebellious spirit. Her figure was exquisite, with graceful curves and luminous, fair skin, save for a few blemishes, including the beautiful ylang-ylang birthmark on her chest, which seemed to beckon him. Both alluring and enchanting. Trembling slightly, he stepped closer and grasped the delicate hand that had wielded a knife that day. It was hard to fathom that such a soft and slender hand could be so adept in combat. He pressed his lips against her brows and mouth, and only then did he notice a small red mole on her earlobe. A delightful fragrance enveloped her, intoxicating him entirely. He had a premonition that she was the beloved he had long awaited. No longer hesitating, he delved into the essence of their encounter. Outside, the familiar sounds drew a silence among the onlookers. After a considerable time, Fu Mingli broke the stillness with a hoarse voice, suggesting, let's return to rest. Du Ruochio hastily interjected, are you absolutely certain he will succeed? And can you trust that long-haired man to remain by CC's side? The four exchanged glances with Du Ruochio, rendered speechless, silently concluding that given the commotion, CC had indeed awakened. After all, she had stirred yesterday and had not woken up since. If you're going to eavesdrop, we shall take our leave, Shinziki retorted, agitated. For although they had not dispelled the poison, they had exerted considerable effort and were now fatigued, needing to rest. The following day, Yun Xi, upon awakening, was struck by the sight of the handsome man before her. Fu Mingli entered to find CC gazing in astonishment at Ling Xiao, leading him to awkwardly explain himself. Yun Xi found herself at a loss for words, for they had intended to rescue her. In this moment of discomfort, Ling Xiao also stirred from his slumber. I feel like taking a shower. I shall go wash up, he stated. The two men exchanged glances, sensing the strange atmosphere. Fu Mingli, initially there to see Yun Xi, took his leave upon realizing she was awake, leaving Ling Xiao feeling quite perplexed. While you all engage in this awkwardness, I shall remain unaffected. Once Yun Xi emerged from her shower, she noticed Ling Xiao still seated on the bed in a daze, and said, I will make it up to you. Ling Xiao, observing this woman who seemed intent on evading responsibility, acted impulsively, clutching her waist and leaning down to kiss her passionately and fervently. If you intend to evade, I shall ensure you remember this well. I do not engage in such fervor with those I do not love. She lifted her cool, exquisite face, gazing into Ling Xiao's eyes filled with fervent and wild affection, a complex array of emotions flickering within her. Do you not regret this? She inquired. He firmly replied, I do not regret it. All right, let me see how adept you are at cooking. I assure you, you will be satisfied. As the two descended the stairs, noon had arrived, and the living room was bustling with activity. Fu Mingli and Shinziki were engrossed in some documents. Du Ruochio was painting, and Jiang Che was lifting weights. Upon noticing their arrival, everyone paused, and after sitting down on the sofa beside Yun Xi, Du Ruochio inquired, feeling better? Is there any lingering discomfort? Yun Xi glanced at Du Ruochio, feeling somewhat exasperated. If I hadn't noticed your serious demeanor, I might have doubted your intentions. Shinziki kicked Du Ruochio lightly, admonishing, can you not speak? If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then refrain from speaking. Du Ruochio shot a look at Yun Xi and replied, I was merely asking, with no ulterior motives. Yun Xi thought, is there a hint of foolishness in this conversation? I initially perceived them as quite intelligent. How careless of me. Sensing something amiss, Du Ruochio immediately fell silent. CC, I'm heading back now to inform my sister that I'll be moving in with you. Is that all right? Yun Xi nodded, her gaze drifting as she considered Ling Xiao, whose affection seemed as fervent and untamed as the trumpet vine, making her feel inadequate in her own love for them. Yet, what did it matter? She had not compelled them. She merely harbored a few more individuals in her heart, which did not equate to a lack of love for them. Ling Xiao stood, planting a kiss on Yunxi's forehead, nodded towards Fu Mingli, and departed. Chapter 69. Entering the realm as Ling Xiao pushed open the door to his residence, 5 pairs of eyes immediately turned towards him, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed upon entry. "Brother, you have finally returned." Ling Yun was the first to leap up, hastily approaching him and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you and that beautiful sister an item?" The anticipation in her voice was palpable. The remaining 4 gathered around, their eyes brimming with questions. Ling Xiao felt uncomfortable under their gaze but straightened his back, striving to maintain his composure, albeit his ears tinged slightly crimson. "Yes, I am together with CC. From today onward, I will be residing with her, and during future missions, you all can accompany us." He deliberately emphasized the phrase together, his tone betraying an earnestness that could not be concealed. "Wow, so it's true." Ling Yun's eyes sparkled, but soon her expression turned complex. "But brother, you were so conflicted back then. How come today it seems like you've been swept away by the tide?" Before she could finish, Ling Xiao shot her a sharp glance. Clearing his throat, he evaded her gaze. "What was then is not what is now. Things have changed, and now there is a commitment." Internally, he grumbled, "You all encouraged me to take the initiative, yet now that I'm moving in, you seem displeased. Are you worried I might fare poorly, or perhaps too well? Besides, isn't it only natural to move in with CC after becoming a couple? I can't very well live in 2 separate places." "All right, it's settled then." Ling Xiao said no more, turning to enter his room and begin packing his belongings. His luggage was minimal, consisting of a few changes of clothes, a trusty longsword, and over 10 second-level crystal cores, all swiftly bundled into a small package. The 5 individuals in the room exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Could this be the fabled law of truth? Ling Yun pondered internally, "Brother, what sort of newfangled romantic mindset is this?" Ling Xiao, sensing the peculiar gaze of his sister, remarked nonchalantly, "Once I move in, it becomes entirely justified. Do you think I would exert myself for nothing?" The 5 contemplated that a goddess possessing both strength and beauty would surely attract many admirers, and that in the future, there may be others vying for her affection, leaving their leader, their brother, in vain. Ling Yun was the first to react, clapping her hands. "We must move." Immediately, the others echoed her sentiment. In no time, the 5 actively assisted Ling Xiao with his belongings as they proceeded towards Yun's villa. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Fu Mingli, who was just about to step out. Noticing their group, especially the luggage in Ling Xiao's hands, he raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing understanding. "Come in. CC is inside." He had anticipated Ling Xiao's interest in Yunxi, and his moving in was hardly surprising. "Thank you, Brother Fu," Ling Xiao replied, his tone more gentle than usual, acknowledging Fu's role as a half-matchmaker and elder brother. Ling Yun trailed behind, discreetly observing Fu Mingli, her curiosity piqued. Could this be the formidable elder brother of her impressive sister? She appeared formidable indeed, no wonder. She glanced at her brother's newfangled romantic mindset and thought, perhaps he is not cut out to be the elder brother. As they entered the living room, they beheld Yunxi seated on the sofa, adorned in a green qipao. Her hair loosely pinned up, she held a cigarette, the smoke swirling around her. When she raised her gaze, her eyes subtly lifted at the corners, and her elegant act of exhaling smoke captivated Ling Yun instantly. Such an aura is simply extraordinary. Yunxi regarded Fu Mingli and Ling Xiao with a raised eyebrow, her gaze drifting to the luggage in Ling Xiao's possession, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You're back?" Her tone was casual. Fu Mingli nodded gently. Ling Xiao approached and sat beside her, casually placing the luggage next to the sofa, taking the almost burnt-out cigarette from her hand and extinguishing it in the ashtray. "Yes. Everything is packed. Allow me to introduce, this is my sister Ling Yun, and these are my junior disciples, as well as Li Shidi's sister, Li Yinyan." He introduced each individual clearly and systematically. Yunxi nodded, her gaze sweeping over the group before she spoke in a calm voice. "Welcome. Please, do not feel constrained here. If you require anything, you may seek Luo Wuxia, or simply approach me." Her tone was neither overly warm nor distant, instantly putting everyone at ease. Ling Yun and the others looked at Ling Xiao, feeling a strange sense of rivalry, as if they were the newcomers competing for attention, while the esteemed elder brother remained nearby. An indescribable feeling arose within them. Suddenly, they found themselves reluctant to acknowledge such an impressive sister. Ling-yun felt a disinterest in becoming acquainted with the formidable elder sister. Fu Mingli then turned to Yun-si. What would you like for dinner tonight? I shall venture into the kitchen, or perhaps request the kitchen to prepare something. Either way, a modest offering will suffice. Yun-si reclined upon the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Having recently ascended to the 6th level of foundation establishment and absorbed a 5th-grade crystal core, she required time to solidify her extraordinary abilities. Fu Mingli stood nearby, observing Ling Xiao, inwardly sighing. This predicament had firmly adhered to him. The glance Yun-si cast upon him unmistakably conveyed the question, did you invite him? It was more accurate to say he had been delivered to them. In all honesty, it had indeed been a last-minute request, stemming from his own determination. Yun-si mused that were it not for her understanding of how the medicine had affected her, she might suspect Fu Mingli had orchestrated this to present her with an acquaintance. Stealing a furtive glare at Ling Xiao, he lamented that had he known this young man would prove so capable, he would have refrained from seeking him out in the first place. Now, it seemed Yun-si might misconstrue the situation as if he had intentionally arranged this to introduce her to someone. The thought of how Shinziki and others regarded him, akin to a matriarch of old seeking to secure a favored companion, caused him a headache, and he resolutely decided that next time, others should take on such matters. Were he not aware of the entire sequence of events, he might even suspect Ling Xiao had deliberately set a trap to ensure he could remain by Yun-si's side seamlessly. Please continue your conversation. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. You may have dinner here before returning, Fu Mingli said, eager to escape the gathering. In the living room, Ling Yun and several junior disciples exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward. It was Ling Yun, bold as ever, who timidly inquired, Sister, may we accompany you on your outings in the future? We wish to enhance our abilities. Yun-si opened her eyes, regarded her, and nodded. I am Yun-si. And that is permissible, provided you obey. Upon hearing this, the group immediately brightened, their initial reserve noticeably diminished. Ling Xiao observed Yun-si's profile, his eyes brimming with unabashed ardor. To remain by her side and to fight alongside her was indeed the greatest fortune. Chapter 70. Esteemed sister. Ever since they had returned from the mutated plant zone with edible ginseng, goji berries, and even spices such as Sichuan pepper, Fu Mingli had been contemplating the need for a reliable chef. It was not feasible to have the villa's residents continually improvising meals, particularly since Yun-si had a penchant for spicy flavors. Ordinary dishes simply could not satisfy her palate. To his surprise, Yang Run had brought forth a chef named Master Pang, whose ancestry boasted imperial cooks, and whose homestyle cooking was authentic, especially his spicy dishes, which were unparalleled. When Yun-si first savored the boiled pork slices prepared by Master Pang, her eyes sparkled with delight. The red oil enveloped the tender meat. The numbing sensation of Sichuan pepper and the heat of chili peppers unfolded in layers, far exceeding any experience she had encountered at Sichuan restaurants prior to the apocalypse. Henceforth, the dining table was graced with 1 or 2 spicy dishes. Sometimes it was spicy crayfish, other times spicy chicken. And even Master Pang's innovative stir-fried, mutated goji sprouts became a staple on Yun-si's order list. Fu Mingli entered the kitchen and addressed Master Pang, who was busy chopping vegetables. Master Pang, please prepare several additional dishes today. We have welcomed a few guests. Master Pang's knife continued its rhythmic dance as he cheerfully replied. Certainly, Mr. Fu. Rest assured, there will be enough to eat. After wiping his hands, he added, yesterday, I noticed Madam had a little more than half a bowl of mango sago. Shall we prepare 2 desserts today? 1 mango sago and a chilled tremella and lotus seed soup to soothe the palate and moisten the throat. Perhaps a refreshing drink as well? Fu Mingli recalled the recent rise in temperature, with everyone returning from their missions parched. He decided on a sweet and sour plum drink, generously adding ice. No problem. Master Pang responded with a smile, turning to gather the ingredients. Soon, the kitchen was alive with the sounds of chopping and the sizzling of ingredients hitting the pot, with enticing aromas wafting through the window, making those in the living room unable to resist swallowing in anticipation. When Fu Mingli emerged from the kitchen, the living room was already bustling with guests. Ling Xiao remained close to Yun-si, his gaze affixed to her, nearly tangible in its intensity. Yun-si, with her eyes closed, reclined against the back of the sofa, one long leg draped over the other. Sunlight filtering through the blinds and casting a soft glow on her face. even the shadows of her eyelashes exuding a sense of languor and ease. Fu Mingli felt his heart soften at the sight. It had been too long since he had seen Yunxi so relaxed. In the past, she was either training or out gathering crystal cores to enhance her abilities. Even resting seemed a luxury. Placing the fruit basket on the coffee table, Fu Mingli smiled and said, "Dinner will take a little longer. Please help yourselves to some fruit in the meantime." The basket contained mutant apples, smaller than their pre-apocalypse counterparts, but remarkably sweet, brought back by Yang Run and Wu Qing from a greenhouse. They had even managed to transplant several apple trees, which were now thriving. The garden behind Yunxi's villa had been transformed with mutant apple trees, goji berries, and Sichuan pepper trees, all bearing edible and useful fruits. Ling Yun and several junior disciples instinctively looked towards Ling Xiao, who nodded in affirmation, prompting them to express their gratitude before reaching for the apples. Ling Xiao swiftly peeled an apple and offered it to Yunxi, but she gently shook her head, her eyes still closed. She had not rested properly these past few days and felt a bit fatigued, simply desiring to lean back for a moment. Ling Xiao did not press her, instead handing the apple to his younger sister. "Here, enjoy." Ling Yun took a hearty bite, her eyes squinting with delight at the sweetness. At that moment, Duan Qingwei descended the stairs. Upon reaching the landing, he caught sight of Ling Xiao offering an apple to Yunxi, his lips twitching in amusement. This Ling Xiao, having only been with Yunxi for a few days, had already mastered the art of affection. He couldn't help but suspect that Fu Mingli had intentionally placed him beside Yunxi. Fu Mingli sensed the teasing gaze behind him without turning around and sighed helplessly. He knew he would bear the brunt of the blame, and even an explanation might not convince Duan Qingwei. Duan Qingwei, not lingering on the matter, glanced at the apples on the coffee table. Seeing that Yunxi had not touched them, he turned back upstairs. In less than 2 minutes, he returned with a small bag of blueberries and a basket of strawberries. Now, his extraordinary artistic ability has reached a point where he can effortlessly depict items in baskets, no longer requiring the arduous breaks that once accompanied his creative process. Painting a basket of strawberries has become a trivial task. Perhaps, as he continues to evolve, he might even be able to render processed goods or prepare dishes in the future. He strode directly into the kitchen, meticulously washing the fruits until they gleamed, and presented them on a platter. Selecting the ripest and largest strawberry, he gently offered it to Yunxi's lips, his voice soft and inviting. "Would you like to try? It looks remarkably fresh." At this, Yunxi opened her eyes, glanced at him, and took the strawberry into her mouth. The sweet juice burst forth on her tongue, infused with a subtle energy, more refreshing than an ordinary strawberry. After swallowing the fruit, she addressed the still reserved Ling Yun and the others. "Please, don't be shy. Help yourselves to whatever you like." Ling Yun nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling. "Thank you, sister-in-law." The term flowed from his lips with such ease that even he was taken aback. Yunxi paid little mind, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside as Shunziki and Du Ruachio returned, one after the other. Shunziki, having just concluded matters at the base, still bore the marks of his exertions. He had originally been eager to share news of the ability upgrades with Yunxi, but upon entering the living room and seeing Ling Xiao seated beside her, his smile faltered. He scrutinized Ling Xiao for a moment, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes, quickly followed by a hint of barely concealed jealousy. Ling Xiao had just begun to associate with Yunxi and had brought along his sister and junior disciple. Was this not akin to a family introduction? In contrast, Shunziki's own family consisted solely of distant relatives who wished for his demise, with no one capable of bringing him closer to Yunxi. This thought weighed heavily on him. He cast a sidelong glance at Fu Mingli, suspicion evident in his gaze, convinced that Fu Mingli had intentionally placed Ling Xiao at Yunxi's side. Even if he hadn't, he was still implicated. What an uncanny coincidence. Just as Yunxi needed someone, Fu Mingli conveniently found Ling Xiao, who, aware of Yunxi's company, readily agreed to join them, stepping into her inner circle. If Ling Yun were to discover this, she would undoubtedly quip that her brother had succumbed to the allure of a formidable sister, a new breed of romantic enthusiasm, one worthy of such a remarkable woman. "Ling Xiao, must you only develop feelings over time while I am forbidden from falling for you at first sight?" Yet, despite his suspicions, Ling Xiao was already with Yunxi, rendering any further speculation moot. Shunziki approached, deliberately nudging Fu Mingli aside to sit between them. Leaning closer to Yun-si, he whispered, "In recent days, my subordinates have made significant progress. Over a dozen abilities have advanced to level 2. Your Yunwei has also seen several breakthroughs, including Luo Wuxia and Yuing." "Yes, I am aware," Yun-si replied with a nod. She had scanned Yunwei's training with her mental energy the previous day and confirmed that 15 promising talents had indeed reached level 2. Those slightly less capable would soon follow suit. She reminded them not to grow complacent in the coming days. No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Che and Du Ruoqiu entered the courtyard. As Du Ruoqiu entered, he headed straight for the sofa, collapsing beside Yun-si with a face full of grievance, muttering, "CC, you need to manage your subordinates. I am a doctor. Yet instead of allowing me to attend to patients, they insist I water the base every day. It feels as though they are intent on draining me dry." Yun-si opened her eyes and glanced at him, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "The weather is hot now, and we are in dire need of water. As a water elemental, your ability to irrigate is most convenient. Just endure for a few days. Once the base's water elemental reaches level 2, it will be much easier." Du Ruoqiu sighed, resigned. All right. Who asked me to be a water elemental?" However, he shifted his gaze to Duan Qingyu, who had just picked up a blueberry. "You can't be idle either. While I'm exhausted from watering, can't you contribute by sketching something for the base? Perhaps a single drawing of several tens of tons of water?" Duan Qingyu shot him a look. "Have you forgotten your medical equipment is still unfinished? My current level is insufficient. Drawing several tens of tons of water is more challenging than taking my life. Let's discuss this again once I break through to level 3. Du Ruoqiu immediately turned to Yun-si, his eyes filled with accusation. "CC, look at him. You promised me that while I would assist you in your cultivation, you would have him sketch the medical equipment for me. How long has it been?" Yun-si, feeling slightly guilty, averted her gaze and cleared her throat. "Once IU is capable of drawing, I will ensure he prioritizes your sketches. I assure you it will not hinder your medical duties." Observing her demeanor, Du Ruoqiu chose not to press further. Her willingness to spend time comforting him indicated that she held him in her heart. He feared her indifference far more than her reluctance to console him, which would truly lead to disappointment. Meanwhile, Ling Yun and her 4 junior disciples were utterly astonished. They had initially presumed that someone as formidable as Yun-si would be surrounded by serious individuals. Yet the 5 men before them exhibited such distinct personalities that it was surprising. Fu Mingli was gentle and considerate. Duan Qingyu was attentive and caring. Shun Zaiqi was straightforward with a hint of jealousy. Du Ruoqiu resembled a playful child, while Jiang Che exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Together with their leader, these 6 men encircled Yun-si, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary harmony rather than discord. Most notably, they were all tall, exceptionally handsome, and appeared to possess well-defined abs, making it yet another day to envy the formidable sister. It was worth noting that the formidable sister's height vastly differed from theirs, raising questions about how she managed to hold her own. Ling Yun gazed at the array of uniquely charming men before her, unable to suppress her excitement. "My formidable sister is truly remarkable. She is deserving of all admiration." If only she could inquire whether her formidable sister's husbands had any brothers. Her standards were modest, requiring only half the handsomeness of her sister's husbands. Just as she was lost in her fanciful thoughts, Master Pang's voice came from the kitchen. "Gentlemen, ladies, the dishes are ready. It is time to dine." Fu Mingli was the first to rise, addressing everyone. "Let us go eat." Yun-si stood as well, naturally falling into step beside him as they made their way to the dining room. Ling Yun and the others followed closely behind, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the dishes laid out on the table as they entered the dining hall. The water-boiled fish, bubbling with red oil, the golden, crispy, spicy chicken, the steaming garlic vermicelli shrimp, the sautéed seasonal vegetables, and the tender, stewed ginseng chicken soup. All dishes are generously portioned, complemented by 2 abundant bowls of desserts. The chilled sour plum soup, housed in glass jars and adorned with floating ice cubes, exudes a refreshing chill. This is no mere meal suited for a post-apocalyptic world. It is undeniably more sumptuous than what one would have encountered before the world fell into chaos. Ling Yun discreetly tugged at Ling Xiao's sleeve, lowering his voice to say, "Brother, you've struck gold. Not only have you married a stunning beauty, but she is also capable, possessing strength and charisma that surpass many men. So what if she is surrounded by suitors? In this world, It is entirely normal for those with power to have multiple partners. Ling Xiao gazed at Yun-Sir, seated at the head of the table, who was lifting her chopsticks to savor the water-boiled fish, a smile dancing in his eyes. He nodded gently. Indeed, it is a fortunate gain. As everyone took their seats, Fu Mingli served a bowl of chicken soup to Yun-Sir. The lively chatter of the restaurant, the clattering of bowls and chopsticks, mingled with the delectable aroma of the dishes, creating an exceptionally warm and rare atmosphere in the dusk of the apocalypse. Before departing, the five of them made sure to bid farewell to Yun-Sir, especially Ling-Yun, whose gaze lingered on the leftover food with a hint of regret. To dine on such fare in this world was a dream once thought unattainable. Though they could afford it, having rice and pre-apocalypse-style stir-fries daily posed a challenge. Once their figures disappeared beyond the villa's entrance, only Yun-Sir and the 6 men remained. The ambience instantly relaxing, yet imbued with a subtle tranquility. Jiang Che was the first to break the silence, leaning against the sofa's armrest. Tomorrow, I wish to venture out to the former area of mutated plants, a perfect opportunity to test my strength after breaking through to the 3rd level. Since reaching this tier, his physical prowess had significantly improved, and he sought high-level plants to hone his skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Shunziki nodded in agreement. I'll join as well, bringing along my subordinates to hunt plants and zombies. It will also serve to assess their training. Fu Mingli, Ling Xiao, and Du Ruoqiu echoed his sentiments, with Duan Qingyue enthusiastically adding, I'll accompany you. Should we encounter high-level plants, I can lend a hand. All eyes turned to Yun-Sir, awaiting her decision. However, she merely cast a fleeting glance at them, refraining from responding immediately. It was evident to her that these individuals were still shaken by the recent encounter with the 5th-level Elan flower. Concerned for her safety and eager to enhance their own strength to share the burdens of future dangers. This thought warmed her heart. Yet the fatigue from her recent power breakthrough still irked her. I will go too. Yun-Sir finally spoke, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible annoyance. No way. Shinziki immediately protested, urgency lacing his tone. Your body is still recovering. The last forced breakthrough nearly compromised your foundation. You haven't rested properly these past few days. You need to take at least a few more days to recuperate. He was acutely aware of Yun-Si's nature. She longed to grow stronger more than anyone else. She would willingly risk her life for strength. To her, weakness was more unbearable than death itself. Having spent so much time with her, he understood her resolve. Fu Mingli also urged her, saying, Indeed, CC, you should take a few days to rest. If you are worried about us, we will remain around the periphery of the botanical area and will not venture deep. Once you have regained your strength, we can ascend the peak together. He emphasized the word rest, his gaze imbued with profound significance. Those present understood that following her last breakthrough, Yun-Si had scarcely rested, with little time even for solitude. Upon hearing this, Shinziki and Ling Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment, nodding in agreement. Jiang Che scratched his head, his tone softening. CC, not to mention resting for a few days, at least take tomorrow off at home. Will you? If you wish to go afterward, we shall accompany you, all right? Observing their eager expressions, Yun-Si's irritation lessened somewhat, and she ultimately nodded gently in acquiescence. However, this tranquility did not endure. The fatigue and frustration that had been forcefully suppressed surged back. Instinctively, she reached for the cigarette box on the table, withdrew a cigarette, and lit it. The scarlet flame flickered in the dim light, undisturbed by anyone's interruption. Yun-Si inadvertently recalled her past life, not an excruciating memory. Yet it stirred her annoyance every time it surfaced. In her previous existence, she was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of abilities or the Hahuan delusion. The onset of the apocalypse was manageable at first. Emerging from heaven and earth, she found herself thrust into the apocalypse, journeying with a group to City D. Oh, City D. It was a veritable hell, particularly for young and beautiful women who suffered the most. They were corralled, manipulated by those who desired them, only to be passed around until they were no longer of interest, at which point they were fed to the pigs that roamed before the apocalypse. Those deemed unattractive were taken out to deceive passers-by, serving as bait. The alluring and youthful ones were kept, while the others were confined, given scraps to sustain their lives, and thrown out as bait. Yun-Si and her companions had fallen victim to this very deception. She, however, escaped a grim fate due to her dark and slender appearance. While passing a supermarket, they entered in search of food, only to find it completely stripped bare. Yunsi noticed a bottle of tanning lotion lying on the ground, kicked around by others. No one wanted it, so she took it for herself. Although she was not as strikingly beautiful in that life as she was now, she still possessed a cool, delicate charm. The leader, Wang Chong, had refrained from acting against her, for he intended to give her to someone else. But that individual had not come to City A. Wang Chong, in a fit of humiliation and rage, was the very moment she was reborn. The tanning lotion played a crucial role in her escape. In City D, where she was scorned by all, no one wished to touch her, fearing the taint of the pigs, and thus, she was relegated to the role of bait. Little did they know, even as bait, no one fell for the ruse. And the frustration was ultimately directed at Yunsi. During her second expulsion, she fortuitously encountered an unkempt zombie. At that moment, her desire to live was genuine. Yet so was her willingness to gamble, and that time, she emerged victorious, earning herself a second chance at life. In this new existence, everything seemed unchanged, and she pondered if D City remained as it had been in her previous life. The onlookers could not discern her emotions, but sensed the faint aura of irritation and stubbornness surrounding her. 6 men exchanged glances, each reluctant to approach her at such a precarious moment. The living room fell into silence once more, the only sound being the soft crackle of Yunsi's cigarette. Shinziki observed the smoke curling from her fingertips, hesitated for a moment, then extracted a cigarette from the pack and lit it. The sharp click of the lighter pierced through the stillness of the room, akin to a switch being flipped. Jiang Che, Fu Mingli, and Ling Xiao soon followed suit. And before long, the room was enveloped in a delicate aroma of tobacco, not harsh, but rather rich and fragrant. Duan Xingyue and Du Ruoqiu watched the group exhale clouds of smoke, feeling somewhat out of place. Du Ruoqiu leaned closer to Duan Xingyue and whispered, "Should we also partake? Otherwise, it feels like we don't belong." Duan Xingyue shook his head, disinterested in smoking. Instead, he approached Yunsi and gently nudged Shinziki aside to sit beside her. Once Yunsi finished her puff, Duan Xingyue extended his hand and softly requested, "May I try?" Yunsi hesitated briefly before handing over the cigarette. Mimicking her, Duan Xingyue took a gentle drag, but before he could exhale, Yunsi unexpectedly leaned in and kissed him. The subtle flavor of tobacco mingled with her fresh scent, flooding Duan Xingyue's senses. The smoke dispersed slowly as they kissed, enveloping them in a haze. His body stiffened momentarily before relaxing into the embrace, his arm wrapping around her waist as he reciprocated the sudden kiss. It was not until the cigarette's end threatened to burn his fingers that Yunsi gently pulled away, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray, her inner turmoil dissipating considerably. Duan Xingyue noted the weariness in her eyes had lessened, and he curiously glanced at Shinziki, aware that the cigarettes Yunsi smoked were procured by him. "In this post-apocalyptic world, where did you find such fine tobacco? The flavor is entirely unlike what I used to smoke. It's not harsh or acrid, but possesses a rich, soothing aroma that tantalizes the palate." Shinziki, as if anticipating the question, reclined on the sofa with a tone laced with pride. It was discovered by Chengyu in a mutated tobacco field south of the base. This tobacco is far superior to what existed before the apocalypse. He even sought out a master craftsman who once specialized in tobacco production, now residing at the base to create it. The cigarettes that Yunsi usually smokes are all handcrafted by the master. Initially, the cigarettes she smoked were not as pleasant as they are now and had the added benefit of calming her nerves. One day, in the living room or perhaps in her room, she found herself with this new blend, assuming Shinziki had simply found an even better tobacco. Without delving deeper into the matter, she had never realized that the cigarettes she smoked held such intricate significance. She had always believed that these cigarettes were merely common supplies procured by Shinziki's subordinates, unaware that he had specifically sent someone to seek out tobacco fields and had even invited a skilled craftsman to create them. This thoughtful attention stirred a warmth within her, and her previous irritability vanished without a trace. "Aze, you've gone to great lengths," Yunsi murmured softly, her gaze imbued with tenderness. Witnessing this expression on her face, the slight annoyance that Shinziki felt, which she had overlooked, dissipated instantly. "Why be so formal with me?" he replied with a smile, his tone laced with affection. As Yunsi gazed into the mirth in his eyes, a warmth enveloped her, her gaze lingering on him almost dreamily. Fu Mingli and Ling Xiao exchanged glances at this scene, unable to suppress a snicker. They were clearly impressed by Shinziki's cleverness. It was evident that Chengyu had been the one tirelessly searching for the tobacco fields and the craftsman, yet all the credit went to Shinziki. allowing Yunxi to remember his kindness. How astute he was. Meanwhile, Chengyu bore the weight of it all, pondering what sins he must have committed in a past life to find himself laboring even in this apocalyptic era. Nonetheless, one must admit, these cigarettes were indeed delightful, and the meals were satisfactory. In a world turned upside down, he still savored rice and braised pork, not to mention the crystal cores provided by the boss. Now, he was at the second tier. The privileges he enjoyed were the envy of many. Ling Xiao regarded Shinziki with a contemplative glance, inwardly musing that those who held a place beside Yunxi were indeed remarkable. He had heard of them too, all exceptional individuals in their respective fields, now formidable ability users. But what of it? Ling Xiao was no less impressive. He had never come to compete with them. Rather, he sought to join their ranks. To be by Yunxi's side was sufficient. As the scent of tobacco gradually dissipated from the living room, Yunxi leaned against Shinziki, her eyes growing heavy with fatigue. He gently patted her back, his voice soothing. If you're tired, go upstairs to rest. We'll tidy up the living room and join you shortly. Yunxi nodded, rising from his embrace and making her way towards the staircase. Du Ruoqiu and Ling Xiao also stood up, beginning to clear the ashtrays and fruit platters in the living room. Their movements synchronized as if they had done this countless times before. Chapter 72. Departure. She had thought that lying down would bring her sleep. Yet as soon as her head touched the pillow, she found herself tossing and turning, utterly unable to slumber. Finally, she sat up in bed, fumbling to extract a cigarette from the box on her bedside table. Just as she struck a lighter to ignite it, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Shunziki entered, holding a cup of warm milk, his gaze falling upon the cigarette between her fingers. He paused momentarily, neither scolding nor reprimanding her, but instead offering a resigned yet tender indulgence. Still unable to sleep? Yunxi lifted her eyes to meet his, the ember at the end of her cigarette swaying gently with her breath, and she softly murmured an affirmation. She seldom found herself in such a state of insomnia. In the past, she would either fall asleep the moment her weary body touched the bed or be preoccupied with honing her extraordinary abilities. Moments like these, where she could quietly let her thoughts drift, were indeed rare. Shinziki placed a warm glass of milk on the bedside table and hastily approached the bed. Before Yunxi could react, he effortlessly swept her into his arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, nearly causing her cigarette but to graze his collar. She quickly raised her hand to extinguish it in the ashtray beside the bed. He carried her to the window and gently pushed it open. The evening breeze flowed in, dispersing the lingering scent of tobacco in the room, allowing Yunxi's taut nerves to relax somewhat. Before she could inquire about his intentions, Shinziki carefully set her on the windowsill. The ledge was not particularly wide, and he was mindful not to jostle her. He placed his left hand beneath her back, palm pressed against her, while his right hand securely supported her waist, ensuring her comfort and stability. It was just right. Shinziki gazed at her, his eyes brimming with warmth and mirth. He had longed to kiss her like this, having often observed her standing by the window, smoking, and thinking that this height was just perfect. As his words trailed off, he leaned in slightly, his warm lips meeting hers. The kiss was devoid of urgency, tender beyond measure. Shunziki's lips caressed hers gently, occasionally gliding over her lower lip with the sweetness of warm milk, gradually dissolving the agitation within her heart. Yunxi closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck in a soft response. The sounds of the wind outside and the distant groans of zombies from beyond the base fading into a blurred background, leaving only their intertwined warm breaths. After a prolonged kiss, Shinziki gently released her, resting his forehead against hers, his breath somewhat unsteady yet earnest as he looked into her eyes. "Cici, you are too tense. You don't always have to hold everything together. You can rely on me and us from time to time." Yunxi cast her gaze down upon the callous skin on his hand, pausing for a moment before softly replying, "I just don't know what I should do. When I stop, I feel an emptiness inside, a certain vexation. I am accustomed to filling all my time with combat and training. When I finally settle down, it feels unfamiliar." Shinziki raised his hand, gently tousling her hair, his tone exceptionally tender. "Then try to trust us more. The matters of the base are shared between me, Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, Du Ruoqiu, Duan Qingyue, and Ling Xiao. You need not bear everything alone." Yunxi remained silent, aware that Shunziki spoke the truth. However, the thought of fully relying on them was something she found difficult to embrace, and she struggled to place her trust in them. Shinziki did not press further. He understood her nature. Knowing that a few words would not suffice for her to entirely depend on or trust them, nor would she allow herself to become complacent. They remained in this tranquil state, one standing by the window and the other seated on the sill, the moonlight cascading over them, rendering the scene exceptionally heartwarming. After a considerable time, Yunsi softly broke the silence. "Aze, do you think this apocalypse will ever end?" Shinziki furrowed his brow slightly. Gazing into the dark expanse of the night sky as he candidly responded, "It probably will not. The zombies are evolving, and the mutated plants are growing stronger. Perhaps even more perilous entities will emerge in the future." Yunsi nodded gently, her eyes devoid of fear, exuding a tenacity instead. "I share your sentiment. Therefore, one must strive to survive. One can either soar high or be eliminated." She paused, her tone tinged with defiance, asserting, "I choose to soar." Silently, she resolved that not only did she wish to ascend, but she also aspired to be the one who commands the entire situation. Having been granted a second chance at life, what harm would it be to become the strongest ruler of this world? Shinziki observed the stubbornness in her gaze. Feeling a mix of pain and love in his heart, he reached out, lifting her from the windowsill, cradling her gently in his arms, and laid her softly on the bed. Leaning down, he kissed her forehead. "Sleep well. I will always be by your side." Yunsi responded with a soft hum. Closing her eyes, Shunziki's tenderness enveloped her in a profound sense of security, and soon, weariness overtook her, leading her into a deep slumber. Once her breathing steadied, Shinziki gradually opened his eyes. He turned to his side, softly caressing her long hair, his gaze resting on her slightly furrowed brow, even in sleep. Unable to resist, he tenderly smoothed it with his fingertip, as if attempting to quell his burgeoning possessiveness. He understood that all he could do was accompany her, steadfastly offering his unwavering love. He gazed at her in silence for a considerable time before closing his eyes again, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, cultivating drowsiness. At dawn the following day, Shinziki awoke. He recalled the agreement made with the others the day before, to venture into the mutated plant zone for training. It was nearly time to rise. As he carefully withdrew his arm from around Yunsi, she stirred slightly, her voice raspy from slumber. "Aze, are you all leaving?" Shinziki turned back, noticing her eyes were not fully open, and spoke softly. "Yes, sleep a little longer. It is still early. We will bring back beautiful crystal cores for you." He quickly washed up and tidied himself, leaning down to plant a kiss on Yunsi's forehead before stealthily exiting the bedroom. In the living room downstairs, Fu Mingli, Jiang Che, Ling Xiao, Duan Xingyue, and Du Ruoqiu had already gathered, each prepared and seated on the sofa, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him, Fu Mingli stood. "Let's go. Breakfast is ready, and we shall eat on the way. After we finish, we will time our return to coincide with the early morning when zombies and mutated plants are most active, making it easier to hunt." "Agreed." Shinziki nodded, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the second-floor bedroom before he followed the others out the door. As they exited, Yun Wei and his subordinates were already waiting at the base entrance. Ling Yun stood with Luo Wuxia, and noticing Yun Si's absence, he inquired of his brother. "Brother, where is sister-in-law?" Ling Xiao replied with resignation. "CCISNT coming today." Seeing this, Ling Yun refrained from pressing further, quietly retreating to his position. As they were currently under Yun Wei's command, Fu Mingli glanced around, noting that everyone had gathered, and they boarded the vehicle, setting off. This was not their first outing. The group moved with an organized and orderly precision. If any self-formed teams wished to follow behind, they would not be driven away. Among the trailing party, a man with striking red hair stood out. One of the burly men with a beard addressed the red-haired individual, saying, "Young master, I've heard that the area ahead is teeming with edible mutated plants and animals. The animals are relatively easy to hunt, but we must be cautious of the mutated flora. Rumor has it there are even fourth-tier variants." Shi Feng was indifferent, stating that keeping a safe distance while observing their activities in the designated area was prudent. They should refrain from straying beyond that range until they had gathered sufficient information, after which they could proceed separately. The two burly men responded in unison. Chapter 73. Surprise. Fu Mingli and his companions settled into the front passenger and back seats of the off-road vehicle, quickly consuming their breakfast. The thermos contained meat, buns, and eggs prepared in advance by Chef Pang, accompanied by bottled soy milk, which could be devoured in just a few bites. As the last meat bun was swallowed by Ling Xiao, the vehicle traversed a bumpy stretch of road, with 1/3 of the distance remaining to the mutated plant zone. Along the way, they occasionally encountered a few wandering first-tier zombies, which posed no threat to Fu Mingli and his group. The two leading vehicles, manned by Fu Mingli's subordinates Yang Run and Wu Qing, made the distinct sound of blades slicing through the zombies' necks, audible even through the car windows. Inside the vehicle, silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of tires rolling over the road. Shinziki leaned against the window, his fingertips unknowingly caressing the dagger at his waist. Fu Mingli was poring over a simple map that marked the areas of the mutated plant zone that had already been cleared. After more than half an hour, the convoy finally halted at the edge of the mutated plant zone. A well-trained group swiftly opened the doors and disembarked, with Yunwei and their subordinates forming two lines, awaiting Fu Mingli's assignment of tasks. Not far away, several scattered survivor teams also stopped their vehicles, though none dared to approach recklessly. Since the last incident where a team disregarded warnings and ventured deep into the area, resulting in the loss of over 10 members who barely managed to escape, everyone had become considerably more cautious, sticking to the outer fringes behind the base teams to gather low-tier plants. After all, they could at least obtain crystal cores. It was better than risking their lives. They knew the value of survival over the cores. Fu Mingli paid no heed to the scattered groups and turned to Li Dahua beside him, instructing, "Take 20, Yunwei, to the east side. The rest will follow Yang Run to the west side. Be sure to collect edible plants, and signal immediately upon encountering anything above the second tier." "Understood, Mr. Fu," the squad leader replied, promptly leading his team into action. At that moment, Jiang Che approached, scratching his head and suggesting, "Since Luo Wuxia has ample experience, why not let her lead the team? I wish to scout the hillside." Fu Mingli glanced at him, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Yet he refrained from making it explicit. "Just arrange it as you see fit, and be cautious," he replied. Jiang Che nodded eagerly, turned to brief Luo Wuxia briefly, then shouldered a massive axe and swiftly made his way toward the hillside. As he took just a few steps, he sensed footsteps trailing behind him. Turning around, he saw Shinziki, Fu Mingli, Du Ruoqiu, Duan Qingyue, and Ling Xiao following closely, each wielding a weapon, evidently intent on accompanying him. "You guys?" Jiang Che paused momentarily, a warm feeling swelling within him. Were they truly disregarding their own teams? He knew that both Shinziki and Fu Mingli had their own factions, and he had never expected them to set aside their affairs to join him on the mountain. Shinziki stepped forward, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, his tone laced with playful banter. "You can abandon your team to Luo Wuxia, but we cannot? Don't think you can secretly grow stronger alone. Strength must be forged together." Duan Qingyue nodded in agreement, shaking the bow and arrow in his hands. "Exactly. I want to try out the new flame arrows I just painted. It's the perfect opportunity to practice with high-tier plants." Fu Mingli regarded Jiang Che with a knowing smile, his gaze probing. "Your haste to ascend the mountainside suggests your intentions are more complex than simply seeking strength." He had long sensed something amiss. Although Jiang Che was typically combative, he never acted with such urgency in solitary endeavors, as if he were in search of something. Jiang Che's cheeks flushed at the remark, and he quickly turned away to avoid Fu Mingli's gaze, hastening his steps forward. "I merely wish to see if there are any high-tier plants." Yet, the telltale redness in his ears betrayed his true thoughts. Ling Xiao trailed behind, observing the dynamic among the group with a hint of surprise. Initially, he had anticipated some competitive tension between them, but he was taken aback by the profound camaraderie that had developed. Nevertheless, this was a welcome surprise. Having more brothers was indeed advantageous. As they continued their ascent, the low-tier plants had long been cleared by Yunsi during her previous visit, leaving behind only a few scattered weeds of the first and second tiers. Jiang Che walked attentively, scrutinizing the soil and sunlight along the path. He recalled how Yunsi had delicately rubbed the fourth-tier wisteria crystal core with her fingertips, her eyes brimming with affection. She had absorbed the fourth-tier core, leaving no trace of the fifth. He yearned to find beautiful and medicinal fourth-tier plants for her to admire, believing she would cherish them dearly. While the first and second-tier cores held little allure, the fourth tier was exquisitely unique. A translucent green orb the size of a ping-pong ball encased a stunning floral model, lifelike in its detail. What girl would not be enchanted by such a treasure? He had once perused the archives at the base and learned that roses thrived in warm, well-lit environments with good drainage. And the eastern slope of the mountainside perfectly matched these conditions. Even if he could not find roses, lilies, or lavender would suffice. Surely, CC would appreciate them. In truth, fifth-tier plants would be even more suitable for crafting beads, but his current abilities were limited. This was the highest tier he could manage without risking his life in the process. Navigating around a patch of purple flowering sage, Jiang Che's eyes brightened. The sage thrived in sunlight, indicating that the lighting ahead must be even more favorable. Just as he contemplated quickening his pace, Fu Mingli called out to him. "What exactly are you searching for?" Fu Mingli stepped forward, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "It is far more prudent for us to search together than for you to wander aimlessly alone. Moreover, Du Ruoqiu, being a physician, possesses a deeper understanding of the characteristics of medicinal herbs than you do. She might just be of assistance." Jiang Che halted, scratching his head. Feeling a tad embarrassed as he confessed, "It's nothing much, really. I just want to find some level 4 roses and lilies for CC to play with." She used to often toy with that level 4 crystal core, and after absorbing the wisteria crystal core, she hasn't played with anything else. I believe she must have a fondness for that level 4 core and would enjoy some beautiful plants that are both entertaining and possess medicinal value. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, subsequently nodding in agreement. Shinziki clapped him on the shoulder, his tone infused with approval. "Who would have thought? You seem so carefree most of the time, yet you are quite observant." They had not realized how keenly Jiang Che had been observing. Du Ruoqiu chuckled and remarked, "You have indeed come to the right place. The soil to the east has excellent drainage and ample sunlight, making it perfect for the growth of roses and lilies. Perhaps we might also find lavender, mint, and other medicinal plants." He paused before adding, "However, whether we can find level 4 plants depends on luck. But even if we encounter level 4 plants, there is no need for concern with so many of us." "Indeed," Duan Qingyue immediately chimed in, patting the newly drawn explosive arrows in his backpack. "I brought plenty of fire arrows. If we come across level 4 plants, I'll take the lead with an explosive strike." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. "My lightning abilities can restrain the plant's movements, allowing you all to strike at their vulnerable points." Observing the excitement among his companions, Fu Mingli couldn't help but smile faintly. "In that case, let us split into 2 groups. Ling Xiao and I shall head east, while Shinziki, Du Ruoqiu, Duan Qingyue, and Jiang Che will venture south. We shall reconvene here in half an hour." "All right." The group responded in unison, promptly dividing into 2 teams to set off. Jiang Che walked ahead, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Their assistance would undoubtedly expedite the search, and perhaps today he could surprise CC. As he walked, he paid close attention to the plants lining the path, lost in thought. Shunziki observed his retreating figure, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. In truth, accepting their shared affection for her was not such a difficult notion to embrace. Chapter 74. Level 4 Red Roses. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the 6 of them reconvened at the designated spot. Each face bore a semblance of disappointment. Not only had they failed to spot any level 4 plants, but even level 3 plants were conspicuously absent, leaving only a carpet of lowly Tier 1 and Tier 2 weeds. Could it be that their habits have changed due to mutation? Du Ruoqiu voiced her doubt. Perhaps roses and lilies simply do not thrive in this environment, and we have ventured in the wrong direction? Fu Mingli crouched down, his fingertips brushing over the damp earth, pondering aloud. Let us search the vicinity a bit longer. Even if the plants have mutated, their affinity for sunlight should remain unchanged. The east receives the most sunlight, so it stands to reason there should be light-loving plants here. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Che. Jiang Che gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. "Then let us continue our search." Having spoken, the 6 individuals dispersed once more, this time with even greater diligence, leaving no crevice in the rocks unexamined. However, after just a few paces, Jiang Che came to an abrupt halt. Not far away, the mountain rocks were adorned with a dense proliferation of morning glories and pothos, 2 types of low-tier plants entwined without a trace of conflict. In stark contrast to the post-apocalyptic world, where mutated flora exhibited territorial instincts, these plants coexisted in an extraordinary harmony. He furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying anomaly. In the wasteland, mutated plants fought fiercely for resources. They would devour not only different species, but even their own kind. How could these 2 first- and second-tier plants coexist peacefully? Something was amiss. He seized the massive axe strapped to his back and swung it forcefully at the rocks. With a sharp crack, The entwined vine snapped, and fragments of stone tumbled down, revealing a dark cavern before Jiangche. The entrance exuded an air of tranquility, devoid of even the whisper of wind, enveloped in profound silence. From a distance, Fu Mingli and the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Upon sighting the cavern, Du Ruoqiu could not suppress her admiration, exclaiming, "Well done, Jiangche. We've circled this area several times without discovering this dark cavern. Yet you cleaved it open with a single stroke." Jiangche scratched his head in modesty. "I just found it peculiar. First and second-tier plants ought to strive for advancement. So it's illogical for them to coexist peacefully. There must be something wrong." His eyes brightened with the vague intuition that within the cave lay something he sought. Fu Mingli approached the cavern's entrance, bending to examine the rocky threshold, his brows knitting tighter with concern. "We must tread carefully. This cave has evaded Yunxi's scrutiny, indicating it is no ordinary place. It is either a naturally concealed space or deliberately arranged. If it is the latter, we could be in trouble. Should we venture in?" Du Ruoqiu inquired. "Absolutely." Both Ling Xiao and Shinziki responded almost in unison. After exchanging glances, Shinziki spoke first. "We cannot retreat merely upon encountering the unknown. Moreover, with so many of us, even if danger lurks within, escaping unscathed should not pose a challenge." He tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist, resolute that they had come this far for a reason. Fu Mingli pondered for a moment, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the fragrant beads on his wrist, as if he could still sense the exquisite aroma of the ylang-ylang that lingered around C. He lifted his gaze to the group, his tone resolute. "Let us proceed. Shinziki and I will lead the way, Jiangche and Ling Xiao will bring up the rear, while Du Ruoqiu and Duan Qingyue will remain in the middle, vigilant for any disturbances around us." With that, he stepped into the cavern first. The entrance was quite narrow, making it somewhat cramped for two people to walk side by side, necessitating Fu Mingli to walk ahead. Inside, the darkness enveloped them, and the beam from Duan Qingyue's flashlight cast a faint glow, illuminating the path ahead. After traversing for 3 or 4 minutes, the space suddenly opened up, and the air became more breathable, dispelling the previous oppressive atmosphere. As they rounded a bend, the flashlight's beam illuminated the center of the cavern, revealing an astonishing sight: a towering red rose, standing as tall as a person. The deep crimson petals, layered upon one another, resembled flames in fervent combustion. The thorns along the flower's stem glimmered with a chilling radiance. Despite its growth in the shadowy recesses of a cave, it remained dazzling, capturing the gaze of all who beheld it. "This is it." Jiangche's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. The petals of this red rose emitted a faint energy fluctuation, unmistakably a level 4 mutated plant. Its exquisite beauty was perfectly suited for CC. She would undoubtedly adore it. Unable to contain his excitement, he gripped the enormous axe tightly, yearning to rush forward and bring this magnificent rose back intact. Fu Mingli gazed at the red rose, his mind drifting to the moment he first encountered Yunxi. At that time, she resembled this solitary blooming rose, adorned with thorns, her eyes filled with defiance and wariness, warding off any who dared approach. Yet, her brilliance was impossible to overlook. Du Ruoqiu, too, was swept into memories of the past, his eyes deepening with reflection. He could never forget the sight of Yunxi at the onset of the apocalypse, leaning against a wall, clutching her weapon. Anyone who ventured too close would meet the swift arc of her blade, reminiscent of this rose, with its thorns fiercely rejecting any intruders. "I will go and cut a few branches to bring back," Jiangche exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he charged forward, axe in hand. With a powerful swing, the axe descended upon the rose's branches, producing a sharp crack as several budding blooms fell. He gathered them up, envisioning their placement in a vase, certain that Yunxi would be delighted upon seeing them. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the mutated red rose suddenly began to tremble violently. The deep red petals fell like butterflies, yet they bore a lethal sharpness. As they sliced through the air, a faint glimmer of blood shimmered in their wake. Jiangche, reacting swiftly, raised his axe in defense, but the petals still grazed his arm, leaving a shallow crimson mark. The expressions of Fu Mingli and the others shifted dramatically. Jiangche's physique had already been enhanced by abilities, capable of withstanding a level 4 zombie, yet these seemingly delicate petals had effortlessly breached his skin. The group's demeanor grew increasingly cautious. "Forget the branches. We must neutralize it first, Duan Qinghua shouted, urging everyone to retreat, while swiftly preparing a bow and arrow. A fiery explosive arrow was loosed towards the rose. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, engulfing the petals in an instant. Strangely, the fire consumed only the petals, leaving the stem unscathed. Observing this, Fu Mingli immediately conjured an icy blade and struck fiercely at the stem. With a sharp clang, the ice blade merely left a faint mark, barely breaking the skin. Following suit, Shinziki manipulated metal shards to form a long knife, precisely targeting the mark left by Fu Mingli. The collision of metal against stem sparked brilliantly, deepening the incision. I will hold it down, Ling Xiao called out, unleashing his lightning abilities. Several bolts of electricity surged towards the stem of the rose, momentarily stalling its movements. Jiang Che, Fu Mingli, and Shinziki seized the opportunity as they advanced, wielding a giant axe, an ice blade, and a metal knife, each strike directed at the flower stem with utmost force. Meanwhile, Duan Qinghua and Du Ruoqiu held their positions from a distance, with Duan Qinghua unleashing a barrage of fiery arrows that scorched the leaves of the crimson rose, thereby diminishing its offensive capabilities. Du Ruoqiu conjured water-based abilities, creating a shimmering curtain of water around their companions to shield them from the occasional petals that flew their way. As Ling Zhao's thunderous powers ceased, Duan Qinghua immediately ignited flames, their coordination seamless. The battle raged on for a full half-hour, depleting their abilities and leaving their faces pale. Jiang Che bore several wounds on his arms and cheeks, blood staining his garments, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, as Shunziki's metal knife struck the previous marks once more, a sharp crack echoed, and the stem of the fourth-tier red rose shattered. A deep crimson crystal core rolled out, glowing softly, with a diminutive, ethereal rose reflected within it, captivatingly beautiful. Ling Xiao hurried forward, retrieving the crystal core and presenting it to Jiang Che. Here, take this, it is what you sought. Jiang Che accepted the crystal core, his fingertips caressing it gently. His heart swelling with gratitude, he addressed the group. Thank you all. Without your support, I would never have secured it. No need for formalities. We are all brothers here. Shinziki replied, patting his shoulder as he leaned against a rock, panting. Let us take a moment to rest here and absorb some of the crystal core's energy to recover our abilities. Otherwise, should we encounter another fourth-tier mutated plant, we would merely become easy prey. The group nodded in agreement, producing their spare third-tier crystal cores to begin their recovery. Fu Mingli leaned against a nearby surface, observing the empty ice blade in his hand, silently grateful. Had even one person been absent, they might have returned disheartened. This fourth-tier red rose's defensive and offensive capabilities far exceeded expectations. Without the united efforts of the six, capturing it would have been impossible. After resting for approximately 15 minutes, their complexions improved. Jiang Che carefully stowed away the rose bud and crystal core, his eyes brimming with joy. Once they returned, and he inserted the flower, presenting the crystal core to Yun Si, she would surely be delighted. Fu Mingli rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Let us descend the mountain. If we return late, we wouldn't want CC to worry. The group nodded, following him towards the cave entrance. Chapter 75. The beautiful crystal core. As Fu Mingli and the others emerged from the cave, making their way down the mountainside along a narrow path, they encountered Shifang and his companions approaching. At that moment, Shifang was bent down, collecting the remnants of the third-tier sagebrush, clearly having just concluded a battle. Beside him, the burly man Yu Liang used a dagger to extract the crystal core from the stalk, while the lean man Zhang Jin inspected the nicks on their weapons. 3 second-tier ability users successfully vanquishing a third-tier sagebrush was indeed a commendable achievement. Their gazes met, yet neither party paused. They merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A silent greeting exchanged. Fu Mingli did not linger, leading the group forward without casting a single glance at Shifang. As Shifang watched their retreating figures, his steps involuntarily hesitated. The twilight sun cast its warm glow upon Fu Mingli and his companions, despite their disheveled appearance and Jiang Che's arm bound in bandages. They stood tall, embodying a stature he could no longer attain. Young master, you are doing well. Yu Liang observed the disappointment in his eyes and, concealing his crystal core, approached him with a soothing tone. Surviving in this apocalypse and personally dealing with third-tier plants, if the master were to know, he would surely feel gratified. Zhang Jin also set down his weapon, giving Shifang's shoulder a reassuring pat, his eyes revealing concern without uttering a word. They were all aware of the disparity that weighed heavily on Shifang's heart. Once a formidable figure in City C, he now found himself struggling for survival alongside ordinary people, watching others effortlessly confront higher dangers, inevitably feeling a sense of regret. Shifang withdrew his gaze, his fingertips subconsciously tracing the air, before finally responding with a detached hum. He understood Ylang and Zhang Jin's good intentions. Yet only he comprehended the profound difficulty of witnessing those around him perish one by one, transforming from a pampered tyrant into an ordinary person solely focused on survival. This jarring contrast was almost unbearable. "Let us tidy up and head back," he stated, bending to retrieve the backpack from the ground, his tone devoid of emotion. Ylang and Zhang Jin exchanged glances, refraining from further persuasion, swiftly clearing away the remnants of battle as they followed him down the mountain. Meanwhile, Du Ruoqiu observed Shifang's silhouette, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Who would have thought that the once proud and mischievous young master of City C could now maintain his composure to enhance his abilities? He has certainly matured. Fu Mingli cast a sidelong glance at him but did not respond, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. He pondered that if Du Ruoqiu's elder, residing in City B, were to discover that his young relative had fallen for a woman with a boyfriend and was now sharing a roof with them, he would likely rush over to intervene. In contrast, Fu Mingli had little to worry about. His family had long hoped he would find a kindred spirit. With his parents in good health and his elder brother already married with children, even if they were aware of his relationship with Yanxi, they would merely consider him unambitious, allowing him the freedom to pursue his own path. He discreetly scanned the group, noting that aside from Du Ruoqiu, Shunziki's family consisted only of ill-intentioned distant relatives, while Jiang Che and Duan Qingwei were akin to orphans. In this light, it appeared that gaining approval from Du Ruoqiu's family for his relationship with C would pose significant challenges. However, this thought was fleeting, as Fu Mingli quickly suppressed his emotions, maintaining a facade of composure that went unnoticed by anyone. Only Du Ruoqiu, walking behind him, felt an inexplicable chill at the nape of his neck and instinctively quickened his pace to position himself at the front of the group. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, darkness had enveloped the landscape, the distant woods gradually succumbing to nightfall, likely around 5 or 6 o'clock. As the summer waned, Luo Wuxia, Yang Run, Wu Qing, and Chengyu had long awaited at the parking area. Upon witnessing their safe return, the anxiety that had gripped their hearts finally dissipated. Chengyu was the first to rush forward, his voice brimming with urgency. "Boss, at last, you have returned. I thought you—" He abruptly halted, chagrined, nearly letting slip the words about dying on the mountain. Quickly sealing his lips, he averted his gaze, unable to meet Shinziki's eyes. The others exchanged glances, for although Chengyu was typically loquacious, he would never utter such indiscreet remarks. It was evident that he was genuinely worried. Du Ruoqiu, relishing the unfolding drama, leaned in to interject. "What? Did you think your boss had perished on the mountain? Worried that you might never find such a generous employer again?" Chengyu shot him a glare, desperately restraining the urge to retort. Indeed, he held that thought. Yet to voice it publicly would be akin to inviting his own execution. Shunziki regarded him with a bemused expression, leisurely articulating, "So eager for me to encounter misfortune. Are you seeking a more reliable patron?" "Absolutely not. Please don't wrongfully accuse me, boss." Chengyu hastily gestured, fervently defending himself. "Consider it. Who is as magnanimous as you? That third-level crystal core you gifted me last time remains untouched." "Good to know," Shinziki replied, raising an eyebrow, choosing not to tease him further as he turned towards the off-road vehicle. Wu Qing hurriedly approached, addressing Fu Mingli. "Mr. Fu, now that everyone is here, shall we return to the base? The mountain paths are treacherous after dark, and we might encounter wandering zombies." Fu Mingli nodded. "Let us depart." Yang Run opened his mouth, intending to inquire about the injury on Jiang Che's arm, but before he could speak, Wu Qing grasped his arm, forcibly steering him towards the vehicle. In a hushed tone, Wu Qing warned, "Don't speak out of turn. Can't you see they are utterly exhausted? Any discussion can wait until we return." Internally, he mused, "With that loose tongue of yours, you might truly offend someone one day." Meanwhile, at the mountain's base, Shifang and the others had also arrived. The parking area now housed only their vehicle, with Yunwei and Fu Mingli's group having departed, leaving but the rear of their vehicle behind. "Young master, quickly get in," Yu Liang urged, his tone tinged with urgency. It was growing late, and high-level zombies could be lurking. They needed to catch up with the preceding convoy for safety. Zhang Jin wasted no time, taking the wheel and pressing the accelerator to the floor. The car roared forward, the dashboard's needle climbing steadily, until, after roughly a kilometer, they finally spotted the tail end of the convoy, closely trailing behind. At the same moment, in the villa, Yunxi sat on the living room sofa, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of a teacup. The sky outside had turned completely dark, the courtyard lights illuminating the surroundings. Yet the familiar silhouette of an approaching vehicle remained absent. She glanced at the wall clock, which indicated 7 o'clock, ordinarily. Fu Mingli and the others would have returned by now, yet today they were nearly an hour late. Just then, the sound of an engine echoed from the courtyard. Yunxi immediately stood up and hurried to the door, just in time to see Fu Mingli and the others alight from the vehicle. She approached them, her gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Jiang Che's arm, which was wrapped in bandages. Her brows furrowed slightly. "Why are you back so late? And injured?" Fu Mingli stepped forward, gently grasping her hand, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "We encountered a minor mishap. We discovered a cave halfway up the mountain, which housed a grade 4 red rose. It delayed us a bit. Jiang Che only has superficial wounds. He will be fine." Yunxi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned towards the living room. "Master Pang left some food. I'll go heat it up. You all should take a shower and change your clothes first." Though she did not vocalize her concern, the warmth in her eyes instantly soothed the hearts of those present. Jiang Che touched the grade 4 crystal core in his pocket, unable to suppress a smile. The living room was bathed in a warm, bright light, and the aroma of food soon wafted from the kitchen, dispelling the fatigue that clung to everyone. After the meal, Jiang Che retrieved the crystal core from his pocket and held it out to Yunxi. "Cici, do you like it?" Yunxi glanced at the crystal core in Jiang Che's hand, and then at his injuries, feeling a mix of emotion and concern. She reproached him gently. "How did you find a grade for mutated plant? I thought I had cleared everything out." Jiang Che took her hand, placing the crystal core in her palm, and smiled. "You missed one. It's quite beautiful. Just take a look." At his words, Yunxi lowered her gaze to the crystal core, which indeed was stunning. Inside the vibrant green orb was a miniature model of a red rose, radiant and exuberant. Jiang Che was right. She adored it. Everyone present noticed her enamored expression and understood her affection. Yunxi shifted her gaze, adopting a serious tone. "From now on, none of you should emulate Jiang Che. If you were to lose your lives, would you willingly allow me to be taken by someone else? Would you be content to see others use what you risked your lives for to curry favor with me? Do you understand?" The men in attendance exchanged glances, each brimming with a newfound sense of rivalry, treasuring their lives even more. Jiang Che's smile remained intact. "We all went together. At the very least, we could retreat safely." Fu Mingli looked at Yunxi, torn between annoyance and affection. "I wouldn't dream of handing you over to anyone else." "Exactly, our lives are precious. If it weren't for so many of us, I certainly wouldn't have gone," Du Ruocho chimed in. Shinziki glanced at Yunxi, who was instinctively toying with the crystal core in her hand, and remarked, "I wouldn't trust anyone else with you. I fear they wouldn't love you as I do." Duan Qingwei gazed at her tenderly. "Neither would I. After all, I haven't yet painted a picture for you using my powers. I'm curious to see if another you would emerge from it." Ling Xiao observed Yunxi's face, which was a blend of emotion and concern. With fervor, he declared, "I wouldn't engage in such dangerous endeavors. If death were to come, I would rather face it with you, so we could be together in the afterlife." Yunxi recognized the sincerity in their expressions. She knew they meant every word. "Very well, let us all rest early. You must be exhausted today." With that, she rose and ascended the staircase. Jiang Che seemed to recall something, suddenly rising to his feet and walking out. The others remembered the bouquet of red roses that Jiang Che had brought back and understood, realizing that tonight belonged to CC. Chapter 76. Tools. Everyone watched in astonishment as a vibrant bouquet of crimson roses ascended the stairs, unable to suppress their curiosity about CC's reaction, wondering if she would love him even more. Jiang Che knocked on CC's door, cradling the roses. CC gazed at the magnificent bouquet, surprised, as she had not anticipated the arrival of flowers, thinking there would only be crystals. "Thank you, Ache," she said, accepting the roses from him. "I'm glad you like them. Next time I find beautiful flowers, I'll bring them back for you," he replied, stepping into the room. Cece admired the flowers for a moment before placing them on her bedside table. Ache, please wait for me while I take a shower. This invitation was unmistakable, stirring a rush of blood in Jiang Che. He glanced at the nearby roses, their vivid red contrasting starkly with Cece's fair and radiant skin. He stood up, plucking a few stems and scattering the petals across the bed. The red roses appeared enticing against the plain white sheets, and he dared not imagine the beauty of Cece lying atop them, allowing him to indulge in his whims. When Yunsi emerged, she saw Jiang Che arranging the petals and regarded him with suspicion, pondering how he had become so adept at creating such an atmosphere. She embraced him, expressing, "While I adore the exquisite crystals, I do not wish for you to take risks on my behalf in the future." Jiang Che turned to envelop her in his arms. She was clad in a purple camisole, exuding a captivating allure. He gently leaned closer to her ear, whispering something. Lying on the bed adorned with rose petals, Cece was indeed breathtaking. In that moment, Jiang Che was entranced. The contrast of her snowy skin, ebony hair, and the red of the roses was mesmerizing. Cece had never perceived Jiang Che as this romantic before. He felt that she was especially radiant today, allowing him to revel in the moment. The petals on the sheets had been crushed, transforming into a lavish and opulent tableau, while the fragrance of the roses mingled with her natural ylang-ylang scent, creating an unexpectedly intoxicating aroma. As night deepened, some lay awake in solitude while others reveled in song until dawn. When the morning light filtered into the bedroom, it revealed the absurdity within. The sheets, strewn with rose petals, lay carelessly on the floor. Jiang Che awoke first, glancing at the person nestled in his embrace. Noticing the glimmer of moisture at the corners of her eyes, she was indeed exhausted, having fallen asleep only as the sky began to lighten. When Yunsi awoke, she felt a discomfort in her body. Were it not for her ability to cultivate and her self-healing powers, she might not have risen at all. She raised her hand to concentrate her spiritual energy, the white light emanating from her fingertips more refined than ever, propelling her to the 7th level of foundation building. She mused internally, wondering how her advancement could occur so swiftly. Could it be related to her feelings? Previously, she had focused on cultivation, but the events of the previous night had pushed such thoughts aside. Clearly, she could no longer regard this as mere cultivation. She gazed at the spiritual energy in her hands, contemplating that if she were to encounter that 5th-level island flower again, she could effortlessly sever it and procure its crystal core without relying on her time manipulation abilities. Speaking of the crystal core, she recalled that the moment the 5th-level core entered her possession, it had burrowed into her body, a fact she had only just remembered. Yunsi's movements stirred Jiang Che from his slumber. "Why not sleep a little longer?" he asked, suddenly reminded of that inexplicable 5th-level crystal core. She felt a twinge of unease. As she responded to Jiang Che, she settled into a cross-legged position. Yunsi turned her attention inward to her dantian, where she observed a green orb spinning incessantly above it, filtering the spiritual energy and rendering it more pure. Moreover, it emitted an enigmatic force that gradually nourished her entire being and meridians. No wonder her cultivation had progressed so swiftly. Jiang Che noticed her opening her eyes and inquired, "How is it? Could that 5th-level crystal core harm you?" Yunsi shook her head. "No, on the contrary, it has a nourishing effect on my body." Jiang Che's expression turned contemplative. Indeed, it was quite nourishing. As he spoke, there was a depth to his tone. Yunsi shot him a glance, wondering how he had become so mischievous. She retrieved a set of clothes from her wardrobe and changed. Jiang Che saw her donning a tracksuit and asked, "Are you going out?" Yunsi raised an eyebrow. "Is that not permissible?" "No, I just worry about your condition," he replied. Yunsi whispered something in his ear, causing his face to flush crimson. The mattress creaked under the weight of their interactions. Downstairs, the living room was already bustling with activity. However, the few individuals present below seemed distracted, frequently glancing upstairs. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Yunsi and Jiang Che finally descended. The others rolled their eyes at Jiang Che, for although the crystal core was discovered together, it was he who had the beauty in his arms, much to his delight. "Today, I wish to venture out to the mutated plant zone," Yunsi declared. The others exchanged glances with Jiang Che, as if to say, "You are not all that remarkable," indicating that Sure still had the energy to go out. Jiang Che thought to himself, "Humph. It's not just enhanced abilities that determine resilience." He discreetly rubbed his lower back and shot a glare at Fu Mingli and the others. "Have you all leveled up?" He surveyed the group, noting that Fu Mingli, Ling Xiao, Shinziki, and Jiang Che had successfully broken through to level 3, while Duan Qingyue and Du Ruoqiu remained at level 2, yet were just a step away from advancement. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Che for an unusually long time, pondering that the harmonious desire technique required mutual affection to unlock its full potential. Observing Jiang Che's state from the previous night, she noted how terrifyingly strong he had become, suggesting it had nourished him as well. Furthermore, having only reached level 2 yesterday and not having absorbed the crystal core overnight, he had advanced to level 3 today. Perhaps they should try again tonight? The group seemed to sense that Jiang Che was somewhat different today, appearing far more spirited than usual, and they chorused, "You've reached level 3 too?" The gaze directed at him was beyond description. They truly did not comprehend the extent of Jiang Che's diligence, managing to carve out time to enhance his abilities even while being with Yunsi. Jiang Che glanced at the reactions of the crowd and chuckled, stating that he had not absorbed any crystal cores the previous night. The group's attention swiftly shifted back to Yunsi. If Jiang Che was fine, then the one facing issues must be Yunsi. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she turned her head aside, unable to confess that her previous interactions had merely been driven by the desire to improve her cultivation. Though the progress was minimal, it was better than nothing. Only now did she realize that the issue lay within herself. Clearing her throat, she declared her readiness to depart immediately. Fu Mingli observed Yunsi's guilty demeanor and sensed that the matter was more complex than it appeared. Shinziki also noted Yunsi's apparent attempt to divert the topic, stirring some unsettling suspicions within him. Did she truly regard them merely as tools to aid her cultivation? Was every emotional stir she exhibited merely a facade or an act? From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he sensed her depth. She harbored secrets. Later, she had claimed that her cultivation method necessitated not being tied to just one person. He had assumed her feelings for him were genuine, and he had compromised. Yet now, the unsettling realization dawned upon him that she might not love him after all. How could she so callously disregard his affection? Aside from Ling Xiao, everyone else noticed Shinziki's pale countenance and wore expressions of concern, evidently having pieced together the truth. Chapter 77. Confession. Yunsi observed the grim expressions of those around her and recognized that they had already deduced the truth. She opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say, and ultimately chose silence, leaning against the wall as she lit a cigarette. Her voice, slightly hoarse, finally broke the silence. "I have not deceived you. The cultivation method is indeed real, and your ability to assist me is also genuine. It is simply that I may have been too eager for quick results, often prioritizing cultivation above all else. However, I have recently come to understand that true synergy, mutual love, where one exists within the other, can elevate the effectiveness of the method, leading to a swifter enhancement of cultivation, which would also benefit you." After speaking, she glanced at Jiang Che, and the others understood. Jiang Che's spirit was remarkably vibrant, and his abilities had indeed improved, unlike before. "Are we then merely your sources of nourishment?" Du Ruoqiu asked incredulously. Yunsi hesitated, responding, "That appears to be the case." Du Ruoqiu's expression shifted to one of realization, murmuring, "I knew he couldn't possibly be so weak." Fu Mingli, with an ambiguous expression, inquired, "So you harbor no feelings for me, or for us at all?" Upon hearing Fu Mingli's question, the eyes of the group fixated intently on the woman leaning against the wall, awaiting her response. Yunsi's gaze wandered, and her words carried a chilling undertone. "Perhaps there is some affection. After all, we have lived together for so long. How could there be no feelings at all? Yet, my emotions cannot compare to the intensity and fervor you all possess." The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disappointment mingled with an indescribable emotion. A heaviness settling within their chests, suffocatingly uncomfortable. In silence, they stood, with no words exchanged. After a while, Ling Xiao spoke, "I care not. As long as you permit me to love you, I can overlook everything else. Today, I present my heartfelt sincerity to you, my affection laid bare. You, Yunsi, dare you accept it? Will you, or will you not?" Yunsi gazed at Ling Xiao, whose ardent and unrestrained love was palpable. She longed to accept, yet hesitated, fearing she might disappoint this man who offered his entire heart to her. Observing her indecision, Ling Xiao said, "Yunsi, you need only embrace this, the rest I shall leave to time. Time will reveal the answers to us." A soft affirmation escaped her lips, granting him a response. Jiangche glanced at Fu Mingli and the others, acknowledging that today's events might be deemed ungracious. He then declared, "CC, in the name of the reigning champion, I swear to you that I shall bow only to you in this lifetime, to be your sole defeated opponent. Will you accept this?" Yun C's lips curled into a faint smile, aware that this was the most romantic sentiment he could muster. "I shall accept. But should there come a day when you—" Jiangche interrupted, "I will not allow it, nor shall I ever." "What of me, CC? Do you truly love me? Am I merely a tool to aid your training?" Shinziki inquired. Yunsi had previously expressed that her love lacked the fervor of theirs. She disliked such interrogative tones and feared the possessiveness that made her feel imprisoned, detesting the thought of anyone attempting to control her. Seeing the disdain on her face, Shinziki felt a chill in his heart. With a bitter smile, he chose to leave this stifling atmosphere. Yunsi made no attempt to retain him. She had already stated that if one wished to depart, they were free to do so. She turned to Fu Mingli and the others. "If anyone else wishes to leave, now is your opportunity. However, I, Yunsi, will not entertain men who have been desired by others." Shinziki paused momentarily, realizing that once he stepped through that door, returning would be impossible. Both he and Yunsi sought answers. "Yunsi, I need you to tell me, do I hold a place in your heart? Is there a part of you that belongs to me, Shinziki?" Yunsi regarded Shinziki's earnestness and responded, "In my heart, I have reserved a space for each of you. My love may not burn as fiercely as yours, but I do love you. I cannot reciprocate your fervent affections. Yet I yearn for your love. Your love enchants me, and I cannot bear to let any of you go." Shinziki felt a flicker of joy at having secured her love. Knowing she cared for him was sufficient. Fu Mingli enveloped Yunsi in his embrace, whispering, "I always knew you were a heartless woman, yet I have long accepted my fate in your hands." Yunsi returned his embrace, teasingly replying, "Meeting me has been your misfortune." Du Ruachio glanced outside, noting that it was already noon. "It seems our plans for today are thwarted," he remarked. Yunsi, unconcerned, suggested, "Then let us venture forth tomorrow. Since our plans are foiled, let us explore how Jiangche advanced." Fu Mingli effortlessly lifted Yunsi into his arms and ascended the staircase. The others glanced at Jiangche, expressing their desire to experience the same. Meanwhile, Fu Mingli carried Yunsi into his room, whispering in her ear, "I have just reached the 3rd tier. I do not seek to advance a level. However, if I continue to make no progress as usual, I shall allow you to taste my ascension, husband, but I fear I won't be able to endure it." Upon hearing her call him husband, Fu Mingli felt a rush of excitement. "Is it not a bit reckless to provoke me when you claim to be unable to handle it?" He playfully tapped her bottom. After a series of playful exchanges, she gasped, "Husband, you are too. I cannot take it anymore. Be good. Hold on a little longer. I am almost there. Husband." Fu Mingli's body bore numerous scratches from her playful claws, deeper than usual. Time slipped away, and soon it was she who lay motionless on the bed. However, her cultivation had significantly improved, now reaching the 6th tier, just a step away from the 7th. She mused, realizing that her previous methods had been easy yet slow to yield results. Now, despite feeling utterly exhausted, her progress was rapid. "How do you feel? Have you made any advancements?" "Yes, but I feel rather fatigued." "Fatigued, you say? Who was it that insisted on continuing just moments ago?" Previously, she had regarded such activities as mere training, lacking interest in anything else. Yet, she could not deny that a change in mood and approach made all the difference. It was exquisite. "Have you improved?" Fu Mingli teased. "It seems not. It must be your love for me that prompts another round." Yunsi was not easily convinced. If there had been no improvement, she would not be in her current state. "What time is it?" "It is 5 in the afternoon." Fu Mingli replied as he glanced at his watch. "I am so tired. I need to rest for a while." Yunsi mumbled before drifting off to sleep, evidently exhausted. Fu Mingli embraced her and closed his eyes as well. Chapter 78. Jasmine Windmill in the Dead of Night. A soft rustling sound emerged. Fu Mingli immediately recognized its source, initially thinking that person would lose their patience in the afternoon. To his surprise, they had managed to wait until now. Shinziki, upon seeing the two nestled together in slumber, quietly laid down beside Yunsi. He reached out, pulling her closer to him, feeling as though embracing her granted him the entire world. Unconsciously, Yunsi nestled deeper into his embrace. Shinziki gazed at the woman in his arms, reflecting on how he had utterly succumbed to her charm since their first encounter. gradually losing his own boundaries and lowering his standards for her time and again. Fortunately, she held a place for him in her heart. In the middle of the night, Yin-Si awoke from the heat, realizing that it was Shunziki holding her. She wondered when he had arrived. Turning her head slightly, she whispered, "What time is it?" At that moment, Shunziki's hoarse voice whispered in her ear, "CC. Are you awake?" "Yes, I am awake." "Then let us partake in something interesting." Without needing to say more, she felt her heart soften. Knowing he was the first to approach her, she nodded gently. With permission granted, Shunziki's searing kiss enveloped Yin-Si. A glance exchanged between them bore the essence of both provocation and invitation. Fu Mingli raised an eyebrow, fully aware of Shunziki's unabashed possessiveness. He responded with a silent agreement. The following day, when Yin-Si awakened, she discovered the bed empty. She mused over the peculiar challenge posed by the two men, who demanded her to guess, correctly rewarded, incorrectly punished. She pressed a hand against her slightly aching chest, acknowledging that Shunziki was not one to indulge in such games. Upon entering the room, Shunziki found Yin-Si already awake. His eyes swept over her, noting the fading marks from the bath they shared the night before. "Feeling better?" he inquired, realizing that his previous inadequacies had allowed her to entertain other thoughts in such circumstances. Last night had been splendid, with Yin-Si's cultivation enhancing their abilities. They no longer felt as powerless as before, and his own powers had seen an elevation as well. Yin-Si, feeling a touch of shyness, replied, "What do you think?" Previously, their interactions had been purely one-sided. Now, they engaged in a mutual exchange beneficial to both, albeit somewhat unkind to her body. Shunziki immediately began to massage her waist, concerned about any injuries. He regarded her, her lips slightly upturned, her eyes reflecting a languorous charm. Yin-Si shot him a playful glare, retorting, "I'm fine. I already." She averted her gaze, reluctant to continue the conversation. Rising from the bed, she donned a gray-pink ensemble, floral lingerie, and a pair of red jeans, embodying a post-apocalyptic aesthetic. Shunziki was captivated by her appearance today, which perfectly suited the desolate theme. At that moment, she resembled a thorny rose blooming amidst ruins, and he found himself reluctant to let anyone else see her in such splendor. As they descended the stairs, the group was struck by the striking transformation of Yin-Si. Once, she had resembled a recently wilted flower, beautiful, yet lacking something vital. Now, she radiated the vibrant beauty of a flower in full bloom, determined to showcase her allure. Mesmerizing and reckless in her splendor. In that moment, they all felt a pang of inadequacy, questioning their own affections or contributions. How could love, which nourishes the soul, have failed to reveal her beauty before? Now, with the support of Shunziki and Fu Mingli's strengths, she flourished even more vibrantly. "Didn't TCC mention going out yesterday?" "We are all set and merely awaiting you," Fu interjected. "Yes, we can depart now." "Have you eaten, Yin-Si?" "We already had our meal." "Shunziki also ate before coming upstairs to check on you," Fu Mingli noted, casting a glance at her, his throat moving slightly. "Then let us go? I'll grab something in the car," Yin-Si replied, striding towards the door, eager to leave, fearing that if she lingered, she might never step outside again. Once a group of fierce men she could manage, they now seemed daunting, as she lacked the stamina to contend with their enhanced prowess. Today, they were driving the same rugged vehicle, with Jiang Che at the wheel and Fu Mingli occupying the passenger seat. Yun Wei, Yang Qing, Cheng Yu, and others have already embarked on their own endeavors, having matured into independent subordinates. Ling Yun and his companions have also joined Yun Wei. As for Ling Xiao, he is too preoccupied to attend to his sister and senior brother, focusing instead on enhancing his abilities while assisting Yin-Si with her cultivation, leaving him rather overwhelmed. He would have had time, but alas, Jiang Che and others are too demanding. Regarding his sister, he has faith in Yin-Si's capable subordinates. Upon halting their vehicle, the group disembarked. The area of mutated plants has been traversed by their base personnel, with the exception of some remote regions. Yin-Si recalled the third-level cypress tree she had previously encountered and decided to head in that direction to inspect it. As they approached the foothills, she soon spotted the cypress tree. However, her brow furrowed as she noticed that its branches were entwined with an abundance of snow-white flowers, layered upon each other, resembling a snow-capped mountain. The scent of jasmine wafted through the air, sending shivers down her spine. It was the jasmine of windmills. Yin-Si's expression darkened instantly as she commanded sternly, "Stay back. This plant is toxic." She was aware that the jasmine of windmills possessed inherent toxicity, and with its mutation, its venom would only be amplified. That delicate fragrance might very well conceal a lethal poison. Fu Mingli and the others halted immediately, while Duan Qingyue, perplexed, remarked, "It should have been here. Had we not come yesterday, it's fortunate that Luo Wuxia and the others did not intend to ascend the peak. Otherwise, they would likely be in grave danger now." Du Ruoqiu stepped forward, scrutinizing the white flowers with a grave expression. The toxicity of this mutated jasmine of windmills is likely extraordinary. Common toxic plants attract prey with a potent scent, yet its fragrance is so faint, indicating that it does not need to rely on aroma to enhance its poison. Its toxicity is likely strong enough to render such tactics unnecessary. Yun Xi's gaze lingered on the cypress tree, her mind filled with questions. Once lush and verdant, the tree now bore only a few scattered leaves, clearly having had its nutrients siphoned by the jasmine of windmills. Yet, there were other trees in the vicinity. Why had the jasmine chosen to attach itself to this particular cypress? The previous fourth-level wisteria had also been active nearby. Was there something unique about this cypress tree? "We must deal with it first," Yun Xi declared, gripping her weapon, Starfall. Infused with spiritual energy, the blade gleamed with a brilliant white light. She leaped into the air and struck fiercely at the branches and leaves of the jasmine of windmills. The seventh layer's spiritual energy proved to be distinct from before. As the blade sliced through, branches fell to the ground, severed without affording Fu Mingli and the others any opportunity to intervene. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the branches and leaves had been cleaved away, leaving only a few tenacious stems clinging to the cypress, still drawing its nutrients. Typically, severing the main stem would render the jasmine powerless, but as Yun Xi observed the entwined stems, she no longer pondered which was the main stem. Instead, she struck each one directly. Starfall rose and fell repeatedly, each strike severing the stems of the jasmine of windmills before they even drew near, leaving no chance for retaliation. Fu Mingli and others watched in astonishment. To contend with a level 4 plant, they would require several people working in unison. Yet Yun Xi managed to vanquish it effortlessly with merely a single blade. Indeed, she remained unchanged. As the final leaf was severed, the jasmine of the windmill suddenly lost all its vitality. The branches that had clung tightly to the cypress began to succumb, and the white flowers dulled, resembling ordinary jasmine freshly plucked. Yun Xi bent down to retrieve a crystalline core radiating a green glow, within which reflected a miniature phantom of the white windmill jasmine. It appeared that the crystalline cores of level 4 plants bore their own diminutive forms. Yun Xi caressed the core, lost in contemplation. At that moment, she noticed a dim, pale green crystalline core embedded within the cypress trunk, its shrunken silhouette identical to that of the cypress itself, albeit with scarcely any energy remaining. Observing it in the palm of her hand, she noted that this core was slightly larger than the usual level 4 ones, its surface adorned with minute patterns. Though the energy was feeble, it emanated a peculiar aura. Her curiosity deepened. What extraordinary trait did this cypress crystalline core possess that compelled 2 high-level plants to choose to parasitize upon it? Du Ruoqiu, come here, Yun Xi beckoned, extending the cypress crystalline core towards him. This core may differ from others. You should strive to advance to level 3 and absorb it. Perhaps it will yield an unexpected surprise. She sensed that the unique aura within this crystalline core might hold special properties. Du Ruoqiu accepted the core, his eyes brightening instantly. Really? Thank you, Cici. I will endeavor to elevate to level 3 promptly. He could perceive the faint residual energy within the core, though minimal. It radiated a gentle essence, more suitable for his absorption than ordinary cores. Yun Xi nodded gently, her gaze drifting back to the surrounding mountains. From the level 4 wisteria to the level 5 ylang-ylang, and now the level 4 windmill jasmine. This mountain had rapidly yielded an abundance of high-level plants within a mere few days, an evolution rate that felt rather abnormal. She sensed that a secret might lie behind it all, particularly on the other side of the mountain peak, which she had yet to explore. Let us continue toward the summit, Yun Xi declared, stowing the windmill jasmine crystalline core. Be vigilant and observe the flora around us. Understood. The group responded in unison, trailing behind Yun Xi as they advanced toward the mountain peak. Chapter 79. The unusual. The party ascended along the mountain path, soon arriving at the summit. Beside the area previously occupied by the level 5 ylang-ylang, 2 high-level plants had mysteriously appeared. To the right stood two half-human height level 4 mutated burdock plants, their brownish cones bristling with sharp spines, exuding a somber gleam. To the left loomed a towering level 5 mutated cherry tree, over 3 meters tall, its branches laden with vibrant red cherries, plump and blood red. The two plants were separated by approximately 10 meters, each claiming its territory. Before the group could thoroughly inspect their surroundings, the level 5 cherry tree launched the first attack. Its branches shook violently, sending the bright red cherries flying toward the crowd like bullets, their speed rendering one defenseless. "Be careful," Yun-Si bellowed fiercely, drawing the starfall blade in an instant. Infused with the spiritual energy of the 7th layer of foundation, the blade glimmered with a chilling white light. With a flick of her wrist, cherries were held at bay by the gust of her blade. The crisp sounds of clashing echoed as each cherry was precisely struck down, bursting upon impact with the ground, leaving small indentations approximately half a finger deep. The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests, easily imagining the carnage that would ensue if those cherries were to strike a human form, leaving behind gaping wounds. At that moment, the mutated cocklebur on the right sprang into action. Two cocklebur fruits suddenly detached from their branches, hurtling towards Fu Mingli and his companions, their spines firmly adhering to clothing, with several puncturing fabric and embedding themselves into skin. "This is bad. The cocklebur drains blood." Duroachio was the first to sense the anomaly, feeling a sharp pain from the cocklebur lodged against his arm. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered his skin had turned a purplish hue, blood being siphoned away through the spines. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his dagger and viciously dug at the skin where the cocklebur had attached, severing flesh along with the thorny intruder. Blood gushed forth, yet he merely gritted his teeth and hastily wrapped a cloth around the wound. Duan Xingyue found himself similarly ensnared by two cockleburs at his side. Observing Duroachio's actions, he promptly imitated them. As the dagger grazed his skin, the pain drew cold sweat to his forehead, but he remained silent. Fu Mingli glanced at the two, noting that their injuries were non-fatal, though they would impede their movements. He spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Duroachio, Duan Xingyue, fall back and provide support from the rear." The two nodded, enduring their pain as they retreated to the back of the formation, weapons drawn, ready for ranged attacks. However, before they could steady themselves, Fu Mingli felt a tingling sensation in the back of his hand. A cocklebur had silently latched onto him, its spine piercing his skin. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his short knife and swiftly slashed at the back of his hand, severing the cocklebur along with a portion of his flesh. Blood dripped through his fingers, yet he did not flinch, casually wrapping a cloth around the wound while maintaining his focus on the approaching cocklebur. "Concentrate fire on that one to the right," Fu Mingli commanded coldly. "Ling Xiao, use your lightning abilities to restrain it. Shinziki, you will join me in targeting its main root. Jiang Che, keep that one on the left occupied. Do not allow it to come to its aid." "Understood," the group replied in unison. Ling Xiao was the first to act, unleashing several bolts of violet lightning that struck the right cocklebur, causing its movements to falter as the electric current ensnared its branches. Shinziki promptly manipulated metallic shards, forming them into a long blade that he, alongside Fu Mingli wielding his icy edge, simultaneously struck at the cocklebur's main root. With a crack, the root shattered. Brownish sap sprang forth. Meanwhile, Jiang Che wielded a massive axe, engaging the left cocklebur. The fruits continued to launch at him, yet he deftly evaded them, occasionally bringing his axe down upon the branches. Though he did not inflict fatal damage, he successfully impeded its movements. "Jiang Che, get back!" Duan Xingyue suddenly shouted from behind. His flaming arrow already knocked on the bowstring. Jiang Che swiftly sidestepped, evading the fiery arrow that shot towards the branches of the Tsang-Yer plant. The flames rapidly spread along the branches, causing the plant to sway violently. Seizing the moment, Jiang Che leaped high and brought his massive axe crashing down upon the main root of the Tsang-Yer. The instant the root splintered, the plant's movements ceased. Almost simultaneously, the battle on Yun-Si's side came to a conclusion. Although the 5th-level cherry tree launched fierce attacks, it could not reach Yun-Si, who deftly severed the incoming branches with his blade. The final strike landed squarely on the cherry tree's main stem, causing a deep crimson crystal core to roll from the fracture, reflecting the diminishing illusion of the cherry tree within. Yun-Si bent down to retrieve the crystal core and turned to look at Fu Mingli and the others. Noticing their injuries on their hands and waists, he frowned slightly. "You are all wounded?" Tend to your wounds first to prevent infection. Duroachio immediately stepped forward, producing a medical kit to rebandage everyone's injuries. Fu Mingli glanced at the wound on the back of his hand, and then at Yunxi, who appeared unscathed, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. Jiangche approached the two tsang ear plants, extracted the crystal cores within, and handed one to Fu Mingli. When Fu Mingli did not take it, Jiangche understood and presented both crystal cores to Yunxi. "Cc, these tsang ear crystal cores are for you." He recalled that she had accepted the rose crystal core he had given her last time, but he worried that she might not appreciate these less aesthetically pleasing ones. Yunxi accepted the crystal cores and glanced at them. "You should keep them for yourselves. They would likely be useful to them soon enough." The group rested for a moment on the mountaintop, and Duroachio administered some hemostatic agents to the injured to prevent excessive blood loss. Fu Mingli observed the remnants of the plants scattered on the ground, pondering aloud. The number of high-tier plants on this mountaintop is increasing, and their evolution is rapid. There must be clues we have yet to uncover. Yunxi nodded, sensing something amiss. "Let us rest a bit longer, then explore the other side of the mountaintop." She felt a persistent unease. Chapter 80. Mutated Tianma. The group rested on the mountaintop for about half an hour, during which Duroachio dressed everyone's wounds. Yunxi then produced water and bread from her spatial storage, distributing it among them. "That should suffice. Let us proceed." Yunxi was the first to rise. Her gaze directed towards the opposite side of the mountaintop, obscured by dense woods, where a steep slope was faintly visible, contrasting starkly with the previous flat terrain. The team advanced along the incline, the path proving far steeper than anticipated, with loose stones occasionally tumbling from beneath their feet. After roughly 10 minutes, Shunziki suddenly halted. Pointing to the ground, "There is a path here." Everyone looked down, discerning a barely visible trace, a path overgrown with weeds, indicating it had been traversed before. Clearly, someone had been here prior to the apocalypse. "Be cautious," Fu Mingli advised. The group followed the narrow path at an angle for nearly 15 minutes, when suddenly the scene before them opened up dramatically. On such a slope, there thrived a profusion of earthy yellow stalks, some devoid of leaves, while others exhibited a verdant hue, yet similarly lacked foliage, stretching across an expanse of nearly 10 acres. It was Gastrodia elata. Duroachio was the first to recognize it, hastening forward with a tone imbued with surprise, noting that it was cultivated artificially. He squatted down, his fingertips brushing against the stalks, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Before the apocalypse, I had encountered this in Y City. It resembled the artificially cultivated Gastrodia elata perfectly, though I was uncertain how it had mutated." The crowd gathered around, scrutinizing this patch of Gastrodia elata. Upon observation, first and second tier specimens predominated, while third and fourth tier varieties were sparsely interspersed, and as for fifth tier ones, their vast number rendered them difficult to discern. Gastrodia elata is indeed a prized treasure, Duroachio remarked as he gently excavated the soil with a dagger, revealing the roots of the Gastrodia elata, which, though reminiscent of potatoes, bore intricate patterns all over. It is a valuable medicinal herb, potent in its properties and widely applicable. Before the apocalypse, locals in Y City frequently used it to stew pork ribs and chicken, renowned for its nourishing qualities. Moreover, it not only serves as a food supplement, but also possesses medicinal properties, aiding in the regulation of qi and blood, alleviating fatigue. Truly a gem. However, as they observed more closely, the group gradually sensed something amiss. The size of these Gastrodia elata remained strikingly unchanged from before the apocalypse, unlike other mutated plants that had grown enormous. Yet, their tiers ranged from 1 to 4, with the possibility of fifth-tier specimens existing. Curiously, while ordinary mutated plants would launch an immediate attack upon human approach, this patch of Gastrodia elata was disconcertingly tranquil, showing no signs of movement whatsoever. "Let me take a look," Jiangche said, advancing toward a second-tier Gastrodia elata and gently tugging at the stalk. Logically, as a third-tier individual, he should have faced slight resistance from the second-tier mutated plant, yet this specimen remained utterly still, effortlessly uprooted like an ordinary plant, still adorned with moist earth and emanating a faint energy sheen. Witnessing this, Duroachio, emboldened, approached a third-tier Gastrodia elata. He grasped the stalk, and indeed, it offered no resistance whatsoever. Even the leaves remained undisturbed as he smoothly extracted it. He lifted the Gastrodia elata. This was highly abnormal, especially when compared to those aggressively attacking mutated plants, It seemed almost as if it had not mutated at all. Do Ruachio, check if it's edible, Yin-Si suggested, his gaze sweeping over the entire patch of Gastrodia alata, his curiosity intensifying. Artificially cultivated, devoid of aggression and incongruities between tier and size, it was indeed peculiar. Du Ruachio promptly unsheathed his dagger and sliced the third-tier Gastrodia alata in half. A milky juice oozed from the cut, releasing a rich and aromatic fragrance that enveloped the air, fresh and robust, invigorating the senses. He leaned closer to inhale the scent, then dipped his fingertip into the juice and tasted it, his eyes instantly brightening. It was edible. Moreover, its appearance surpassed that of the pre-apocalyptic varieties by leaps and bounds. Observing the richness of the sap and the fullness of the tianma, with its symmetrical patterns, Du Ruachio pointed excitedly at the sliced tianma, exclaiming that even the finest tianma before the apocalypse never boasted such an exquisite appearance. Its medicinal potency would undoubtedly be formidable. I suspect that their grade corresponds to the quality standards of the pre-apocalyptic era. The better the appearance, the higher the grade. Such pristine tianma would fetch several times the price of ordinary varieties in the past. He glanced at the second-grade tianma in Jiang Che's hand, noting its smaller size compared to the third-grade one he held, which appeared less robust, with noticeably more chaotic patterns. As long as it is edible, Yin-Si nodded decisively, opting to excavate the third and fourth-grade tianma now, while the lower-grade ones could be excavated later with Luo Wuxia and his team, which would be a boon for the base's recovery. The group immediately sprang into action. The excavation of tianma proved exceptionally smooth. Within 2 hours, the high-grade tianma had been entirely unearthed, filling 6 large bags to the brim. Let us not rush to celebrate, Yin-Si cautioned, brushing the soil from his hands and casting his gaze into the distance, sensing further activity ahead. He stored the tianma in his spatial pouch, and the group proceeded cautiously along the periphery. The deeper they ventured, the denser the surrounding flora became, and the energy fluctuations intensified. Not long after, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air, revealing a towering prickly ash tree, exceeding 5 meters in height, its spiny branches glistening ominously as they unleashed poisonous thorns toward them, with energy levels reaching an alarming 5th grade. Beware of the poisonous thorns. Fu Mingli swiftly conjured an ice wall to shield against the incoming barrage, noting that the toxicity of this prickly ash surpassed that of their previous encounters. Urging his companions to avoid being struck, Ling Xiao immediately unleashed his lightning abilities, sending several bolts crashing into the tree's branches. The prickly ash emitted smoke, but was only temporarily subdued. Seizing the opportunity, Yin-Si leaped into the air, striking the tree's main stem with starfall. The blade penetrated deep, and black sap gushed forth, momentarily hindering the tree's movements. Just then, Shun Ziki shouted, "Watch your backs." The group turned to see several purple vines silently approaching. Adorned with tiny barbs, they were 4th-grade daughter. Jiang Che quickly hefted his mighty axe, cleaving the daughter's vines, but their regeneration was astonishingly rapid, with new vines sprouting almost immediately. Duan Qingyue, use fire, Yin-Si commanded. Duan Qingyue swiftly conjured a flaming arrow, targeting the daughter, and the flames spread instantly, sizzling as the vines were consumed, finally ceasing their relentless growth. Having dealt with the daughter and prickly ash, the group continued onward, encountering several third-grade yews along the way. The branches of the yews bore red fruits, which, while not actively aggressive, emitted a faint toxic aura, prompting the group to hold their breath to avoid poisoning. Moreover, the abundance of third-grade plants was overwhelming, ranging from maple trees that could shoot leaves to camphor trees that released mists. It seemed that every few steps brought them face to face with another extraordinary specimen. The density of vegetation here was undeniably abnormal. Fu Mingli furrowed his brow and halted, observing that the plants surrounding them were predominantly of a higher rank, possessing either medicinal or offensive properties, suggesting they had been deliberately cultivated rather than occurring naturally. Yin-Si nodded, her curiosity deepening. Heavenly Attractalodes, a dense array of advanced flora? She lifted her gaze towards the distant side, shrouded in mist. Chapter 81. The Lake. Let us investigate. Yin-Si fixed her eyes on the mist-covered area, and before she could finish her sentence, she stepped forward. The fog was thick and unyielding, swirling slowly and creating a stark contrast with the clarity of the surroundings, indicating something unusual. The others followed closely behind, the closer they approached the mist. The denser the energy fluctuations in the air became, even seeping subtly into their bodies. As they neared, the fog began to dissipate slightly, revealing a sight that left everyone gasping in astonishment. Within the mist-laden area, numerous fifth-tier mutated plants thrived. Fifth-tier oak trees, fifth-tier mandrakes, fifth-tier heavy towers, and even fifth-tier flowering crabapples capable of launching ice arrows, counting over a dozen in total. Strangely, these inherently aggressive fifth-tier plants stood quietly in place, their leaves gently swaying. Yet none initiated an attack. Instead, they seemed to be guarding something, unable to act. Yunsi and her companions halted outside the range of the fifth-tier plants. Their eyes filled with curiosity, but predominantly caution. "This location is not far from our base," Yunsi remarked, her brow furrowed and her tone serious. "It is fortunate that these fifth-tier plants are not currently hostile, but if they were to suddenly lose control, our base would be in peril." She made a decision. "You all retreat to the position where we encountered the prickly ash tree. I will investigate what they are guarding and return promptly." "You intend to go alone?" "Absolutely not." Fu Mingli immediately protested, stepping in front of Yunsi. "This area is filled with fifth-tier plants. Even if they are not attacking now, there is no guarantee they won't suddenly strike. It is far too dangerous." Shinziki chimed in. "We will accompany you. More people means greater safety." Yunsi shook her head, her voice resolute. "Do not worry. With my current strength, these fifth-tier plants cannot harm me. However, you remaining here would only distract me." She paused, adding, "There may be an energy upheaval shortly, and I must concentrate fully. I cannot protect you both simultaneously. Please, step back." Seeing the determination in Yunsi's eyes and recalling her capabilities, Fu Mingli and the others ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding in agreement. "You must be careful. We will wait for you outside," Fu Mingli cautioned repeatedly as he led the group to retreat slowly, glancing back frequently until they reached the position of the prickly ash tree, where they halted, anxiously watching the depths of the mist. Yunsi tightened her grip on the starfall in her hand, plunging into the circle of fifth-tier plants. As she had predicted, the fifth-tier plants merely quivered their leaves, not launching an attack, evidently indifferent to her intrusion. She weaved gracefully through the gaps between the plants, effortlessly navigating her surroundings. Occasionally, a few plants obstructed her path, but she easily severed them with a flick of her hand, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. Observing this scene from a distance, Fu Mingli and the others felt their anxious hearts ease slightly, yet they remained vigilant. As Yunsi traversed through layers of fifth-level flora, the view before her suddenly opened up. The mist dissipated, revealing a natural pond approximately 1 meter in diameter, its waters crystal clear and glimmering with a faint, ethereal blue light. Upon closer inspection, she noticed tiny specks of light gently flowing beneath the surface. She focused her mental energy to scan the lakebed, and her pupils constricted in astonishment. The bottom was strewn with irregularly shaped dark stones, around 20 to 30 in number, adorned with peculiar patterns, emanating a faint yet pure energy fluctuation. Meteorites? Yunsi pondered, perplexed. If they were indeed meteorites, how could there be so many? And so precisely settled in this small pond? She crouched down, extending her hand to lightly touch the water. As her fingertips brushed the surface, a warm yet formidable energy surged through her, resonating harmoniously with the chaotic essence contained within the blue rain of her spatial realm. Identical to the aura she had sensed upon awakening her extraordinary abilities. In mere moments, Yunsi distinctly felt her internal time-related powers being significantly nourished, the bottleneck loosening considerably, bringing her within a step of the fifth level. It became clear to her. She finally understood why the plants in this forest could level up so rapidly. They must have absorbed the unique energy contained within this pond. The fifth-level plants guarding this area likely did so to monopolize this energy source. She rose to her feet, her gaze once again fixed on the dark stones at the lakebed. Just then, the water began to churn violently, the ethereal blue glow becoming blinding. The stones at the bottom started to tremble, and a surge of even greater energy erupted from the lake, radiating outward. Yunsi's heart raced. She realized that her touch had triggered an energy upheaval, disrupting the balance of power. She had previously thought those fifth-level plants to be docile, but now she reconsidered. They feared the energy turmoil, daring to root themselves in the soil, but not directly in the pond, not daring to linger. Yunsi promptly turned and dashed toward the periphery. The once quiet fifth-level plants, now influenced by the energy disturbance, began to stir restlessly, their branches and leaves thrashing wildly as they launched attacks toward her. With no time to engage, Yunsi utilized her agile movements and formidable strength to navigate swiftly through the gaps between the plants, racing toward Fu Mingli and the others. "Let us go," she called out to the group. Not questioning her urgency, they all hurried down the path they had come. However, upon reaching the spot where Yunsi had previously dispatched the mutated flowers, she halted. "This place is ideal for eliminating mutated plants. We will finish off those aberrations here. There are rewards to be gained. If you can assist, do so. If not, prioritize your own safety. Let us proceed." As soon as Yunsi's words fell, a fifth-level mutated begonia pursued her, an astonishing sight indeed, for it could uproot its roots and momentarily traverse the ground. The mutated begonia, with its petals cascading down, was a vision of beauty yet concealed a deadly threat. While its petals were soft, the stamens resembled arrows, launching towards Yunsi and her companions the instant the petals fell. The sound of clinking echoed continuously as Yunsi sought opportunities to draw nearer, wielding her starfall to create ethereal afterimages, accompanied by the leaves and branches of the begonia. The begonia retreated incessantly, with Yunsi pressing forward until she finally severed the vibrant flower in two. From the severed stalk rolled out its crystalline core, which seemed to encapsulate its most exquisite moment within its verdant depths. Before Yunsi could catch her breath, several more mutated plants approached, a heavy tower, a mandrake, and a thorny vine. Together, they charged towards Yunsi, evidently aware that she posed the greatest threat. Armed with experience in dealing with fifth-level plants, she swiftly dispatched them all. Counting, she realized there had been 10 mutated fifth-level plants, and adding the earlier begonia made 11. She estimated that only 5 or 6 remained, posing little danger. She collected the crystalline cores and beckoned her companions, explaining that the fifth-level mutated plants guarded a peculiar lake. This lake was unlike any other, its abilities prone to violent eruptions, making it unwise for anyone to absorb its essence carelessly, though it held remarkable potential for enhancing one's powers. However, I surmised that you would face no restrictions, as your bodies, fortified by chaotic energy, were considerably more resilient than those of ordinary individuals. "Let us proceed and take a closer look," Yunsi declared, leading her companions swiftly towards the location of the lake.